NBC will be on the air with the latest war news at the beginning of every program, day and night. The British radio, heard by NBC, reports that the Sultan of one of the little Malay states has handed control of his country right over to the British to make it easier to repel the Japanese. A British advisor will sit with the Sultan of Kelantan from now until the war is all over. The United Press from New York. The United States has banned Germans, Austrians, and Italians from American citizenship until further notice. Judge Marcus Campbell in Brooklyn Federal Court turned down a list of applicants. The court clerk said the instructions were received from the Attorney General's office. The United Press from La Paz, Bolivia. The Bolivian cabinet has decided to adhere to any joint action by American nations. The cabinet adopted a 4-point program reaffirming pledges made at the Panama and the Havana conferences. The United Press from Vichy. British planes have blasted the German-occupied French port of Calais in the most savage raid on that city in months. 37 civilians were killed. 20 were seriously wounded. Many homes were destroyed. The Associated Press from Manila. A number of new fire stations have been opened up today in thickly settled parts of Manila. All firemen are equipped with steel helmets and gas masks. All civilians are being evacuated from areas near American military installations. We thank the sponsor of this program for relinquishing a portion of his time in order that you might hear the latest news from the NBC newsroom.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by Martha Tilton and the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Don't Ever Leave Me. We have just received this message for our listeners in a telegram from the president of S.C. Johnson & Son, Incorporated, our sponsor. In these serious days, there can be no division of opinion. The United States is at war. We are all ready and eager to do our part. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Glow Coat believe it is in the public interest to continue programs as entertaining as Fibber McGee and Molly. They have a place in national morale. So you can continue to hear Fibber McGee and Molly and still be in touch with latest developments. We have asked the National Broadcasting Company to feel free at any time to cut into our programs with important news flashes and announcements. Signed, H.F. Johnson, Jr. Well, there's an old saying to the effect that the female is more deadly than the male. But around the first of the month, the male can be pretty deadly, too. And here at 79 Wistful Vista, the postman has just left a stack of, which on the breakfast table reaches halfway up the coffee pot. And it's all for Fibber McGee and Molly.
70 days, McGee. Look at these bills.
You look at them. I got a letter from my cousin Ich.
Ich?
Yeah, you know. Ichabod McGee.
Oh, sure. He was the black sheep of your family, wasn't he?
Yeah, complete no good. Ran away when he was 16.
Oh?
Bummed around the country and started gambling. Won a few $100 and squandered the whole roll on a few acres of scrub farmland and then carelessly discovered oil on it. Worthless little pup is now worth $4 million.
Your own brother?
Unfortunately, he ain't my own brother anymore. We disowned him in 1926.
No, before he discovered the oil, no doubt. Well, what's he say in his letter?
He says, Dear Brother Fibber. Bah. Signed Ich, the black sheep. I guess Ich ain't in any mood to make up.
Well, I, for one, won't chase after him just because he has money.
No, me either. Wonder how I could get him to chase after me. Hey, what's this postcard?
Well, how should I know? It's addressed to you, and I never read your mail.
Ah.
Anyway, it's just an advertisement.
Hey, it isn't either just an advertisement. It's from the Wistful Vista Wholesale Outlet Store. It says, You have been recommended and selected as one of a small list of patrons to whom we extend the privilege of purchasing standard merchandise at a 40% discount.
Oh.
Boy. This card will be your identification, not transferable. Yours very truly, signed, Paul, your pal Peters.
Oh. Say, I didn't know you had a Paul named Pal Peters. Who is he? And why should he give you 40% discount on anything?
Oh, they just do that for a few prominent citizens, for the goodwill. You see, Molly, if they...
Oh, come in.
Hi, babe. Hello, Skimp.
Hello, Mr. Mills.
Hi, Billy. What's troubling your pretty little bald head today? You know anything about radio, Skimp? Who, me? I'll say I do.
Why, sure he does, Mr. Mills. He fixed ours yesterday.
Yeah.
Now all we have to do to get KPMO is turn the dial to WTL and kick it 3 times.
Why'd you ask, William? I wanted to get my sister a radio for Christmas.
Say, I thought you got her a new one a couple of years ago, Billy.
Well, I did, but it's worn out.
Oh.
She can't get Ed Wynn on it anymore. Well, if you want... Hey, look. I can get you a radio wholesale, Billy. 40% off. How much you want to sink into it? Oh, about $50.
Oh, well, you want one that'll play records?
No, my sister hasn't got any records. You leave the whole thing to me, Billy. Tell Santa Claus it's in the bag. You mean you can get me a $50 radio for 30, Skimp? Absolutely. Save you 20 smackers. So if you were thinking of getting me some little inexpensive thing for Christmas, you can do a little better now. Hey, wait a minute, Skimp. How come you get 40% off on radios? What do you mean on radios? I get 40% off on anything. I got connections. I know people in the right places.
Oh, sure. Don't you forget Mr. Mills McGee is a prominent citizen.
You betcha.
Stand up, dearie, and show Billy how prominent you really are.
Well, I'm certainly obliged, Skimp. Want the 30 frog skins now? No. Wait till you get the radio.
Will you sit down and have a cup of coffee, Billy?
No, thanks, babe. Coffee makes me sleepy. Makes you sleepy? That's funny. Keeps most people awake. Not me. I never drink it. So long. There's a great actor lost in that guy.
And I doubt if they ever find him. Are you going downtown to get his radio right away, McGee?
Yeah, I think so. Might want to pick up a few things myself. After all, I haven't got your electric waffle iron. Ooh! I haven't got your Christmas present yet.
Oh, I wonder what it's going to be. But you can get that later, McGee. I'll go with you today so we can...
Oh, dear. Come in.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Uppington.
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy.
I was just going downtown to select a new floor lamp, Mrs. McGee. Would you care to go along?
Well, now...
Hey, wait a minute, Uppy. Don't go throwing your dough away now. Let me handle this for you. I can get 40% off on any merchandise.
Now, wait a minute, McGee.
How much you want to pay for a floor lamp, Uppy?
Mr. McGee, when I want something, I am not one to count the cost.
Oh.
With me, money is no object whatsoever.
Ooh.
I want the best, and I'm perfectly willing to pay for it. But if possible, try and keep it under $7.
Catch on, McGee? Be as reckless as you like, as long as you're careful. What kind of a lamp do you want, Abigail?
Well, my dear, I rather had in mind one with a marble and bronze base, a fluted gold-leaf column, a cluster of 5 bulbs with an indirect fixture at the top, a large beige monk's cloth shade, perhaps surmounted by a small jade ornament.
Yeah. You had that in mind for $7?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Would you go to $8.50 if it had Melvin Douglas shinnying up the post to turn it on for you?
As long as you can get it wholesale, Miss McGee, you may even go as high as $10 if necessary.
Oh.
Now, that would amount to $6, I believe, with a discount.
Yeah, and if I see a nice pair of pliers for about 2 bits, you want those too, Uppy?
Why should she want a pair of pliers, McGee?
Well, I hate to see anybody pinching pennies like this with their bare hands.
Miss McGee, you are so amusing.
I kill me, too.
Oh, he's a card, Abigail.
That's what I tell everyone, my dear. I always say Mr. McGee is simply a card.
Oh, shucks.
An ace with a short A.
The King's Men singing Chul.
La 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 la. Who said a woodchuck would? Would he chuck another woodchuck's wood? If a woodchuck could chuck, he'd chuck good. Pookadiddle-all-a-boo. So barbecue. Every time I see Silly by the wheel, book-a-diddle-all-boo. Slow reel, ooh-la-roo. A true light Jack-a-rack, barbecue. Every time I see Silly by the wheel, book-a-diddle-all-boo. Slow reel. The tune is teasy, so cool and breezy. Just take it easy. Choo, choo, choo-la-roo. Choo-la, Jack-a-rack, choo-la-barbecue. Every time I see Silly by the wheel, book-a-diddle-all-boo. Slow reel. I met with a gal and her name was Vasily. Side of her, side Vasily, won't you be less chilly? You should have seen the change come over that filly. Book-a-diddle-all-boo, slow reel. Choo, choo, choo-la-roo. Choo-la, chag-a-rack, choo-la-barbecue. Every time I see Vasily by the wheel, book-a-diddle-all-boo, slow reel. Once a police pan met a fiddle-um, sitting on a stirrup cone chewing gubber-um. Woo! Said the police pan, won't you see me come? Book-a-diddle-all-boo, slow reel. No rhyme nor reason, but kind of pleasing, always in season. Choo, choo, choo-la-roo, choo-la, chag-a-rack, choo-la-barbecue. The last time I saw him, Silly by the wheel, book-a-diddle is a riddle with a fiddle in the middle, took a diddle in a bag of feather hay. Sure, 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 how silly it makes you feel. Book-a-diddle-all-boo, slow reel, slow reel, slow reel. Never get a better with a diller in a bag of feather hay.
Well, are we going downtown to that wholesale house or not, dearie?
Sure. Just as soon as I ride down this memorandum. Now, let's see. I'll get it. Hello? Yeah, this is him speaking. Oh, hi, Mort. Yeah. Huh? No, I never shoot craps much, Mort. Pinocchio's more, huh? Oh, trap shooting. I thought you were talking baby talk. I'd get a 12-gauge shotgun if I was you, Mort. That's the best. Hey, wait a minute, Mort. I can get you one wholesale.
Oh, dear. Here we go again.
Oh, what say, Mort? Sure, 40% off. Okay, you just leave it to me, Mort. You betcha. Okay, Mort. Goodbye, Mort. Huh.
I never saw you act as a middleman before, McGee, but, man, you're sure putting yourself in the middle.
Oh, well, what's one more little item? Put that down on the list, Molly. 12-gauge shotgun, automatic, full choke.
Full what?
Choke.
What does he do, shoot things and then strangle them?
Oh, choke means the barrel is kind of made smaller at the end. Now, let's see. One radio, one lamp, one shotgun.
One wonders.
One wonders what?
One wonders what one's getting into.
Okay. Laugh if you want it, but 40% off ain't anything to sneer at.
Who's laughing?
Wasn't me. Hey, I wonder if I could get a Cocker Spaniel down there.
Why buy one there?
Well, they say a bargain dog never bites. Don't you get it, Molly? 40% off, bargain dog.
It ain't funny, McGee.
I should have made it a Chihuahua.
Hey, Fibber, Molly.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Can't stop to talk to you now, Harlow. Got to go downtown.
Anytime you can't stop talk to him, dearie, you'd better go downtown and look for a job.
Oh, well, all right. What you want, Harlow?
Look at this swell box of cigars. Would this make a nice gift, or wouldn't it?
Say, them are pretty snarky stogies, Harlow. 25 centers. I could tell more about them if I...
Hey! Put those back. These are for a gift.
Is it somebody special, Mr. Wilcox?
I'll say, Mom. It's more of a prize than a gift, really. I'm presenting them to the man who coined the slogan, "Your linoleum will be your pride if Johnson's Glow Coat is applied."
Oh, were you having a contest?
Well, no, not exactly, but I thought it was pretty good. You see, it implies the whole story of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
Get this, folks. It's the stuff that keeps Wilcox working, you waiting, and us eating.
I'm serious, Fibber.
You think I'm kidding?
That slogan almost tells the whole story of Glow Coat. How easy it is to apply, how it dries to a beautiful finish in 20 minutes or less with no rubbing or buffing, and how it keeps your linoleum from cracking, checking, fading, and soiling. It saves your nickels and saves your knuckles, and your linoleum never cracks and buckles.
Well, I think it's well worth a box of cigars for that slogan, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah. Who's the smart smoker that donated that little hunk of poetic promotion, Harlow?
Me?
You?
You?
Yep. Thought of it coming down the street and bought myself a box of cigars as a reward. Well, it won't keep you any longer, folks. Go on.
do you know about that? What do you know about that? Boy, does he appreciate him.
You know, I think it's wonderful, McGee, how he keeps so interested in his job.
Yeah, it'd be all right if he kept his enthusiasm to himself, but he's got Billy Mills doing it, too.
How do you mean?
Well, I saw Billy out with a gal the other night, and was he pouring it on and spreading it around?
Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Oh, Mayor Latrivia, how do you do, I'm sure?
Well, what can we do for you that won't take long, Latrivia?
Oh, nothing, thank you. I was just taking a walk and thought I'd drop in a moment.
Oh.
As mayor, you know, I like to walk around the city and mingle with the common citizens, sort of like Harun al-Rashid.
Oh, yes. Who's he?
Harun al-Rashid was an Oriental potentate in the Arabian Nights, McGee.
Oh, he was, eh? And what did this Oriental potato do, Latrivia?
Oh, he mixed with the people and listened to what they were saying so he'd know what was going on among the populace. Didn't you ever read the Arabian Nights?
Why, of course not. McGee can't read Arabian.
Anyway, by the time I get through reading Bringing Up Father and Flash Gordon and Smokey Stover, I'm all wore out.
It's very amusing. In a pathetic sort of way. By the way, do you know where I can buy a large globe of the world for my office?
Why, sure, Latrivia. I can get you one wholesale. How much you want to pay for a good globe?
Oh, it doesn't matter much, McGee. As long as I get a good one. Things are happening so fast these days, I like to keep informed.
You want a globe with Japan on it, Mr. Mayor?
Why, certainly.
Well, then you better get one quick.
Yeah, you leave it to me, Latrivia. I'll see that you get a good one cheap. I got connections.
Splendid, splendid. Thank you very much. I'll try to return the favor sometime.
Hey, how about that job in the city hall you promised me?
Oh, did the mayor promise you a job, did
Well,
he?
practically. He says he was looking for a smart, level-headed man to look in on the higher-ups in the interests of clean government.
Oh, yes. The window washing job. Yes. Oh, that's been filled, McGee, but I'll keep my eyes open for you. A good day.
Goodbye, Mr. Mayor.
Window washing job. Who does he think I am?
He thinks you're the man who wanted the window washing job. Let me take that shopping list again, McGee.
Yeah.
Now, what have we? A radio, a floor lamp, a globe, and a shotgun.
Yeah.
Ah, civilization in a nutshell. How are we going to get all this stuff home?
Oh, I imagine they'll deliver it to the different people for us.
Well, if they don't, we can stick up a truck driver with a shotgun.
Yeah. Or I could bop him with the floor lamp and run off with the globe.
McGee, look who's here, Mr. Wimple. Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp, old man.
Hello there, folks. Excuse me for walking right in, but my goodness, I haven't seen you for simply weeks. I suppose that's because it's been so rotten out.
No, it's because you've been so written out.
Mrs. McGee, I just love a woman who has a sense of humor.
Oh, I love this one myself, Wimple. You go get one of your own.
Hasn't your wife any sense of humor, Mr. Wimple?
Who, Sweetie Face? Well, yes, in a way she has, Mrs. McGee. But she's more of a practical joker, you might say.
Oh, one of those.
Yes. I'll never forget the time we were mountain climbing, and she held me over the edge of a cliff by my coat collar.
Oh, yeah, but you knew she wouldn't drop you, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, of course I knew it, Mrs. McGee. Certainly wasn't her fault that she got bit by a snake just at that minute and had to let go.
Oh. Heavenly days, Mr. Wimple. How far did you fall?
Only a few feet, Mrs. McGee. Fortunately, my pants caught on a bush, and there I was, looking down into a 400-foot canyon, screaming for help and taking pictures like mad with my 2A brownies.
How about the wife, Wimple? Was the snake bite serious?
Oh, indeed it was, Mr. McGee. Oh. Death came within 5 minutes, and Sweetie Face skinned it for a hat band. We often think back to that day and have a hearty laugh. At least I think back and she laughs.
Have you got your Christmas shopping done yet, Mr. Wimple?
No, I still have to get a pair of dumbbells with her initials on to give Sweetie Face.
Oh, with a card reading Merry Christmas from the three of us? Hey, I'll buy some for you, Wimple. I can get you some dumbbells wholesale. 40% off.
I wish we had some music with this merry-go-round.
Well, I'd certainly appreciate it, Mr. McGee. A bargain really appeals to me these days.
Yeah, a guy gets kind of short around Christmas, doesn't he, Wimp?
Oh, indeed, he does. I was looking at my dime bank this morning, and it's practically empty.
Oh, did you shake it real hard?
I didn't have to, Mrs. McGee. Sweetie Face caught me looking at it, and she shook both of us. Well, thank you ever so much, Mr. McGee, and do drop over some night. I've told Sweetie Face all about you, and I'm sure she doesn't hate you as much as she says. Goodbye now.
He must lead me. Oh, look at the time it is, McGee.
Oh, my gosh. We got to get going before that store closes. Get your hat, Molly.
I'm all ready. Get your own hat. You got the list of things?
Sure, right here.
How about the checkbook?
Oh, my checkbook. Oh, where's my checkbook? Oh, I remember.
Where is it?
Right here in the hall closet. Oh. Got to straighten out that closet one of these days.
Martha Tilton singing The Last Time I Saw Paris.
The last time I saw Paris, her heart was warm and gay. I heard the laughter of her heart in every street cafe. The last time I saw Paris, her trees were dressed for spring, and lovers walked beneath those trees, and birds found songs to sing. I dodged the same old taxi cabs that I had dodged for years. The chorus of their squeaky horns was music to my ears. The last time I saw Paris, her heart was warm and gay. No matter how they changed her, I'll remember her that way. I think of happy hours and people who shared them. Old women selling flowers in markets at dawn. Children who applauded Punch and Judy in the park, and those who danced at night and kept their Paris bright. Then the town went dark. The last time I saw Paris, her heart was warm and gay. No matter how they changed her, I'll remember her that way.
The scene, 79 Wistful Vista. The time, 3 hours later.
Oh, home again, thank goodness. What a horrible expedition. You and your 40% off. I think I'll run upstairs and take off about 40% myself. 50 including my shoes.
Yeah. I'm kind of tired, too. Hey, imagine that guy charging me $5 apiece to deliver all them things.
Yeah, and then you didn't get one single item you really wanted.
Well, I couldn't help it. It was so dark in that store, I couldn't see what I was buying.
Did you hear what he said about exchanging merchandise?
Well, you can't blame him for that, Molly. With a big discount like that, he can't afford to keep taking stuff back.
How much did all those things cost you?
Well, let me look at the checkbook. Ooh, $73.
Oh,
but I'll get that back now, Molly. Soon.
You answered, McGee. I couldn't lift the receiver for a bankrupt birdhouse.
Okay. Hello? Oh, hi, Mort. Did you get the shotgun? Wasn't it? Uh-huh. Oh, now take it easy, Mort. That gun is a genuine antique. Yeah, but he said... Oh, but look, Mort. Now, don't get excited. That shotgun was used by Daniel Boone at the Battle of Bull Durham. Bull Quibble. Well, some kind of bull. But that rabbit, Mort, I done my best. Hold it, Mort. There's somebody at the door. See who's there with him, Molly.
Come in.
Now, see here, McGee. What's the idea of sending me that dirty little 5-inch globe when I asked for a...
Hello, Mort. Hold the line a minute. What'd you say, Latrivia?
He doesn't like the globe you bought him, dearie, oddly enough.
I certainly don't. I wanted a large-sized globe, and you send me a ridiculous little 5-inch one.
Well, it's a small world, ain't it, Latrivia?
By George, McGee, if you don't...
Excuse me, Latrivia. I'm talking to a guy on the phone. Now, look, Mort, I'm sorry I couldn't exactly get you a modern shotgun, but gee whiz, when you get 40% off...
Gee, what on earth did you think you were...
Be with you in a minute, Uppy. I'm on the phone.
Won't you sit down, Abigail, and Mr. Mayor, sit
Thank
down.
you, no. I want to speak to that husband of yours.
So do I.
It's unanimous.
Yeah, but look, Mort, I went to a lot of trouble buying you that shotgun, and if you don't
And
appreciate...
Mr. McGee, talk to that person later. I want to speak to you about that repulsive lamp you sent me.
You think that's repulsive? If you could see the globe he sent me...
Now, let's all take it easy.
But, Mort, you don't get the idea. That gun I bought you was a genuine antique. Well, what if you can't shoot with it? Hang it over the fireplace and let the kids...
Hey, Skip, you call that thing you sent me a radio?
You too, Mr. Mills?
Get off that phone, McGee. We want to talk to you.
Indeed we do.
Now, just a minute, folks. Be right with you. Now, listen to reason,
What's
Mort.
wrong with your lamp, Abigail?
What was wrong? The shade doesn't fit. 2 sockets were broken.
You ought to see my radio, babe. Crystal set with a Morning Glory horn and headphones.
How about my globe? My globe. It's so old it shows New York as Indian territory.
Well, it still is. I've seen some scalpers around Times Square.
But, Mort... You don't see my side of it, Mort. All I done was...
I wish you could see my lamp.
And my
Let's
radio.
have one complaint at a time here.
Yes. Let's all be calm.
All right, Mort. Okay, Mort, if that's the way you feel about it.
Oh, Mr. McGee, about those dumbbells.
What dumbbell?
Are you referring to us, Mr. Wimple?
If he is, he's the smartest guy in the room.
All right, Mort. Okay, Mort, if you feel that way, there's nothing... Hello? Okay, folks, now just take it easy. What is all this?
Quiet, everybody.
Now,
Quiet,
let's
please.
consider this calmly, folks. Take your time.
Hey,
the reason
Molly. Oh, hello, everybody.
Now what?
Gee, I'm glad everybody's here.
Why, Mr. Wilcox?
Because I've got great news.
Oh.
See me before you do any shopping.
Huh?
I know a place where I can get 40%. Ladies and gentlemen, we know everyone is anxiously awaiting the words of President Roosevelt. In the meantime, the makers of Johnson's Wax have this message for you. America has answered the treacherous attack of the Japanese by declaring war to the victorious end. To ensure our victory, we must turn our dollars into guns and our dimes into bullets. Buy United States defense bonds and stamps at your bank, post office, or savings and loan association. Get them from your newspaper carrier boy or your retail dealer. If you live in Canada, buy Canadian War Savings certificates or victory bonds. Don't delay. Act now.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chicago WMAQ. In 10 seconds, it will be 9 p.m. BULOVA, Bulova Watch Time. Bulova, masterpiece of fine watchmaking. WMAQ.
The editors of Time, the weekly news magazine, recreate from the pages of Time the first week of the United States at war. The march of time. Sunday, December 7th, 1941. The eastward rolling earth peels off the night. Gray light kindles low over the dark Pacific. It is almost dawn. There is a distant booming, but it is not the boom of the sea. In the western half of the United States, it is mid-morning. church time for thousands. Almighty God, who hast given us this good land for our heritage, we humbly beseech thee that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of thy favor and glad to do thy will. Bless our land with honorable industry, sound learning, and pure manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogancy, and from every evil way. Defend our liberty, and fashion into one united people the multitudes brought hither out of many kindreds and tongues. While in the United States, churchgoers are hearing the common prayer for their country in critical times, in Honolulu it is 7:50 a.m., not even Sunday breakfast time. A lawyer named Roy Vitosek is warming up the motor of his little private plane.
Spinning over nice, Mr. Vitosek. Okay. Great morning for flying, isn't it? Yeah. Just a handful of clouds. And not a plane in the sky. That's right. Well, so long. So long.
3,000 feet aloft, Lawyer Roy Vitosek levels off. Looks down at the green loaf-shaped island of Oahu. And then Roy Vitosek looks south to Cocoa Head. Coming directly toward him, steadily, swiftly, are scores of big black bombing planes. They are nearly upon him before Lawyer Vitosek can see that they are not the warcraft of his own country. Sunday, December 7th, 1941. It is 2:05 p.m. in the Washington office of Secretary of State Cordell Hull. Japanese envoys Nomura and Kurosu arrived 15 minutes late for an appointment with Mr. Hull. Minutes pass as the tardy envoys, constantly consulting their watches, return the level stare of the bronze Lafayette and Washington, surveying them from across the room. Then, ushered into the office, Tennessee and Cordell Hull.
Come in, gentlemen. Take seat.
Thank you.
Yes. You have your government's answer to our government's proposals of November 26th?
Yes.
Let's see what it says. The United States is conspiring with Great Britain in the Far East. Both the United States and Great Britain have resorted to every possible measure to obstruct the establishment of peace. The Japanese government cannot tolerate, in view of the attitude of the American government, that it is impossible to reach an agreement. Mr. Nomura, I must say that in all my 50 years of public service, I have never seen a document that was more clouded with infamous falsehoods and distortions. Infamous falsehoods and distortions on a scale so huge that I never imagined until this day that any government on this planet was capable of uttering them.
Sunday, December 7th, 1941. It is 2:20 p.m. under the great White House portico. A uniformed United States soldier jumps from an army car, hurries up the steps.
Courier from the Chief of Staff's office. Here's a sealed message from the decoding room at the Army Communications Office. Must be shown to the President immediately.
Sunday, December 7th, 1941. It is 2:25 p.m. in the almost deserted Washington office of Bill Peacock of the Associated Press.
What have you got for the night wire, Bill? Nothing much. Routine Sunday stuff. I'll get it. Associated Press.
Hello, Bill. This is Steve Early.
Oh, hello, Steve. Where are you, at the White House?
Oh, I'm calling from home. I've got the UP and the INS in the same wire.
Yeah, well, what's up?
I have a statement here that the President just called up and asked me to read. Quote, the Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor from the air and all military and naval activities on the island of Oahu, the principal American base in the Hawaiian Islands. End quote. I'm going directly to the White House now. I'll tell you more later.
That was Steve Early.
Yeah?
Round up the staff and get them in here. I'm going over to the White House. We're in the war.
Operator, this is Associated Press Office in Honolulu. How about my call to San Francisco?
One moment, please. I think I finally reached your party.
Oh, good.
Go ahead, please.
San Francisco AP, Bartell speaking. Hello, this is Burns, Eugene Burns in Honolulu. We're being bombed. Yeah, Burns, we got a flash from Washington, but no details. The attack is still going on. I'll give you what dope I have. Ready? Go ahead.
From 50 to 150 Japanese bombers, dive bombers, and pursuit ships assaulted the island of Oahu this morning. At 8:10 a.m., the first squadron came roaring in from the southeast over Diamond Head, streaked northward over Pearl Harbor. Got that, Bartell?
Right.
The bombers circled over the U.S. Navy's Ford Island plane base in the harbor center. Dive bombers dropped to within 100 feet of the harbor surface, launched torpedoes at the many U.S. warships lying at anchor. From nearby Hickam Field, U.S. Army plane base, rose a barrage of anti-aircraft fire as a second wave of Japanese planes approached. The enemy...
Hey, Gene, that bomb must have fallen pretty close to you.
Yeah, it did. Something tells me I'd better give you the rest of this report back. Now, here we go. The enemy scored direct hits on Hickam Field Barracks, killed over 100 U.S. soldiers. Wheeler Field got a blast on its hangars. Honolulu got incendiary bombs. Northward, machine gun fire raked the streets of the town of Wahiawa.
Just a minute, Gene. What town was that?
Wahiawa.
Okay, go ahead.
In Pearl Harbor, smoke rose as one vessel was set afire and another exploded. Other vessels steamed from Pearl Harbor in search of Japanese plane carriers. Getting this okay?
I didn't get that last part. Would you repeat it, please?
Hello? Oh, Bartell? Hello? Hello? Say, operator, can't I get this call through?
Thus, after 23 years and 25 days of peace, the United States was plunged into its seventh major conflict. The attacker, the Japanese Empire, whose windows the U.S. had opened on the world just 88 years ago. In Washington, the White House announces 1,500 killed, another 1,500 wounded. Admits the loss of one capital ship, one destroyer. As the fateful news reaches the 132 million peace-loving, peace-making American people by radio, press, and neighborly word of mouth, these are some reactions. In San Francisco, it is just church time. A motorist drives into a filling station.
Morning.
Morning.
Better fill her up with Ethel.
You bet. Say, what do you think of those Japs?
Yes? What, Jay?
They just bombed Pearl Harbor.
Are you kidding?
Just this minute, got over the radio.
Well, what do you know?
Yeah. Looks like this is it.
Gosh. Hey, just now down the street, I almost hit a Jap on a motorcycle. Guess I should have run over him.
On the Cumberland Plateau in Tennessee, it is just after Sunday dinner. Sergeant Alvin Cullum York, legendary World War I hero, is told the news.
We got to put up a united front and give those folks a licking right away. Take care of the Japs first, and then take on the Germans.
As they struck the Russians at Port Arthur in 1904, while their ambassador danced before the Tsar, so once more the Japanese had delivered a copperhead punch. Their aim, to divide the U.S. fleets at Hawaii and Manila, prevent a unified British-American blow on the Japanese fleet as it steamed to attack Singapore, Guam, Wake, and Midway Islands, and soon the Philippines are raided by the far-flung Japanese. In Portland, Maine, the afternoon movies are beginning, says one Yankee.
I feel sure of one thing. Up to today, I wondered whether we were another France, too soft. But now we'll see that Americans can fight in the old way. I know Maine people can.
For the U.S., on this first Sunday afternoon, it becomes plain that this war will have to be won the hard way. Farther down the coast in Martha's Vineyard, famed flyer Charles A. Lindbergh formally ends the cause of isolationism.
We must now turn every effort to building the greatest and most efficient Army, Navy, and Air Force in the world. When American soldiers go to war, it must be with the best equipment that modern skill can design, and that modern industry can build.
The historic Sunday of December 7th ends. It is Monday, December 8th, 1941. At 12:25 p.m. in the chambers of the House of Representatives, members of the House and Senate hold a joint session, knowing that 20 hours and 25 minutes before, Japan had declared war on the United States and Great Britain. That Britain and the first of 18 other nations had declared war on Japan. Every important government official in Washington is present as Franklin Delano Roosevelt delivers his historic message. But none is more attentive than a group of 25 top-ranking officers in the Navy's Bureau of Aeronautics. These officers, some gray-haired four-stripers, a few commanders, and a few of lesser rank, gather in the office of their chief, Rear Admiral Jack Powers, to hear the President's words by radio.
With confidence in our armed forces, with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph. So help us God. I ask that the Congress declare that since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard...
Gentlemen, we have work to do. 51 minutes after the President had spoken, the Senate, with not a single dissenting vote, the House with but one, declares war on Japan. On no issue was the United States ever so united. To a greater extent than at any time since he first took command during the choking depression 8 years ago, Franklin Delano Roosevelt could act with complete authority. He could fire, hire, demand, order, and get what he thought best and necessary, with perfect assurance that the country was solidly behind him. At 4:10 p.m., the President signs the war resolution passed by the Congress. Then, after a brief talk with Russian Ambassador Maxim Litvinov, who had just arrived in Washington, the tired chief executive relaxes on his office sofa, falls asleep, sleeps soundly for an hour. The office in which Franklin Delano Roosevelt takes his brief, well-earned rest once belonged to his old chief, Thomas Woodrow Wilson. It is the same office in which one night 24 years ago, Woodrow Wilson wrote the stirring words which called his country into a great war. Words still remembered.
To such a task, we can dedicate our lives and our fortunes. Everything that we are and everything that we have, with the pride of those who know that the day has come when America is privileged to spend her blood and her might for the principle that gave her birth and happiness and the peace which she has treasured. God helping her, she can do no other.
Tokyo, Wednesday, December 10th. In the village of Ise stands the shrine of the Sun Goddess, most hallowed spot in all Japan. To the shrine comes a little man wearing 6 spectacles, a ceremonial kimono, and a black lacquered skull cap. He is the Emperor Hirohito, who believes he is a direct descendant of the Sun Goddess. Entering the shrine's innermost sanctuary, Hirohito places his wooden scepter under one arm, bows low. He claps his hands to summon the spirit of his distinguished astronomical ancestor with whom he wishes to confer. He has news for us. Imparts it in a swift, eager whisper. His message conveyed, he bows again, then walks out of the shrine backward. Hirohito, the son of heaven, has just told the Sun Goddess that 3 days ago his government declared war on the United States and the British Empire. It is an auspicious day for this mystic conversation. Japanese troops have landed on the Philippine island of Luzon. First foreign troops to make a full-fledged landing on U.S. soil since the War of 1812. But reports Douglas MacArthur, commanding general of U.S. and Philippine forces in the Philippines.
German resistance has confined this action to the attack in the vicinity of Luzon, where the Japanese attempted to establish a beachhead. Air activity continued in the vicinity of Manila, with intermittent attacks on airfields at Cavite and Nichols Field throughout the day. The situation is in hand.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, this morning, one story was the same. America's young men stormed recruiting offices, kept them open 24 hours a day. Many brought their toothbrushes and razors along in the hope of lessening delay. Typical are the scenes in New York City, where with voluntary recruiting at double the rate of World War I, the Navy finds fit and signs on in 2 days enough volunteers to furnish crews for 3 destroyers. The young men wait by thousands in the cold early morning, slowly shuffling to the service of their country. A newspaper man goes down the line asking questions.
Say, what's your name, buddy? I'm from the Daily News. Oh, a reporter, huh? Yeah. My name's Gordon Rome. I'm from Bergen Street, Brooklyn. I sure hope they got a place to sit down in the Navy. My feet are killing me. Pretty tired, huh? Waiting here all night. Sure, I'm tired as hell. Lots of guys are more tired than me. Anyway, it doesn't matter much how you feel. You know what you got to do. I'm here to do it. How about you, mister? You from Brooklyn, too?
Yeah, that's right. I'm Dave Coward from Heck Street over in Brooklyn Heights.
Well, how do you feel about all this?
Well, I served 3 years in the Philippines with the 60th Coast Artillery. Hey, listen, you guys. We got a tough job on our hands. I know the Japs are good. Yeah, well, wait till we get out
I guess that's right. And how about you? I come to volunteer, please. Say, you ain't a Jap, are you?
Oh, no. My name Edward Tong, 240 East 30th Street. I am Chinese.
Oh, I see. Excuse me.
Makes it easy to want in service with Japan enemy. Strasbourg turned me down. Bad eyes. Maybe want me now, yes?
Well, good luck, Mr. Tong. How about you, lad?
Me, I'm from over on Blicker Street. My old man's got a grocery store there. I'm Italian born.
Well, don't you know we're liable to be fighting the Italians?
Sure. And the Germans, too. That's all right for me. I'm an American.
Voicing the thoughts of the vast majority of the American people, this recruit was right. For today in Berlin, Adolf Hitler addresses his Reichstag of stooges, declares war on the United States.
President Wilson deceived Germany. And now, between your Führer and President Roosevelt, there is a worldwide abyss. President Roosevelt failed to recognize the new order. He failed to recognize certain newly established governments. On the other hand, he recognized puppet governments with no territory. The armies tried to prevent a break with the United States, but our patience has come to an end. So now, Italy and Germany, in loyal fulfillment of obligations under the Axis Agreement, associate themselves with Japan in a struggle against America. No one will vanquish Germany. No one will destroy German unity. Germany is strong. Let us thank God we can enter our name in the history of the Reich.
At the same time in Rome, another stooge of Adolf Hitler's, Benito Mussolini, addresses his people from the balcony of his Palazzo Venezia.
The powers over the Axis pact of steel against fascist Italy and the National Socialist Germany, ever closely linked, participate from today on the side of heroic Japan against the United States of America. The formidable blows
have already been inflicted to the American forces in the Pacific. So you have prepared are the soldiers of the Empire of the Rising Sun. I say to you, and you will understand, that it is a privilege to fight with them. Italians, once more arise and be worthy of this historical hour. We shall win.
President Roosevelt drafts his second war message in 4 days, and this time in only 135 words, asks the Congress to extend the theater of this nation's war to the two remaining Axis aggressors. At 1:04 p.m., without debate, without one dissenting vote, the Senate and the House of Representatives obey the request. Today, the U.S. Army Air Force lifts at the hearts of all Americans with a major achievement. U.S. Army bombers rise from a Manila airfield with orders to engage the enemy off northern Luzon. The commander with his flight behind him reports.
2250 to Manila.
Go ahead. 2250.
Reconnaissance was right. Target sighted. Japanese capital ship. About 29,000 tons.
Okay.
We are over target. Signing off.
Okay, 2250. Good luck.
Sig?
Yeah, Sig here.
You aim for his fire control tower. Here we go. .2250 to Manila.
Go ahead. 2250.
One of our bombers scored repeated direct hits on a Japanese battleship of the Congo class. When the bombers left, the battleship was blazing fiercely.
Nice going, 2250.
That's one for the boys who got it in the barracks back at Hickam Field.
This was America, this first week of its Second World War. For the war was now truly a world war. A war with fronts on every continent save one. A war involving 6 more nations than its terrible predecessors. In a fireside talk from the White House, the U.S. war president has reminded his warring people of this. Promises them the truth. Promises them victory. But foresees a long, bitter struggle, bad as well as good news. For the U.S., the war had got off to a bad start. But to a nation finally unified through war's reality, these opening disasters would be of small account. The U.S. had embarked on the greatest adventure in its history to make the world really safe for democracy. Time marches on.
We hold these truths.
This is a program about the making of a promise and the keeping of a promise. This is a program about the rights of people. This is a program coming to you over the combined radio networks of the United States, bringing you the voices of Americans, bringing you the voice of the President of the United States. This is a program for listeners in all zones of continental time, for listeners on ships away from home, for listeners in uniform, for listeners on the American islands in the 2 great oceans. This is a program about the guarantee made to the people of America 150 years ago. A guarantee that has been kept through peace and war and peace and war. A guarantee we call the Bill of Rights.
My name is Barrymore. I'm one of several actors gathered in a studio in California near shores that face an enemy across an ocean now Pacific in name only. We are here tonight to join 130 million fellow Americans in praise of a document that men have fought for, that men are fighting for, that men will keep on fighting for as long as freedom is a strong word falling sweet upon the ear. What we enact here tonight has been enacted many times before in living flesh and blood. The people we portray have walked the world. The drama is an ancient one, the endless one, the struggle for men's rights to live their lives out peacefully and profitably in a decent world. It may be many of us people here are known to many of you people there. For with us, honored to have a part in this program of commemoration, are some whose names you may have heard. Such names as Edward Arnold, Walter Brennan, Bob Burns, Norman Corwin, Bernard Herrmann, Walter Houston, Marjorie Main, Edward G. Robinson, Corporal James Stewart, loaned to us for this occasion by the Army Air Corps, Rudy Valley, and Orson Welles. In New York City, waiting to join us is Dr. Leopold Stokowski in the Symphony Orchestra. In Washington, the highest name in the land, the President of the United States, Commander-in-Chief of the Army and the Navy, Mr. Roosevelt. But this is not a night of names, of personalities. Our names or any names are meaningless unless your names are added, unless you join us. You, for whom the sacred rights were written and to whom their keeping is entrusted. You, the guardians of what has been bequeathed to you by millions like yourselves, and by the toil of centuries as dark and menacing as this we live in. You, the people of the Federated States.
150 years is not long in the reckoning of a hill, but to a man it's long enough. 150 years is a weekend to the redwood tree, but to a man it's 2 full lifetimes. 150 years is a twinkle to a star, but to a man it's time enough to teach 6 generations what the meaning is of liberty, how to use it, when to fight for it.
Have you ever been to Washington, your capital? Been there lately? Well, let me tell you, it's a place of buildings and of boom and bustle, of the fever of emergency, of workers working overtime, of windows lighted late into the night. It's a handsome city, proud of its sturdy name, proud of the men who stopped there and made decisions, proud of its domes and lawns and monuments. Of course, Washington is like some other cities you've seen. It has streetcars, haberdasheries, newsstands, coffee shops, and slums. At busy intersections, there are neon traffic signs which, when the light's against you, say, "Don't walk." And when the light changes, walk. It's a tourist city, which is proper when you think how much of history a busy guide can cover in a day, and when you realize that the District of Columbia belongs to all the people of the states. The tourists know that here their voices have been heard from clear back home, that here their votes are put to work. The tourists go to see the sights they've seen 1,000 pictures of, Sights so famous and familiar that they're thrilled to find they look, well, they look just like they thought they looked. Washington Monument, for example, or the Lincoln Memorial, where the seated and relaxed Abe Lincoln sits between two mighty murals of plain words, his own words.
With firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations.
The city moves on busily outside the monument. The tourist goes to see the Capitol, the White House, the museums, sees all about him statues and inscriptions with more sayings than he's ever seen in his life before. They're wise sayings, profound sayings. At Union Station, for example.
A man must carry knowledge with him if he would bring home knowledge. Samuel Johnson.
The Archives Building.
What is past is prologue.
The Supreme Court.
Justice, the guardian of liberty.
But one of the best is in the Library of Congress.
The noblest motive is the public good. Virgil.
The tourist thinks that over.
The noblest motive is the public good.
And with this in mind, he climbs the marble stairs inside the library to come at length upon a case containing a handwritten document.
The engrossed original of the Constitution of the United States of America.
He sees that the manuscript is aging, that its words are worn as though from use. The writing's dim. It's hard to make it out. It's getting on in years.
We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Article 1, Section 1. All legislative...
The words are dim, but not the meaning of the words. The pens that put this down are dust, but not the marks they made. There was a time when this was shining parchment, when the text was easier to read, when the ink was not yet dry. Suppose that we, stopped here in modern Washington before this shrine, were to return, go back a little north by east in time and space to one bright afternoon in Philadelphia. That fine fall day when deputies from 12 free states subscribed their names to a new blueprint of a new society.
1787, and of the independence of the United States the 12th, in witness whereof we have hereunto subscribed our names, George Washington, President, and Deputy from Virginia.
Now, gentlemen, we are ready for your signatures by geographical progression north to south. The deputies from New Hampshire will please sign first. John Langdon.
John Langdon.
Nicholas Gilman.
Nicholas Gilman.
The delegates from Massachusetts.
Good-looking men, these. They're mostly lawyers. 2 or 3 of them surgeons.
Rufus King.
The gentleman from Connecticut, please. William Samuel.
Broome there. Broome of Delaware. He did surveying for a while.
Roger Sherman.
And now our representative
Sherman, who just signed. He was a shoemaker before he studied law.
The gentleman from New Jersey.
That's Washington calling the delegation.
David Brearley.
David Brearley.
The gentleman from...
The man behind Ben Franklin is Alexander Hamilton. Ben's getting old now, 81. Hey, he slept off and on throughout the whole convention, but when it was important to be awake, he was awake all right, and active.
Pinckney. Charles Coatsworth Pinckney. The gentleman...
There have been men assembled in a room before, but never to a greater purpose.
Now, gentlemen, the others.
Well...
Abraham Baldwin.
Here comes the last to sign now.
William Jackson, Secretary.
So, the Constitution has been drafted. signed, and presently will be submitted to the states for their approval. Now, the convention's all relaxed now. There are handshakes, felicitations. Is everybody happy? Will they celebrate, do you suppose? Will Rufus King go home to Boston and be welcomed by a welcoming committee from the city? Will appreciative Virginians hoist James Madison on their shoulders and parade him through the streets, shouting, "Father of the Constitution"? Will a thumping band march up and down the town making a noise like this? No. There will be no band.
And I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, the heart of every man and woman, nay, of every child in each and every one of our 13 states, from the rock-bound shores of Maryland to the golden sands of Georgia, should fill and swell with pride on reading the noble and glorious Constitution which our wise and prudent and far-sighted representatives in solemn assembly have framed and admitted to our glorious states for their approval. And I say to you...
No. There will be no speeches. There will be no celebration. No confetti from the windows. Fireworks saluting cannon. Roses strewn beneath the coaches of the delegates. Instead, suspicion. Suspicion by the very men who fought the long fight so that there could be a constitution drawn for the emancipated states. The farmers and the clerks and the hackmen and the artisans and the grease-grimed blacksmiths in their shops. These men who only lately put away their guns and powder in a good dry place. These men who won a war of freedom, but who know that freedom must be guarded to be kept. And they're suspicious. And they're talking in the common, in the tavern, and in the parlor, and in the foundry room.
All right, what else does it say?
Well, that covers it. That's the whole thing.
Constitution. I don't like it.
Why?
Come here with me. Come over at the door. See that spire?
Yes?
That's a church I go to.
Well, what about it?
I like it. I'm a God-fearing man. I want to keep on going there.
Well?
Don't want anybody telling me I have to pray his way.
Well, who'd think of doing that?
It's been done. It's happened often. You ever hear of state religion?
Yes.
Bad. I don't like it. Don't think we should have it.
Well, we haven't got it.
Nothing in that thing you read me guarantees we won't get it.
Say, this here Constitution gives us order and authority, huh?
Yeah.
But we had order and authority under King George before the Revolution. Shucks, the Romans had order and authority under Nero, too. Only the wrong kind and too much of it.
Oh, yes, but surely you can trust the men
Now, it ain't that I don't trust the men who wrote the Constitution. Oh, sure, I trust them, but them fellers won't always be around.
Oh, yeah, well, you don't seem to understand. This is our own authority. Now, if you...
The fact that it's our own don't make no difference. Constitution's fine as far as it goes. But the time to talk authority is after you put it down in black and white that we're all free men. Then we'll give you all the authority you need to keep us that way. What's more, we'll back it up with guns. That fair enough?
Well, the way you talk, you'd think that...
The way I talk, I think it all depends on who's handing out authority. Whether it's to keep men slaves or keep them free.
Didn't think it was necessary. The English thought it was necessary 100 years ago. They've got a Bill of Rights. Where's ours?
Well, maybe they'll get around to that. Maybe they'll amend the Constitution later.
How do we know they will?
Well, maybe they're planning some...
I don't like this maybe business. When my husband Robert got killed at Trenton, there was no maybe about it. He got killed. He knew what he was fighting for, and he was glad to die for it. Now the fighting's over. I want to see it.
I don't know, Jerry. Sometimes I wonder whether you use your head for anything else than to keep your ears apart.
I got my opinion, and I stick to it. The Constitution looks good to me. I don't think it needs no adding to.
Hand me that brick there.
It's a foundation, that's what it is.
Sure, it's a foundation. That's just what I'm talking about. But do you build a foundation and then go away and not build a house? Do you clear the woods and then let the ground go barren?
Ah, Pipple.
Ah, the way you argue. Pipple, eh? Is that all you can say? Hand me that brick there.
What's the hurry? Give them time. It's not an easy job to get a new country running right.
That's just the point. It's a lot easier to get it running wrong.
Rights, man. Can't you get that through your head? Why shouldn't rights be written into the Constitution just as much as rules on how to meet and when to vote and how much a senator should get paid? Not they alone. Not only little men like they, whose names escape us, whose names will never be recalled. The men who left their bloody footprints in the snows of Pennsylvania and buried their comrades in a clearing back of a clump of evergreens. The little men who took it, gave it, stuck for the duration, saw it through. Not they alone are doubters, wondering and grumbling. No, there are big names, too. Names now bandied on the tongue, but later to be lustrous, later to be sainted. Tom Jefferson, George Mason, Jimmy Madison, Pat Henry. Now, take Jefferson, for instance. You know what he says?
Bill of Rights is what the people are entitled to against any government on earth.
I'll take Pat Henry.
I cannot give my oath to support this Constitution without a Bill of Rights.
I'll take Mason, a wealthy planter of Virginia who'd rather plant a seed of liberty than 20,000 acres of tobacco.
Government to be lasting must be founded in the confidence and affections of the people. Without a Bill of Rights, this government will end either in monarchy or a tyrannical aristocracy. This Constitution has been formed without the knowledge of the people, and it is not proper to say to them, take this or nothing.
Well, then, the Constitution is in peril. This document, so handsomely engrossed in Philadelphia, there are doubts about it, and suspicions. Will the states approve of it? Approve by ratifying? Will they throw it out? Or will they ratify providing certain changes will be made? The writing's fresh, still fresh upon the parchment. The text is clean, the ink is bold, the meaning clear. Only the worth of the Constitution is uncertain. All the points, the articles, the regulations are well put, but will they be well taken? The states decide. Not one man, 2 men, 3 men, but the states united. They decide. What says South Carolina?
We ratify but offer 4 amendments.
What says Massachusetts, where she stands?
We ratify but offer 9 amendments.
New Hampshire, you.
We ratify but propose 12 amendments.
Rhode Island.
We ratify but 21 amendments, please.
North Carolina.
26 amendments and the Declaration of Men's Rights.
Virginia.
We ratify, but we're suggesting 29 amendments and a Bill of Rights.
New York.
33 amendments and appropriations ready, and we ratify.
Now, Congress may begin. May call itself First Congress. May go to work. May tackle the new job of running a democracy. But it has one thing to remember. A promise is a promise. The people have been promised changes, promised amendments, promised that their freedoms should be written down in black and white for all to see, for all to know, for all to live and prosper by. Well, it'll take time. No quorum to begin with. Bad roads, New York City hard to get to. There's some indifference, too. So, well, days go by. No quorum. Month of March goes by. No quorum. Well, patience. Good things grow slowly. Good things don't come running when you whistle to them. Good things are always fought for, worked for, grown. The acorn to the oak is not an overnight procedure, you know. God himself took several days to make the earth. But one day they begin. They sit down in a drafty hall in New York City and they go to work. At first they're busy with 100 other things, but Madison, he keeps after them. He's a stickler for this Bill of Rights. Madison remembers what the people want. And by this time, carpenters are making changes in Federal Hall, adding more room. The place has got to be enlarged. The government's growing, you know. And the representatives, all 55 of them, they work through the noise. They're making some additions of their own. They're working on the Bill of Rights.
Do you think 55 representatives of the American people sat in a hall in New York City, in a drafty hall, and made up Articles of Freedom? Do you think the congressmen from 13 states made up those freedoms out of their own heads, debated there, deliberated there, without assistance, all by themselves, from their own experience? Oh, no. They had much help. From many nameless and unknown, from dust in quiet places, from broken bones deep in the earth, deep in forgotten earth, mixed with the empty clay, from bleeding mouths, burnt flesh, cropped ears, from numberless and nameless agonies. The delegates from dungeons, they were there.
I said that men were born equal. That is all I said.
The delegates from ashes, at the bottoms of the stakes, they were there. The king did not approve. The gallows delegates, whose corpses lifted gently in the breeze, they too. The exiled wanderers, the Christians killed for being Christians, Jews for being Jews, the Quakers hanged in Boston town. They made a quorum also.
Prison. We are prison.
The murdered men, the lopped off hands, the shattered limbs, the red welts where the whiplash bit into the back. Must you know what they said? Must you know how they argued? Must you be told the evidence? The silent testimony of the raised, must it be told verbatim? Listen then! That was an argument for an amendment. That was a speech in favor of an article of freedom. That praised the passage of a Bill of Rights. How much of all this must be told to be believed? Must it be drawn on diagrams? X marks the spot where decency was last observed. The dotted line shows how the victim staggered. The arrow points to blood. The headsman, he was there in Federal Hall. The man who turned the ratchets on the rack. He sat in the assembly, too. Nero was there. Caligula, King Philip, Torquemada, Cotton Mather, all the tyrants and the martyrs who had gone before. Sat quietly, unseen among the representatives. Read from their memoirs, expert testimonies, found their ways into the records and between the lines. All the long and bloody history of fanaticism, murder in the name of God, torture, in the name of love, crucifixion in the name of safety to the crown.
My God, my God.
He, too, sat in the Congress. The mild man with the scars in his hands and feet, where the spike went through. He was a consultant in the business at hand. Had he not died because the rulers of a realm denied free speech? Was he not nailed up on a cross between two thieves because his preachments were considered treason? He, the Son of God, was he not executed over an issue of the rights of man? Make no mistake about it. He was there. He sat beside James Madison and Elbridge Gerry and John Page in Federal Hall. Unseen he was. The men of Congress were collaborated with. They added up the gains and losses, and the brave words spoken, and the brave songs sung. They weighed the drawn and quartered flesh. They took into account the hemlock and the crucifix, the faggot and garrote. And then they framed amendments to the Constitution out of the agonies, out of the crisscross scars of all the human race. They made a Bill of Rights for their own people, for a new, a willful, and a hopeful nation. Made a Bill of Rights stand against the enemies within, connivers, fakers, those who lust for power, those who make of their authority an insolence. The Congress of the 13 states, instructed by the people of the 13 states, threw up a bulwark, wrote a hope, and made a sign for their posterity against the bigots, the fanatics, bullies, lynchers, race haters, the cruel men, the spiteful men, the sneaking men, the pessimists, the men who give up fights that have been just begun. The Congress wrote a 10-part epic of amendments.
Amendment 1. Congress shall make no law regarding an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Redburn.
I move this amendment be accepted in its present form without qualification.
These are the voices of Virginians. We are debating Congress's amendment on this mild December afternoon, this 15th of December, 1791, debating in the State Assembly in the capital at Richmond. Only one more state is needed now to ratify. Just one more state and the amendment becomes law. The victory is close at hand. Virginia likes these articles. Virginia, the home of Washington and Jefferson, of Madison and Mason. Virginia has fought to win these rights for many years, has waited for this day. This is December the 15th, 1791. Virginia will ratify the Bill of Rights today, and freedom will take hold, take root, begin to burgeon in the rich earth of America. Today, the 15th of December.
Now the people of the states breathe easier. It's all down in black and white. A contract. It's a deal between the future and themselves. Americans don't make a promise lightly, or take it that way either. A promise made by honest men to other honest men is like a hand clasp and a vow. Meant to be understood. Meant to be remembered. Oh, look about the country now. Suspicion thaws like frost beneath the frank diplomacy of spring. The people read the new amendments slowly, pleasurefully, as they'd read a letter from a son just set up in business who'd written home to tell how he was making good.
Oh, well, now that's more like it. Yes, sir, that's more like it.
Got your sleeve in the soup, dear. What's more like what?
Listen to this. Amendment 2. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
That mean you can keep your gun?
That means if somebody gets into office and turns sour on the people that put him there, why, he can't vex us with a standing army the way George did before the war. No, sir, we people of the states, if we got arms, nobody's going to order us to do things the majority of the country ain't voted for. Not without a fight.
Better eat that soup before it gets cold. Shouldn't read when you eat anyways. Put down the paper.
Oh, all right.
That's a good law, ain't it, Jasper?
Yep. Go on reading it. Why'd you stop?
Well, how can you hear me when you're hammering?
Concentration. Go on.
Amendment 3. No soldier shall in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law.
Gives me elbow grease just hearing things like that. Makes the old hammer handle easier.
The way this sounds, you'd think we was expecting another war. In a time of war, this says. Why, I thought we'd just been all through that a little while ago.
Why, the more these amendments make us free, the more they'll be hated by those who don't want freedom because it spoils their game. Think nobody's going to try and break us up because we're united and agreed? Some people are just ornery that way. Wouldn't surprise me none if we had to fight more wars.
Why, you mean to say we're maybe going to have to fight all over again to keep our independence? Well, I hope it don't get to be a habit.
I hope it does. Pretty good habit to get into, fighting for your rights. Always somebody waiting for a chance to steal valuables. And if freedom ain't a valuable, I don't know what is.
Yeah, well.
Go on, read some more.
Amendment 4. The rights of the people to be secure in their persons, homes, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath and affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized.
I brought you these, Robert. I grew them myself inside the house. Don't smell much, but they're awful pretty. Everything's going on about the same at the house. Except I'm a year older since I was here last. Guess you don't have to worry anymore, Robert. Guess you can rest in peace now. Looks like it's going to be all right. They didn't trick you, Robert. Looks all right.
The voices of Americans in Maryland, in Pennsylvania, Connecticut, the Carolinas, Georgia. Up and down the little seaboard nation, the voices of Americans together now. Together in a new way, in a strange new way, a way men had never lived together in before. Proud men, unsuspicious, trusting men. They're fighting over, and their living just begun. They're building, and they're working, and they're singing, just now getting started.
Here strangers from 1,000 shores, compelled by tyranny to roam, shall find amid abundant stores a nobler and a happier home. Rejoice, Columbia's sons, rejoice. To tyrants never bend the knee, but join with heart and soul and voice for Jefferson and liberty. Here art shall
Will this
live
song make good its promise? Does this folk tune hold the truth? Shall strangers from 1,000 shores be compelled by tyrannies to roam? Shall they find here, amidst abundant stores, a nobler and happier home? 150 years from this beginning, how much of what is said and of what is sung and what is written down shall still be good? This parchment of the Bill of Rights, with the word resolved so plainly written on it, how long will it endure? Is it a passport to a greater day? Will future generations read it, sanction it, and pass on it? Will children's children live by it, work by it, and profit by it? Look it over. Look it over. It is new. The parchment shines. The text is easy reading. The words are not yet worn with trial and experience. The writing's fresh, the meaning's clear. The parchment gleams in the December sunlight like a burnished shield upraised against oppression.
Amendment 5. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life and limb. Nor shall he be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Nor shall private property be taken for public use without...
Let's go ahead 150 years from now. Let's rush headlong, unstopping down the corridors of time. Let's go ahead to 1941. The writing dims. The parchment cracks and curls up at the edges. The splotch of time is on it. And now it's in a case in Washington, D.C. It's in a case behind a pane of special glass protecting it from the light. You see that tourist bending over it there? He's trying hard to make out the writing. He's tracing the rights of persons accused of crime.
Amendment 6. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district where the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense.
Where does this tourist come from? Oh, maybe from a place undreamed of when the Bill of Rights was born. A land as far away from Federal Hall as Europe. Oh, California. What lies tonight between that place and here? 4 dozen states without a yard of fenced-in border. 130 million people. People working, people resting up to work some more. People working in a mighty unison to prosecute a war. All right, now let's move along. Let's move among them. Let's hear them living lives and thinking thoughts and giving off opinions. Let's see now what they have to say 150 winters after Richmond. Let's see what happens to the Bill of Rights through their 33 administrations, 77 Congresses, and a half a dozen wars. Has anybody anything to say about the status of men's rights December 15th, 1941?
I have something to say, if you don't mind. I'm in jail tonight, but I'm joining in your celebration and cheering as hard as anybody else.
Uh-huh. Well, if you don't mind my asking, what...
Well, a trumped-up charge. The old routine in the city.
And I'm getting out on bail tomorrow, and when I'm finally tried, it'll be by a jury and in public. And none of this Gestapo stuff. Not that they wouldn't try it if they could, but that little 450-word matter you're celebrating tonight stops them short of that.
Yeah, well, what did they chuck you in the clink for? I mean, what the charge?
Making a speech for the fusion party against the mayor. First, we hired a hall, but they took away our permit. Said the building was unsafe under an old fire ordinance. So then we went down to Garrison Square, where no permit is required to speak in public. And within 10 minutes, we were on our way to the police station on charges of blocking traffic, disturbing the peace, and inciting to riot.
Oh, it's a fine thing.
Yes, but listen, we'll beat him. He's scared of us. He's scared the people will find out the truth. And with good reason, because when they do, he's finished. That's why he doesn't want us to be heard.
Uh-huh.
It's only the crooks and the frightened little big shots who need to shut up their opponents. That may work all right in some other countries, but not here.
Yeah, well, how are you going to beat him?
Well, there's such things as rights on our side. And not even the mayor's machine is powerful enough to stop us. We'll fight that fight on every front. Carry it to the highest courts if necessary. And we'll win.
Is this the talk of servile men? Of tamed and gutless and obedient men? Is this the kind of talk you hear from slaves and witless followers? No, not quite. Not exactly. This is what they meant in Federal Hall and what they voted for 150 years ago today in Richmond. Those 10 amendments are not dusty statutes loafing in retirement. They're a pep talk to the fighters and a fortress to the undefended. They double bar the front door of the home against culprits and searching parties. Stand the drinks for everybody toasting freedom. And of all things, they are not a set of legal clauses, dry and dusty. Although that's Amendment 7, that makes us wonder.
Amendment 7. In suits at common law, where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law.
Uh-huh. Well, except for that, not like a lawyer's brief at all, but mostly like a kind of a freestyle ode to liberty. 10 verses long.
Amendment 8. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted.
That's treason in most of your sentiment like that today.
Amendment 9. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people.
Do you notice how many times it says the people? Well, now, can it be because it means the people? Yeah, it can.
Amendment 10. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people.
Powers reserved to the people in the Bill of Rights. How the mighty and the proud have fallen. Why, King John, who threw a fit when barons made him sign the Magna Carta. Barons, mind you, were heedless of the common people. John, the tough old monarch. Well, he would have died 1,000 deaths of apoplexy at the mention of the thought of it. The pharaohs of old Egypt, masters of the blackest arts of slavery. They would have crawled inside a pyramid and shut 147 secret doors behind them in a panic.
A promise is a promise. Has America's been kept? Has it come through peace and war untarnished and unbroken? Has it worked, and is it working? For the people and by the people? Is it going anywhere from here? Are the rights the right rights? Are they rolling? Do they function? Do they click? Well, who knows the answer better than the people? Who better can we ask than ask the great custodians themselves, the 100 million keepers of the promise? And we shall ask them. Ask a few of them who stand for many more than few, the high and the low among them. Ladies and gentlemen, an office clerk.
Well, we know what freedom is now. Looked for a while there like a lot of us had forgot what it really meant and how much we had of it. But the news that kept piling in from the four corners of the earth, that reminded us, all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, an editor.
There have been attacks on the freedom of the press and strangleholds of various sorts, but they've been broken every time. And today a man is free to start a paper, run it as he pleases, differ from the next man, all he wants. That would make it seem to me, for one, that our rights have come down undamaged.
Ladies and gentlemen, a worshiper.
I go to the church of my choice. When I don't wish to go, I don't go.
Ladies and gentlemen, an auto worker.
We got the right to organize. We got the right to bargain collectively. Those are good rights, and we're proud of them. We're better workers on account of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, a manufacturer.
There is nothing in any law which forbids us to forget class differences and work together to strengthen the sinews of our country.
Ladies and gentlemen, an Okie.
I got a right, if I'm hungry and out of work, which I has been, to go looking for work anywhere in my country. The big court says nobody can't stop me from looking. Dang it, that's my right.
Ladies and gentlemen, a mother.
I might be afraid to bring a child into the world, but not to bring a citizen into the population of the United States.
Yes. And from men beneath the rocking spars of fishing boats in Gloucester, from the vast tenancy of busy cities, roaring with the million mingled sounds of work, from towns spread thinly through the Appalachians, from the assembly lines, the forges spitting flame, the night shifts in the mines, the great flat counties of the prairie states, from the grocers, from the salesmen, from the tugboat pilots and the motor makers, acclamation! Yes, united proudly in a solemn day, knit more strongly than we were 150 years ago this day. Can it be progress if our Bill of Rights is stronger now than when it was conceived? Is that not what you would call wearing well? The incubation of invincibility? Is not our Bill of Rights more cherished now than ever? The blood more zealous to preserve it whole? Americans shall answer, for they alone they know the answer. The people of America, from the east, from west, from north, from south. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the people of the United States.
Free Americans. No date in the long history of freedom means more to liberty-loving men in all liberty-loving countries than the 15th day of December, 1791. On that day, 150 years ago, a new nation, through an elected Congress, adopted a Declaration of Human Rights which has influenced the thinking of all mankind from one end of the world to the other. There is not a single republic of this hemisphere which has not adopted in its fundamental law basic principles of freedom of man and freedom of mind enacted in the American Bill of Rights. There is not a country, large or small, on this continent and in this world which has not felt the influence of that document, directly or indirectly. Indeed, prior to the year 1933, the essential validity of the American Bill of Rights was accepted everywhere, at least in principle. Even today, with the exception of Germany, Italy, and Japan, the peoples of the whole world, in all probability 4/5 of them, support its principles, its teachings, and its glorious results. But in the year 1933, there came to power in Germany a political clique which did not accept the declarations of the American Bill of Human Rights as valid. A small clique of ambitious and unscrupulous politicians whose announced and admitted platform
was precisely the destruction of the rights that instrument declared. Indeed, the entire program and goal of these political and moral tigers was nothing more than the overthrow throughout the earth of the great revolution of human liberty, of which our American Bill of Rights is the mother charter. The truths which were self-evident to Thomas Jefferson, which have been self-evident to the 6 generations of Americans who followed him, were to these men hateful. The rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which seemed to the founders of the Republic, and which seemed to us inalienable, were to Hitler and his fellows empty words, which they proposed to cancel forever. The propositions they advanced to take the place of Jefferson's inalienable rights were these: that the individual human being has no rights whatever in himself and by virtue of his humanity, that the individual human being has no right to a soul of his own, or a mind of his own, or a tongue of his own, or a trade of his own, or even to live where he pleases, or to marry the woman he loves. That his only duty is the duty of obedience, not to his God, not to his conscience, but to Adolf Hitler, and that his only value is his value not as a man, but as a unit of the Nazi state. To Hitler, the ideal of the people as we conceive it, the free, self-governing, and responsible people, is incomprehensible. The people to Hitler are the masses, and the highest human idealism is in his own words, that a man should wish to become a dust particle of the order of force, which is to shape his universe. To Hitler, the government as we conceive it is an impossible conception. The government to him is not the servant and the instrument of the people, but their absolute master and the dictator of their very act. To Hitler, the church as we conceive it is a monstrosity to be destroyed by every means at his command. The Nazi church is to be the national church, a pagan church, absolutely and exclusively in the service of but one doctrine, one race, one nation. To Hitler, the freedom of men to think as they please, and speak as they please, and worship as they please, is of all things imaginable most hateful and most desperately to be feared. The issue of our time, the issue of the war in which we are engaged, is the issue forced upon the decent, self-respecting peoples of the earth by the aggressive dogmas of this attempted revival of barbarism. This proposed return to tyranny, this effort to impose again upon the peoples of the world doctrines of absolute obedience, of dictatorial rule, of the suppression of truth, of the oppression of conscience, which the free nations of the earth have long ago rejected. What we face is nothing more nor less than an attempt to overthrow and to cancel out the great upsurge of human liberty, of which the American Bill of Rights is the fundamental document, to force the peoples of the earth, and among them the peoples of this continent and this nation, to accept again the absolute authority and despotic rule from which the courage and the resolution and the sacrifices of their ancestors liberated them many, many years ago. It is an attempt which could succeed only if those who have inherited the gift of liberty had lost the manhood to preserve it.
But we Americans know that the determination of this generation of our people, our generation to preserve liberty, is as fixed and certain as the determination of that earlier generation of Americans was to win it. We will not, under any threat or in the face of any danger, surrender the guarantees of liberty our forefathers framed for us in our Bill of Rights. We hold with all the passion of our hearts and minds to those commitments of the human spirit. We are solemnly determined that no power or combination of powers of this earth shall shake our hold upon them. We covenant with each other before all the world that having taken up arms in the defense of liberty, we will not lay them down before liberty is once again secure in the world we live in. For that security we pray. For that security we act, now and evermore.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard the President of the United States speaking from the White House in Washington, D.C. Our national anthem.
You have been listening to We Hold These Truths, a special program commemorating the 150th anniversary of the ratification of the Bill of Rights and presented over the combined radio networks of the United States. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt spoke from the White House in Washington, D.C. The Hollywood portion of the program, written and directed by Norman Corwin, starred Edward Arnold, Walter Brennan, Bob Burns, Walter Houston, Marjorie Main, Edward G. Robinson, Corporal James Stewart, Rudy Valley, and Orson Welles. The original music score was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. The national anthem was performed by the NBC Symphony Orchestra, conducted by Dr. Leopold Stokowski, and came to you from New York.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. From the United States Marine Base at Quantico, Virginia, the Pepsodent Show starring Bob Hope.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, Quantico Marine Base Hope, telling you leathernecks to use Pepsodent and you'll never have teeth that would make a cowhide. Well, here I am at the Quantico Marine Base, and it was easy to find. I just drove down US 1 and turned left at the first crap game. Quite a few winners out there, and I want to tell you, You should see this base, and boy, are these Marines here healthy-looking and rugged. You should see the hair in their chest. I saw one Marine with so much hair in his chest, his girlfriend didn't send him a sweater. She came down to camp and knitted it right on him. Was that you, Mother? I've been staying in Washington, and you know, whenever a big celebrity arrives, they have a big brass band at the station to meet him. Well, when I arrived, 2 chambermaids leaned out of a window at the Carlton Hotel and beat on a cuspidor. But Washington, D.C. is really a busy place right now. I've never seen such a busy place. Now I know what D.C. means, darn crowded. Boy, what crowds. Whenever you walk along the streets, you have to worm your way through crowds of women going in the opposite direction. Of course, if you're not a worm, you can step to the right. Honestly, I've never seen such crowded streets. I was walking along in a thick crowd when the guy behind me burped and the guy in front of me fell down. And you should see the drugstores at lunchtime. To get a cheese sandwich, you have to have a priority. To get a ham sandwich, you have to have a drag with the war production board. And to get a glass of milk, you have to have a pull with a cow. And it's certainly crowded in my hotel. I took a shower this morning, and I scrubbed my back for 10 minutes before I discovered it wasn't mine. And all you ever see in Washington these days are majors, colonels, and generals. One private sneaked into town the other day, and he broke his arm saluting. And Washington is crowded with subcontractors looking for defense work. You know what a subcontractor? That's anybody with 2 pieces of wood and a priority on a nail. I even know a pinball machine manufacturer is turning out a special pinball machine for the Air Force. When you hit 50,000, Jimmy Doolittle flies out of Shangri-La and Tokyo lights up. And they have an unusual type of traffic signal here in Washington. First it says pedestrians walk, then it says automobiles go, and when a woman driver comes along, it waves its arms, rings a bell, and a big neon sign lights up and says pedestrians and automobiles both climb something quick. I made it. And there are 8 times as many women as men, 8 girls to every fella. In fact, this is the first city I ever saw where if you hear a wolf howling, it isn't for a mate, it's for help. I had a very embarrassing accident yesterday. Somehow I spilled a whole bucket of glue all over me, and I didn't have time to change my clothes either because I had an appointment to go on a tour through the Treasury building. But it's amazing how many people there are in Washington. In fact, there's so little space left, the Republican Party had to change their mascot to a gopher. And the Democratic donkey had to go on a 9-day diet. It's the first time any Democrat has been on a diet since the Hoover administration. Well, Larry Keating, say, aren't these Marines a swell bunch of guys? You know they come from all states of the Union?
From all states? Well, how do you know, Bob?
Well, yesterday at dance here, while the band was playing deep in the heart of Texas, I tried to cut in on a Marine from Missouri, and he gave me the Jersey bounce, and they had to carry me back to Old Virginia.
Well, Bob, you know, you shouldn't have picked on a Marine from Missouri.
Well, tell me why, Larry.
Well, you know the old saying, people from Missouri have to be shown. And some of the smartest shoppers come from Missouri. They've got that good old skeptical Missouri show-me spirit. And Pepsodent tooth powder was just made for folks who like to be shown. You know, you can prove what I tell you about Pepsodent tooth powder. You can prove Pepsodent makes teeth sparkle and shine more beautifully than any other leading brand.
I'm from Missouri. How can I prove it?
Just use Pepsodent tooth powder regularly and look in your mirror. Pepsodent can make teeth so much brighter you can see the difference with your own eyes. How do I know? Independent laboratory tests have proved Pepsodent produces a luster on teeth twice as bright as the average of all other leading brands. And then, to be doubly certain, these results were checked in everyday life. In the famous twin tests, You know, one twin of each set used Pepsodent, the other chose another leading brand of tooth powder. And in every single case, people could tell which twin had used Pepsodent because her teeth were twice as bright.
You mean Pepsodent made such a noticeable difference that people could tell the twins apart by their teeth?
That is right. So get a package of Pepsodent tooth powder tonight and see how it brightens your smile. Gives you teeth that shine and sparkle, that are twice as bright.
And here's Francis Langford singing Skylark. Francis.
Skylark, have you anything to say to me? Won't you tell me where my love can be? Is there a meadow in the mist where someone's waiting to be kissed? Skylark, have you seen a valley green with spring where my heart can go a journey over the shadows and the rain to a blossom-covered lane? And in your lonely flight, haven't you heard the music in the night? Wonderful music, faint as a will-o'-the-wisp, crazy as a loon, sad as a gypsy serenading the moon. Oh, Skylark, I don't know if you can find these things, but my heart is riding on your wings. So if you see them anywhere, won't you lead me there? And in your lonely flight, haven't you heard the music in the night? Wonderful music, faint as a will-o'-the-wisp, crazy as a loon, sad as a gypsy serenading the moon. Skylark, I don't know if you can find these things, but my heart is riding on your wings. So if you see them anywhere, won't you lead me there?
What do you hear from John? That was Francis Langford singing Skylark. Well, Francis, how do you like it here at the big Marine base at Quantico, Virginia?
Wonderful, Bob. While we're visiting Quantico, you're staying in Washington, aren't you?
Yes, Francis, I certainly got a big thrill at the wonderful reception. Did you see that parade the people had when they heard I was coming?
Yeah, they marched all the way to Baltimore and stayed there.
Oh, now, don't be silly. That's where the people of Washington live, in Baltimore.
Gosh, Washington is really crowded, isn't it? Did you finally get some place to sleep after we arrived?
Some place to sleep? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I got a place to sleep, Francis. The first night I was there, I didn't sleep a wink, and my back was almost broken.
It was?
Yeah, you know that Washington Monument comes to a point on the top. Tell me, Francis, what do you think about the men here at Quantico?
Ah, they're the type of men I just lie awake thinking about.
Yeah? Well, what about me?
Quiet, Ovaltine. Gee, these Marines are real he-men.
Oh, they aren't so tough. Yesterday, some Marine was with a beautiful blonde, and I kept winking at her. He looked over once, and I made believe there was something in my eye.
Was there?
What's that?
Was there?
Just his fist. You know... What a little speedy out with you. These Marines sure are lady killers, Francis. They love the girls. Too bad there's so few girls around here.
Why, Bob, what do you mean? Right over in Washington, there are 10 girls for every man.
Well, Francis, for a soldier, 10 girls is too much. For a sailor, 10 girls are just enough. But for a Marine, that's rationing. How do you like that? Did you ever hear anybody applaud themselves like that? Look at that.
Bob, I've been meaning to ask you, how can I tell the difference between sailors, soldiers, and Marines?
Oh, well, it's very simple for a pretty girl to tell the difference. You go over to a sailor, and the minute he sees you, he wants to kiss you. Then you go over to a soldier, the minute he sees you, he wants to kiss you. Then you go over to a Marine. If the minute he sees you, he starts to act shy and blush,
yes,
call a cop. The guy's an imposter.
By the way, Bob, how do you like the girls in Washington?
Oh, they're wonderful. Most of them are stenographers, and they chew gum.
What's so good about that?
Well, when they kiss you, it's for the duration.
Bob, do you know the ratio of girls to men in Washington is almost 11 to 1?
Yeah, and you should have seen the 11 I got. They look like Notre Dame's first team.
It should have been easy for you to meet a nice girl here.
Well, I tried to.
What happened?
Well, every time I tried to get close to her, she moved away. It was just no soap.
How come?
No soap. But I like Washington. You know, my brother's making a lot of money here in Washington.
Doing what?
Smuggling in men from Philadelphia.
Oh, hello, folks. Why, Bob, it's Vera Vague.
Well, Miss Vague, Welcome back to the show.
Oh, I'm not intruding, am I?
Oh, not at all. I'm glad you dripped in.
Now, don't try to get me into your union. Look at all these Marines. Oh, I just love Marines.
Miss Vague, when we were at Army camps, you loved the soldiers, and when we were at Navy bases, you loved the sailors. Now that we're at a Marine base, you love the Marines.
Yes, affectionate old bat, ain't I?
All right. Now you can stop flirting with the boys.
Oh, well, maybe I did have a little light in my eye.
A little light? Nothing like that has been seen on the East Coast since they got the orders to dim out.
Oh, Mr. Hope, I'm so excited today. I'm all dressed up. Leather shoes, leather purse, leather belt, leather gloves. Now all I need is a leather neck.
What makes you think you haven't got one?
Oh, Mr. Hope, I just have to laugh when I hear you tell those jokes. I just have to laugh. It's in my contract.
Well, I suppose you're staying in Washington, Miss Vague.
Oh, yes, and I think Washington is wonderful. Have you seen all the sights?
I have now. You know, I have a lot of influential friends in Washington. A friend of mine is a senator.
A friend of yours is a senator? Well, then how come I haven't seen him around?
Well, he's been in hiding ever since they played the Yankees. But the city's really crowded right now, isn't it?
Yes, but I don't see why people say it's hard to find rooms in Washington. I walked into some house by accident, and they just begged me to stay. In fact, they didn't want to let me go.
Yeah, well, what was the name of the place?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember. The Smithsonian something or other.
Say, you just got back from Hollywood, didn't you, Miss Vague?
Yes, I did.
Well, I suppose you dropped into Paramount. Tell me, do they miss me very much at Paramount?
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Hope. They're shooting your next picture already.
They're shooting my next picture? Haven't they noticed I'm not there?
No, the director just sits there on the set and says something must be missing. I can't understand why we don't need the air conditioning anymore.
Oh, I I wonder if Paramount redecorated my dressing room. I left definite instructions how I wanted it redecorated.
No, they couldn't do it the way you wanted it.
Well, why not?
Well, Mr. Petty says he's not used to painting them any bigger than magazine size.
Thank you, Gervais. And now Skinny Ennis singing Breathless. All right, Skinny.
I'm a picture of perfect health, normal as can be. Though I'm short on material wealth, it doesn't bother me. I'm always sure each bridge is burned behind. I find it pain. But baby mine, where you're concerned, I like to know what place. Take my breath away. My castles are all in a heap. I've got you right where you want me. Baby, you walk in my sleep. I take you for a little walk, and I'm the guy that likes to talk. You leave me on the porch, and then I wind up with the torch for every single time that I'm inclined to tell you what is on my mind. I'm darned if I don't find I'm breathless.
Good old Skinny Ennis singing Breathless from his oxygen tenor, the same name. You know.
Say, Larry, what would you nominate as number one pain in the neck? Sheets that come out at the foot of the bed? Coffee that's cold? Or maybe a droopy toothbrush that goes limp on your teeth?
Well, if it's toothbrush troubles you're having, I can tell you how to end them quick. Just get a Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush, and you'll find it's a pleasure to brush your teeth, even the first time you use it. The 50 Tufts of springy nylon bristles are gentle, but because they are united, they're strong. They're kind to your gums, and yet they stay alive. Don't go limp on your teeth. And with 50 Tufts, twice as many Tufts as any other brush in a small, compact head, you discover the extra pleasure of double power cleansing.
You're right, Larry, and talk about value, just listen to this. With every Pepsodent toothbrush, you get a cash certificate worth 10 cents extra spending money. Pay the same price as always, and packed right in the sealed glass container is a cash certificate you can use like a dime for anything in the store costing 10 cents or more.
Yes, friends, get a Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush for each member of your family to protect their attractive smiles. And with each brush, you'll get a 10-cent cash certificate, a Pepsodent bonus for you. Ladies and gentlemen, Washington, our nation's capital, has witnessed the arrival of many world-famous figures, but nothing to compare with the greeting given our own Bob Hope as our hero steps off the train. There are many national celebrities at the station ready to extend a greeting to the new visitor, and Bob Hope is thrilled beyond words, amazed at such recognition. Congressmen, representatives, and even a senator step up to welcome him with these ringing words.
Psst, want to buy some gas, bud?
But now that Bob Hope has arrived in Washington, he decides to spend a day of happy sightseeing. Yes, there are thousands of wonderful things in Washington, but it seems they all have dates. In Bob's journeys, he visits the Lincoln Memorial. Thinking of all the wonderful presidents we've had, Bob Hope looks up at Lincoln and says,
"Gee, what a man."
And Lincoln looks down at Bob Hope and says,
"Gee, what a ham."
Bob, like millions of other Americans, has read about Washington throwing the silver dollar across the Potomac. That day, he says...
Ha, must be just a story.
That night, he says...
Keep looking, Skinny. You must have landed here someplace.
Of course, crowded though Washington is, a big star like Bob Hope has no difficulty in getting fine hotel accommodations. And now we find Bob and Skinny Ennis in their hotel room. Skinny looks around the sumptuous suite that Bob has rented and says happily,
"Gee, what a dump." Why, Skinny, one of the finest hotels in the whole city of Washington is the Biltmore Arms.
Yeah, but what's the name of this place?
The Crushmore Legs. Boy, they really crowd you into these rooms in Washington. I never saw so many guys in one room before. Look at all those fellas in bed. They're laying on one on top of another, and they're all reading.
Yeah, shucks, Bob. How could that whole stack of them be reading?
Oh, they have it all worked out. The top man's got a detective story at the end of a yo-yo. Boy, this hotel is really crowded.
What makes you think so, Bob?
Well, look at that picture of Whistler's mother on the wall. She's standing and getting $5 a day for a rocking chair.
Yeah, it's really crowded in here.
Pardon me. Pardon me.
What's the matter with you?
I'm looking for a place to fall down. It's awful crowded in here. Hand me that phone.
Well, who are you going to call?
Room service. Hello, room service? Send me up a room.
If that works, I'm going to call maid service. Hey, Skin. I think I hear the landlady.
Anyone in there? Anyone in there? Come, I hear breathing.
Well, I guess I'll have to confess. I'm in here. Skinny Ennis.
I could have sworn I heard breathing. Now, come on, open that door. This is the landlady. I'm going to put you out of your room. Your hour is up. Besides, I want my rent.
Well, I paid you the rent yesterday.
The money you gave me was counterfeit.
Well, you always mix money up in your pocketbook. How do you know it was me that gave you the counterfeit stuff?
Well, on the $5 bill, Lincoln is coming out of the White House, not going into a drugstore to buy Pepsodent. Goodbye now. I'll come back for my money later.
Gee, Skin, I think we're going to lose our room if we don't pay that rent. But don't worry, I've got a very influential friend here in Washington in the Office of Price Administration, Leon Colonna. He can get us a priority on a room if anyone can. I'll call him up at his office.
Hello, OPA.
This is Bob Hope calling.
OPU.
Colonna, listen, I want you to get me a room in Washington.
Oh, never mind that. I've got great news for everybody who uses gasoline. I've just finished building a pipeline from California to Washington.
A pipeline from California to Washington? But, Colonna, where'd you get all that steel tubing?
What do you mean, steel tubing? I use soda straws.
Colonna, you'll never be able to pipe gasoline from California that way.
Oh, no, get your gas tanks ready. California is sending the first stuff through right now. Here it comes. What do you know? Orange juice.
Sakes, Colonna, tell me the truth. What are you doing in Washington?
Oh, I'm with the Office of Facts and Figures.
The Office of Facts and Figures?
Yes.
How dare you?
Yes, I got the wrong facts about that figure.
Bob, that Leon Colonna will never get us another room.
Shh, Skin, I think I hear the landlady coming back.
I'm here for the rent. I know you're in there. I'm looking through the keyhole.
What's that?
You promised to give it to me.
Hand me that seltzer bottle. I'll squirt the seltzer at her. Okay, I'll give it to you. How's that?
Fine. Now squirt the scotch. Now, how about my rent?
We've decided not to pay you any rent at all.
In that case, I'll have you both thrown out of this room bodily, including the one without the body.
Now, wait a minute, woman. Don't you go starting up with me, see? I'm a dangerous character, see? I'm Bruiser Ennis, and I'm tough. Why, I'm so tough, I'll beat up my own grandmother.
You would?
Sure, who else could I lick?
Oh, don't fight with the landlady, Skin. I'll call Leon Colonna again and see if he can do anything for us.
Hello.
Hello, is this you, Professor?
Party line.
Look, Colonna, I want you to help me get a room. You've got influence in Washington, haven't you?
Influence? Of course I've got influence. After all, I'm in charge of the tire rationing.
That's right. Say, how about selling me one of those tires? I'll give you $5.
Why, Hope, how can you say such a thing? I couldn't do that. Why, I'm as honest as the day is long.
Well, I'll give you $50.
Got dark quick, didn't it?
Say, Professor, you wouldn't really do a thing as illegal as that, would you?
Oh, of course not, Hope. I'm on the side of the law. Right now, I've got to look over some records here which were collected by the FBI. These records contain the names of unpatriotic people who hoard things. Listen to this one. This man has 18 new tires, 4,000 gallons of gasoline, and 10,000 pounds of sugar, and his name is Professor Colonna.
Colonna, that's you. Have you got all those tires and that gasoline and sugar?
Ah, yes. I've been a busy little bee, haven't I?
Hey, Bob. Yeah. Bob, come on. Colonna promised to get us a good room. Now all we have to do is settle our troubles and sneak out of this hotel so we won't have to pay the landlady a rent.
Okay, I'm always agreeable to an honest proposition. Look, it's only 2 stories to the ground from our window. We'll jump it.
All right. First, I'll toss down our luggage. Now, here I go. Doggone it, the wind's blowing me to Baltimore. Hey, well, I made it. Now, come on, Bob. I'll catch you. Jump down to my arms. Okay. I got myself all braced up. Come on now. 1, 2, 3, jump! Man, keep digging for me. I'm down there somewhere.
Thanks for the memory of leatherneck Marines and all your spirit means to whip the nip on land or ship. On you the nation leans. And thank you so much. Oh, thanks for the memory. Traditions of this corps prove you can fight a war. You storm the heights and bring in sight the rights you're fighting for. And thank you so much. Say, we want to take just a moment to thank General Smith, Colonel Churchill of Toledo, Ohio, my home state, and all the other officers and men here at Quantico for the grand time they've shown us while here at the base. Good luck, Private Philip Hughes, and you other boys there at the hospital. It's your kind of spirit that makes us all proud to be Americans. We'll be back next week, ladies and gentlemen, at the same time broadcasting from Camp Upton, New York. And with us as our special guest will be my favorite blonde, lovely Madeline Carroll, and, of course, all our regular gang. So until then, good night, folks.
Broadcast tonight was for the entertainment of the Marine personnel and does not necessarily constitute an endorsement of our products by the Marine Corps. Larry Keaton speaking. This broadcast came to you from Quantico, Virginia. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you George Raft and Harry Carey in Air Force. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Millions of Americans will never forget one certain moment of their lives. The moment on December 7th, 1941, when that news came from Pearl Harbor. I was sitting quietly at home going over a Lux Radio Theater play when my daughter rushed in from next door to tell me it had happened. If it made such an impression on me, quietly reading a manuscript at home, think what it meant to the crew of a flying fortress when they learned that news a few hours away from Hawaii. It's the story of this crew and their plane, the Mary Ann, that's told tonight in Air Force. Warner Brothers made the motion picture, and it's one of the finest tributes the screen has yet paid to the men of the United States Army Air Forces. Now it's radio's turn, and our cast for Air Force is headed by George Raft and Harry Carey. I think it's only fair to call tonight's play a love story, because when a plane has carried men safely through a rain of death and brought them home again, when they've dared the impossible together and done it, there's something between that plane and its crew that's almost akin to love.
Celestial navigation takes mathematics. And a member of our production staff, with a mathematical turn of mind, has just calculated the total of all the audiences that have listened to the Lux Radio Theater for the past 9 years. It comes to about 4 times the population of the whole world. He says that 8,160,000,000 listeners have heard these plays which Lux Flakes brings you each Monday night. Just add up how many times you've listened, and you may account for 400 or so yourself. I don't have any figures on how much Lux Flakes it would take to do the washing for 8 billion people. But I do know a good many millions of you must be very happy with it, because the number's going up all the time. Well, it's time for the takeoff. And here's the curtain for the first act of Air Force, starring George Raft as Joe Winocki and Harry Carey as Sergeant White. Mather Field, California, December 6th, 1941.
Code message to Commanding Officer, 48th Wing, Mather Field. Practice flight of B-17s will take off at 2400 December 6th. Destination, Hickam Field, Hawaii.
There you are, Captain Quincannon.
Thank you, sir. Will we be flying on radio beam all the way?
All the way.
Are we taking bomb sights along?
We're ferrying them fully equipped except for ammunition.
Yes, sir.
Check your planes thoroughly beyond the hangar line by 10 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
That was the way it started. A routine flight of Boeing B-17s out of Mather Field. Well, it was supposed to be routine, only it turned out different. Joe Winocki's my name, Sergeant Winocki, assigned to the flight as a gunner. I had orders to report to plane 0114. The Mary Ann, they called it, so I showed up on the line a couple of minutes before 12. They hadn't told us yet where we were going, and I was sort of down on the whole deal. I didn't feel like making that trip. You'll see why later. The Mary Ann was number 1 on the line. When I walked up, the pilot was checking the plane with the crew chief, an old-time sergeant by the name of White.
How's everything going, White?
Everything's going fine, sir. I put a new magneto on number 2, gear shot. They told me to get it ready for a long trip, but they didn't tell me where.
Oh, they didn't, huh?
No, sir.
Can you keep a secret, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
That's good.
Yes, sir.
Captain Buchanan?
Yes?
Private Chester reporting, sir. Second radio.
Oh, this is Sergeant White, your crew chief.
Hi, son.
How do you do, sir?
Glad to have you with us, Chester.
Oh, I'm awful glad to be assigned to your ship, sir. I've been hoping to get on a flying fortress ever since I got out of radio school.
How long ago was that?
3 months ago, sir. But I've had experience. I've been in light bombers.
That's fine. Better turn him over to Peterson, Sergeant. I'll be in operations if you want me.
Yes, sir. You'll find Peterson inside, son.
Gee, it must be a big flight. 9 fortresses.
So they say.
Do you know, can you tell me where we're going?
Well, can you keep a secret?
Well, yes, sir.
That's good.
Oh, sorry, sir.
See you later, son.
Hey, are you the crew chief?
Yeah, my name's White. Are you the new gunner?
Yeah, Winocki. Joe Winocki.
We've been expecting you, Sergeant. Put your stuff inside.
Okay.
You're lucky to make this trip, Winocki. One of our regular gunners on furlough.
Oh, I wouldn't say I'm lucky.
Oh. No?
No. What's lucky about it?
Okay, get going.
Looks like everything's okay, Sergeant.
I think so, sir.
How about the coffee and sandwiches?
Got 'em, sir.
I wish we could get hold of an extra supply of oxygen.
Already inside the plane, sir.
How'd you do that?
6 bottles.
Haven't got an extra engine, have you?
Well, almost enough parts to build one, I guess, sir.
Good. You know, I'm getting sort of worried about my wife. She said she'd be here by now.
Oh, Winocki, come over here.
Yeah.
Who's this, our new gunner?
Yes, sir. This is Captain Quincannon.
Winocki, huh? Don't I know you, Sergeant?
I think you do, sir.
You were at Randolph Field, weren't you?
That's right.
About 2 years ago while I was instructing there?
That's right.
Oh, yes, I remember.
I think you remember. Anything else, sir?
No, not now.
Thanks. I'll get aboard.
Pleasant guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Anyhow, I guess that new radio man of ours is a pretty good kid.
I guess he is.
Seems like we're getting him right off the bottle now, sir.
Well, we were all pretty young when we started out, Robbie. How old is that kid of yours you talk so much about?
21, sir.
Where is he stationed?
Clarkfield, Manila. They got him on one of those pea shooters. Just got a boost, too.
If he gets another bar on his shoulders, you're going to have a bigger head.
Can you imagine me saluting my own kid?
You'd pin his ears down if he didn't take it. Oh, Weinberg, you haven't seen Mrs. Quincannon, have you?
No, sir, I ain't.
Well, guess I've been ditched.
You better get aboard, Weinberg.
Yes, sir.
Guess we'd all better get aboard. Come on, Sergeant.
There she is, sir.
Right with you, honey. Tell Lieutenant Williams to turn the motors over.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Mary.
Oh, Irish.
It's about time, Mrs. Quincannon. What happened? Did you have another date?
Flat tire. Did you ever try to get a taxi out here? I was scared stiff I wouldn't make it.
So was I.
And I couldn't bring Michael. It was a little too late for him. But he sent you this package.
What is it?
It's his favorite toy. It's quite a sacrifice.
A monkey on the string?
Mm-hmm. From now on, it's your good luck charm.
Tell him thanks, will you?
Oh, darling, couldn't I stow away?
Hey, do you want to get me court-martialed?
Uh-huh.
It's just a routine flight. I'll be back in a couple of weeks. We'll take time off for that honeymoon.
I remember every honeymoon we didn't take. Even the first one.
So do I. Anyway, you haven't got much chance to be bored with me.
Oh, I'll never be bored with you, Irish. It's been fun, every minute of it. Such good fun that... Well, I guess I'm just lucky.
Yeah, me too.
Irish, Look, when you go out in the rain, you'll remember to wear your rubbers, won't you?
Sure I will.
All ready, sir?
Coming. Well, so long, kid.
So long. I'll be waiting. Don't forget your good luck charm.
Don't worry. Bye.
Bye, darling.
We're all set, sir. Major Roberts just checked the flight.
Good. Everybody in, Sergeant?
Everybody in, sir?
Lock pins out?
Lock pins out, sir.
Check controls for 3 movement. Check.
Major Roberts to control tower. Takeoff instructions for flight of 9B-17s.
Sir, is this a local flight?
No, this is not a local flight.
Okay, to taxi up to north end of ramp, use runway 28, wind west 15. Go ahead.
Roger. Roberts to flight. All planes follow me. Use runway 28, wind west 15 miles. Take off at 30-second intervals. Let's go.
All right, wheels up.
Coming up, sir.
Well, Robbie, looks like the motors are going to run okay.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, by the way, you can tell the crew now. Our next stop is Hickam Field.
We took off at 12 on the nose. Once in the air, they told us where we were headed. Hickam Field, Hawaii, next stop. The crew got pretty excited when they heard about it. But me, I figured it was just another trip. The enlisted men were sitting around shooting the breeze. When we passed over San Francisco, the radio kid Chester was just about jumping out of his pants.
Golly, look at it. Don't it look pretty in the moonlight? Christmas crackers, that's an awful big town, San Francisco.
Strictly a whistle stop. There's only one city in the USA, and that's New York.
Oh, you're just another hometown hick, Weinberg. What's wrong with California?
California. The sun shines and nothing ever happens. Before you know it, you're 60 years old.
It's no different from New York. My sister's been trying to get out of Brooklyn for the last 40 years.
Trying to get out? Don't you know when she's well off? Now, me, I was born in Brooklyn. Yeah, and I want to die in Brooklyn. I tell you, when you cross the Brooklyn Bridge, you're out of this world.
You ain't kidding.
Oh, a smart guy, huh?
Me, I'll take Minneapolis.
Minneapolis. Why, the grass still grows in the streets. Besides, that ain't your hometown, Peterson. The hayseed's still sticking out of your hair.
Yeah, but I can still milk a cow. I bet you can't.
And I'll get mine out of a bottle. That's the closest I ever want to be to a cow.
Well, you're sure handy with the old bull.
Gee, you know, we're sure getting a break, huh, Wanaki?
Why? What do you mean?
Oh, this whole trip. Why, there's a million fellas down there that'd give anything to be in our shoes right now.
Yeah? Why?
Oh, I don't mean just this flight, Wanaki. I mean, well, everything we've got to look forward to.
Yeah? Well, how far do you think you'll get as an enlisted man?
Oh, a lot of enlisted men get commissions. Look at the training you get. And the experience, too.
Look, if you don't go through flying school, you don't race.
No, I don't believe that.
No? Well, I know, see?
Well, what are you in it for?
Well, I'm not for long. I've had enough of the Army. I'm getting out next month.
Oh, you're getting out, huh?
That's right, Sergeant.
Well, I'm not.
You stick to what you believe in, kid. Don't listen to guys like him.
What are you going to be in another 20 years, Sergeant? A brigadier?
No, but my boy is. Him and me kind of like the old Air Corps. You stay in the box, Chester, and keep right on pitching.
Yeah, that's what I say.
Yeah, keep right on pitching. You'll be a corporal inside of a year, maybe.
Everybody all right in here?
Yes, sir.
Have some coffee, Captain?
Thanks, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Want some coffee, Winaki?
No, thanks.
How's it going, Winaki?
All right, sir.
Come up front a minute, will you?
Sure.
Winaki, I want to talk to you.
That's okay. Can I talk too?
Sure. Get it off your chest. I want to get things straight with you.
I think I'm straight. I don't know if you are, sir.
I think I know what's bothering you.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. In a way, I don't blame you. You wanted to fly and be a pilot, didn't you?
Who doesn't?
You had your chance.
Did I?
Yeah, and you blew it.
That's what you think.
No, you couldn't make it. You scraped around for a while, and then when the going got tough...
Yeah, and you washed me out.
I didn't run you into Driscoll's plane and cut his tail off.
You washed me out of the school. I could have been flying one of these if it hadn't been for that.
It wasn't I who washed you out, Winaki. It was the board.
Yeah, on your recommendation.
You lack flying ability. You should have been eliminated sooner. I want you to know that nobody held you responsible for Driscoll's death.
Except you, sir.
Not me either. Get that out of your head. Now, look, Winaki. There are two other men on this ship who washed out as pilots. McMartin's a bombardier. Hauser went in for navigation. And they're both good. You're a good gunner, or you wouldn't have the rating you've got. We need you, just like we need the whole gang. It takes all of us to make this ship function. You played football, Winaki. You know how one man can gum up the whole works. Now, you got to play ball with us and play the game, or I'll have to get rid of you.
Nice speech. But my enlistment runs out in 3 weeks.
You're quitting, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's your privilege. But until that time, you're still in the Army, and don't you forget it.
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm sorry for you, Winaki.
Yes, sir. Anything else, sir?
No, that's all.
Yeah, that was me, all right. Tough guy. Walking around with a sour puss and a chip on my shoulder. Well, I got knocked off pretty soon by a little monkey of a guy with a smile on his face and a knife in his fist. A guy by the name of Tojo. We were in the radio room when we heard about it. An hour out of Hickam Field. I remember everybody was feeling very gay until we got the news.
Hey, Weinberg, lay off, will you? I'm trying to get a weather report
No,
here.
I'm sorry, Pete.
You got Hickam Field yet, Pete?
Yeah, they're on now.
Well, fellas, won't be long now before I see old Diamond Head sticking out of that ocean.
Well, that suits Weinberg. Boy, what I wouldn't give to be in a nice traffic jam back home. This wide open space stuff is the bunk. 2,000 miles and I ain't even seen a fish.
I kind of like it. Like being on the prairies when I was a kid.
You know, it's a funny thing. I never used to think there was anything west of Manhattan but New Jersey.
Hey, you guys. I was just talking to Lieutenant Hauser, the navigator. Do you know who his father was?
Sure. Monkhauser.
Who's that?
What do you mean, who's that? How old were you in the last war?
Well, I was
You were old
about,
enough to read, weren't you?
Yeah, I was old enough to read. What about it?
Well, did you ever hear of Monkhauser with Eddie Rickenbacker's outfit?
Hauser? Well, sure. Well, what do you know? And he was Lieutenant Hauser's old man?
That was him. I knew him. He's plenty good till he knocked him down.
He sure was. The best.
Well, why ain't this kid a pilot then?
Before I started Randolph. Guess he tried a little too hard.
Yeah, like a lot of others.
Hey, that's funny.
What's funny, Peters?
Hickam Field radio went off right in the middle of the weather report.
Oh, maybe it faded out.
No, it didn't sound like it.
Hey, listen. What is it?
Wait. Hey, Peterson, who you got tuned in? Orson Welles?
Shut up.
Listen, you.
Shut up. Better tell the captain.
Radio operator at pilot.
Go ahead.
Sir, Hickam Field's off the air. I don't know what I picked up. You can listen in on R2.
What's that? Chinese? Number 4 to Major Roberts. Number 4 to Major Roberts.
Stand by, Irish. I hear it. Keep off the air. 0115 to Hickam Radio. Hickam Radio, answer. Hickam Radio, answer, please. A flight of B-17s to Hickam. Want landing instructions. Hickam Radio, answer, please.
Hickam Field to 0115. Silence your radio. Keep away. We're being attacked by enemy aircraft. Land elsewhere. Land elsewhere.
Holy smoke, that was a bomb landing.
Roberts to flight. Roberts to flight. We're going into emergency landing fields. You know where they are. I'll take the one furthest north. The rest of you in between, get on the ground and stay there to hear from Hickam. All right, you're on your own.
Well, we made it.
Yeah, just about. I think that landing gear's shot.
We came down on the island of Maui. A postage stamp emergency field set right in the middle of the swamp. The undercarriage was cracked, and we sweated over it all day. While we were working, we kept wondering if there were any Japs around. Well, we found out that night.
Snipe! There's a Jap in that tree, sir. Are we ready to go, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
All right, everybody in the ship. Get in.
I'm going to take a crack at those guys.
We're not the inside.
Get out of my way.
Down that gun, I'll take a crack at you.
Not without a shot at those dirty...
Peterson, help me load this guy in the ship. All right, Wanaki. Take a swallow of this. Come on, wake up.
Lego. Lego.
How you feeling, Wanaki?
Well, I owe you one for this.
Yeah. How far do you think you'd have gotten shooting it out with those guys? Why, they'd have cut you down before you got to first base.
Yeah, instead you did it.
Yeah. We could have had a fine scrap with them snipers. A couple of shots in the right place could have set this ship afire. Use your head, Wanaki, and stop trying to prove something.
My job's a gunner. What's yours? Lecturing?
No. My job is to keep this ship flying.
0114 to Hickam Field. 0114 to Hickam Field.
Shut off your radio. Stay where you are.
0114 to Hickam. Just cleared emergency field on Maui. Have to come down.
Okay. Give me your call just before you come in.
Roger. Pilot to crew. Take a good look at Pearl Harbor, men. Maybe it's something you'll want to remember.
Hey, gee. Look. Look. It was murder. They murdered those guys. That's what they did. They murdered them.
Easy, son. How do you like it, Wanaki?
Sunday morning. Sunday morning in hell.
Yeah. Now, ain't you glad you're getting out of the Army?
I saw Hickam Field. It was blazing from one end to the other. They were trying to put it out, not knowing when they'd be hit again. I saw the hospital, too. They were laid out in long rows, 10 deep. Army, Navy, civilians, kids. Kids with bandages over their eyes, crying. Not only because they were hurt, but because their folks weren't around. No. They were in the other section, where they laid out the dead.
Mommy! Mommy!
Doctor, will you come here? Hurry, please.
Mommy! Mommy! Mommy!
You wanted to see me, Colonel?
Yes. You fellas find something to eat?
Yes, sir.
Good. Keep your men on hand, Captain. We want this airplane out of here before daylight.
You're sending us back to the mainland, sir?
No, you're going to Manila. The Philippines are in bad shape. Our orders are to send them as many B-17s as we can. Think you can make it?
Where do we stop to refuel, sir?
Wake Island. I can't promise you how long it'll hold out or what you'll find when you get there.
Yes, sir. Sergeant White.
Yes, sir?
How do the engines rev up, Sergeant?
Well, number 3 engine's a little rough, sir. The men are pretty tired to work on it tonight, sir, but we'll overhaul the first thing in the morning.
We're taking off in 2 hours.
Sir?
I think you're going to see that son of yours soon.
Manila?
Yes. Think you can get that engine running right?
We'll have a hitting home runs in 90 minutes flat, sir.
Good. Tell the crew they can sleep in the next world.
Hey, where is this Wake Island joint?
Right there, see?
Where?
On the map, Weinberg, the map.
Oh, I thought you meant we was there.
Not yet. It's about 2,300 miles from Honolulu.
And we're gonna land on that little dot?
Yeah, it's not very big, is it?
Like trying to find buckshot in Central Park. Gee, I wish there was some traffic signs around.
We'll do all right. I bet we hit Wake Island right on the nose.
Say, Chief, what happens if the Japs have took Wake Island before we get there?
We should learn to control that imagination of yours, Weinberg.
Well, I was just asking.
Well, don't you know we're not at war?
Huh? We ain't in a war yet?
Hasn't been declared.
I don't get it.
I don't either. They smear Pearl Harbor, smack Manila, raid Wake, Guam and Midway, and still there ain't no war. And then they send a couple of oily gents to Washington with an olive wreath for the president, while the boys back home slough Uncle Sam over the head with a crowbar.
Your Uncle Sam's a pretty tough old gentleman, Winaki. Just wait till he gets mad.
I hope you don't mind if I get slightly annoyed in the meantime.
No, but I didn't expect it of you, Winaki. I thought you only got annoyed at yourself.
Well, what's that supposed to mean?
You figure it out.
All I know is we're getting chased out of places before we can even light. We're getting kicked around by a lot of little monkey-faced weasels. And I'm getting sore.
You're kind of changing your tune, ain't you?
So what if I am? I'd like to do a little chasing myself.
Don't worry. You'll get your chance, mister. Yeah. We'll all get our chance.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille presents the second act of Air Force, starring George Raft and Harry Carey. But now, a thought on that summer problem of keeping cool while the thermometer climbs higher and higher. We can't jump in the car and take a drive to cool off. Many of us are spending our vacations right in our own backyard instead of at the seashore or the mountains.
But I found a way to be happy in spite of the heat. After my bath, which I take in lukewarm water, not hot or cold, I put on fresh clothes from top to toe. That's a wonderful feeling. Then the clothes I've been wearing get their bath in gentle Lux suds, so they'll be fresh and sweet when I want them again.
Yes, Lux girls know the charm that daintiness lends. A charm that's easy to have.
It only takes a minute or two to Lux onto things. And when you know that everything you wear is fresh and dainty, well, you feel better. And it's so much better for your undies, too, to Lux them after every wearing. They last lots longer when you do.
New improved Lux Flakes are super safe, you know. The mildest, gentlest Lux ever made. Super safe for fabrics, super safe for colors. They help pretty underthings wear better, stay new-looking longer. This new Lux comes in the same familiar blue Lux box. But now, it's better than ever before. New improved Lux Flakes. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Air Force, starring George Raft as Joe Winocki and Harry Carey as Sergeant White.
Pilot to crew. Wake Island, dead ahead.
Wake Island, fellas! Wake Island!
We hit Wake on the nose, all right, but we landed through smoke as thick as a fog bank. So far as I could see, everything on the island was on fire. When we pulled up in front of that hangar, a bunch of Marines crowded around to take a look at us.
Hey, gee, look, fellas. There ain't nothing here but Marines.
Well, what did you expect to see, soldier?
Hey, where you guys from? Hickam Field.
Any more coming?
I don't know.
Where you going?
Manila.
Gangway, you guys. Here's the major. One side, man. Where's the pilot of this plane?
Yes, sir.
Good work, Captain. I'm Major Daniels, commanding.
Thank you, sir. I'm Quinn Cannon. These are Lieutenants Williams, McMartin, and Rader.
I do.
Oh, and this is Lieutenant Hauser, our navigator. We're going to put him in a glass case in a museum.
You did a good job, Hauser.
Well, when I first saw the island, it looked pretty good to me, sir.
Me, too.
Yes, I guess it did at that. It looks better now than it has since Monday.
You mean Sunday, don't you, sir?
Monday here was Sunday in Honolulu. You've crossed the date line.
Major, could we find some place to bunk down for 5 or 6 hours? We haven't had very much sleep.
In 6 hours, you'd better be 5.5 hours out of here. Every fire on this island is a beacon. Japs don't have to wait till daylight to come calling. My orders are to get you out of here in 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
That's right.
Well, Robbie, what do you say?
Well, we're halfway to Manila now, sir. I don't see any reason why we can't make it the rest of the way. We could use some help, though, sir.
Take all the men you need, Sergeant.
All right, sir. You first 5 men. Come with me.
Okay, Sergeant.
I want to pull the cowling off number 3 engine.
Oh, Quinn Cannon, commander of our Air Force, Major Bagley wants to talk to you.
Yes, sir. Come on, Williams. Oh, where is he, sir?
In the hospital. He was hit pretty badly. This way, Captain.
They really got the Arizona, huh?
Yes, sir. Hickam Field was hit just as bad as Pearl Harbor. A lot of fifth column work, too.
We got practically nothing off the ground, sir.
Yeah. I've studied all the wars in history, gentlemen. I've never come across a dirtier piece of treachery.
How many airplanes have you got, Major Bagley?
A week ago, we didn't have any. A few days ago, they flew in 12 fighters from one of the carriers. 8 of them were destroyed on the ground after they came in from patrol.
Only 4 left, sir?
Only 2. One of those can't fly. But those 4 Grumans took on 60 nips this afternoon. Shot down plenty of them, too.
I suppose the Japs will be back, Major. What are you going to do then?
We got a lad catching a few winks of sleep out there. That'll take them on all single-handed. Lieutenant Rose.
Oh, Bertie Rose?
That's him.
Oh, you remember Rose, don't you, Irish?
Sure, little guy. Everybody kidded him about his size. About that high?
Yeah, that's him.
Well, could we talk to him, sir, before we take off?
Well, I'll tell him you wanted to see him. He needs a rest. See, we may have to roust him out any minute, and he hasn't had much of a chance to sleep lately.
Ship's ready, sir.
All right, Sergeant.
Well, good luck to you. It's been nice seeing you, boys. Go out and blast those Japs. Teach them that treachery can't win no matter how much of a head start it has.
You don't figure you can hold out, sir?
No. But we've got 400 Marines, and they're fighting mad. There's going to be some Jap tail feathers flying around this island, or I'm crazy.
Major Bagley, can't we fly you out, sir?
You and the rest of the wounded?
No, thanks. I'm fine here. I'm not worth my weight in gasoline. Me or anybody else. They need that ship of yours in Manila. Get it there.
Yes, sir.
Oh, by the way, if you see my old boss, General MacArthur, tell him no matter what the news is, we'll be in here pitching till they strike us out. So long, and I'll see you all somewhere.
Yes, sir. We'll be seeing you, sir.
All right, you Marines, clear the field, will you?
Ah, come on, soldier. Be a regular guy.
Oh, but look,
What's your
fellas.
name, soldier?
Weinberg.
Weinberg? You're from Brooklyn, ain't you?
Yeah,
Brooklyn. I knew it. Now, come on, Brooklyn. Do like we say, will you?
Oh, but that's against regulations, pal. I can't take no dog on board with me. Now, you Marine
Ah,
guys know...
yeah, sure you can. It's just a little dog.
Now, you don't want to get me busted, do you?
Oh, you're not going to get busted. He's trained, too. Look, Tripoli, do you like Mr. Moto? Yeah, there. See?
Hey, Wanaki, that's cute, ain't it?
Yeah, he's smart, all right. Well, what do you say, Brooklyn? Come on, soldier. Take him along with you. He'll only get in trouble here.
Well, gee, I'd like to, fellas, honest, but... Oh, all right. Here goes my promotion.
That's a good fella.
Hey, here comes Quick Cannon. Duck that dog, quick.
Well, goodbye, sir. Good luck.
The same to you, boys.
Anything we can do for you in Manila, Major Daniels?
Well, yes, you might send us some more Japs.
Let's go.
Come on, Weinberg. What's in that bag?
I don't know, Sergeant.
Take it out. Come on, open that bag.
Why, it's a dog.
Who belongs to this?
Well, look at that. Is that your dog, Chief?
No, it ain't my dog. What kind of a crew chief do you think I am?
Well,
Anyway.
I was just asking.
Who brought him on board?
Well, maybe he walked out.
And tied himself in his sack. Come on, who did it, Peterson?
I didn't.
You, Weinberg?
Well, maybe the Marines done it.
Oh, sure.
If I'm not mistaken, they had a dog.
And his name was Rope.
Yeah. No, his name was Tripoli.
Talk fast.
And he had a cute trick.
What?
Well, look, let's see if this is him. Look here, Tripoli. What do you think of this Mr. Moto? There you are. It's the same dog.
Listen, I know the dog came from Wake Island, and I know you brought him on board.
Me? Oh, gee.
You know you ought to get busted.
Wait a minute. Why don't you ask me, Sergeant?
Huh?
I did it.
You?
I brought them out on board myself. Yeah, me.
Now listen, Joe.
Shut up.
You ought to know better than that to do a trick like that, Wanaki.
Why?
Because it's against regulations.
Oh, what difference does it make? Regulations. You know why this dog is here. And you know what chance those Marines got back on that island. So do they. That's why they give us this dog. Now go on up front and report me. I've been busted out before, and I'm used to it.
Oh, Joe, shut up.
I've got a half a mind to do that, mister.
Well, go ahead. What are you waiting for?
What's the matter back here? Trouble, Sergeant?
Oh, no, sir.
That a dog?
Well, yes, sir,
What is this, Sergeant? Noah's Ark?
I'm sorry, sir.
Who brought him on this airplane?
Well, he could have jumped on, sir.
Yeah, he could have flown in the window, too, but he didn't.
No, sir, he didn't.
You know it's against regulations?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know who did it?
Well,
At least you didn't see anybody do it?
No, sir, I didn't.
Well, can't very well throw him out now, can we?
We could take care of him, sir.
We can?
Yes, sir.
Who back here likes dogs?
Why, I think Wanaki and Weinberg like dogs, sir.
Wanaki, huh? Well, Wanaki, would you like to take care of him?
Yes, sir.
All right, he's your responsibility. Get rid of him at Clark Field.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's that.
Oh, thanks, White.
For what?
Well, for not telling him how the pup got aboard.
Forget it. But I'm telling you to take care of that pup. And if he don't behave himself, you can take care of that too, see?
0114 to Clark Field. 0114 to Clark Field.
Clark Field to 0114. What's your position? Go ahead.
We're about 4 miles northeast of the field. 2,000. What are your landing instructions?
We've only got one runway, north to south. It's pretty rough. The Japs just had a picnic. Wait a minute.
Someday we're going to find a field that's still flat.
Do not land. Keep your altitude. Do not land.
Sorry. Have to come straight in. Running out of fuel.
All right. Coming low over the fence, south end. Cut it close to the wire. You haven't much room. Tractors working down the middle of the runway.
Right. Coming in.
Every field was the same. All the hangars burning. Sky lit up for miles around. I got to thinking the whole world was on fire. And for all we knew, maybe it was. Well, we came in low over the fence, all right. In fact, we even took a piece of the fence with us.
Hey there, Irish.
Hiya, Major Mallory.
Say, when we were at Kelly Field, didn't I teach you how to get over a fence?
Well, that's one way to stop quick. I just cut her too fine.
Not bad anyway, after 7,000 consecutive miles. Well, you did a great job, all of you.
Thanks. Robbie, any damage?
Tail wheel clear, sir. No damage.
Good. Any orders, Major?
Take her down the end and get her a full load of gas. Drop your extra tanks and get ready for action.
Okay, Major.
The Japs have been hitting us with 60 bombers at a clip. You've got to be ready to take off at any time. You can see yourself. You're wide open on the ground. Oh, yes. Colonel Blake wants to see you. I'll pick you up in a little while.
All right, sir. Hauser, you got any sectional maps around here?
Hey, Wanaki.
Yeah?
You go find the line chief and see if he'll give you a transfer. We'll get somebody to replace you.
But, Sergeant...
All right, get going.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Wanaki, you want to get out of this crew?
Well, that's what you want me to do, isn't it, sir?
Not necessarily.
You mean you'll take all that stuff I've been handing you?
We all make mistakes.
Well, I'm beginning to realize that myself, sir. I wanted
Turn
to
that
tell
dog over to the nearest Marine and get back here and check those guns. Give him a good going over.
Yes, sir.
Be ready as quick as you can, Sergeant.
Oh, Captain. Excuse me, sir. Would you see if you could find out something about my boy?
Sure, I will, Robbie. I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, buddy. Any Marines around here?
If there was more around, the place would be in better shape.
Oh, you a Marine?
What's it to you?
Yeah, you're a Marine, all right. Here, I got something for you.
Hey, what's this, a dog?
Yeah, your outfit on Wake gave him to us to deliver. We just landed. His name is Tripley. Feed him good.
He'll eat like a company commander. Come on, Mutt.
That's the situation as it stands right now, Captain. I've given you the facts, and I've given them to you straight.
Yes, sir.
We've taken an awful licking here because we were caught on the ground. Since then, they've outnumbered us 10-1. Yet every time we've been up against them, they've lost 5 to our 1. In other words, if we were anywhere near equal, we could lick them. The record proves it. And from now on, our job's to keep on fighting with what we've got until we can get enough airplanes to blast them off the earth.
Yes, sir.
How long since you've had any sleep, Captain?
We haven't had much time for that, sir.
When did you leave the mainland?
Saturday night.
3 days and 3 nights continuous flying. You've done a good job.
I've got a good crew, sir.
Yeah, I can believe it.
Excuse me, Colonel.
What did you find, Moran?
Well, the PT boat was right. It does look like an invasion fleet.
What's in it?
There's a big transport and a tanker. They got a battleship, a cruiser, and a couple of destroyers with them.
Where?
About 40 miles off Tunguyan last time I saw them, sir. I didn't have much time to stick around. The sky suddenly got full of zeros, so I headed for home. I've marked their position and course on this chart, right here. A flight of Boeing B-17s could give them a nice party.
We haven't got a flight of B-17s.
You've got one, sir, loading up now.
You want to tackle it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Study this chart first. Take your time and don't take any chances. Moran will give you all the dope he can. And good luck to you.
Oh, excuse me, sir, there's one more thing. I told our crew chief I'd find out about his son, Lieutenant White. Danny White. Can you tell me anything about him, sir?
Yes. Yes, I can. He was killed the first day.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. Here are his things. His watch and cigarette case. Give these to old Robbie, will you? I've known him for a long time.
How'd it happen, sir?
Captain Anderson out in the other office can tell you more about it than I can. He saw the whole thing happen.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Come on, boys, finish up there. We gotta get in the air.
Ready, Sergeant?
Just about, sir. Oh, Captain, did you find out anything about my boy, sir?
Yeah, I did. Here. These are his things, Robbie. The CO asked me to give them to you.
Oh. Danny's thing. Oh, I see. How did it happen, sir?
He was trying to take his flight off during the first raid. Before he could get his wheels off the ground, they hit the runway right in front of him with a big one.
You mean he didn't even get into the air?
No.
A watch, cigarette case, and his bare wings. It's not much to show for 20 years, is it, sir?
No, Robbie.
Get that airplane off the ground.
All right, Sergeant. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Pull that dolly out. Close the bomb bay.
How many loaded?
3, sir, all big ones.
1,000-pounders?
Yes, sir.
Good. Come on.
Get out, boys. Roll a free. Come on, men. Come on.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with George Raft and Harry Carey for the third act of Air Force. Now, here's Sally coming to the microphone. Maybe it's the weather that's gone to our heads. Anyway, we have a rhyme for you. The title of it is Better Be Safe Than Sorry.
I'm sorry, the sales lady says with a sigh, for those days that we just can't forget. When the stores were all full of such good things to buy, we could hardly decide what to get.
I'm sorry, all out. We can't get any more. You'll have to make what you have do. Well, it's in a good cause, so we never get sore. But it brings up some new problems, too.
It's all very well to say, make your things last. We're willing to try, goodness knows. We'd love longer wear than we got in the past from dresses and undies and hose.
Well, here comes a tip that gets 3 rousing cheers from Mom and from Sis and Dad, too. Instead of assaulting the grime that adheres with a strong wash day soap, as some do, get the habit of Luxing all washable things. Lux is gentle as gentle can be. Those rich, peppy suds just make the dirt take wings. And things thrive on Lux Care, believe me.
Mother beams at the way colored linens stay bright. Sis gets far fewer runs in her hose. But here is the point that is Dad's chief delight. Lux is thrifty, saves money and clothes.
New improved Lux is the mildest yet made. Let it help you join the victory parade. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
We have a surprise guest tonight, one of the most famous personalities the screen has ever known. You'll meet her after the play. But now here's the third act of Air Force, starring George Raft and Harry Carey.
Pilot to crew. There's a flock of zeros ahead about 2 o'clock. Make it count, boys.
We ran into plenty of grief that day. The Japs knew we didn't have a tail gun, and zeros buzzed around our rear end like a swarm of bees. But we didn't do so bad. We got about 6 before they got us. Yeah, they got us finally. They winged one right through the cockpit, and Captain Quincannon folded up over the controls. He was still conscious, but he knew we were licked. For the time, anyhow.
Irish, are you hurt? Is it bad, Irish? Yeah, I guess so. What's the matter with that oil line? Oh, it's burning. All right, we'll have to bail out. Pilot to crew. Abandoned ship.
But look, Irish...
Tommy, get rid of your bomb sight. You and Monk go out through the bomb bay.
Irish, what about you?
Get him gone. I'll use the escape hatch.
I know,
Go on, get out, get out.
That door open. Come on, Peterson. You first.
Yes, sir. See you later, guys, I hope.
Weinberg, you're next.
I don't think I'm going to like this.
Go on, get out. All right, next. Wanaki. Come on.
Go ahead, I'm coming.
Okay. Keep moving, guys. Come on.
I didn't go out of the ship. I waited till they all went over the side, and then I crawled up to the cockpit. Oh, it wasn't that I wanted to be a hero or anything. I just had to get my mitts on those controls. That was what I worked and sweated for at Randolph. To feel that big, beautiful ship under my hands. To feel her power. I never had the chance again, so I took it. She came out of the spin like an angel. And I turned her and headed for Clark Field. One of her motors was on fire, but I knew she'd make it. She had the stuff. Some guy has called those ships queens. Well, brother, he ain't kidding. 0114 to Clark Field. 0114 to Clark Field. Emergency landing. Emergency landing.
Clark Field to 0114. Get your wheels down! Get your wheels down!
I can't. The gear's jammed. It won't move. Here I come.
What about that ship, Sergeant? What's her condition?
Well, I counted over 100 bullet holes in her, sir. 2 motors hit, props are bent, controls in a mess, wheels damaged.
I don't see how they brought it down in one piece.
Neither do I.
I suppose if we had 10 days and plenty of spare parts, we might make her fly again.
I don't know that we'll have 24 hours. Looks like we'll have to ride off the Marianne. Send out a demolition squad to burn her.
Yes, sir.
What about the crew?
Oh, they all got back all right, sir.
Where are they now?
Over at the hospital, sir. Captain Quincannon asked to see them.
How is he?
Not a chance, sir.
Oh, too bad.
He's over here. Don't stay too long, please. We're pretty busy.
Yes, ma'am.
Irish. Hi, Irish. Oh, it's good to see you. Hiya, fellas.
Hiya, Chief.
Is Wanaki here?
Yes, sir.
Wanaki, they told me you brought her in.
He did, sir.
She came in herself. I just sat there.
It was a good job. She's all right, huh? Marianne's all right, isn't she? Robbie.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
She's all right. She'll fly again.
Sure. Sure she will, Skip. Sure.
What's wrong with her, Robbie?
She's going to be all right, sir.
Tell me, Robbie.
Oh, props, gear, wing tip.
Just the tip?
Well, it's, yes, sir, a couple of days, that's all.
2 days?
2 days, yes, sir.
But she will fly again?
Yeah, sure, sir.
That's fine. Get as many men as you need, Robbie. The colonel will give them to you. I'll get a clearance. We'll leave right away. We gotta hurry.
Hey, nurse. Nurse!
Easy, Irish. Easy.
Get the doctor right away.
No. The doctor can't go. Regulations. Okay. Ready? Start him, Bill.
Sure, Irish.
Everybody in, Chief?
All in, sir.
Doors closed?
Yes, sir.
Here we go. Lock 'em.
Locked.
Wheels up.
Coming up, sir.
Sounds like they're gonna run all right, Robbie.
Yes, sir.
Pilot. The navigator.
Go ahead.
What's our course?
It's due east, Skipper.
Due east? That's right into the sunrise.
Where is he? Which one?
Here, Major.
Stand back, please. All right. That's all, boys. Sorry. Well, let's get going, fellas. We got a lot of work to do.
We know what we had to do. We were going to get the Marianne into the air again. For Captain Quincannon. All day we sweated over it. We stole parts and gasoline. And then, towards night, the demolition squad showed up. They had their orders to burn her.
All right, boys, get that live ammunition out of there.
Hey, wait a minute.
You gonna burn this plane?
And the colonel said to burn it, so she's gonna burn. You better get your stuff out, Sarge. Okay, boys, bring in the gas.
Wait a minute. Get this gasoline away from that airplane.
I can't help it, boys.
Hey, Butch!
Weinberg, how are you?
I thought you were still on a streetcar in Jersey.
I wished I was, Weinberg. I wished I was.
Lieutenant Williams.
Hey, look, you ain't gonna burn that airplane, Butch.
But I got orders.
Go on, beat it.
I never enlisted to be no
Go
fireman.
on.
Weinberg,
Yes, sir?
if you know this firebug, get him out of here before he gets hurt.
I don't want to do it, Sarge, but orders is orders.
Hey, what's all this? What orders?
To burn the plane.
Who gave them to you?
The CO, that's who.
Yeah, well, you tell that CO to take a look at this airplane.
I am looking at it.
Sorry, sir, I didn't see you.
Apparently not.
Well, what I meant to say was, sir, that there's no reason to burn this airplane.
No, sir, she's going to be as good as new.
Better, sir. We're going to rig a tail gun on her.
Sure, we've been working on her all night, sir.
She'll fly when we get through with her, sir.
By that time, we won't have this field.
I know, but...
Now, look, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but right now our job's to destroy everything that'll be of use to those Japs. You can't get that thing ready in time to...
We can, sir.
Bomb sight still in this airplane?
Yes, sir, the one we borrowed, but we won't let them take it, sir.
Give us a chance, sir, please.
Well, I'd like to, boys, but
Excuse me, sir. I've been in this man's army over 20 years, sir, and I've never asked a favor yet. If you'll only just...
We'll get her off, sir.
Yes, sir. We'll burn her ourselves if we can't make it.
I'll give you my word.
Please, sir.
You men are crazy. You know what'll happen if the Japs move in while you're still on the ground?
I think we do, sir.
All the rest of you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you'll burn her yourselves?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. It's your funeral. Go ahead.
All right, now, boys, get on this lift. Come on, now, all together. Heave.
Well, there she is, sir. I've got the tail gun rigged.
Think there's room enough in there to work?
Sure.
Okay.
Boy, the Japs will really get a surprise when they come on the tail of this B-17.
Come on. That's got her. Now get a couple of planks across here, will you, boys? Sounds like they're getting closer, sir.
They are. We'll have to be out of here by daylight.
We will, sir.
It's daylight now, sir.
Weinberg's just finished number 3 motor.
Number 4, sir.
4 good. Watch that gas, boys. Handle it carefully.
Hey, look! Here they come! Jap planes!
Hurry up there. Hurry up.
They spotted us. Get those machine guns out.
Got him, sir. Let him come.
Come on, Jap!
They're going to dive. Keep under cover, men.
Get that cowling off.
Here they come!
Come on. Hurry it up.
Hey, Sarge, that'll have to be enough gas. Get everything clear to take her off.
Yes, sir. Hold that gas.
Hold that gas!
Come on, some of you guys get around by the front wheels. Step on it. Hauser, get inside and start her up as soon as you turn around. Wanaki, get inside on the guns.
Come on, Peterson.
Try and hold them off till we're up. All right, Tommy, take care of the bomb sight. Fisher, you and Callahan stand by this gasoline. If it won't start, we'll have to burn her. All right, come on, let's go.
Shove her. Come on. Shove her straight back. Come on, shove her. Now get around, boys. Around. A little more. Come on. Come on. That's it.
There she goes. All right, Weinberg, get inside. Everybody inside. Here we go.
We made it all right. All the way to Darwin. Dropping a load of eggs on an invasion fleet off Australia. Straight arming Zeros all over the place. They didn't know we had a stinger in our tail now. When we hit them, they busted wide open, like a cloud of dust. Yeah, we made it. The Marianne lived to fight again. She's fighting right now. And someday, whether it's this year or next, whenever it is, she'll be in that big fight over Tokyo, playing the Star-Spangled Banner for the Nips with 2-ton bombs.
Now, before our stars return to the microphone, a word about that Victory Garden of yours. You may be enjoying those wonderful fresh vegetables and fruits now. They taste mighty good, don't they? But they will next winter, too, if you preserve them now. But don't forget, and here's where Lux Flakes come into the picture. Don't forget that the jars you use must be spotlessly clean. Wash them in rich, hot Lux suds and rinse them well. That's a lot more effective in removing bacteria than rinsing in water alone. Here's what a Department of Agriculture bulletin says. Wash the jars and tops in hot soapy water and rinse. Place them in a pan of warm water with a rack or cloth in the bottom to prevent bumping. Bring to the boiling point and keep hot until required. Then it goes on to say that whether you boil the jars to sterilize them depends on the canning method you're using. Anyhow, Lux the jars first. They'll come out sparkling clean just as your dishes do. And Lux suds leave no soapy or perfume odor as some soaps do. Incidentally, here's something you've probably noticed about using Lux for dishes. You don't get any gummy lumps of undissolved soap. Even in hard water, new improved Lux Flakes dissolve quickly and completely. Give you rich, long-lasting suds that make dishwashing pleasanter, easier, and that leave hands soft and smooth. Yes, Lux Flakes are better than ever for dishes, for every soap and water job. New, improved Lux Flakes. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
George Raft and Harry Carey take their curtain calls from the stage of the Lux Radio Theater now. But in England, it's almost 3 a.m. In the Solomon Islands, it's 2 p.m. And the flying fortresses of the United States Army Air Force are getting ready to take another kind of curtain call.
And those flying fortresses were the real stars of tonight's play, C.B. There's no mistake about that. And it's a privilege for me to have a part in your broadcast of Air Force.
Me too, C.B. You know, I've always wanted to work for you because I figured you must be the only man in Hollywood who's been here longer than I have.
I thought I remembered seeing you in a cowboy hat when I got off the train in 1913, Harry. At any rate, I guess we're both among the early settlers. You were probably in grammar school at the time, George.
And dreaming of being able to ride and rope like Harry Carey. Oh, where did you learn to handle horses, Harry?
Driving a horse car in the Bronx.
Now, listen, I'm a New York boy. You can't kid me. They've got subways in the Bronx.
A lad like you wouldn't know about such things, George. I rode most of the horse cars in New York when I was a boy. Where was your run, Harry?
Well, CB, my dad owned a line that ran from City Island over to Pelham Bay Park in the Bronx. Remember it?
Remember it? My friend, you're looking at one of your old customers.
Well, have you fellas ever ridden on the subway? And don't tell me you two dug it.
All right, George. But the subway doesn't have the romance of the horse car or the atmosphere.
Atmosphere. That was my horse car, all right, you rode on.
So... So much for the old days, Harry. We have a special guest in the Lux Radio Theater tonight. You both know her well, because she's one of the really great ladies of the screen. I directed her in several pictures. In fact, I once acted with her in a Broadway play. She's one of the people who are responsible for making motion pictures a medium of entertainment for millions the world over. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Mary Pickford.
Thank you, Cecil. I enjoyed the play so much. And tonight I'm here as a member of the Phi Beta Fraternity, an organization which has always taken a great interest in the Lux Radio Theater. It's the Phi Beta Fraternity of music, speech, drama, and the dance, founded 31 years ago to promote the best in music and the arts.
We try for the best in drama here every week, Mary.
And how great your achievement has been, Cecil, is proved by a nationwide vote of the members of the Phi Beta Fraternity. They have voted the Lux Radio Theater the outstanding dramatic program of 1943. And as a symbol of that distinction, I'd like to present you with this trophy. There. Yes, sir. National Phi Beta Radio Award presented to the Lux Radio Theater for excellence in speech in 1943. This trophy shows our appreciation of your program. But more than that, it shows the gratitude of millions for the enjoyment you bring to us each Monday night. Our best wishes go with it, Cecil.
This is a very great honor for the Lux Radio Theater. And presented by you, Mary, it means even more.
That's a darn nice trophy Mary brought, too, CB.
Congratulations, CB. And now it's time for us to say goodnight. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Come again, Mary. Come again. We told you a story of the Army Air Forces tonight. But we have a word from the Navy, too. It's for the women in the audience. Secretary Knox said the other day that he needs many, many more of you in the waves. You see, the girls who've joined the waves have done such a wonderful job that the Secretary can release a man for combat duty every time another wave enlists. It's as simple as that. So why don't you talk to your local Naval Recruiting Office about it? Once more, the time has come for this curtain to fall on the close of a season. We'll miss meeting you on Monday nights, and we hope you'll miss us. I've tried many times to visualize this audience. Not a gigantic theater stretching all the way across the country with row upon row of people disappearing into the distance, but millions of little groups gathered around their family firesides for this Monday night date of ours. The big parade of stars and plays which has passed in review before this microphone during the last 9 years has all been made possible by you, by your loyalty to the products behind this theater, Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap. That's why we'll be back with you again on September the 13th with one of the finest bills we've ever had on an opening night or any other night. For the 10th season of the Lux Radio Theater will open with the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer hit, Random Harvest. And our stars will be Ronald Colman and Greer Garson. This summer, Gary Cooper and I will keep busy over at Paramount filming the saga of an American country doctor who made history in Java, the story of Dr. Wassel. Besides that, I'm looking forward to some pleasant hours of play reading and casting for the Lux Radio Theater next autumn. Many things may happen before we meet across these footlights again, for destiny is on the march. Great events are at hand. The war is not yet won, but now at least we can see the bright beacon of victory shining in the distance, and it's shining brighter than ever tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again on Monday, September the 13th, when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Colman and Greer Garson in Random Harvest. Until then, this is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
George Raft's current picture is the Warner Brothers production, Background to Danger. Harry Carey is now making a 20th Century Fox picture, Happy Land, based on the book by McKinley Cantor. Heard in tonight's play were Fred Mackay as Quincannon, Eddie Marr as Weinberg, Art Gilmore as Williams, Stanley Farrar as Peterson, Cliff Clark as Commanding Officer, and Leo Cleary, Vicki Lang, Mel Blanc, Charles Calvert, Dwayne Thompson, Charles Seal, Louise Arthur, Wally Mayer, Earl Keane, Bill Sloan, Peter Chong, Howard McNear, Bobby Larson, Herb Vigran, Mac Gray, and Bob Haynes. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been John M. Kennedy.
Food shortages don't worry me. I'm making sure my family gets enough vitamins and minerals this summer. I just give them Vims. You see, Vims are scientifically designed to help make meals complete in spite of food shortages.
Right. For pleasant-tasting Vims tablets give you all the essential vitamins and all the minerals commonly lacking. Start taking Vims this summer. Ask for Vims at your druggist. VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vims. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Between Americans, starring Orson Welles. The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. The Gulf Oil Companies and your good Gulf dealer are proud to present a dramatic picture of this, our America. Here is your host, Roger Pryor, to tell you about it.
Good evening, everyone. We welcome you tonight to one of the most timely programs ever heard on the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Our production of Norman Corwin's script, Between Americans, starring Orson Welles. Broadcast at any time, we believe this program would make every American's heart beat a little faster. Make him hold his head just a little higher. But since the tragic and foreboding news that came today, this program, Between Americans, now becomes an American odyssey. In just a moment, our story will begin. But first, here's Bud Heaston.
Right. And here's an easy way to change from a pessimist into an optimist. If you're wondering now how long you may have to keep your present car, and wondering, too, if it will last, if it will stay in good condition, just look on the bright side of the picture. Remember, when you give the wearing parts of your car good protection, that helps it stay young and act young a long, long time. So give your automobile the modern method of lubrication, Gulflex registered lubrication. Here's why. First,
expert Gulflex operator works from a master chart of your model car, thus protects each wearing point in the chassis and body.
Second,
the Gulflex man uses not just one or two greases, But 6 special lubricants, especially developed by Lubrication Authority.
And third, here's proof of how good these lubricants are.
In recent tests by Gulf engineers, Gulf-Flex chassis lubricant, for instance, stayed in the shackles 30% better and lubricated nearly 100% longer than the average of competitive products tested.
So get Gulf-Flex registered lubrication, a much better than usual grease job at no extra cost. Remember, too, that your good Gulf dealer is also ready with splendid motor oils and gasolines, such as Gulf No-Nox gasoline, the extra value gasoline that has been especially designed to stop harmful pounding and hammering inside your engine. Make it a habit to stop regularly at your neighborhood good Gulf dealers, your headquarters for making your car last longer.
And now, Oscar Bradley's music introduces Orson Welles, who will talk between Americans.
This program is Between Americans. That's where the title comes in. We hope you like it, but you don't have to. At any rate, nobody's going to make you stick around and listen to it. That's one of the advantages of being an American. Now, tonight we're doing something quite foreign to the type of thing usually presented by the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Instead of telling a story about 5 or 6 people, we're telling a story about 100 million. This happens to include you, listener, whatever your name may be. As a matter of fact, names don't bother real Americans very much. Not when we've got states named after French kings and English queens are lifted right out of the Latin language like Montana, or out of the Spanish like Nevada, and towns. You know, if you were to hold a convention of all the people who live in foreign-sounding American towns, we could fill quite a sizable stadium. Among the delegates registering on the first day would be...
Me, I'm the delegate from London, Minnesota.
I'm in from Dublin, New Hampshire.
Flew in this morning from Cairo, Illinois.
Huh? Whose turn, me? I'm from Canton, Connecticut.
I'm from Paris, Texas.
I came all the way from Shanghai, West Virginia.
Warsaw, Georgia.
I'm the delegate representing Moscow, Kentucky.
My town is Toronto, Kansas.
As for me, Lisbon, Maine.
Delegate from Madrid, Alabama reporting.
I'm from Stockholm, South Dakota.
Drove down this afternoon from Bombay, New York.
Hitchhiked here from Baghdad, Florida.
All right, delegates, now that you've registered, you may all be seated. Now, that's all the preliminaries there's going to be tonight. We're through with the introductions, the overture, and the official registration. So now we can get down to the text, which is, roughly speaking, this. Today, particularly, people are thinking about their country pretty hard. Some of them for the first time in their lives. People are wondering where we're headed. Men are being called on to get ready to defend America. A lot of them are thinking in terms of what is there to defend. Well, now, America means a lot of things to a lot of people. Most of them are solid patriots, only they don't know it. They don't have to wear a red and white and blue button in their lapels to prove it. They don't have to agree with or even listen to people like this.
My fellow citizens, in this great state of Flail and Plethora, we can fix it on squirtle your taxes. Our great country is cribbly bolted on and can wackle tablewicks, and your land and I will Harrington forever!
We got a good hunch most people prefer the quiet kind of speaker, like the fellow who got up on a platform in a Pennsylvania town one day and said,
"The world will little note, nor long remember what we say here."
That was the Gettysburg Address he was referring to. As a matter of fact, he didn't get such good reviews the next morning. Take, for example, the write-up he got in the Harrisburg Patriot.
We pass over the silly remarks of the president. For the credit of the nation, we are willing that they shall no more be repeated and thought of.
If you think that's bad, listen to what the Chicago Times had to say.
The cheek of every American must tingle with shame as he reads the silly, flat, and dishwatery utterances of the man who has to be pointed out to intelligent foreigners as the President of the United States.
Of course, the rival paper in Chicago took the opposite point of view. Rival papers often do.
The remarks of President Lincoln will live among the annals of man.
That paper gave it 4 stars, and they were right. The Gettysburg Address did survive. But that business of calling a president a ham is really something to be proud of. I mean, the right to print a piece saying a president makes a sound like dishwater. Nobody dragged the editors off to jail, even if they were wrong. That's important. Comes under the heading of free press. As soon as anybody starts gagging the press, any press, watch out. Americans don't like that. And by the way, we got a nerve to be calling ourselves Americans all the time when we're really only United Staters. We're a little selfish about that. It's America down there in Chile, too. All the way down the spine of the Andes. If any of you folks are hearing this down around Mexico or Honduras or Salvador or Argentina, or even if you're an Eskimo in the Arctic, we hope you'll overlook our calling ourselves Americans as though we were the only ones in the hemisphere. We do that just because it's so much easier to say than anything else, and also because it sounds so good. By the way, before we leave the subject, what about the original Americans? The Indians? There's a forgotten race for you. How about the Indian on the nickel and the buffalo who roamed the back of the great American jit? Seems a shame. No 2 ways about it. We have forgotten those 100% Americans who went down to quarantine to meet the Mayflower. We don't see them around in person very much these days. But their ghosts are still with us. Maybe the red men are forgotten. Maybe not. But between you and us, it's said that near Boonesboro, Kentucky, on certain nights in November, by the light of the waning moon, some very peculiar ghost meetings go on in the woods south of the river. Also in certain parts of the Alleghenies, between the hours of sundown and the coming of the morning mist. Yes. If you happen to be listening to this in a car, driving along Highway 99 in Wyoming, that man you passed walking down the road a few miles back wasn't a man at all. Seriously, they were brave people. The Indians fought a losing fight against great odds. Wanted nothing more than to keep their land and their way of life. Fighting the fight so many people of all races have had to fight since. The fight to keep free and independent. The fight to stop men from the outside who want to civilize somebody their way. You ever asked yourself what America means to you? Does it mean 1776? Columbia, the gem of the ocean? Big business? The Bill of Rights? Uncle Sam? Chances are it means none of these things. Chances are it means something very personal to each of you. Something close to your heart which you'd miss like the very blazes if you were stranded abroad. Might have nothing at all to do with quotes from Madison or acts of Congress. It might be just the feeling about the crisp autumns in New England and the smell of burning leaves. It might be the memory of the way they smooth off the infield between the games of a doubleheader. It might be a thing as small as your little finger. You ever been abroad and run out of American cigarettes?
Hey, speak English, mister?
No, senor. Solo hablo español.
Well, anyway, do you carry cigarettes?
Ah, cigarrillos. Sí, tenemos bastante aquí.
No, I just want cigarettes. Here, I'll take these. How much?
20 centavos.
Yeah, keep the change. Hey, got a light there, senor?
Sí, como no, senor. Un momento.
Hey, what is this? Soft, cold soup? Tastes like an old shoe. Here, you can smoke the rest of them. Boy.
There you are. America might mean a tight-packed cigarette, which tastes good. Might mean the way a hot dog man slaps mustard on a Frank. Might mean going with your wife to the movie on bank night. Or taking your girl to the annual barn dance and social at Tuckerman's Barn. Plenty of you listeners know what I'm talking about.
Percolate, setting it
You hear people speak of home defense? This is the home to be defended. The square dance down the Glen a piece. In old man Tuckerman's barn. This is the America of all the couples dancing there tonight. That's what the nation means to Butch and Fred and Jenny and Elvira. And this is America to all the boys and girls from Malvern County and their folks at home waiting for them. What do you suppose America means to that auto repair man in the grease-cake dungarees who works in the garage in the corner of Willow and Elm Street? It means, quite likely, crawling under the 1936 Buick and dragging an electric light bulb on a long extension after him.
Hey, Joe, hand me that wrench.
What wrench?
The wrench at your feet. I got to finish this apprentice job.
Why don't he sell that jalopy and get a new boat?
Hey, you want to talk us out of business? As long as he keeps his car, we get a repair job once in a while.
Yeah, guess you're right.
Sure. That's America to Pete and Joe. Piston job, transmission job, valve job, jack it up, change the tire. New fan belt, check the pump. On Saturday night, take the girl down to Joyland Dance Park. Means repairs to those boys and cans of oil and carburetor mixtures. And to Jack Prentice, who owns the Buick that Pete is fixing and who lives down on the beach near the Coast Guard station, America means the sound and the sight and the smell of high tide under the full moon. Occasionally the melancholy note of the bellboy drifting up when the wind's blowing in from the ship channel. Means the age-old sound of the sea. The same sound folks are hearing this very minute up around Penobscot Bay and Winthrop Beach and Chincoteague Inlet down by Calabogue Sound and on Boca Chica and then clean over to the other coast by Guadalupe and Carmel. Yes. Wind and wave and sand and rock and riptide and undertow. That's America to Jack Prentice and the hundreds of thousands of folks settled on the coastlines between Eastport and Key West, Point Isabel and Birch Bay. America is all things to all the people. Prairie to Nebraskans, coal to Scranton miners, cameras and raw celluloid to the picture boys in Hollywood, the stink of crude oil to the men who work the wells, relief checks to the unemployed, a mic and a stopwatch to a radio production man, a BMT Express to Brooklyn office workers. Sure, that's the way it goes. Or isn't it? What does this country mean to you? It might mean anything. Anything at all. It might mean a course in highfalutin poetry at Harvard.
Today, gentlemen, we will consider the influence of Whitman on the development of poetry in America. And by 1870, after 12 years of incessant attack against squeamish over-refinements, Whitman really began to create an active distaste for literary affectation.
Or else it might be an argument between two baseball fans as to which is the better team, the Yankees or the Red Sox.
Yeah, but look! The Yanks are a bunch of old men and cripples.
Yeah.
They won't last. I tell you, they won't last. Well, it gets good and hot around the middle of July.
Yeah.
Wait till doubleheaders begin piling up.
What are you talking? Listen, DeMayo's just having the best season he ever had. He's an old man, huh? Keller hitting a dozen homers. I'd like to be a cripple like that. New home run record for the club. Won't last, huh? Who's the Red Sox got as good as DeMayo's? Name one guy. Name one.
Name two. Ted Williams.
Oh, good hitter. No getting away from that. What you say? Better than DeMayo?
Pitching.
Wait a minute. Do you say?
Or it could be a poker game in Charlie Ferreter's law office upstairs over the 5 and 10 cent store on a rainy afternoon. Or a meeting of the Kiwanis Club in the Mansion House on Thursday. Or the news store. Or a great symphony concert. Sent out over everybody there, playing the music of all the world's great composers, regardless of their race or nationality. For instance, something by a great German Jew named Mendelssohn. Something you couldn't play in certain countries on the other side. Now let's stop a minute and figure this out. Is it an accident that makes just being a citizen in this comparatively young country so attractive to so many people? To the world's greatest skater from Norway? To the world's greatest mathematician from Germany? To the world's greatest orchestra conductor from Italy? Is it an accident that 1,000 million people all around the world would give everything they own to be in your shoes? A free citizen of this country right this very minute? Is it the weather here? Let's ask some of the natives. You from New York, how's the weather out your way?
Oh, I like it all right, only the summers give me a pain, sticky and hot. And then we usually get a stretch of terrible overcast weather around April and November. Sometimes 10 days go by without the sun coming out once.
And you, miss, from Miami, Florida.
Oh, our climate's fine, except you have to watch out for sunburn.
A gentleman from Kansas?
Well, summers get pretty hot. Winter's pretty cold. Tornadoes raise a ruckus every once in a while.
Los Angeles. You?
Ah, wonderful climate. Magnificent.
Don't you ever get tired of all that sunshine?
No, sir, not a bit.
Never rains?
Well, a little precipitation maybe, but no rain.
No earthquake?
No, just little ones. Are you interested in some real estate?
No, thanks. And you from San Francisco, how about it there?
Best climate in the world, top.
Lots of sunshine?
Lots.
Lots of fog?
Lots.
All right. Then it's not the weather which makes it so attractive. Is it maybe our wine, women, and song? Let's ask the experts. You there, expert on women.
American women are beautiful, certainly. But we've never produced any classic or historic beauty. We've no legendary figure to compare with Helen of Troy, or with any of the Greek or Roman Venuses, or with Egypt's Cleopatra. As far as fiction is concerned, we can offer nobody to stand up against Italy's Juliet, or Germany's Isolde, or France's Roxane. Certainly not Scarlett O'Hara.
Certainly not.
No, indeed.
All right, that's fine. Thanks very much. Now, what about our wines? Is that what makes America so attractive from the outside looking in? How about it, wine expert?
American wines are excellent, but then, of course, meaning no offense, have you ever heard of French champagne, Burgundy, Librame?
All right, thank you. Thank you. Can it be our song? Maestro.
America can well be proud of its composers and of its wealth of folk music. But the fact of the matter is that we have yet to produce a single world-great symphony, whereas Finland has produced 7, Germany and Austria, half 100, the Russians about 12, the French 2 or 3, England 2 or 3, Bohemia...
Not song, then. Neither wine, women, nor song. So what is it, then? Well, it's this. Come right down to it. It's the spectacle of nearly 150 million people trying to live up to the expectations of a handful of great men who lived and died 150 years ago. Men who were so fed up with the kind of government they'd been getting, they sat down and wrote a new constitution for themselves and their children. A democratic constitution that's been added to, but never been topped before or since.
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof.
Or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press.
Or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and petition the government for a redress of grievances.
No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
The right of trial by jury shall be preserved.
Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted.
Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction.
The right of the citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude.
Or on account of sex.
Those are pretty good sentiments to be kept alive and flourishing in the world today. Of course, there are other things that makes our union a good one to belong to. It's a beautiful country, even though it has a lot of incorrigible badlands and corrigible slums. Aren't many countries have as much in them to look at and wonder about as this one. This can be a rather fierce country, too. Ever see the way its mountains frown down sometimes? Know what they're frowning at? Some rumors they heard about petty intrigue, about political bosses and shysters and fakers and grafters and men who make a business of gypping the people. Ever see the way the sky suddenly gets black and the thunder roars and the lightning starts throwing itself around? Ever see a storm whipping it up across the Great Lakes? That's how the American winds feel about anybody who denies anybody else a fair trial, or free speech, or the right to assemble, or the right to worship as one sees fit. Well, then, in the final analysis, there can be no analysis. Many great thinkers and poets have attempted it, but the country's too big for any one man. There's Walt Whitman and Carl Sandburg and Tom Wolfe, and they all felt the magnitude and magnificence of the nation that got put together piece by piece like a jigsaw puzzle. They felt it and wrote about it in unforgettable ways. But still, it's bigger than any of them, or any of us. Whitman hit it on the nose when he said it was bigger than the president and the cabinet and the District of Columbia. It's not Park Avenue, or Broadway, or 42nd Street, or the Loop, or the Golden Triangle. It's other things. Many, many, many other things.
Mill towns. Steel towns.
Tobacco towns.
Mining towns.
Oil towns.
Cotton towns.
Farmhouses.
Railroad sidings. Statues on the common.
Tourist houses on the edge of town along the state highway.
Swimming holes. Gas stations.
Strollers on Main Street.
Kettles of sorghum molasses. Sunday papers. Season tickets to concerts.
Auctioneers.
Night courts. Radios. Parades. Toothpaste. Shaving cream. Dogs. Cats. Skyscrapers. Subways. Cornfields. Offices. Hotel rooms. Airports. Hospitals. Factories.
Oh, we could go on for weeks with this, never come any closer to a working definition of America, or to any real understanding of its total meaning. Look, how can you add up all the red and yellow neon signs, the smell of all the eggs and bacon frying in the morning, the bargain specials, the lessons learned, the cows let in from pasture, the mileage clocked up on automobile speedometers, the rainfall and the snowfall, and the wind drifts? It's much too big for you, or me, or any of us who happen to stand alone or in small groups. It's much too great for any person or any party. Too much loved by all its people. Loved in spite of and because of its faults and virtues and its past mistakes and future promises. America is not a map, a poem, an almanac, a mural, a building in the heart of Washington. It's a territory possessed by people, possessed by an ideal. Well, that's all, listeners. Just wanted to talk between Americans for a half hour of a Sunday evening. No big finish here. No brass section bringing down the curtain. Just a little music to follow a friendly little chat. Good night, Americans.
You've just heard Orson Welles talking between Americans.
Ladies and gentlemen, Orson Welles has just spoken to you as one American to another. And incidentally, do you remember when Orson mentioned the hundreds of thousands of Americans working in those oil towns and gas stations? Well, those Americans make up a great industry that's a vital part of America, the oil industry. There are about 400,000 gasoline dealers helping traffic flow along the highways, making possible business trips, visits to your friends, the stores and movies, pleasant rides in the country. That's only part of the oil industry's contribution to making the American way of life the grand thing it is. And to keep it that way, to safeguard our way of life, well, the industry's helping there, too. It's supplying fuels and lubricants for factories busy turning out materials for our defense. In addition, the oil industry is supplying all the gas and oil needs of the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. And for the vastly augmented Air Force planned in the future, Gulf and other oil companies are building enough 100-octane aviation fuel plants to take care of the increased demand. That's only a glimpse of what the oil industry, of which Gulf is a part, means today to the American people and the American way of life. Well, next week, we really have a show that'll put you into a great humor. The RKO hit My Life with Caroline, starring those top favorites, William Powell and Ann Sothern, with George Barbier. Music by Oscar Bradley, assisted by Frank Tours. Until then, this is Roger Pryor speaking for your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and saying, good night, everyone.
Orson Welles appeared tonight through the courtesy of Lady Esther and is currently making the magnificent Ambersons at RKO. Don't forget our date next week when the Gulf Screen Guild Theater brings you William Powell, Ann Sothern, and George Barbier in My Life with Caroline. Bud Hastings speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. Makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Great Day. It's human nature to put things off. But what about that job of cleaning and polishing your car? Have you bought your can of Johnson's Car New yet? Have you had the thrill of seeing a new car pop right up before your eyes as if you had rubbed Aladdin's lamp? Maybe that sounds a little exaggerated, but I know you're going in for a surprise the first time you use Car New. It's so easy to use, for one thing, because it cleans and polishes in one application, does two jobs at the same time. Car New is a liquid. You massage it gently over the finish, and when it dries to a powder, you wipe it off. And there stands your car with its almost forgotten showroom shine. Now, if you want to protect that shine for a longer time and save on your car washings, you add a coat of wax. But first, do that double job of cleaning and polishing with Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. It's the easy, labor-saving way to keep up the finish of your car. They say a well-groomed woman gives her tresses 100 strokes with a hairbrush every night before retiring. And it must work, too, because McGee's horse, Lillian, is simply radiating charm and beauty these days. And here in the garage, giving their handsome hay burner the brush off in a nice way, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
My, doesn't her coat shine beautifully, McGee?
It oughta. I got a Charlie horse in my arm from currying her. Charlie, let me introduce you to Lillian. Lillian, this is Charlie. You two horses ought to know each other. Gotta watch that, Lillian. You almost missed your cue.
Isn't she sweet? Look at her wag her tail, McGee. She's happy.
In horses, Mrs. McGee, that ain't happiness. That's flies. Oh, hold still, you big corn cruncher. Hey, Molly, haven't we curried her long enough?
Oh, I think so. And she looks lovely, too. Though a little fat, I'd say.
Yeah, she's hippie but happy. Hand me your blanket, will you? Kind of a draft blowing through here.
You know, I don't think this blanket is big enough, McGee. Her legs must get awfully cold.
Well, what do you think we ought to do? She'd look awful silly in long underwear.
Well, she does need a bigger blanket, though. Yes. Mother's it the baby that's told, doesn't she? Wudgy.
Oh, quit talking baby talk to her, Molly. Next thing you know, she'll be wanting me to sit on my lap and listen to the Three Bears. Her to sit on my lap.
Where are you?
Who's that?
It's Mrs. Uppington, I think.
Ah, yes. I should have recognized that sweet voice. I hear it in my dreams. Every time I eat too much lobster salad.
Now, listen, she isn't so bad, McGee. She's just afflicted with too much money.
Old Dr. McGee could cure that affliction with one rousing game of poker. What do you say we have the old...
Mrs. McGee, are you there? Out here in the garage, Abigail. Now, be nice, dearie.
Okay, I'll kiss her hand and curtsy. And if the old moose
Oh, hello there, Abigail.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy. Get away from me, you big ox. I haven't got any sugar.
Please, Mr. McGee. I did not come here to ask.
Oh, he didn't mean you, Abigail. He was talking to Lillian.
Oh, yes.
Yes, have you met Lillian, Uppy? Lillian, dear, this is Mrs. Abigail Uppington, the big splash in the finger bowl set. Uppy, shake hands with the... I'd like to have you meet our adopted daughter, Lillian.
Lillian and I have met, Mr. McGee, and I think she's very, very charming. I love horses.
Uh-huh.
In fact, I was quite a horsewoman in my day. They used to say I rode like a centaur.
Like a what?
A centaur. That is a mythological figure, Mr. McGee. Half man, half horse.
Oh, really? Well, which half...
McGee. Won't you come in the house and have a cup of tea?
Oh, thank you, no, my dear. I just stopped by to ask you a favor on behalf of the Wistful Vista Reclamation Committee, of which I am chairwoman.
Uppy, you're such a confirmed chairwoman, it's a wonder you weren't born with 4 legs.
Oh, thank you, Mr. McGee.
What is the Reclamation Committee, Abigail, and what are they going to wreck?
Well, we are putting on a campaign, Mrs. McGee, asking citizens to look through their homes for any material which might be useful to the government in this emergency.
Oh.
Old metal, paper, rags, all that sort of thing. Oh, here's a folder about it.
Okay, Uppy, but I don't think we got much of that kind of stuff.
McGee, how about the hall closet?
You think there might be something in there?
I have a sneaking suspicion that we might find an ounce or two that we might spare. What do we do with it, Abigail?
Oh, just pile it up outside. I shall have our truck call for it at 4 o'clock.
Well, we'll get it at it right away, Uppy. We're about through with Lillian anyway.
I must say, you keep her looking very well.
I tell you, we curry and brush her for 2 hours every day, Abigail. You see how her coat shines?
Oh, yes, there is nothing like it, Mrs. McGee. Personally, I brush my hair at least an hour a day.
Well, some horses need more care than others, Uppy.
Now, please. Mr. McGee, I am not a... well, goodbye, Mrs. McGee.
Did I say something wrong?
Oh, no, you just called her a horse is all. Nothing to be offended about.
She should be offended about that. It's Lillian that ought to be hurt. Hey, Lillian? Yes, does Daddy's itty baby think nasty old woman?
McGee.
Huh? Oh. Well, let's get out that closet, Molly, and get it.
very interesting government folder Abigail gave us, McGee.
Yeah?
Listen, it says, in our attics, cellars, backyards, and basements are waste materials that can help make ships, tanks, guns, and ammunition. Salvage now for victory. Well, come on, McGee. Let's get busy.
Okay.
I'll be glad to get that closet cleaned out.
Yeah, me too. Oh, okay. Open her up.
No, you open it.
No, you open her. I opened it the last time.
Yeah, but you can jump out of the way quicker than I can.
Well, okay. Here goes.
Well.
There, you see? No cause to be alarmed because... Straighten out that closet right now. Just look at that, will you? Well, there ought to be plenty of stuff in here for the government, Molly.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Oh, there's an old aluminum coffee pot. We can give that to the government.
No, but that's what I use for camping trips.
Well, tap a tree and drink maple syrup. This goes to Uncle Sam. Aluminum is a very important thing.
Well, let's see. Better make 3 piles of this stuff we're saving for the government. Rubber in one, metal in another, and paper... Hey, look.
What?
Here's my old ukulele.
Say, I never knew you had a ukulele.
Oh, sure you did. Remember before we were married how we used to sit in the swing out in our front lawn and I'd play the uke and sing to you? Stuff like Red Wing and Pretty Baby. There's Egypt in your dreamy eyes. What's the matter? What you looking at me like that for?
McGee, give me that ukulele.
Okay, here. But it needs to be tuned up before you can expect... Hey! What's the idea of busting it up, Molly? Haven't you got any sentiment?
Not for this. Huh? The only swing on the front lawn in our neighborhood belonged to that red-headed Dixon girl down the street, and that wasn't Egypt in her dreamy eyes. That was mascara. The hussy.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, well, I never liked her very much anyway.
Honest?
Nah, her swing squeaked. Hey, here's your old portable sewing machine, Molly. That's good for 30 pounds of metal.
Oh, and here's a pile of old magazines. Yeah. Well, the Police Gazette.
Oh, I'll take those, Molly. I was planning on joining the police force once.
You don't say.
Yeah.
Well, hello there, folks. What goes on?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harlow. We're cleaning out the hall closet. We're sorting out some things that the government can salvage.
Want to pitch in and see what you can find, Mr. Wilcox?
Yeah.
We got everything here but the kitchen. McGee, there it is.
What?
The kitchen sink over in the corner there.
Oh, darned if it ain't. Well, that's another 20 pounds of iron.
Well, I'll just go away quietly and leave you two to your memories and old umbrellas. I wouldn't want to... Oh, look at this.
What are you mooning over that for? It's just an old tin can.
Yes, but an old tin can of what?
What?
Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
But it's empty.
That's what I love about it. This empty can means that Molly has been spared hours and hours of housework. It means that her kitchen linoleum has been tenderly cared for, that its beauty and luster have been preserved.
Yes, but that empty can must have been around for years and years.
Swell. The longer you've been using it, the better I like it. It just goes to show that once a housewife has tried Johnson's Glow Coat, she keeps on. Because it's so easy to use, saves so much time and effort, conserves your energy and your property.
Hand me my hat, Molly.
Where you going, dearie?
No place. I just want to take it off to Mr. Wilcox. There's a guy who can really dramatize a tin can. Break his commercial little heart over a pile of junk. Boy, what a performance he could put on at the city dump.
You think not? You think not? Meet me there tomorrow at 2:30.
I ever knew another man who was quite so sold on his job, McGee.
Me either. Ever notice that little bare spot in the back of his head?
Is he getting bald?
No, his hair is just worn off there. He uses a can of Glow Coat for a pillow. Well, come on, let's get busy. We ain't made a dent in this stuff yet. Hey, where are you going, Molly?
I'm going to put on an old house dress. This stuff is too dusty to handle. Now, you keep busy, dearie, and I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Oh. Boy, what a family can accumulate in a few years. What's this? What's this? Ashtray from the Sherman Hotel in Chicago. So that's where I stayed during that Legion convention. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Huh? Oh, hi, little girl. Now, come back later now. I'm busy.
What you doing,
I'm cleaning out the closet, sis, and at the same time seeing what I can dig up that might be useful to Uncle Sam.
Oh. Hey, is Uncle Sam really our uncle, mister? Is he?
Sis? He really is, sis. And nobody ever had a better uncle. Like most relatives, he annoys us now and then, and we squawk and complain, but don't mean anything. When we get in a jam, he's always in there to back us up, and when he gets in a mess, we rally around. He's the only rich uncle in the world that his whole family hopes he'll live forever. Now get out of the way, sis. I'm busy. I want to get back.
Oh, looky, mister. Look what I found. Ice skates.
Where? Oh, them. Yeah. Those used to be my ice skates, sis.
Can I have them, mister? Can I play some?
Sis, you'd be welcome to them, except for 3 reasons. They won't fit you, and they're so rusty they ain't good for skating anymore. And in the third place, Uncle Sam needs them more than you do. I'm sorry.
Okay, mister. There's another reason, too.
What's that? I says, what's that?
What's what?
What's the 4th reason you don't want these skates?
That's it. I don't want them.
And why did you ask for them?
Just to see if you'd give them to me. I'd rather wait and have a good pair anyway.
What do you mean, a good pair? These were the most expensive skates I ever won, selling Larkin products door to door.
Well, I bet you they can't be much good, I bet you. My daddy said so.
Your daddy didn't even know I ever had a pair of skates.
Well, he must have. He said they were no good.
I don't... Now, let's get this straight, sis. What was your immediate paternal forebear Dumb's comment regarding these Mill Pond moccasins?
Say that again?
I says, what did your old man say?
He said McGee's were the cheapest skates he ever saw. Go on, mister.
The King's Men and the Village Blacksmith.
The village smithy stands by the tree. The smith, a mighty man now is he. He's busy as a big bumblebee, reshoeing horses for society. He swings and sings as the horses pass. He does because when he swings the anvil chorus, all the horses laugh. For just as every dog has his day, the smith is back again now to stay. And the muscles in his hands are as strong as rubber bands. And the village smithy stands by the tree. The smithy stood for years by the tree, but now he's up in society. Since rubber went on priority, he's bigger than you figure he could be. He heaves, then leaves all the horses flat. He goes to shows. He's the life of every party. In the high silk hat, that money in his pants. Hey, just shoeing horses got him that away. And you're gonna see his name written in the Hall of Fame. That's how famous he became by the tree. Don't recognize his friends anymore. Cause he's sprucer than he used to be before. And he's climbed, as you can guess, up the ladder of success. But he keeps the same address.
Well, that truck is almost loaded, Molly. How much more stuff we got?
Well, not much. Just the old dress form and your old golf clubs and the magazine and some little stuff.
Say, I wonder if I can't still use those golf clubs.
What was your score the last time you played?
No, I guess I don't need them anymore. Here's your dress form, Molly.
Thank you, dearie.
Boy, what a load of junk. Well, the truck is way down on its springs now. Hey, where'd that driver go?
He's out in the garage talking to Lillian.
Wonder he wouldn't stick around and lend a hand. Well, here's the magazines.
Say, what's this thing, McGee?
Oh, that's my old steel helmet from the last war. I bet the government will be glad to... I bet the government will be glad to get that. I made it.
McGee. This helmet's got an awful dent in the top of it.
I'll say it has. That helmet saved my life in the last war.
Oh, get hit by a bullet?
No, bumped into a stump. I was crawling out of a... Oh, look who's coming. The trivia.
Oh, well, let's not get into one of those silly arguments with him, will you?
Oh, come on. Let's do him good. Hi, La Trivia.
Hello, McGee. Good day, Mrs. McGee. What are you doing up in that truck?
Oh, just loading some junk into it, Mr. Mayor. We just cleaned out the closet.
Well, why doesn't McGee get up in the truck and let you hand him the thing?
Now, you mind your own business, La Trivia. Molly's the kind of woman I always like to look up to. Here, Molly. Catch. There.
Can I help?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're nearly through now.
Very well. I just came by to ask if you subscribe to Liberty Magazine.
Oh, yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. But if you're working your way through college, we'd be glad to see you.
I'm not working my way through college, Mr. McGee. I merely wish to tell you that in tomorrow's issue of Liberty, there will be a 4-page article about you and Mr. McGee.
Honest, La Trivia?
As honest as it could be, I suppose, considering it's a family magazine.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll be looking for it. And I might have known you weren't working your way through college.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mrs. McGee, I did work my way through college.
Interfere with your college work any, La Trivia?
No, not a bit. Mm-hmm. In fact, I was particularly active in the Glee Club.
Oh, well, here we go again. So you belonged to a Glee Club, did you, Mr. Mayor? That must have been fun.
It was. We had some splendid singers.
I suppose they sang on account of being so gleeful.
No, because they belong to the Glee Club. A Glee Club is formed for the purpose of group singing.
Oh, I always sing when I'm happy to, but I don't have to belong to a club to do it, Mr. Mayor.
I didn't either, Mrs. McGee. I joined the Glee Club because I like to sing.
Uh-huh.
But a Glee Club is not necessarily gleeful.
You mean they were unhappy?
Why should they be unhappy?
Why shouldn't they be?
No, they should be. I mean, no, they shouldn't be. What has their happiness got to do with it?
Now, that's a fine attitude, La Trivia. Not to care whether your own club is happy or not. Why, when I went to high school...
I am merely trying to explain that the term Glee Club has nothing to do with glee. Is that clear?
Oh, I see what you mean. Like if you belong to the Elks, you don't necessarily have to give all your friends one of your front teeth.
That's exactly what... No. What I'm trying to say is that a college glee club is formed of people who like to sing.
Oh, certainly. You see, Molly, if you ain't full of glee, they won't take you in because...
Whether or not you're full of glee doesn't matter. All that matters is whether or not you can sing.
Well, it's the same thing. You can't sing unless you're gleeful.
Well, how about Lawrence Tippett, Molly? He has to sing at concerts whether he's gleeful or not.
Yeah, but how much does he get?
Oh, up in the thousands, I guess.
And he's unhappy about that?
I didn't say he was unhappy.
But you said distinctly that Mr. Tippett wasn't happy when he sang, and I only
But you said he had to be gleeful.
No, McGee, I merely said that
Well, I'll just leave you two good people to argue it out by yourselves. And don't forget the Liberty article. A good day.
So long, La Trivia.
Goodbye, Mr. Mayor. Now, look here, McGee. But I'm happy at receiving thousands of dollars of performance.
I never said no such a thing.
You did, too. You did.
No, I says that the...
Yeah, you...
Hey, what are we arguing about? La Trivia's gone.
What? Oh, heavenly days. Caught on our own hook. Well, let's get the rest of this stuff loaded, McGee.
Okay. There. Is this all the stuff, Molly? Any more in the closet?
No, it's all out here, McGee.
Fine.
That closet was as empty as a threat to Joe Lewis's title.
Okay.
But Uncle Dennis said...
Oh, Uncle Dennis. I get tired of hearing about that guy. When's he going to move out?
Now, listen, don't you talk like that about Uncle Dennis. He's never done anything to you.
No, except he eats more than Lillian and sleeps more than Rip Van Winkle. He's a regular parachute.
No, you mean parasite, dearie. A parachute is a big thing that gets full of air and lets you down easy.
That's what I say. Uncle Dennis is a regular parachute. Oh, hi, Winkle.
Oh, hello, Mr. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hello, Mr. Wimple. We'll be through here in just a minute. Hand me that last little pile of things, McGee.
Here you are.
There, now that's all. Help me down, dearie.
Okay. Grab my hand. That's it.
My goodness, what on earth are you folks doing?
We just cleaned out our hall closet, Mr. Wimple. We're sending a lot of old metal and rubber and paper to the government.
Oh, that's splendid, Mrs. McGee. I went down this morning and tried to join the Marines.
Oh?
Sweetie Face went with me to give her consent.
Oh. Did they take you, Wimp?
No. They said my eyes were too weak, and I was anemic and underweight and overage, and I wasn't tall enough.
Well, that's too bad, Mr. Whipple.
No, it came out all right.
Oh.
They accepted Sweetie Face.
You mean Sweetie Face is in the Marines now, Wimp?
Just as an instructor, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
She's going to teach them how to box and wrestle and do jiu-jitsu. She demonstrated to them how to disarm an opponent, stun him with a blow on the neck, and knock all his teeth out.
Heavenly days, that must have been impressive.
Oh, indeed it was. By the way, can you recommend a good dentist?
Go see Doc Cottam, Wimp. Tell him I sent you. So Sweetie Face used you as an example of how to treat an enemy, eh?
Oh, she certainly did, Mr. McGee. And then the recruiting officer asked Sweetie Face if she knew anything about bayonet fighting.
And what did she say?
I don't know, Mrs. McGee. I jumped out the window. Oh, but look at me, standing here gossiping when you're so busy.
Now we're all finished, Wimp. Come on in and take a look at the closet now. It's a sight for sore housekeepers. We'll show you the closet, and then maybe Molly will make us a cup of coffee.
Certainly, boys. But, McGee, I was telling you that Uncle Dennis...
Oh, skip Uncle Dennis. Come on in, Wimp. Yeah.
My, this is such a peaceful house. I wish I lived here. Or someplace.
Oh. Well, now, listen, any time you want to come for a couple of weeks to heal up, Mr. Wimple, we'll be glad to have you.
Sure we will. Here, take a look at this closet, Wimp. I'm proud of this.
But, McGee, I told you...
I want Wimple to see the closet. Now, look, Wimp. Well, what in the...
I've been trying to tell you, McGee. I've been trying to tell you all the time. When Uncle Dennis saw that bare closet, he moved all his stuff in there.
Well, we haven't all got hall closets like the McGees, but if you're looking for ways in which you can do something right now that will help your country, listen carefully. You can turn this spring house cleaning into direct aid for all-out production by very carefully salvaging from your attic and basement all discarded articles made with rubber or metal, as well as old rags and scrap paper. Rubber and scrap metal are most important. 29 pounds of old rubber will make a life raft for a Navy plane. 12 pounds of scrap metal is half the steel needed for a small machine gun. That's important, isn't it? Sort out all discarded tools, old tire chains, batteries, pieces of pipe, anything made of metal that you can't use. Sort out old rubber tires, torn boots or overshoes, hot water bottles, bath mats. Sort out old clothing, rags of all kinds, waste paper and cartons. Send them to your local junk collector or give them to a charitable organization that's collecting such material. Remember, rubber and scrap metal are most important right now. Your government is asking your help. Make this spring house cleaning your special contribution to victory.
That job is done, and you certainly have worked hard, McGee. I'll say that for you.
I'll say that for me, too.
You look tired, dearie.
Yeah.
Say, why don't you go down to the Elks Gymnasium and get yourself a massage?
Oh, I can't, Molly. The masseur joined the Army.
He did? I thought he was way over age.
Well, he is, but I guess the government wants any old rubber it can get.
Oh.
Huh?
I said, oh.
Oh. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Mutual presents Arch Oboler's Plays. The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the third broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Oboler. In this series, we hope to bring you dramas full of the excitement and the meaning of plays told in relation to the expanding world in which we live. The play will be introduced by Arch Oboler.
Everyone is talking about the post-war home. Houses that'll be bought in packages and erected while you wait with a tack hammer and a button hook. They talk about vacuum glass walls and radiant heating and coal lighting and organic living and kitchen sinks, which will include everything but the kitchen sink. I've read these notes about the brave new house, and then I heard a song. And by that peculiar reverse alchemy of a playwright's mind, I've written a play, which my friend Raymond Massey will now bring you, which is about the house I live in, but which has nothing to do with plastics or packaged conveniences, but which has to do with a man's heart.
I want to tell you about the house I live in. I want to tell you how the house that had been mine lost its walls, and all the rooms were filled with rubble, and a dust arose. And when I looked again, the house was gone.
Was it a bomb that fell?
Bomb? Bomber over Elm Street, USA.
But you say your house disappeared. How did it disappear?
I'm going to tell you. The morning began as so many others had begun since. Tom and Elsa had gone. Again, I hadn't slept. I opened the front door, stood on the front porch, and watched the daylight slowly wake up the street. It had rained during the night. I had listened to every drop. And now the light lit up the wet leaves as the trees shook themselves in the morning wind. Another day, and I was waiting for 8 o'clock.
Sorry, Mr. Rogers, nothing today.
You sure? Perhaps the letter...
Sorry, Mr. Rogers, nothing today. Maybe it'll come tomorrow.
I already knew about tomorrow.
Sorry, Mr. Rogers, nothing today. You know, it takes a long time for a letter to get to Elm Street from Japan.
I went back into the house. Chairs, table, sofa. The piano Elsa had played. The piano Elsa had played. I went upstairs. Tom's room just as it had been. His bed, his typewriter on the desk, his track shoes hanging from the side of that chair he had made in manual training. Just the way it had been that last night.
Sure, Dad, sure, all packed. Come on in, sit down. Socks? What do I want to take more socks for? Well, Dad, didn't you ever hear of GI issue? Say, Dad, will you do something for me? All this junk here, will you hand it out to those Margolis kids down the street? Yeah. Yeah, the baseball and the mitt. Remember when I broke my thumb on that hot liner? Oh, you better not give them the football until fall, because if you give it to them now, there won't be much of it left by then. Hey, Dad, did you hear about that? I'm getting farsighted. Dad, my track shoes, everything but my track shoes. I'll be doing a little running when I get back, if I'm still young enough. Me and my long gray beard doing the high hurdles. Oh, come on, Dad, it isn't as bad. Well, look, I'll be back soon. Don't you read the papers? Why, this war with the Japolas won't last 6 months once I get over there. Dad, well, this is just a guess, but I got a hunch we'll be starting to bomb Tokyo soon. Well, it's just a hunch, but if it happens, I'm going to be in on it, and, well, I'll send you a bird's-eye picture of the Emperor's horse. Dad, something else. And we almost got married last week, and then we didn't. Yeah. Oh, no, it was me. I wanted her to have a chance to change her mind if I stayed away too long. She found out that absence didn't make the heart. Well, you know. If she needs anything, well, keep an eye on her, will you? Thanks. How much time have I got left? Is that all? Your watch, you sure your watch? Okay. I just want to sit here a little bit and look around. Yeah. Funny, I've always had so much time. Now I've only got enough to sit here. It's a swell room. In a good house. In a good life. Hey, hearts and flowers. Okay, Dad, get the car out. I'm all ready to go.
Ready to go. Ready to go where? Tom, if I only knew where you were. Or if you were. Elsa's room. The silly room, I'd call it, with its frippery, billowing curtains, cretonne flounces on the dressing table at which she'd sat so many times, covering with glamour a face that was so very young.
Of course, Dad. Come on in. Dad, do you think this makeup's too dark? My lipstick? Well, I know it's red. It's the reddest I could get. Oh, Dad, this is a terrible thing to say, but I'm going to miss dressing up like this. Oh, that's silly. It's a beautiful uniform and a beautiful chance, and I want it. I miss all the frills. If they heard me talk, they'd pull up the gangplank before I got there. Tomorrow? 6 o'clock. Dad, I'd rather you didn't come down to the station. No, it isn't that. I just don't want... Dad, please. Just the way you did when Tom... Just let me go alone. Thank you, darling. Dad, I may not get another chance, so I'll say it again. Please, please don't forget to take the coffee pot off the stove every morning. If you burn the bottom out of it, I'll... All right, I believe you. And eat right, Dad. Vegetables. Please have at least one vegetable a day. And beer isn't a vegetable. If I come back and find you as fat as Patty's pig, I'm going to... Oh, Dad, I wish I had another week. Even another day. Make sure you'll be all right. I think I've arranged everything about the meals and the laundry and about the cleaning. If I were only sure you'd be all right. Oh, I shouldn't talk like that. You'll be all right, and I'll be all right, and Tom is all right. Hey, gosh, I'm late for my date. Turn out the lights for me, will you, Dad?
Everything as it had been. But now a place I couldn't stay in. Out into the street, to walk as I had done so many times before, until the circle of my aimless steps brought me back to this empty house I lived in. I had made the walk so many times. 50 steps and that silly little Pekingese of Mrs. Englehart's would see me pass and yap at me. Another dozen steps and the broken pieces sidewalk in front of the Andrews place. Then the iron picket fence Tom used to run along when he was small, banging his stick along the iron pickets as he ran. so half the neighborhood knew his Nibs was free of school for another day. I passed a big oak tree where Elsa would stand with her girlfriends when she was very young and giggle when the latest football hero passed. Laughter, children's laughter. They'd laugh, too. They'd been full of laughter, my children.
Oh, no.
Tom, this one. Look at this one.
Holy. Oh, wait a minute. Give me that.
Oh, no.
Dad, make her give it to me. Elsa, give me
Oh, no. This one goes to your commanding officer.
Elsa, if you don't give me that picture.
It's a museum
Elsa,
piece.
I'm coming around that table and break your neck.
Listen, Tragstar, won't do you any good. I've got duplicates.
No, Elsa. Dad, don't just stand there. Do something.
Taking any chances. Got 2 dozen printed up.
Oh, Dad, you shouldn't have given her that.
He said to clean out the drawer, so I did.
Oh, but Elsa,
I'll
please.
mail it to Hap Arnold, and they'll paint it on the nose of your bum.
Elsa, my sister, you snake in the grass.
Pretty words won't get you anywhere.
Please.
This makes up for every time you paddled me.
Elsa.
Oh, Dad, this is the most wonderful going-away present.
Elsa, dear.
My beautiful, conceited brother at the age of 3 riding naked on a white horse. Oh, brother.
My steps went past the children's laughter. The endless circle of my aimless steps.
Hello, Mr. Rogers.
Johnson's boy suddenly was there, walking alongside of me.
Can I walk with you, Mr. Rogers?
All right.
I heard a funny joke today. A man was riding along and he got lost. You know, he didn't know where he was, and he went up to a farmer and he said to the farmer, "Where's the road to town?" The farmer said, "I don't know." And the fellow said, "Well, where's the road to the other town?" The farmer said, "I don't know." And the fellow said, "Well, where's the road to some other town?" The farmer said, "I don't know." And the fellow said, "You don't know much, do you?" And the farmer said, "No, but I ain't lost." Funny joke, huh, Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, very funny.
I got a new harmonica.
Have you?
Do you play the harmonica?
No.
I can. My ma said, "Please get out of the house if you're going to play that. I got a headache." Why do heads ache, Mr. Rogers?
Loud noises, unnecessary conversations, worry.
You got worries, Mr. Rogers?
What's that song you were playing? A moment ago.
I don't know. You got worries, Mr. Rogers?
Play your harmonica, son.
Okay.
He kept playing as he walked alongside of me. Suddenly I realized that his eyes were on me, as if he wanted to say something to me, yet was afraid to speak. And then he did speak.
You take such big steps, Mr. Rogers.
Sorry. That better?
Yes.
You going anywhere in particular, son?
No, sir.
No school today?
Saturday.
Oh, I forgot.
You didn't know it was Saturday?
Sometimes one day gets to be like another.
Mr. Rogers, listen. You must wait. Jimmy Doolittle go over with 1,000 flying forts, and he'll get Tom out. You just wait and see. Jimmy Doolittle get him away from those Japs. Honest, he will.
And then he was gone. I kept on walking. Then this thought. The boy, this neighbor boy, his meeting and walking with me had not been accidental. He had wanted to walk with me and say what he had said. 1,000 flying fortresses, headed up by Superman, I suppose, with Tarzan of the Apes leading a charge of elephants toward my son's prison camp. Prison camp. I didn't even know if he was in a prison camp. Those devils. What had they done to my son?
Good morning, Mr. Rogers. How are you this morning? I'm your neighbor, Mrs. Gibson.
A woman. Yes, a neighbor. I'd seen her once or twice as I'd walk by. And now she was there walking with me, a grocery bag in her arm, and talking to me.
Must have rained quite hard last night.
Yes, it did.
All the rain this spring certainly done wonders for our lawns. I've noticed yours. It's very lovely.
Yeah.
Of course, the whole problem is to get someone to do the mowing. I saw you talking to little David Miller. I guess the smaller boys of this neighborhood will come into their own this year. What with the 12 and 14-year-olds all going off to help on the farms during their vacations.
If the grass grows tall, there'll be no harm.
No, of course. No. Did you hear about the Griffith boy?
No.
He was out flying a kite, and it fell across those high-tension wires over on Oak Street. And he and some of the other boys got a ladder and put it across the telephone and telegraph post. And they were halfway up when Mr. Griffith came along. The Griffith boy had a metal fishing rod that he was going to use to lift the kite off the wires. Can you imagine that? He'd have been electrocuted if Mr. Griffith hadn't just happened to leave work early that day. If you ever expect them to grow up, you certainly have to watch your children every minute. I mean, I'm sorry, Mr. Rogers, I wonder if I could ask you something.
Yeah?
Well, I know your daughter Elsa has been overseas for a long time, but my daughter Peggy is joining up, and you can understand how excited I've been. I was wondering if you could tell me anything that would...
You were saying?
I was just finding an excuse to talk to you. Peggy is joined up and gone, and I've watched you walk by my house every day. And today I started off to market just at this time, just so that I could have an excuse to tell you that Mr. Gibson and I would like very much to have you come to dinner some night this week. No, don't say yes or no now. Just think about it, and whenever you'd like to come over, just let us know. Goodbye.
She turned and went. I'd walked along this street morning after morning, hundreds of mornings from the day after the news came that Tom wouldn't be back, and Elsa left the house to join up. Morning after morning, and always it had been alone. And now this, a boy, a woman, childish prattle, feminine dinner-making. What was this today? Suddenly I heard that tune again, the one the boy had been playing. One of the houses along the street, a Negro woman singing as she swept the front porch.
The house I live in, the friends that I have found, the folks beyond the railroad, and the people all around, the farmer and the worker, the sailor on the sea, the men who built this country, that's America to me. The house I live in, my neighbors white and black, the people who just came here are from generations back. The town hall and the soapbox, the torch of liberty, a home for all God's children. That's America to me. The words of old Abe Lincoln, of Jefferson and Payne, of Franklin Delano Roosevelt and the tasks that still remain. Our little bridge at Concord, where freedom's fight began. Our Gettysburg and Midway, and the story of Bataan. The house I live in, the goodness everywhere, a land of wealth and beauty, with enough for all to share. The house that we call freedom, the home of liberty, with a promise for tomorrow. That's America to me.
The house I live in. The house I lived in was an empty house.
It's a wonderful song, isn't it, Mr. Rogers?
I turned. Who? And then I saw it was Anne. My Tom's Anne.
I said, that's a wonderful song.
Hello, Anne.
Hello. You going anywhere in particular?
I was just walking.
Mind if I walk with you?
No. Of course not. I'm glad to see you. How have you been?
Fine, Mr. Rogers. Fine.
I haven't seen you for quite some time.
Almost a year.
Has it been that long?
Yes, it has.
I had no idea.
Mother and I have wanted very much to see you.
I'm sorry. I've been very busy.
I know. Your war work. Yet surely you could have found some time to come visit us.
I'm sorry.
It's going well.
What's going well?
The war.
Is it?
Did you know it rained last night?
Yes, I know.
I opened my window and lay on the bed and watched it. It was a strange sort of rain. So soft and fine. It wasn't as if it was rain at all. When it began to get light, every drop seemed to be dancing as it fell.
You didn't sleep?
I was thinking. Mr. Rogers, we've missed you very much. Why didn't you come see us?
I'm sorry, dear. I don't go out these days at all. I go down to the plant. I do everything I can. When I come home, I like to shut the door and be quite alone. I'm sure you understand.
Yet each morning you come out of the house and walk the street.
How do you know that?
I've watched you. We all have. You're very lonely, Mr. Rogers.
Yes, I am.
I was, too.
What? You heard from Tom?
No, I didn't.
Then the War Department, why should they write you? Why not me? Why didn't they...
Mr. Rogers, please, there's been nothing. No letter.
Then what? Tell me.
I don't know how.
I see. All right, that's natural. Why not? He's been away so long. Why shouldn't you find someone else?
Oh, no, that's not it. Of course not. Why won't you understand?
Understand what? You say you're not lonely anymore, and I'm supposed to understand. Understand what? That you're young, that you can forget. But can I forget my son? Can I forget what he said, how he looked, how he... What have I got left but a lonely house?
I stopped being lonely the day one of the neighborhood women, stopped me on the street. She asked me where she and some of the others could send packages to Tom.
Our Tom?
Yes, ours.
I don't understand. Why should they... What was Tom to them?
Tom mattered to a lot of people on this street. I suddenly began to realize that he mattered on many other streets where they didn't know his name or who he was.
Why, Ann? Why?
Because Tom isn't just ours anymore. What had happened to him mattered to everybody back home who has a sweetheart in this war. Or a husband. Or a son.
All in a moment, the house that I lived in lost its walls, and all the rooms were filled with rubble, and a dust arose. And when I looked again, my empty house was gone. And suddenly a new house arose, and it was filled with people. All the people to whom Tom mattered, even though they had never seen him, or didn't even know his name. All the people whose hearts were filled with the work and the troubles and the hopes of this war that my son and my daughter, yes, and I, were fighting. So this is the house I live in, a house of people. And there can be no walls, for sorrow knows no walls. And determination knows no walls. And there are no walls for faith.
Just heard Raymond Massey in The House I Live In, a new play by Arch Oboler. Included in the cast with Mr. Massey were Ann Shepard, Alfred Ryder, Mercedes McCambridge, and Hester Sundergaard. The song, The House I Live In, was written by Earl Robinson and Lewis Allen and was sung by Miss Hope Foy. The original music was set by Gordon Jenkins, and the orchestra was conducted by Sylvan Levin. Next week, from Hollywood, Mr. Oboler will bring you an original comedy entitled Love, 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 which is subtitled An Excursion into the Gentle Art. This will be the fourth in a special series of plays written, produced, and directed for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Arch Oboler. To conclude the program, Sylvan Levin and the orchestra bring you excerpts from Gordon Jenkins' original tone poem, This Living Book, dedicated to the free men of the free nations who are now meeting in San Francisco to plan a free tomorrow. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the servicemen and women of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay there, gang. This is Ken Carpenter standing on your front porch and throwing our hat through the door for the 125th time. And if you don't throw it out, we'll come in and answer a few of your letters to Command Performance, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. As we hook into the international beams to all APOs and FPOs tonight, your old clambake appears to be not only sensational, but positively mediocre. And here's the man who told me to say that. Your master of ceremonies, that famous Hollywood star, that man among men, and that washout among women, Jack Benny.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello again, gang. This is Jack Benny talking. And listen, Ken, what do you mean I'm a washout among women? Did you get a load of that girl I brought to the broadcast with me?
She certainly is a load.
Well, you just don't know a good-looking girl when you see one.
Oh, I was only kidding, Jack. She's really quite attractive. Movie actress?
No, Ken, she's a plumber. I met her the other day when she came out to my house to fix a chain. I tell you, it was... Really, it was love at first sight. I walked into the kitchen, and there she was under the sink. I tripped over her Stilson wrench and joined her.
Well, I'll say that's one way of getting acquainted.
I'm glad I met her, though. Isn't she cute, Ken?
Well, to tell the truth, Jack, she has a pretty face, but I think her overalls are a little baggy.
Well, they may be baggy, Ken, but underneath them beats a heart of gold. And I'll tell you another thing. She's full of fun. She's got the darndest sense of humor.
What do you mean?
Well, for instance, she's always sneaking up behind me with a plunger and snatching my toupee. And I'll tell you another thing. A girl plumber has to take good care of herself. You know, Ken, she doesn't smoke or drink.
Oh, she never drinks, huh?
Oh, once in a while she has a Drano and soda. You know? With a twist of lemon peel, of course. But outside of that, nothing.
Pardon me, men. This is Command Performance, I presume.
Well, Bing Crosby. A little nervous without hope?
Oh, yes.
Nice, isn't it? Well, it's nice seeing you, Bing.
Nice to see you, Jackson. What's the big discussion, Ken?
Oh, we were just talking about the girl that Jack brought to the broadcast.
Oh, you mean Blowtorch Annie?
That's her professional name. So you met her, eh, Bing?
Oh, indeed I did. As a matter of fact, I autographed her soldering iron on the way.
Well, that was sweet.
You know, she gave me one of her business cards, Jack, and it doesn't speak too well for you, really.
What do you mean? What does her card say?
Well, here it is. Blowtorch Annie. I specialize in drips. Stands right there.
Can't understand it. That means drips from pipes. I'm no drip.
Pardon me,
Hope would have had a better answer there.
Much better. Rochester'd give you a better straight line.
I know it.
Pardon me for any aspersions I might have cast, Jack, or any I may cast in the near future. And talking of plumbing, I'd like to stretch my own rusty pipes and funnel a greeting to Bob. Meet me at the Shamrock on Thursday morrow, 885. Redberry at 726. In regards to Olson, Sawyer, Lee, and Fox at 729 from, Frank. Rather odd name here. Oh, yeah. Frank Sinatra, the kid's same. Boy knocks a tune. Hello to the Torpedo Kids, including Jules, Nebraska, Sackfullen, Black Dog Gallo, and Stinky Trailer. And for the Command Performance Club everywhere and Granddad Benny here, you must have been a beautiful baby.
Well, thanks.
Must have been a beautiful baby. You must have been a wonderful child. When you were only starting to go to kindergarten, I bet you drove the little boys wild. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, you must have showed the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I bet you made the cutest bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause, baby, look at you now. it came to winning blue ribbons, you must have showed the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I'll bet you made the other kids bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby, 'cause baby, oh, baby. Yes, you must have been a beautiful baby, 'cause baby, look at you now.
Now, what I'd give to have my violin here. That was You Must Have Been a Beautiful Baby, sung by Bing Command Performance Crosby. Gosh, Bing, I'll never forget the first night I heard you sing. It was at the Coconut Grove.
You remember the Grove days, huh? Gee, I had no idea you were that old.
You didn't?
No.
I love this boy. But, Bing, you must remember the night I walked into the Grove. Think.
Oh, yes, I remember well. You came in with that big lunch basket. You spread your blanket on the dance floor. The waiters formed a flying wedge, and out you went.
Well, it was my first visit to Los Angeles. In Waukegan, where I come from, a grove is a place to have a picnic. But getting back to what's on my mind, Bing, I lost Dennis Day.
Open manhole?
No, Navy.
Well, Jack, your loss is the Navy's game. Dennis was a fine broth of a boy.
Did I give you my dialect? Yes, that's true. He was a good singer. And he was so, Dennis was so unmercenary, you know?
Worked pretty cheap, huh?
Well, I wouldn't say cheap, but on Saturday night, when I used to hand him his pay envelope, my hand very seldom trembled. Anyhow, Bing, there's a great opportunity on my program for the right young fellow.
You mean?
I mean, snap at it, kid.
Well, Jack, if I hear of anybody, I'm going to let you know.
What's the matter with this guy? Does he have to have a ton of bricks fall on him or something? Bing, I wish you'd pay attention. I need a singer, and I'll take you just as you are. No audition or anything. I don't.
Very nice of you. Really sweet. You're sweet.
I mean, just what I heard tonight was enough for me, you know what I mean? Of course, and you won't have to do much, you see. I mean, you'll start at the bottom, but you'll work up fast. I mean, think of the chance this is. 5 years ago, nobody knew Dennis Day.
Today, he's scrubbing a deck.
That's not what I mean. I have a contract right here. Of course, there's just one thing. I want a character somewhat like Dennis. Can you act dumb?
Not dumb enough to sign that contract.
Boy's tricky. Now, Bing, come to your senses. I'm going to ask you just once more to work for me, and I want an affirmative answer.
You couldn't force a yes out of me with Annie's plunger.
Now, Bing, I wouldn't be too hasty if I were you. Think of your future. You know, there's
so little left of it, I'd rather not.
Don't be downhearted, son. Stick with Uncle Jack, and everything will be all right.
But Jack, I have my own radio show. It's a dozer,
You
but
have?
we have it, yeah.
You have your show? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were in the road business at Paramount.
Well, you hit on something there, Dad. Hope and I have made so many road pictures, really. L'amour is getting soft shoulders.
Her curves are nicely banked, too. Did you notice? But, Bing, I was wondering, just for curiosity's sake, if you didn't have your own show, how much would you charge me a week to sing on my program?
Well, I don't like to make my business public, Jack. I tell you what I'll do. I'll whisper it to you.
Use my left ear. That's the better one. Okay, how much would you charge me to sing one song a week? Holy smoke. I wouldn't pay that to Sinatra.
Now, just a minute. Wait a minute now.
Heavens to Betsy.
$35 a week? That's not robbing you.
You never said that. You said 45. That left ear of mine never misses, brother.
Gentlemen, if you'll pardon me, this, after all, is command performance. Is about time for a little glamour.
Glamour, what's wrong with us?
That's what I say. Well, don't nobody answer that either.
Well, it seems the gentlemen of the AEF have written bales of letters requesting Miss Georgia Gibbs, whom they seem to love, love, love.
Georgia Gibbs. Is that her standing there?
Mm-hmm.
Say, she's cute. I'm going to see what she's doing later.
Listen, you stick to your plumber. I came in here empty.
Oh.
Brushing aside this romantic dialogue and clearing a couple of tired wolves away from the microphone, let me say it's all yours, Georgia Gibbs.
Thanks, Ken, Jack, Bing, and hi, fellas. Love to the Snaffy gang at 726, AR Sessions, Navy 230, that B-17 named Deanie. The 76 Ward at 952, Lieutenant Colonel Hearn at 709, and also at 709, Silent Bill, Zoot Nilsson, Hogjaw Myers, Stumblebum, and Fireball Lee. Also, the Broadway Glom somewhere between New York and the English Channel. The Glom, according to Sal Scamaccia, keeper of the Glom, is a little turtle on the USS... Mustn't give the name. So, fellas, here's the song you've asked me to do on command performance. I walk around heavy-hearted and sad. Night comes around and I'm still feeling bad. The rain's pouring down, blinding every hope I had. It's pittering, pattering, beating and spattering. It drives me mad. I don't know why. There's no sun up in the sky. Stormy weather. Since my man and I ain't together. It's raining all the time. Life is bare, gloom and misery everywhere. Stormy weather. I just can't get my poor self together. So weary all the time. So weary all the time. Now when he went away, the blues walked in and met me. If he stays away, old rocking chair will get me. All I do is pray the Lord above will let me walk in the sun once more. I cannot go on. Everything in life is gone. Stormy weather. Since my man and I ain't together. It's raining all the time. Keeps on raining all the
That was great, Georgia. I sure enjoyed your singing. I knew you'd love that one. Enjoyed your number. Get it?
And he wants me to go on his program this morning.
Don't be so critical. I like to see you think of something witty that fast.
Listen, when Georgia was singing, I was looking and listening. I wasn't thinking.
And now, wait a minute. You'll have to pardon me again, gentlemen.
Carpenter's always butting in here.
Very rude boy, isn't he?
No, it's an absolute necessity. Whenever things get dull around command performance, it's my duty to break in and introduce the next guest.
Do you think we're dull, Bing?
Well, maybe inside here, but in front of the drugstore, we fractured.
Oh.
Well, our next guest is a man who, well, on the other hand, I don't like to exactly say that without qualifying my statement by saying he's also very well known in the field of, well, one thing I'm sure of, here he is, that musical genius, that man of no words, Harpo Marx.
Well, Harpo, how are you? Good to see you. What do you say, kid?
Yeah, hello, Harp. What's cooking?
For a minute, I didn't think he was going to speak to us.
Yeah, Harpo looks hungry, Jack.
He does at that. Want something to eat, Harpo?
What would you like?
Get him a glass of milk. And a piece of raspberry pie.
Now, gentlemen, I'm afraid to interrupt again, but things are getting a little dull around
Carpenter.
here.
After all, we're handicapped.
Yeah, how can we hold a conversation with a guy who won't talk?
Oh, wait. Apparently, you aren't aware of the fact that Mr. Marx always travels with an interpreter. And, of course, he's brought him along tonight. Gentlemen of the AEF, may I present Harpo's official interpreter and spokesman, Mr. Gary Cooper.
Hey, Bing, he got more applause than we did when we came.
Get my things. I'm leaving.
Well, Gary, this is really a surprise. Doggone, I didn't know that you were Harpo's spokesman. So you travel around and do all his talking for him. Is that right?
Yep.
Well, Gary? Gary, I'm glad you're here because we're beginning to have a little trouble with Harpo. Do you ever have any trouble with him?
Nope.
Well, I guess that's because you've known him so long. I mean, you're very close to him. You understand him.
Yep.
And he won the Academy Award. Hey, Bing, do you think you could get him to talk?
No.
Well, try.
Okay, say, Gary, we had a lot of fun when you were working at Paramount on For Whom the Bell Tolls, didn't we?
Yep.
What do you do? Oh, what are you doing now? You on a vacation?
Nope.
Oh, then you're getting ready for another picture.
Yep.
Is there a part in the picture for me?
Nope.
Well, I'll try one more question. Is Harpo going to play his harp tonight?
Yep.
This guy's beginning to crack like Silent Yoakum, isn't he?
Gary,
Yoakum fans back there.
Gary, what's Harpo going to play?
The harp.
He said something! Hey, he said something!
What a Gabby Barber, huh?
What selection?
Well, I hate to hog the whole show by talking too much, but Harpo's going to play Who Threw the Overalls in Mrs. Murphy's Chowder. I want to warn you, it's going to sound more like Stardust. Climb up on the harp, sonny boy, and play it like an angel.
For heaven's sake, Gary, what's the matter with him? He's groaning.
Naturally.
Naturally?
He wants the groaner to sing with him.
Okay, Harpo. Sit right over there and pluck me on, boy. Lots of requests tonight for Blue Heaven,
When whippoorwills call and evening is nigh, I hurry to my blue heaven. a turn to the right, and a little white light will lead you to my blue heaven. You'll see a smiling face, a fireplace, a cozy room, and a little nest that's nestled where the roses bloom. Just Molly and me, and baby makes three. We're happy in my blue heaven.
And Gary Cooper. And say, Bingo.
Yeah, Jack?
Command Performance gets a lot of crazy requests. You know that, of course. Remember one night you had to mix up a bourbon and soda?
Hope drank it, remembered it well. What's for tonight, a Cuba Libre, Jack? What are we going to do?
Oh, a letter from Private Phil Stearns, formerly of Sausalito, California.
Mm-hmm.
Dear Command Performance, these GI shoes we wear get heavy at times, but I've thought up a way to make them seem lighter. Please have Ann Miller do a tap dance wearing a pair of our 10-pound brogans. Fellas, Ann Miller.
Hi, fellas. Say, Ken, you know, those clodhoppers look pretty heavy. Could somebody help me on
Why, sure. Bing and Jack, be gallant and help a little girl with the shoes. You go right over there, Ann. This is Ken Carpenter, ladies and gentlemen. I have a microphone here and will report this amazing spectacle as I see it. Mr. Benny has a monstrous GI shoe in his hands and is about to place it on Miss Miller's tiny left foot. Mr. Benny is bending down. Now Mr. Crosby bends down. Now they're preparing to lace up the brogans. Miss Miller is wearing a beautiful ensemble this evening. Mr. Crosby is wearing, well, we'll skip that. It's a beautiful day out here today, folks. We can see the purple mountains in the background. Both teams look to be in great shape. The referee's about to blow his whistle. The horses are nearing the starting gate. Are you all set? Fellas, here's Ann Miller tap dancing for the AEF in a pair of GI battle wagons.
Thank you, Ann Miller. Now you know what it's like in the infantry. One of those shoes looks like my Maxwell. Hey, Bing, will you kill a little more time here? I got to go help Annie with her shoes. So long, fellas.
Stay right.
So long, Bing. We'll see you later.
Anyway, gang, one of the finest... I join you, boys? And now removing Miss Ann Miller's brogans. This may go far into the night. One of the finest letters that ever pulled into Old Command Performance asks us to sing the song One Alone. And I'd like to bounce it off for the guys who wrote that letter. My hunch is that they're somewhere north of Rome tonight, still paving the long road to Berlin. But wherever they are, they'll know that this one is for them.
One alone to be my own, I alone to know her caress, one to be eternally the one my worshiping soul possesses. At her call, I'd give my all my life and all my love enduring. This would be a magic world to me if she were mine. Her call, I'd give my all my life and all my love enduring. This would be a magic world to me if she were mine.
That sort of licks the platter clean for the time being, gang. It's swell getting together with you again. The best of the best from the mob here on Command Performance. And I'm saying good night for each one of them. Oh, just a minute. Harpo Marx wants to say good night for himself here. Harpo? So long from over here to over there.
Radio Service.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, and Veronica Lake in So Proudly We Hail, introducing Sonny Tufts with Les Tremaine. Ladies and gentlemen, Your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When the guns are silent and American boys come home again from all over the world, many of our sons will owe their lives to the courage and skill of women who were there when the battle was on. Each branch of the service has its own nurses, and tonight's play is dedicated to all of them. The inspiring drama, So Proudly We Hail. Paramount made the picture, and tonight we present the same three stars you applauded on the screen: Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, and Veronica Lake. And with this lovely and talented trio, we have Paramount's new discovery, Sonny Tufts, who became an overnight sensation in this picture. Among all the stories of human heroism, none will be remembered longer than the saga of Bataan and Corregidor. The heroes of that time were called expendable, women as well as men. And So Proudly We Hail is the drama of those women, the Army nurses. I don't remember any production in the history of the Lux Radio Theater that boasted three feminine stars of the magnitude we have tonight. And certainly there's no theater anywhere in the world that could hold the audience these three will draw. But Lux Toilet Soap has built a house as big as the nation itself, so that you may enjoy the finest in drama every Monday evening. You aren't actually present backstage while rehearsals are going on, but you do have a hand in everything that happens here. You select the plays and the players, and your purchase of our product is the power that keeps these footlights burning. I'm sure you buy Lux Toilet Soap anyway, but plays like So Proudly We Hail give you a double hit. And here's the first act, starring Claudette Colbert as Davy, Paulette Goddard as Joan, and Veronica Lake as Olivia, with Sonny Tufts as Kansas and Les Tremaine as John.
May the 7th, 1942. Last night at 11 p.m., after a week of unceasing attack, the island fortress of Corregidor was surrendered to the Japanese.
Out of the black sorrow and tragedy of defeat, there came a light, the light of a miracle. This is the story of that miracle, of 8 American girls, Army nurses, who were delivered from the flames of Bataan, from the roaring hell that was Corregidor. They arrived one morning at Melbourne. Out of the sky they came. 8 American girls, hungry, tired, dirty, still dressed in their blood-stained uniforms.
Welcome to Melbourne. I bring you General MacArthur's compliments.
Thank you, sir.
I am Colonel Mason.
How do you do? I'm Lieutenant O'Doul. This is Lieutenant Armstrong, Leonard, Schwartz, Bocelli, and Emerson.
I'm happy to know you all, and thank God you're here.
Colonel, did any of the other girls get off Corregidor?
We were told there were 10 more coming by submarine, but we haven't heard from them since they left.
But aren't there any more? They said that everyone was to be ordered off.
Everyone was ordered off, but we could only get about 20 before it was too late.
Oh, then the rest of the girls are in the hands of those filthy... We should have stayed.
You were carrying out your orders. Well, come along now. The Red Cross has warm baths and clean clothes for you.
Colonel, do you happen to know when we're supposed to go home?
On the very next transport. Wait, I thought there was supposed to be 8 of you.
That's right, sir. You see, Lieutenant Davidson. She's just being brought off the plane.
Oh, a stretcher case.
Yes, sir.
Watch it, Joe.
I got it. Handle her easy.
What's the matter with her?
Well, we don't know exactly. She's been conscious all the way, but she won't speak. She just lies there staring.
Watch it, please. Hold that stretcher a minute. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Davidson, I'm Colonel Mason. You'll be all right now, Lieutenant. You're out of it now. Lieutenant, do you hear me?
It's no use, sir.
Take her to the hospital. Watch it, please.
We'll keep her out here on the deck for a while, nurse. The fresh air might help.
Yes, Major.
Lieutenant Davidson, is there anything you want? You're on your way home now, Lieutenant. Doesn't that mean anything to you? I'll see her again this afternoon.
Yes, Major.
Major, is Davy any better?
Oh, good morning.
How is she, Major?
Frankly, very bad. The closer we get to home, the worse she seems to be.
What do you think's wrong?
It's simple. When people don't want to live, they die.
Oh, no.
I knew we did the wrong thing. She didn't want to leave Corregidor, and when we got her on the plane, she just collapsed.
If it were a mere physical collapse, I'd know what to do. Frankly, I'm desperate. I wonder if perhaps you can help me.
We'll do anything, Doctor.
It's not going to be easy. I know how much you all want to forget what you've been through. But I only have one hope left. This letter is addressed to her. It came from Mindanao.
Who's the letter from, Major?
It's signed by somebody called John.
John? Why, that's the boy...
Just a moment, please. I want you to tell me everything you can remember. Things that might not even concern her. You never know. It might have its place in the pattern.
Well, Joan knew her best. Lieutenant O'Doul, I mean.
Well, Lieutenant?
Well, I guess I did know her best. As a matter of fact, we joined up together. That was almost a year ago. She was the best nurse I'd ever worked with. She was so good-natured, always patient and understanding, even about little things. Like the time we were ordered to embark for Honolulu. Davy was the first one at the dock and the last to finish up. Everybody else was running around saying goodbye, everybody except Davy. She was standing in the rain, seeing that things got done.
Hey, O'Doul, come on, you'd better get aboard.
Davy, you've got to help me. I'm in a terrible jam.
What's the matter?
Well, 2 of my fiancés came down to the dock.
2?
Well, you know how hard it is for me to say no. I mean, when somebody asks me to marry him.
I thought it would be easy for you to say no by now.
Oh, well, golly, it's all in fun. But if these 2 Irishmen ever meet up with each other, Davy, can you stall one of them for a minute for me? But there you are, darling.
I've been looking all over for you, Joan.
Well, I've been looking all over for you, too, dear. Now, you stay here, and I'll be right back.
Hey, wait.
Don't forget to write, dear.
What does she mean, don't forget to write? Hey, Joan.
Oh, no, Captain, will you hold these papers for me just for a second?
Well, I'm in sort of a hurry.
No, and this, here. Thank you.
Oh, we haven't had a chance to say goodbye yet.
Oh, there's lots of time to say goodbye. Say, who wrote that?
Who wrote what?
Whenever a snowflake leaves the sky, it turns and turns to say goodbye.
I haven't the faintest idea. Where'd she go?
Do you know the rest of it?
The rest of what?
The poem.
Oh, no, I never did. Now, look,
Well, it goes, let me see. Whenever a snowflake leaves the sky, it turns and turns to say goodbye.
That's fine. Goodbye.
No, Captain, don't go. I remember the rest. Goodbye, dear cloud, so cool and gray. Yes, and then it goes, there's something and something on its way.
Look, do you mind if I get on my way?
Whoop, here we go. Goodbye, Captain.
Now, you see what you did? Now I've missed her.
You see what I mean? Little things. Well, we sailed out of San Francisco in a downpour of rain. I remember seeing a Marine on deck walking around without his raincoat. I figured it was our job to keep the men healthy. Hey, you. You're going to catch cold, Leatherneck.
Who, me? Never had a cold in my life.
I found out later his name was Kansas. At least that's what they used to call him. He played football back there, made the All-American. One day he came out on the upper deck to get some sun.
Hi, Lieutenant. What's cooking?
Oh, hello, Leatherneck. How's your cold?
Oh, it's not a cold. It's just a little ruddy dose.
Oh. Well, you'd better not take too much of this tropical sun. You'll get burned.
Who, be? I never bird. Best Tad you ever seen. What you doing?
I'm writing a letter to a friend.
Oh.
Oh, Irma, what's the date?
It's Sunday. We had chapel.
Sunday the what?
Sunday the 7th.
Sunday the 7th. December, Pearl Harbor. Most of us didn't even know what it was, let alone where it was. So instead of landing at Hawaii, we were ordered to join a convoy somewhere in the Pacific. None of us realized what the whole thing meant. All we knew was that we stuck to that convoy, and at night we ran without lights.
Hi, Lieutenant.
Hi.
Hey, wait a minute, will you?
Well, what do you want?
Look, what's the matter with me? Have I got dandruff or something?
Well, I really can't tell out here in the dark.
That's not what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Look, why don't you ever let me see you?
Officers are not supposed to fraternize with enlisted men.
But I don't want to fraternize. I just want to see you.
And pass the time of day?
Well, it'd be better than nothing.
Take your arm away. What's the matter?
Sunburn.
Well, just stop your maneuvers before you make contact with the main body.
Look, don't you like me?
I like you.
It's just sort of, so what, huh?
That's right.
Okay, won't bother you anymore.
Oh, well, don't go. I'm just being childish. Sure would like to meet one guy, though, that doesn't make a pass.
Well, when you do, you better begin to worry.
You're not so dumb.
I just talk dumb.
Well, all right, then. Come on and get it over with. put your arm around me.
Oh, fine.
Incidentally, I'm warning you, Kansas. I melt at a very low temperature.
Well, then I'll try to be pals.
Okay, and when you can't stand it any longer, from time to time, I'll let you kiss me.
This, one of those times?
No.
Okay. Let me know.
Hey, golly, what's that?
I don't know. Submarine, I guess.
It was a sub, all right. They got 2 of the boats in our convoy. We picked up about 100 survivors. One of them was a nurse from another ship, a girl named Olivia. She was a strange kind of girl. Her hands had been burned, and we tried to be friendly, but she wouldn't have any part of us, so we wouldn't have any part of her. One morning, Davy was in charge of the sick bay. It was Olivia's first day of duty.
Oh, Olivia. Say, Olivia, it's good to see you. How are your hands?
They're fine.
You know you're a very lucky girl.
Lucky?
Well, yes, we didn't get many survivors.
That's one way of looking at it.
Tell me, why did your boat leave after Pearl Harbor? I realize we need supplies in the Philippines, but it doesn't...
I don't know, and I don't ask a lot of questions.
Oh, I see. Incidentally, your orders came through. You're to join our unit. You'll bunk in with Miss Pacelli.
She's already mentioned it to me. She doesn't want me to.
Oh. All right. I'll find someone else.
Doesn't matter to me.
Oh, Joan.
Yeah, Davy?
Joan, come here. Do you mind Olivia bunking in with you?
Now, what did I do to get punished?
Honestly, I'd do it myself, only Rosemary's still a little homesick and frightened.
That Olivia, I'd like to give her an injection and leave the needle in. But okay if I'm the victim.
Thanks.
I don't know why I'm so nice. Oh, Davy, there's a patient down there supposed to have a bath, and he won't let me give it to him.
You want me to take over?
Oh, I wish you would. It's the 3rd bed from the door.
Right. Good morning.
Oh, don't be so cheerful. I know what you're here for, and I still say no female's going to bathe me.
No? Well, let's see your chart. Lieutenant John Summers.
That's right.
With the medical unit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fine. A doctor, and you won't let a nurse wash you.
I'm not a doctor. I'm a technician. I was associate professor of chemistry at Hawaii.
Oh, a professor? Well, that explains it. Give me your arm, please.
You know, what are you doing?
You're going to have a bath, and don't be coy.
Now, go away. I told you no female's going to give me a bath.
Your mother did.
Let go.
Now, look, do you give me your arm, or do I take away the whole blanket?
Angels of mercy, huh? You're a bunch of wrestlers. Here.
There, that's better.
Oh, wait. Oh.
What's the matter?
My head,
You feel dizzy?
Yes.
No feeling in your hands and feet?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, you know what it is, don't you?
What?
You need a bath.
Oh, now look.
And stop faking.
Okay. Say, tell me, when people get to know you awfully well, what do they call you?
Lieutenant.
Oh.
That was John Summers. I'll tell you more about him later. Well, on Christmas Eve, we all decided to dress up a little and have a party. We'd been at sea for almost a month, and we needed some relaxation. I wanted to make an impression on Kansas, but the only snaky thing I had was a black nightgown, which, with a few trimmings, did for me. Rosemary Larson was in my room while I was getting dressed.
Here, Joan, why don't you wear this locket?
Oh, but that isn't mine. It must be Olivia's.
Oh, I don't think she'd mind. Here, put it on. Oh. Hello, Olivia.
Take that locket off.
I only want to wear it tonight.
I said take it off. What do you mean snooping around in my things?
Say, who do you think you are? Oh, you want to play rough, huh? Well,
Davy!
What is it? Stop it! Stop it!
Well, she started it, and I don't get slugged by anybody.
Stop it, do you hear me? Now, what are you, a couple of children? What is this?
Sorry, Davy.
It was my fault, Davy. By mistake, I opened Olivia's musette bag.
She had no right to take my locket.
She said it was a mistake. Now, I don't care whose fault it was. You were both wrong. You realize that, don't you? I don't want to have to take any official action. Look, girls, I know we're all nervous and jittery on a boat going nowhere, getting nowhere, but we've just got to hang on a little longer, that's all. I don't want this to go outside the cabin. Come on, forget it and shake hands.
Okay. Sorry, Olivia.
I'd like to be left alone.
All right, Joan. Go ahead. Olivia, Joan's just impulsive. She really didn't mean any harm. Come on, do you hear they're starting the party? Why don't you come up with me, It may be our last party in a long time.
Leave me alone, can't you? Leave me alone.
All right, Olivia.
John Summers was up and around now. He and Davy danced every dance that night.
You having fun?
Mm-hmm.
Say, did you get my present?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Well, what's mine in return?
My thanks.
Well, I suppose I'll have to be satisfied with just that. You realize this is the first time you've been in my arms?
Oh, I've been in lots of arms.
Oh, yes, but these are mine. I want you to get used to them.
Nothing. Why?
You seem to be smiling all over tonight.
Oh, go away.
Merry Christmas.
Good heavens, aren't you in bed yet?
Believe it or not, I was on the top deck with Kansas singing Christmas carols. Can I bunk in here, Davy?
Oh, did you have another row with Olivia?
No, but she's scary. She just lies there and stares and never goes to sleep. Ooh, it's like sleeping in a graveyard.
Okay, you take my bed. I'll try it for tonight anyway.
Thanks, pal.
So tell me, has she ever opened up? Ever given you a hint of what's wrong?
There's nothing wrong. She's just naturally a frozen-faced ghoul.
Oh. Well, good night, kids.
Night, Davy. Are you asleep, Olivia?
No.
Mind if I turn on the light?
No.
Is it all right if I bunk in here?
Yes.
Oh, what's the matter, Olivia? Something's hurt you. Why don't you talk about it? Come on, get it off your chest. You can forget I'm your superior officer.
It's none of your business, so don't forget you are my superior officer.
Well, maybe if I knew what was eating you, I could help.
Nobody can. I don't want anybody to try. I can do it myself.
Oh, this is the locket, isn't it? Now, why did you lose your temper when Joan...
Put that down. Do I go through your things?
Oh, I don't think we'd better talk anymore. I'm beginning to get pretty sore.
All right, so you're beginning to get sore. Enjoy it. But stop prying into things that don't concern you.
Maybe it does concern me. It concerns me that the morale of this group remains high, and until you joined up, it was. You're just a troublemaker. I don't really care what's bothering you at all. I don't like you any more than the rest of the girls do.
I'm supposed to be a nurse, and that's all.
Oh, no, there's much more than that now that we're at war. Maybe you don't know what's up. Maybe you don't know what we're doing here.
You think I don't know. All right, I'll tell you. I know what I'm doing. I know why I'm here. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill Japs, every blood-stained one I can get my hands on.
Olivia.
That doesn't sound nice coming from a nurse, does it? We're supposed to be angels of mercy. We're supposed to tend to the wounded and take care of the sick. We're supposed to be kind and tender and serve humanity in the name of humanity. What humanity? Jap humanity?
Olivia, be quiet.
No, you asked me. You wanted to know. You pried into things that didn't concern you. You wanted to know what this locket is. Well, look. It's a picture. It's a picture of a boy. Today is Christmas, isn't it? The time for cheer and good fellowship and for peace. Well, today's my wedding day. He and I were to be married today in St. Louis. And why weren't we? Because he's dead. He died that first morning they killed him. I saw him. He was running across the field to his plane, and they killed him. 60 bullets, and by the time I got to him, he was dead. His face was gone. I couldn't see him anymore. Just blood. Blood all over.
Olivia, don't, dear, don't.
Let me go. They must be punished, and I'm going to punish them.
Yes, dear.
He was dead. It was ended for him.
Olivia, darling.
I wanted him. He was all I had.
Yes, dear, I know.
I loved him so much.
We were pretty anxious to get off that boat, but we still didn't know where we were going. One night up on deck, Davy met John Summers. It was a quiet night, and all over the boat you could feel the throbbing of the engines.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Have you been trying to avoid me?
Frankly, I have.
Why?
Oh, because I've been trying to avoid you.
Oh. Well, now, look, I don't want to seem impetuous.
You don't?
All right, I do want to seem impetuous then. But the point is, anything can happen.
Such as?
Well, the boat might sink.
Oh, it might.
And if it does, we might never see each other again.
That's possible.
Unless it's someplace in the hereafter.
Well, I'll see you there sometime. Good night.
No, wait a minute. I haven't made my point yet. After all, I'm not such a bad guy. I'm supposed to be very intelligent, in fact. I work hard. I make $5,000 a year.
No, you make $166 a month now.
Please. I mean this. I'm in love with you, Lieutenant.
John.
If only we'd met somewhere else before, you'd have had a wonderful time as I wooed you.
You think so?
I'm positive. I'd have been really foolish. I would have spent sleepless nights and bought flowers to lay at your feet. I'd have been very careful with you in taxicabs, knowing, of course, that you're not that kind of a girl.
John.
At first, I think my dog-like devotion would have made you pity me a little. And then my fatal charm would have snuck up on you, and before you knew it, you'd be mine. In some dingy little French restaurant where the wine wasn't too bad. But with all that's happening, I don't have to be ridiculous for you to love me. There's no time. Out there this second, a torpedo might be spinning toward us. And you've no time either. We haven't got a second to waste.
You're right. There's no time. No time for anything personal. But thanks for everything you said.
Janet.
No, please, John, don't make it difficult. I've been trying to avoid you. That ought to tell you something. I can't love you. I won't permit myself to.
Well, why not?
Because I've got a job to do.
Well, what's that got to do with it? We've all got jobs to do.
I know, but our responsibilities are greater now. Nothing can stand in the way. I wish we had met somewhere in a dingy little French restaurant. But maybe we will. Later. Good night.
Let me kiss you goodbye, then.
No.
Just once.
All right.
Oh, Janet.
Oh, John, listen.
What's the matter?
The engines have stopped.
Your life preserver. Where's your life preserver?
I left it down in the cabin.
Here, take mine.
No, I'll
Take
go.
it. Darling, before anything happens, do you love me?
No.
You're lying. You do love me.
Yes.
Well, say it then.
I love you.
Better get down to your station, Summers.
What do the engines stop for, sir?
Run up to the captain. I'm sure he'll be delighted to tell you over a scotch and soda.
There's a plane up there. I can hear it.
Is it one of ours, I wonder?
Sounds like it. Listen. Yes, it is one of ours. It's a PBY.
Well, then we can't be far away from land. Land. That'll be a relief. I wonder where we'll make port.
I heard this afternoon. Oh, I don't know what the place is exactly, but I heard the name.
Any port in a storm, where is it?
It was a place called... Oh, what was it? Oh, yes. Bataan.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, Veronica Lake, Sonny Tufts, and Les Tremaine will return in So Proudly We Hail. These are days when thousands of American women serving on the home front are cheerfully working harder and longer than they ever thought they could, many as factory workers.
Sorry, Mary, I just can't make it Sunday. We're working all day, a rush shipment to get out.
Many housewives devoting their evenings.
Phew, I'm tired. But I promised I'd be at the home nursing course tonight, and I wouldn't renege for anything.
Not much time in their crowded days for elaborate beauty care, but busy as they are, these women consider it mighty important to keep on looking their prettiest. One reason being...
Oh, goodness, I wouldn't dream of neglecting my looks just because Bill's away. He wouldn't like that.
So these women with little time to spare are more than ever glad of Lux Toilet Soap, the gentle complexion soap that makes their daily beauty care so easy and so pleasant. They find active lather wonderfully rich and creamy. It whisks away stale cosmetics thoroughly, every trace of dust and dirt. Their daily active lather facials is the same that famous screen stars take, like this.
Smooth the creamy Lux soap lather well in. Lots and lots of it. You can just feel your skin taking on new freshness. Then rinse with warm water, splash with cold, and pat dry with a towel. Use this care every day and see if it doesn't make your complexion lovelier.
Yes, pretty women all over the country say that daily facials with Hollywood's beauty soap really work. Day by day, this care can help skin to be softer and smoother. Try it and see. If you should find your dealer is temporarily out of Lux Toilet Soap due to wartime conditions, ask for it again next time you shop. Remember, Lux Toilet Soap is worth waiting for. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act two of So Proudly We Hail, starring Claudette Colbert as Davy, Paulette Goddard as Joan, and Veronica Lake as Olivia. with Sonny Tufts as Kansas and Les Tremaine as John.
We landed the next day at Marivelis on Bataan Peninsula, about 40 miles from the front line. That's where Kansas was heading for when I met him out on the road.
Hiya.
Hello, Kansas.
Gosh, I've been looking all over for you. Just wanted to say so long.
Oh, well, I'll be seeing you. Kansas, are you scared, too?
You mean you feel as if you suddenly lost your belly?
Yeah,
Well, me too, but I guess we'll get over it.
I hope so. Well, so long, Kansas, and don't get lost.
Who, me? I never get lost. Well, so long.
Hey, wait.
Huh?
Your gang went in the other direction.
Oh, thanks.
Don't let anything happen to you, Kansas.
Who, me? Nothing ever happens to me.
Hey.
Fell over my duffel bag.
Yes, you did. Goodbye, Kansas.
So long.
We arrived at Lamai that night. It was a dusty little village just behind the front lines. We were hoping to get a couple of hours' sleep, but Ma McGregor fixed that. She was our commanding officer.
So, you finally got here. Well, my name is McGregor, and my bite is worse than my bark. Now, you better all dive into your whites, and I'll get you some GI tomorrow. You can't wear whites here. The nearest laundry's in Manila. We need you right away. Some of our girls have forgotten what the word sleep means. Gee, show them to nurses' quarters. Now, get a move on. I'm glad you're here.
Captain McGregor?
Yes?
I'm Olivia Darcy. Do you have any Japanese wounded here?
A few? Why?
I'd like to handle them.
Oh, do you know the language?
No, but I'm anxious to learn.
Well, I guess you can be accommodated. I'll put you down for Ward 11.
Thank you, Captain.
Here's your list, Lieutenant Davison. You've been assigned to surgery.
Thanks.
O'Doull's in the children's ward, and Emerson's in surgery with you. Darcy's in with the Japanese wounded, and...
Darcy with the Japanese wounded? Oh, no.
Well, she requested
Oh,
it.
but you mustn't. We've got to get her out. Olivia! Olivia, where are you? Olivia, look at me.
It's all right. I couldn't do it. I didn't have the guts, I suppose. I couldn't kill even a wounded rat.
Will somebody tell me what this is all about?
Oh, there's no reason to worry, Captain McGregor. I was just a little silly.
Well, don't you think it'd be better if I took over here?
No, not at all. There's nothing wrong here. Is there, Olivia?
No.
You see, Captain? She'll be all right. I know she will.
Day after day, the wounded kept pouring in. After a while, there weren't any beds. There was no morphine, and still they kept coming. John Summers had been up in the front line, and then one evening he drove in with a truckload of wounded. When Davy went off duty for an hour, she met him down by the river.
This is the place. The Bataan River. Every time I get off, I come here and pretend that you're with me.
You wouldn't even know there's a war going on here.
That was the idea. Darling, was it terrible up there?
Well, it wasn't pretty. We're outnumbered. Sometimes the Jap losses are 300 to 1, and still they keep coming. And those Filipino scouts and our poor guys sleeping on their rifles and machine guns. They're the bravest men I've ever even heard of.
They must be.
They don't give quarter, and they don't ask for any. I can't figure it out, Janet.
Figure what?
Why they do it. There's something other than just fighting against the Japs. These fellows aren't a bit afraid to die.
Oh, that's our air raid signal. Come on. There's a trench over there.
You know, this is the only nice thing the Japs have done so far in this war.
What?
Giving us a place to hide out. An air raid, a foxhole, and you.
Oh, it sounds like a song. Look at that sign.
This foxhole approved by good housekeeping.
You see, we have nothing but the best.
You know, sometimes I thought you might forget me.
I tried to.
You did? What for?
Because you troubled me so much.
I'm sorry.
Everything that happens, everything I do, you're part of. I can't get you out of my mind.
Don't try.
No, I'm not going to anymore.
What are you looking at me like that for?
I want to remember exactly how you look. You know, sometimes I couldn't even remember the color of your eyes. Your whole face was hazy.
That's when I look my best. I'm glad I had you to think about up there.
John, I hate to think of you going back.
Well, then don't.
I have a feeling that if you do go back, I'll never see you again.
Now, don't worry. I'll take care of myself. Promise you won't worry.
I promise. But I'll worry. Oh, there goes the all clear. Well, I guess the honeymoon's over.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, John.
The pressure on the front line was too strong, and we finally got orders to evacuate. All over the town, the demolition squad was blowing up buildings. We were the last to get out. At least we thought we were getting out, but when we started to pile into the car... Get down! Get out of the car! Everybody! Get back in the surgery! Hurry! It was a Jap patrol that had infiltrated through. We had 2 machine gunners with us, but they were both killed. We were alone in the village. 6 girls.
Get down on the floor. Close that door and put the light out. Now, quiet, do you hear? Davy, we're alone. There's no one left here but us. We'll get out somehow.
Do you think they'll miss us? Do you think they'll send someone back for us?
Of course they will.
What are we going to do? I know what I'm going to do. If somebody doesn't come, we'd better all kill ourselves. But why? Somebody's coming. Davy said somebody's coming. I was in Nanking. I saw what happened to the women there. When the Red Cross protested, the Japanese called it the privilege of serving His Imperial Majesty's troops. It's an honor you die from.
Stop that nonsense, do you hear me?
Look, here's a grenade. Maybe we can get them if we...
Here, give me that. If we threw a grenade and missed it, it would mean sure death for all of us. We might kill one,
Stop talking about killing. Now listen to me. I want you all to stay here. I'm going out and start that truck. As soon as you hear the motor running, make a dash for it. It's our only chance.
Don't go, Davy. Don't go.
Shh, be quiet.
Davy, wait. Come here a minute.
What is it, Livy?
Listen. If one of us went... if one of us gave herself up...
Don't be crazy.
Listen, I've got a grenade. If I walk toward them with my hands up, it's only a patrol. I could wipe them out.
Give me that grenade.
Goodbye, Davy.
Give it to me, Livy.
It's one or all of us. Thanks for everything, Davy.
Livy, come back. Davy, where's she going?
What's she going to do?
Get away from the window. She's walking up the road. She's got her hands up. There's the Jap patrol. They're coming toward her. 5 of them. I can't see her. They've surrounded her. Oh, Livy!
When we reached Olivia, she was dead. But so were the Japs. Our new base was right in the middle of the jungle. We had more than wounded now. The men were coming down with malaria and dysentery. Some of us got malaria, too. Fevers of 104. There wasn't any coddling. The soldiers were the patients.
Hi, Lieutenant.
Kansas, why, you big tramp.
You always say what I expect.
Well, isn't that nice? Say, what are you doing here anyway?
I got some letters for you.
Oh, thanks, pal. Hey, they're open.
Yeah, well, I guess them censors must have run out of glue.
Kansas, have you been reading my mail?
Well, had to read myself to sleep, didn't I? You don't want to deprive me of my sleep, do you? Anyway, I didn't read all of them. Very dull, most of them. Very dull.
Oh, well, I'm terribly sorry.
Except this Dr. O'Leary. He's rather a cute guy, ain't he?
Is he?
Yeah. He writes with that real literary style. What's he to you?
Well, since you read them, dear, you ought to know.
Yeah, and I don't like him.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
Hey, I got some news. There's a big convoy on the way.
What?
Yeah, supplies and reinforcements. Ought to be here tomorrow.
Hey, kids! Yes, there's a convoy coming.
Yes, Colonel White?
Oh, come in, Davidson. We're sending McGregor to Corregidor. So I want you and your staff to report to Baguio in the morning and take over in her place.
Yes, sir. Do you know if there are any nurses coming on the convoy?
What convoy?
What convoy? Well, the one we've been celebrating all day.
There isn't any convoy. It's been sunk.
Oh, no.
They're trying to get others through to us, but only a few small vessels have succeeded. Not enough to mean much.
Is it as bad as all that?
Yes. General MacArthur left tonight.
Left Bataan?
He was ordered off. He's gone to Australia.
But why?
Because he's needed more there than he is here, I guess. He didn't want to go.
Well, I'd better tell the others.
No, don't do anything about it. Good evening of relaxation might help. What they don't know won't hurt them.
No, I suppose not.
Good night, Janet.
Good night, sir.
In a week or so, we got the worst of the news. The whole front line had collapsed. We were under fire for days. Rosemary Larson. Rosemary was killed when they bombed the hospital. Davy's hands were burned down to the bone trying to get her out. And still the wounded came. And this time, one of them was John Summers.
Davy, John Summers just came in. He's been wounded.
What is it?
It's a leg wound. They're taking him to surgery now to remove the fragment.
There isn't time. We've been ordered off. We're going to Corregidor.
When?
Right now. Get him into a truck. I have to report to the colonel, but I'll be right back. I've got everyone, sir. We're ready to leave.
Good. Goodbye, Janet.
Aren't you coming?
No, I'm not.
Oh, but your orders.
New orders have just come through.
Have we surrendered?
We'll surrender at 9 in the morning.
Oh, no.
Go on now, quick.
Yes, sir.
Janet, wait. You've got to do one thing for me. See to it that the girls get through to the rock.
Yes, sir. We'll get through.
So long.
Good luck, sir.
We made Maravellis that night. All we had were a lot of small boats to take us over to Corregidor, but Davy wouldn't come yet. The doctor was going to operate on John. She found him in a tunnel near the docks.
Doctor, is John Summers here?
Yes. Can you assist me, nurse?
No, my hands, they've been burned.
Oh, all right. I think I can do it alone. Come over here.
Janet.
Oh, John, darling.
Hey, where are the others? You better go with them.
No, there's plenty of time.
All right, I'm ready. We'll have to go in for that bomb fragment, Summers. May become infected.
That's not likely. It's probably a piece of good American steel.
Here we go. Sorry, we have no anesthetic.
Oh, that's okay. Give me a hand, Janet. Is it out of order if we hold hands, Doctor?
Well, her hands are...
No, it's all right, Doctor.
Huh? Oh, very well. Well, let's get it over. Now.
It's all right, darling. Hold my hands. Now hold tight. Tighter.
Go.
I think I've located it. I'll have another try now. This may hurt even more.
Sounds like a dentist. Janet.
Hold tighter, darling. Tighter.
Hang on, Lieutenant. Try to think of something else.
Here I am. Ham and eggs. Hot cakes. White bread. Coffee.
Here it comes now. Hold on.
John. It's all right, Doctor. You can go right ahead now. He's fainted.
And in just a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, Veronica Lake, Sonny Tufts, and Les Tremaine in the third act of So Proudly We Hail.
Evening, Mr. Kennedy. Who do you think I just met?
A lovely screen star, I'd guess, Libby.
And you'd be right. It was Mrs. Thomas Wallace.
Mrs. Wallace?
Carol Landis to you, Mr. Kennedy.
Oh.
Remember, she was married recently in London to an American Army pilot. I talked to her at 20th Century Fox studio where she's making 4 Jills in a Jeep.
Oh, of course. Say, Libby, wasn't Carol the girl who got right up close to the sound of guns when she was making that tour of army camps in North Africa?
Uncomfortably close, Mr. Kennedy. She actually had to crawl into a foxhole for shelter one night during a bombing raid. And do you know what she told me her first thought was when the bombs began to fall?
Tell us, Libby.
Well, only a woman would have thought of it, Mr. Kennedy. There goes my last pair of nylons, she said to herself. But seriously, Carol said she was impressed over and over again with the importance of looking lovely on that tour of the camps. It meant so much to the boys to see a pretty, well-groomed woman. She's come back convinced that no girl should think of letting down on beauty care these days.
Well, Libby, certainly Carol's complexion care is a quick, easy one that works. Carol's a Lux girl, you know.
She certainly is, Mr. Kennedy. She says, a woman is foolish not to give her skin gentle, protecting care. I always use Lux toilet soap. It's a real beauty soap. Carol depends on her daily active lather facials.
As many other busy and famous stars do, Libby. There's something about the creamy lather of Lux toilet soap that makes it the choice of lovely women everywhere. And here's a thrift tip about Hollywood's beauty soap. Lux toilet soap is hard milled. You can use each satin smooth cake down to the thinnest sliver. That means a lot right now when it's patriotic not to waste soap. Moisten that last little sliver and press it against a new cake. And remember, Lux toilet soap will last even longer if you always put it in a soap dish that's dry. Why not get some of the fine white soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use tomorrow? Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Our stars had quite a hectic experience at Paramount while working in So Proudly We Hail. We'll ask them to tell you about it after the play. Now here's the third act, starring Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, and Veronica Lake, with Sonny Tufts and Les Tremaine. On the deck of a hospital ship, homeward bound from Australia, Nurse Joan O'Doul continues the story of the escape to Corregidor. The ship's doctor listens attentively. Joan has paused for a moment, remembering the horror of Bataan.
Well, did Lieutenant Davidson get John Summers off Bataan?
Oh, yes, she did, Major. We rode across the darkness to Corregidor. Corregidor spelled safety for us. They called it the Gibraltar of the Pacific, and we lived most of the time deep in the tunnels under the rock. But the Japs plastered us day and night. The noise almost split our eardrums. Once in a while, we got out of the tunnel for a breath of air.
What, no dive bombers today?
Oh, well, it's not time. They're still out to lunch.
There's no quinine left.
No quinine? What are we going to do?
Nurse, what do you think we're going to do?
Well, they can't take us off. Oh, why are we here anyway?
Oh, why? Why isn't there any quinine? Why isn't there any food? Why aren't there any supplies? Why are we here like rats in a cage, waiting for the man to come and pour scalding water over us? Why was nothing done? Why?
Oh, take it easy, Davy.
I'll tell you why. It's our own fault.
Our fault? What did we do?
Because we believed we were the world, that the United States of America was the whole world. Those outlandish places, Bataan, Corregidor, Mindanao, those aren't American names. No, they're just American graveyards.
Well, why don't they get us off?
They can't get us off. We've become what they call a delaying action. That's what those 50,000 men on Bataan were. They were merely saving time. I only hope to God the people back home aren't losing it for us.
Well, here they come again.
Here, Rig. Take shelter.
Yes, they're always on time anyway. Come on, in the tunnel, kids.
Do the best you can, Davy. Quinine or no quinine, we've got to keep their fevers down.
We're doing everything we know, Mom.
I'm sure you are.
Oh, Janet, can I speak to you for a minute?
John, what do you want? We discharged you a week ago.
Well, I thought you knew I was your permanent patient.
What is it, darling?
I just wanted to say goodbye for a few days.
What do you mean?
Well, we sort of made up a little party, and we're going down around Mindanao to see if we can find some quinine.
You can't go.
Why not?
Your leg, you're still too weak.
Well, I'm no weaker than the rest.
John, you're not well yet.
We'll all be a lot worse if we don't get some supplies.
When do you have to go?
We leave at 5 in the morning. That's 9 long hours from now.
9 hours. Wait a minute. Oh, Ma?
Yes?
Ma, I want you to know I'm going to break a regulation.
Oh, is that something new with you?
No, but I'm really going to smash one this time. I'm going to get married.
The chaplain married them an hour later. Mama Gregor gave them a bottle of wine for a wedding present and some bread and peanut butter. After the ceremony, they climbed up to a gun emplacement overlooking the bay.
I'm not going to eat any more of this. I'm going to save some.
Oh, not me. This isn't the kind of wedding cake you put under your pillow and sleep on.
John, look up there. The stars look like streetlights, don't they?
Sure. Haven't you ever been to the Rainbow Room before? That's the street below us.
Oh, I see. I guess marrying you has changed my perspective completely.
Oh, it's probably the wine.
I thought you were going to take me to a dingy little French restaurant. This is pretty classy.
Holy cats, you remember everything I say.
I take you very seriously.
Hey, did I ever tell you about my place in the country?
No, I don't know anything about you, really. I don't even know if you have a middle name.
I have. It's Mattathias.
Oh, why?
An uncle. He left me this little farm I was telling you about. It's quite worth it.
Is it?
Yes, you'd love it. A time will come when you and I will go out on a summer evening, when the grass is fresh and the clouds white, as if they'd just been washed. The earth's warm and still, and time passes quietly. Everything's simple. Just you and me and the kids.
Sons?
Daughters. They're more decorative. Let's get out of here and go home.
Home. I remember a poet somewhere. He said, home is the place where, when you have to go there, they have to take you in. Darling, do you want to know something?
What?
I'm not afraid anymore. Darling, it's time to get up. It's time to get up and go to work. You've only got 5 minutes.
Oh, it's a fine time to go to sleep on our honeymoon.
It was a wonderful honeymoon. Here, finish up that wine.
No, you.
No, go ahead. As my grandmother used to say, it'll warm your stomach up.
All right. To you, honey. So long, darling.
So long, John.
And wait for me. I'll be back.
I know. I'll be right here.
Kansas was on Corregidor, too. He came into the hospital one morning while I was trying to fix a radio.
Hiya. What you doing?
Oh, this radio's on the blink again.
Say, what would you like better than anything else in the world?
A tomato. A nice, round, red, juicy tomato.
Oh.
A tomato and some flying fortresses. Oh, wouldn't that make a lovely salad?
Yeah.
Why'd you ask me, Kansas?
Well, I got something for you. See? Chocolate.
Oh, gee, Kansas, that's swell of you. Where'd you get it?
Well, a raiding party of Japs tried to land last night, and I got me a couple of them, and on one of them I found this chocolate.
Kansas, how could you do a thing like that to me?
I can't figure you dames out. Chocolate is chocolate.
You're positively disgusting. And don't fiddle with that radio. You'll get a shock.
Who, me? I never get shocked. Oh. Look, don't ever say don't to me again.
Right after that, our final orders came through. Colonel Clark gave them to us early one evening.
At ease, girls. It's a very serious occasion. It's not known how much longer Corregidor can hold out. I have here orders from headquarters. You nurses will meet in front of the main hospital tunnel at 9 o'clock tonight. Be evacuated to Australia.
There were about 20 of us ordered off. The rest of us to follow as soon as possible. Davy was one of the first 20, and so was I. When I'd packed my things, I went looking for Kansas.
Hey, over here.
Kansas. We've been ordered off.
I know. It's all over the rock already.
Well, I came to say goodbye.
Well, I'm glad you did. Look, if you don't wait for me back there, I'll break your neck.
Oh, be sure you don't break yours, Kansas.
Don't worry. Stop that sniffling. Here, give me your handkerchief.
Here.
Hey, look at the size of that. When you get back, you might get some real ones. I used to get mine at the 5 and dime. Big red ones, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Bandanas. Cheap is what a place those 5 and dimes are. Everything in them, huh?
Yeah.
You might send me a dozen of them when you get back.
Where, Kansas?
Here? Where do you think? I'll be here till Tokyo freezes over.
I suppose if we were to surrender that you'd be dumb enough not to.
Yeah, I'd be dumb that way.
Oh, Kansas. Kiss me goodbye, you big lug.
Now you're talking. Hey, we should have been doing more of this in the campaign. You and your wanting to be pals.
Well, I thought you were just another guy on the make.
I was.
Gee, I'm glad I met up with you, Kansas.
Pleasure's been all mine.
You big blim.
Well, so long, kid. I'll be seeing you.
Goodbye, Kansas, and be careful. Don't get killed.
Who, me? I'll never get killed.
There was a boat waiting for us at the dock at midnight. A McGregor lined us up. She wasn't leaving with us, but she wanted to say goodbye.
Well, I guess that's everybody. Good luck to you children, all of you. Goodbye, Davy.
I'm not going.
You're not what?
I'm not going. I never intended to.
You heard the orders. Now, I don't want any funny business. You get on that boat.
No.
Do you realize that every moment of stalling here means that those planes in the harbor are in danger? That's not our artillery.
I can't go. I promised I'd be here when he got back. He asked me to. Oh, now, please, Ma.
I order you to go.
I won't take orders. I'm not in the army anymore. When I married, I broke regulations. It meant I was out. You can't make me go.
Stop talking like an hysterical schoolgirl.
I'm going to be right here when he gets back.
He won't be back.
How do you know? Tell me, how do you know?
There's been no word at all. They've considered them officially lost for a week.
Oh, you're lying. You know you're lying. You're just saying that.
Would I lie about that, Davy? Now, would I?
Of course you wouldn't, but I know he's still alive. He's out there somewhere, and I can't go. I can't.
Janet, if he's alive, he'll find
Let me go. I'm not going.
Down, everybody, down! Davy! Davy!
Mama, she hit.
No, she's just stunned. Get her in that boat. Hurry!
Well, I guess that's all, Major. Davy wasn't like the rest of us. She never gave way, but now everything snapped at once. When we got her on board the plane, she never spoke again. Maybe we should have left her on Corregidor.
What's happened would have happened some way or another. Thank you, Lieutenant. Now I think maybe I can try to make her speak, to hear at least. Come over this way. Miss Davidson, we're almost home. Do you hear me? I have a letter for you, Miss Davidson. It says, "My darling, I'm writing this from Mindanao. We leave in the morning for an unknown destination. I write with no so-called premonitions. As a matter of fact, I'm writing this in a pleasant little bar on the outskirts. I've ordered 2 daiquiris, one for you and one for me. I miss you, darling. I think about you all the time. I wish things were different. Things will be different. I know that now because there is good in this war, much as I hate it. This is not just a war of soldiers. You weren't soldiers in the strict sense. You were just kids from all walks of life, all kinds of people.
There's something new in this war, something good. You could see it, this new thing, even in their tired, hungry phases as they took courage one from another. This is now a people's war, because civilians also get killed. It's the people's war because they've taken it over now and are going to win it and end it with a purpose, to live like men with dignity, in freedom. This is our war now, and this time it will be our peace. I'm proud. Proud to have known you, darling. Proud to have received your love. Already I have had a complete, rich life in 3 short months.
John.
Do you hear, Miss Davidson?
She's opening her eyes. Oh, Davy, Davy. The letter. Give me my letter, please. My darling. I'm enclosing a deed to that little farm I told you about. It's now in your name. I'll wait for you there. Or if you're there first, wait for me. Thank you, my darling, for my life. Thank you for everything. You're devoted. And this is the first time I've ever written it. Your devoted husband, John. Yes, darling. I'll wait. I'll wait.
Handsome is as handsome does, and we've had some handsome acting tonight. From Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, Veronica Lake, Sonny Tufts, and Les Tremaine.
Thank you, C.B. The real tribute to the nurses of the United States Army will be found in the hearts of the American fighting men. It was a privilege for me to play the part of one of those women.
I know that while the picture was in production, 3 of the most beautiful women in Hollywood caused quite a stir in the Paramount lot.
You mean overalls and dirty faces and steel hats, Sonny?
Yeah, and in one case, no peekaboo bang.
At long last, the world has seen Veronica Lake's other eye. How do you like it, Veronica?
Well, I do see better.
After shooting a picture where your makeup consists mostly of mud, you must have spent quite a bit of time each day getting the mud off. In fact, I don't see how you all came out of it looking so lovely.
Are you kidding?
No, of course not.
Do we have to tell you about soap?
Now, don't torture him. CB, there's a very fine soap called Lux. We use it.
Well, what do you know?
In fact, it was unanimous, Mr. DeMille.
You know, he may not have heard that Lux soap is an excellent complexion care.
I have triple proof of the prowess of Lux soap right in front of me. By the way, Paulette, I hear you've turned into a farmer.
Oh, 70 acres worth, Mr. DeMille. It's in New York State.
What do you grow, Paulette?
Well, chickens. It works out very well. Last spring, I traded some eggs for seed corn, and now I'm using the corn to feed the chickens and trading the eggs for the farm allotment of gasoline.
Not the same eggs, I hope. I'll never make a horse trade with you.
How about trading us a little news on next week's show?
That is good news, Sonny, because our play is the Metro Goldwyn Mayer screen hit, Salute to the Marines. And our stars are the same ones you saw in the picture, Wallace Beery and Fay Bainter. Salute to the Marines is the story of an old-time sergeant major who retired just before the war and settled down in peace and quiet with his family, right on the battlefront. A real thriller with plenty of comedy and 2 real troopers, Wallace Beery and Fay Bainter.
I know your audience will love it, CB. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. It was certainly a 4-star evening. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Wallace Beery and Fay Bainter in Salute to the Marines with Noah Beery. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, American war production is being slowed down by labor turnover. Workers leaving their jobs for a variety of causes. Many of these causes, such as bad housing conditions and inadequate transportation, are being eliminated by cooperative action. Meanwhile, every worker in a war job has a personal responsibility to stick on the job. Men on the fighting front are making great sacrifices. Men and women on the production front owe it to our heroes to stay on their war jobs. Claudette Colbert will soon be seen in the Paramount picture No Time for Love. Paulette Goddard's next Paramount picture is Standing Room Only. And Veronica Lake will next be seen on the screen in the Paramount production The Hour Before Dawn. The picture, So Proudly We Hail, was produced and directed by Mark Sandridge. Heard in tonight's play were Regina Wallace, Catherine Craig, Trudy Marson, Dorothy Scott, Marjorie Davies, Leo Cleary, Boyd Davis, Charles Seal, Fred Mackay, Norman Field, Howard McNear, and Ed Emerson. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Wallace Beery and Fay Bainter in Salute to the Marines with Noah Beery.
In these days of food shortages, don't be confused about vitamins. Give your family VIMS, the new and different vitamin mineral tablets scientifically designed to help make meals complete. VIMS give you all the essential vitamins, including those of the B complex. All the minerals commonly lacking, too. Get VIMS from your druggist, the qualified vitamin dealer. VI for vitamins, MS for minerals. Get that VIMS feeling. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Johnson Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. we'll make a prediction. But I'd be willing to bet that within the next few days, we receive a good many letters from listeners making the same suggestion about how to take better care of shoes. And though I've mentioned it to you before, I think it's very timely to remind you again that genuine Johnson's Wax, either paste or liquid, is a wonderful protection for shoes, boots, luggage, and all things made of leather. It keeps the leather soft and pliable, moisture-resistant, makes it wear longer, resists scuffing, and, of course, greatly improves its appearance. Keep some Johnson's Wax handy for use as a shoe polish. All the members of your family will have use for it. This is just one of many uses for genuine Johnson's Wax, besides its major uses for protecting floors, furniture, and woodwork. Wax is a real help in the battle of conservation, and its cost is negligible. Well, sir, it's one of life's little puzzles that a busy executive who gets a half-ton of mail every morning never gets excited about it. But to people who never get anything but a couple of circulars, a few bills, and an occasional postcard, the arrival of the morning mail is a pretty hot moment. For instance, take Fibber McGee and Molly.
I wish that mailman would get here. He's 10 minutes late this morning.
Oh, take it easy, dearie. The way you watch for the mailman every morning, anybody'd think you were selling hay for the Pony Express.
Now, gee whiz. You never know what you'll get in the mail. You remember I got an important letter last week.
What was that?
Well, it was confidential, but you'll remember I showed you the return address on the envelope from the White House.
Yes. And I saw it on your dresser later. It was from the White House Hamburger Hut at 14th and Oak Street. And they said thank you for your patronage, but from now on they weren't open on Tuesdays.
What are you doing reading my mail anyway?
Well, it was addressed to Mr. and Mrs. Fibber McGee. I'm Mrs. McGee. Remember? I was the girl in the white dress you married way back.
Okay. The mailman ain't got any right to be so late. I got a good mind to report him to Jim Farley.
Why not? And if that doesn't get results, go right over his head to the president, Grover Cleveland.
You're kidding, but I'm serious. I'm a busy man, and when my morning mail is delayed...
Busy doing what?
Well, how do I know what I'm doing till I get my mail? That's the very point I'm trying to make. Hot dog. There he is now. There's the mailman.
Sure. A circular from the Bijou Theater and 2 blotters from some real estate agent. I can hardly wait. Open the door, McGee.
Now, look here, Bud. If you can't get the mail here on time... Oh, excuse me, sis. I thought you were the mailman.
I am the mailman. Heavenly days. A lady mailman.
Gee.
Say, I hope Mr. Underwood isn't ill.
No, madam. Mr. Underwood is now in the Army. I will bring your mail for the duration.
Well, what do you know? One of these days, this country's going to have just 2 classes of people, soldiers and women.
Not a bad idea, either. Anything for us this morning, mailman? Or postwoman? Dearie?
Here it is, Mrs. McGee. You are Mrs. McGee, I presume.
Oh, you caught me red-handed with my wedding ring on.
How do you like being a mailman, sis, as far as you've gone?
I like it. Except for the dogs.
Yes, I imagine your feet do get a little tired by the end.
By dogs, I mean dogs. Canines. Big ones, little ones, medium ones, loud ones, quiet ones, white ones, black ones, tan ones. And they all snap at me. What is there about me that makes dogs want to bite me?
Gee, I don't know, sis, but I bet if I was a dog...
McGee! Listen, it isn't you, dearie. All dogs get nervous when they see someone carrying a big package or a big bag. It's the mail sack that gets them, not you.
Well, that's a comfort, because I like dogs. But I've been barked at, snapped at, rushed at, chewed at, snarled at, jumped at, and growled at, so I feel like a burglar. Have you got a dog?
No.
Well, I'm in civil service. If you want me to stay civil and give you service, don't get a dog.
I wonder what the official title of a lady mailman is. Baguette?
I suppose she'll get used to it, though, or the dogs will get to know her better.
I'm going to miss old Underwood, though, the regular mailman. He didn't smoke.
Maybe this girl doesn't smoke either.
I know, but who's going to give her cigars for Christmas that she can give me? What's in the mail?
Here.
Here's an ad from the Wistful Vista Physical Culture Saloon.
That's salon.
Same thing. Bending elbows with a bunch of dumbbells.
What are they advertising?
Course of 20 lessons starting February 22nd. You can't buy tires and shoes are rationed. Let us teach you to walk on your hands.
Is there any other mail as important as that?
No. Hey.
What?
That dumb mail girl left a letter here by mistake. Anybody in this neighborhood named Householder?
No, I don't think. Let me see that letter. Oh, this says Householder, 79 Wistful Vista.
I know, but we don't know anybody by that name. And
Why, you silly. It means whoever lives here. The people who hold the house.
Oh, well, don't open it. Just forward it to the FHA.
No, it means us, dearie. It's a government circular.
Let me see it. Uncle Sam wants workers with special skills. If you are a tack welder, flanging press operator, plate hanger, mixer operator of explosives, or outside machinist, or are skilled in any similar work, please report to your nearest United States Employment Service office now.
Well, what on earth is a tack welder? Personally, if I break a tack, I just throw it away.
Probably nobody knows what a tack welder is but another tack welder. Fact remains that the government needs them in war production. You hear anything about this on the radio?
Our radio's out of order, dearie. They're sending a man over to fix it sometime today. They said that they'd... Come in.
Hello there, kids. Want to see something pretty?
Oh, hi, old-timer. What you got?
Looky. For my gal.
Heavenly days, a diamond ring. Why, it's beautiful.
Yeah, that's terrific, old-timer. But what makes it look so yellow?
That's what I asked the fellow in the pawn shop, Johnny. He says that's on account of there's so many carrots in it.
I suppose that must be it. Are you and your girl really getting engaged?
Well, we really got engaged last night, daughter. Steffi was sitting on my lap in front of the fireplace. We had the lights turned down kind of low, and I says, Bessie, I says, and she says, yes, Whitley.
Who's Whitley?
That's me, Johnny. Anyway, that's what I told her my name was. I call her Olga.
I thought her name was Bessie.
Well, it is. Oh, Olga's a kind of a nickname I started.
But why do you tell her your name was Whitley?
Well, if you're going to be nosy about it, Johnny, the only engagement ring I could afford was in this here pawn shop and had an inscription into it that says, to Olga from Whitley. Well, just wanted you to see the ring. I'll invite you to the wedding, kids.
I still don't know how you're going to find any plate hangers or tack welders or outside machinists for the government if you don't even know what they are, McGee.
Shucks, I don't have to know what they are. If you were an expert plate hanger and you were temporarily clerking in a bird store and you heard somebody say Uncle Sam was hungry for plate hangers, that's all that's necessary, isn't it? I'm going to spread the word around, that's all. And if I can find just one and get him working at war production, I'll be as proud as a pewter pigeon.
You mean potter pigeon, dearie, made out of pottery.
I do not. I mean one of them putter pigeons that putters around on the windowsill.
Listen, that isn't putter in the windows, that's putty. And who ever heard of a putty pigeon?
I didn't say putty pigeon.
You said pewter.
Well, what's pewter?
It's a mug.
That's what I says. I'd feel like a mug if I don't find the government pewter tackle. And besides that...
I'll get it.
Whoever it is, ask them, did they ever work as an outside machinist?
79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Who? Oh, hello, Abigail, darling. I was wondering... What? Why, isn't that terrible? But I'm sure McGee wouldn't think of doing so... Yes, I know, Abigail, but... Oh, no, I'm positive. Well, you two may have your little arguments, but after all, when it comes to doing such a cruel... Oh, no, Abigail, no. I'm just as sure as I'm standing here that McGee had absolutely nothing to do with it. Yes. Goodbye, Abigail, dear. McGee.
Huh?
What was the idea of sending Abigail Uppington that insulting comic Valentine?
Who, me? I didn't send her any comic Valentine. Well, I wish I'd have thought of it.
Well, she's simply furious. Are you sure you didn't have anything to do with it?
Molly, I give you my word as I stand here wondering whether to spend my next coupons for sugar or shoes. Whether to go barefoot or hungry. Or whether to...
Well, hello, folks. Mind if I come in?
Oh, do, Mr. Wilcox, do.
Do we mind if he comes in? He reminds me of the doctor who was going to operate on the dancer for appendicitis. Mind if I cut in, he says. Hey, Harlow.
Yeah?
You ever do any tack welding or plate hanging?
I don't know. What is it?
Well, we don't know either, but the government wants very badly to get in touch with tack welders and plate hangers. And what were those other things, McGee?
Well, here's the circular. Flanging press operators, mixer operators of explosives, outside machinists, and people familiar with similar skilled work. Ever do any of that stuff like that there, Junior?
No, but I got a cousin in Milwaukee that's a pretzel bender.
Well, I'm afraid bending pretzels is no great contribution to the war effort, Mr. Wilcox. Haven't you any special skills at all?
Oh, sure. I'm a whiz-bang on the subject of preserving things with Johnson's wax, on how to seal wood and leather and enamel surfaces against dirt and wear and dust and dampness, on how Johnson's wax not only saves things, but gives them a new luster and a new beauty. That makes an old chair or cabinet gleam with pride. That makes housework so much easier by...
Yeah.
Well, I'll bet there isn't a guy in the country that can tell you more uses for Johnson's wax in a house than I can.
Mm-hmm.
Windowsills, lampshades, luggage, floors, furniture, shoes. Oh, baby, shoes. Now, there, we got something. Did you know
Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah?
One more question. Did you send Mrs. Uppington a comic Valentine?
Certainly not. I never send anybody comic Valentines. I think they're brutal. Did she get one?
She got one, Junior, and she thought I sent it. She was ready to come raging over here and beat my skull in with my own clavicle.
I talked to her on the phone, and she was really loaded for moose, Mr. Wilcox. I'm afraid I didn't succeed in convincing her that McGee didn't send that Valentine either.
Well, you haven't convinced me either.
Oh, yeah? You really think I'm the type of guy that deliberately hurts people's feelings by sending them insulting Valentines?
Suppose I meet somebody who's a tack welder. Or one of those other specialists. What's that?
You just tell him to report right away to the nearest U.S. Employment Service.
Wilcox, you didn't answer my question.
What question was that, pal?
You think I'm the type guy to send people comic Valentines?
Frankly, pal, I think you're not only the comic Valentine type, but the squirting flower in the coat lapel type. The chewing gum on the doorknob type. The look through the telescope and get a black eye type. And last but not least, the bomb that goes off when you start your car type, and I'll let you know if I find any plate hangers.
Well, Mr. Wilcox has a very low opinion of your wit and humor, McGee.
Imagine that. And me that hasn't had a buttonhole flower that squirts water for years. Wonder where I could get one.
No. Stop it now. First thing I know, you'll start pulling chairs out from under people as they go to sit down.
I will not. That's something even I don't think is funny. And you know why?
Why?
Because the last time I did that to a guy, he slugged me. You ever hear me speak of Fred Nittany of Starved Rock, Illinois?
Yes.
Well, sir, Fred Nittany was the guy that did it. Hey, hand me my cigar box, will you?
Here.
Thanks. As I was saying, this Fred Nittany and me...
McGee, I wish you'd let that musical humidor run down. I'm getting tired of it.
Me too. I just keep it wound up as a health measure. I'm getting so I smoke a lot less because I hate to open that box. But about this Fred Nittany, one day we were out...
Oh, dear.
Come in.
Well, for goodness...
Well, I'll be a... Hi, Latrivia.
Hey, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Isn't this nice? Mayor Latrivia.
Thank you, Mrs. McGee. But it isn't Mayor Latrivia anymore, you know. It's just plain Coast Guardsman Latrivia.
Oh, you certainly look wonderful in your sailor suit.
Molly, please, not sailor suit. That sounds sissy. They call them costumes.
We call them no such thing, McGee. They're uniforms.
Oh, yeah, uniforms.
My goodness, they just take wonderful care of you. You look simply grand.
Well, I feel fine, Mrs. McGee. I'm on leave with a bunch of Coast Guardsmen who've just completed a course in Japanese anatomy at Guadalcanal.
Oh, what do you know about that? Took off a little weight, didn't you, Latrivia?
Oh, I've taken it off in some places and added it in others, McGee. I have 2 inches more around the chest and 3 inches less around...
Won't you sit down, Mr. Latrivia?
Thank you.
Well, now tell us all about it. How are they feeding you?
Splendidly, Mrs. McGee. I hope you and McGee can come and visit our base one of these days. Southern Section Training Base at San Clemente, California. We're very proud of it. Our commanding officer, Lieutenant Howard Chebley, is really turning out sailors there. Think you can pay us a visit?
I'd love to, wouldn't you, McGee?
Sure. The fact is, Latrivia, I might be getting down that way myself now, any day now, myself. Being a government man myself, I have...
You, a government man?
Tell Mr. Latrivia all about your government work, McGee, and loud, because it's news to me, too.
What do you mean, news to you? I'll tell you how it is, Latrivia. The government notified me just today by mail that they want me to locate a lot of tack welders for them. Of course, you know what a tack welder is, of course.
Oh, certainly.
What?
You do?
Why, yes, don't you?
Well, no. The government didn't ask me to train them. All I got to do is find them.
What on earth is a tack welder, Mr. Latrivia?
Well, I may be wrong, Mrs. McGee, but I think it's a welder who simply tacks pieces of metal together by welding temporarily until they can be permanently welded together.
Well, what do you know? How'd you learn all that there stuff, Latrivia?
Well, the Navy gives you a pretty complete education, McGee. And the Coast Guard joins the Navy in wartime and fights wherever the Navy and Marines fight.
Oh.
So I was saying just the other day to my executive officer, Chief Lancio.
Chief Lancio? What is he, an Indian?
No. In the Coast Guard, chief means chief petty officer.
Oh.
You see, I was telling...
Excuse me, but how long will you be in town? How long a furlong have you got?
You don't mean a furlong, Molly. A furlong is a horse.
A furlong is not a horse, McGee. It's a distance.
Oh, you mean furlong is quite a ways, like a fur piece.
I tell you, a furlong is a horse. You've seen it on racing programs. This race is for 7 furlongs. That means there's 7 horses in the race.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, McGee. A furlong is 220 yards or 1/8 of a mile.
A likely story. Who ever heard of a horse 1/8 of a mile long?
Stop arguing, dearie. You haven't seen all the horses in the world. If Mr. Latrivia says there are horses that long, I believe him.
But I didn't say that. I merely said...
Oh, trying to back out of it, eh? Now look here, Latrivia.
I'm not trying to back out of anything. I just said that a furlong was 1/8 of a mile.
Well, if that isn't a long horse, I never saw one.
But I didn't say it was a horse. I'm not that stupid by a long shot.
A horse 1/8 of a mile long wouldn't be any long shot, Latrivia. He'd be a sure thing. He'd be halfway around the track before the other next.
But I tell you, I was talking about horses. I merely said that a furlong was 1/8. I mean, a furlong was when a serviceman. How could a horse be? A furlong, 1/8 of a sailor. McGee.
Yes?
As long as you're a government man, please use your influence to send me to Tunisia or New Guinea or someplace where a man can see what he's fighting. Goodbye!
The King's Men sing Fill the Fruit is Small.
Have you heard of Fill
the fluter of the town of Ballymook. Oh, the time to go and harvest him. In fact, the man was broke, so he just sent out a notice to his neighbors, one and all, that how he'd like a company that ain't an at a ball. When he wrote to the people, he was careful to suggest to them that if they found a hat of his convenient to the door, well, the more they put in whenever he requested them, the better would the music be for bothering the floor. With the toot of the flute and the twiddle of the fiddle, oh, hopping in the middle like a heron on the cradle, oh, up, down, hands around, crossing to the wall, oh, happy with the gaiety and fill the flute ball. Little Mickey Mulligan says he'll show you how. The pretty widow Cappity got up and took a bow. I can dance it off the floor, so she as sure as you were born. If you'll only make the piper play the hair within the corn. So Bill tootled up to the best of his ability. The lady and the gentleman began to do the share. Face Mickey Mulligan, 'tis you that has agility. You got the widow Cappity, you're jumping like a hare with the toot of the flute and the fiddle of the fiddle. Oh, hopping in the middle like a heron on the griddle. Up, down, hands around, across and to the wall. Oh, hands with the gaiety and fill the fluted ball. By and by then, till the fluter tipped away to little crooked Pat. Well, I think it's nearly time to see for passing round the hat. So Fatty passed the coffee round and looking mighty cute. Says you got to pay the piper. Sure, you got to pay the piper. Yes, you got to pay the piper when he tootles on the flute. So all joined in with the greatest joviality, digging in their pockets with the jingle mighty sweet. Jigs were danced of the very finest quality. Mickey and the widow danced the others off their feet. With the toot of the flute and the fiddle on the fiddle, oh, hopping in the middle like a heron on the griddle. Up, down, hands around, across and to the wall. Oh, hands free the gaiety, the gaiety, the gaiety. Hands free the gaiety and fill the fluter's ball.
Hey, did you say there was supposed to be a guy coming over to fix this radio today, Molly?
Yes, but don't get impatient, dearie. Everybody's short of help these days, you know.
No, that's no excuse. A government man like me ought to get priority on radio repairs. With me busy rounding up skilled workers for war production, you think that I ought to be able to get...
Oh, maybe that's him now. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Oh, hi, Wimp.
Hello, Mr. Wimple. How are you today?
Oh, I feel just peachy, Mrs. McGee. But then I should. I've just finished up my setting up exercises.
Setting up exercises?
Yes. I've been setting up in the attic waiting for Cutie Face to go out shopping. She hunted all over the house for me, and she couldn't find me. She never thought of looking up the chimney.
What were you hiding for, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, Sweetie Face was mad at me. Somebody sent her an awfully nasty valentine. She thought I did it.
Mm-hmm. Who did send it?
I did.
Why, Mr. Wimple, that was mean. I hope it wasn't you who sent one to Mrs. Uppington.
Oh, no, Mrs. McGee. I wouldn't do anything like that. I'm very fond of Mrs. Uppington.
You mean you think more of her than you do of your own wife?
Times, yes.
What times?
Oh, times like from when Sweetie Face and I were married up till now.
Say, how are you getting along with your bodybuilding exercises, Miss Wimple?
Just wonderfully, Mrs. McGee. Sweetie Face says if I keep it up, I'm going to look like that man on the back of the magazine.
You mean Charles Atlas?
Yes. Sweetie Face considers me an Atlas even now.
Oh, she does?
Yes. She tried to shove me into the top shelf of the bookcase this morning.
Mr. Wimple, I really don't the way that woman treats you. She's a horrible woman.
Oh, you mustn't talk about Sweetie Face like that, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, nobody can hear us.
You sure?
Sure.
All right. Then let's all talk about it like that.
Look, Mr. Wimple, why don't you leave home and get a job as a, what were some of those jobs, McGee?
Oh, he hasn't had any training in them, Molly. They're skilled labor jobs. You ever had any experience in plate hanging with?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Oh.
Just this morning, Sweetie Face hung a plate on me that almost...
No, that's one of the jobs that's needed in war production, Miss Wimple. You see... Oh, do you have to go?
Yes, I'm afraid so, Mrs. McGee. Sweetie Face is due home any minute now to start dinner, and I left the gas turned on in the kitchen. The house is simply full of gas fumes.
Why, she's liable to blow herself to pieces.
Yeah.
You know, McGee,
Huh?
sometimes I think that Wallace and Sweetie Face aren't happy together.
Oh, that's just your imagination. If I ever saw two perfectly mated people,
Oh, dear. Come in.
You people call for a radio repairman?
Oh, yeah, right in here, Bud.
Now, here's the radio right here, sir. I turned it on yesterday and nothing happened. And I do hate to miss Vic and say it if I can possibly hear
Oh, there's nothing serious wrong, lady. Ah, there you are. It's working now. $2, please.
$2? Well, that's fast work. Well, here you are, Bud. You must be an expert radio man. You've been doing this stuff long?
Oh, no. I'm just helping out my brother-in-law.
I see.
I always worked as a tack welder myself, but my brother-in-law got sick a year or so ago, and I've been helping him out ever since. He don't need me now, but I just go along and...
What was the matter with the radio in case it happens again?
Oh, well, in case it happens again, lady, stick the plug back in the wall socket. Call me anytime.
For goodness sakes, $2 for sticking the plug back in the wall socket.
What a jip. That guy's got no business in the radio repair business. He ought to go back to his tack welding where... Did I say tack welding? Hey, he's a tack welder. He's one of those guys. One side, Molly. Hey, Bob, come back here. I'm trying to want you. Hey, tack welder. Hey,
Is the linoleum on your floors wearing as well as you expected? Have you done anything to give it extra protection right now? Do you realize that you can make linoleum actually wear 6 to 10 times longer by protecting it regularly with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat? If your program for taking better care of the things you have doesn't include Glow Coat on your linoleum floors, you're missing an important and a very easy way to practice conservation. Self-polishing Glow Coat takes very little work because it polishes itself without rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. It protects linoleum surfaces against wear of all kinds, against minor scratches, scuffing, and color fading. Glow Coat makes floor surfaces sparkle with beauty. And that's important, too, because it makes your kitchen a pleasanter room to work in.
Ladies and gentlemen, no fooling. The government does need skilled workers in the lines we've been talking about. I'll repeat them again. Tack welders, flanging press operators, plate hangers, mixer operators of explosives, outside machinists, and people with similar skills. If you can do any of these things and aren't in war production work at this time, do your country a good turn and report to your nearest U.S. Employment Service office. Skilled workers in Canada, check with your governmental employment offices.
Don't forget, it's your sons of toil that'll help put those Nazis under tons of soil.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Characters of the old-timer and Wallace Winkle heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax finishes for the home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the servicemen and women of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay, gang, this is Ken Carpenter telling you to hang on to your radio knobs. Here we go again with another international hayride that aims to answer your requests that you've sent in to Command Performance, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA.
Introducing your master of ceremonies for this session is kind of a tough job because, well, he's such a stranger to Command Performance. In fact, he hasn't been on the show since an hour before he left for the South Pacific. And while he was there, he played so many tropical islands, he can't read a script unless it's typed on a coconut. Anyway, he's just returned to the States, and I think a few of you might remember his name. It's Bob Hope.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob. That wasn't my scotch that fell out of the plane Hope. You know, while I was down in the South Pacific, I saw a lot of the stations of the Armed Forces Radio Service, the outfit that makes programs like this Command Performance possible. Yes, sir, the Army has transmitters all over the Pacific. You know what they are. And radio, a transmitter is a thing that covers a lot of important territory. We have the same thing in Hollywood, only we call it a sarong. All the stations are run by soldiers, and of course that makes things different. They don't use chimes to start a program. They just rattle the dice, and they're on the air. And putting up a radio station down there in the jungle is very difficult. Really, you got to make sure the aerial is too low for the P-38s to knock down and too high for Tarzan to swing on. And, of course, radio equipment is scarce on those islands, and the men have to use anything they can find. I know one station where they had to use coconuts instead of tubes. It worked out fine, too, except that was the first time H.V. Kaltenborn ever gave a news summary and a quart of milk at the same time. You know, the weather down there is like it is here. Of course, they have a light sprinkle now and then. A light sprinkle, that's South Pacific. For man the boats, boys, the island disappeared again. And you should have seen the size of some of those South Pacific islands we landed on. They were really little. One island we hit was so small the gophers had to take turns coming up. Everywhere we went, Francis Langford was a big hit. Over in Australia, Francis sang Is You Is or Is You Ain't My Baby. And in 1 hour, every GI in the country was wearing diapers. You're coming in. Thank you. Thank you very much. And those Marines down there have developed a wonderful way of clearing the jungle when they land anywhere. They just spray it with salad dressing and turn loose a couple of chow hounds. That'll go big down there, I'm sure. But I was glad to get back and see that Hollywood hasn't changed much. Slacks are still the rage. You can see everything in slacks, except slack. And I understand that Crosby just went to England. Isn't that silly? I thought London had all the fog it needed. Command Performance has to have a note of quiet dignity, so here's your favorite songwriter, good old Johnny Mercer, right here.
Thank you very much, and hi there, men. Brother Hope sure tossing the ox here tonight, ain't he? Yes, sir, he's really jumping around like a stump-tailed bull in fly time. So I'll just say a quick howdy to 639, including Ripcord, Harpcord, Ding Dong, Baggy Draws, Benny the Creeper, Lend-Lease Resnack, Pop Cole, and Lock Me Up Russo. Also Mac Monty and Short Stuff at Navy 230. The gang in the Admiralty Islands, the MPs with the Central Mediterranean Forces, everybody at 9372, and the Smoke Eaters at 726. Fellas, here's a shock of corn that's still standing in the field of American folk music. One of your big favorites, the wreck of the old 97. They gave him up his orders at Monroe, Virginia, saying, Steve, you're way behind time. This is not 38, but it's old 97. You must put her into Spencer on time. Steve Brody said to his big, greasy fireman, shovel on a little more coal. And when we cross that White Oak Mountain, you can watch old 97 roll. It's a mighty rough road from Lynchburg to Danville. Lima's on a 3-mile grade. Hey, it was on this grade when he lost his air brakes, and you see what a jump he made. He was falling down this grade at 80 miles an hour, and his whistle began to scream. Woo-hoo! He was found in a wreck with his hand on the throttle, where he'd scalded to death from the steam. Take warning from this time on and learn. Never speak harsh words to your true loving husband. He may leave you and never return. Never speak harsh words to your true loving husband. He may leave you and never return.
You know, one of the most heartening facts I picked up on my GI jaunt was that two of my favorite gals here in Hollywood are fast becoming your favorite overseas. A lot of you guys who have seen Two Girls and a Sailor have written us requesting the Mrs. June Allison and Gloria DeHaven.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Hiya, fellas.
Hiya, fellas.
Glad to be here.
Glad to be here.
This might turn out to be an egg with two yolks.
Please, Bob. It's time to acknowledge a little mail. There's the air transport gang at 938. Rover, Jersey, Choppy, Pete, Doc, Hawk, Rebel, Ozzy, Flooch, and Horizontal.
Those 729ers, Greasy George, the Pheasant Kid, Sunbeam, Hoss Presby, Buckland Bill King, Smiling Frog, High Pockets, Codlock, Happy Merriweather, and Smoky Joe Salazar.
DeWitt E. Carroll, who signs Yours for Fewer and Shorter Wars. Carroll says in his letter, if you ever hear that Fitzpatrick travelogue fellow speak a kind word about this particular part of the globe, kindly slug him for me.
Quartermaster Second Class Ralph Flackey.
C.D. Johnson and the Aussies with the RAAF.
The gang at the 101st Airborne Signal Company.
Red, Brown, Don, Benchlegs, and the infantry at 9-3.
And the following members of the 453rd Stamp Lickers. Windy Swotek.
Chesty Shriver.
Chubby Smalling.
Whitey Nicholson.
Tiny Brewer.
Hillbilly Davis.
Birdlegs Dufek.
Stink Dutton.
Curly Peterson.
Moose Sherman.
And Mr. Boston Platoon.
A ringer. Anyway, here's the song you asked for. A love
like ours.
It ain't what
want to tell, ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like you to meet a member of our troupe that has just returned from the South Pacific, a man who's been all over, a famous world traveler, Professor Colonna, right here. Professor, we'd like a few words on your experience as a world traveler. That Pacific tour wasn't your first big trip, was it, Colonna?
Oh, no. I've been to England, Russia, Australia, Africa, and Alaska.
You've been to England, Russia, Australia, Africa, and Alaska.
Yes. I'll get one of your checks cashed yet.
Tell me, did you really go to Africa?
Why, certainly, and a famous hunter accompanied me on my trip.
Buck?
What's that?
I said Buck.
You're faded. Roll them out.
You certainly like to see a lot of the world, don't you, Colonna?
Ah, yes, that's why I just enlisted in the wax.
Professor, the wax are all women. If you're in the wax, you're the only man in a group of thousands of women.
Happy little minority, ain't I?
Professor, this is ridiculous, trying to say you're in the wax.
Oh, now, Hope, don't get sore just because you couldn't pass the physical.
You know, Colonna, one thing puzzled me on our trip. You never worried about us coming down in the ocean. There's an awful lot of water out there, you know.
Oh, I don't worry about that, Hope. I can hold my breath for 3 hours.
You can hold your breath for 3 hours? That's ridiculous.
Oh, it is, eh?
Yes, it is. Nobody can hold his breath for 3 hours.
Well, watch. I'll prove to you right now.
Say, fellas, while the professor's holding his breath, I'd like to say something that I think is pretty important. When the Army decides to bust you back to civilian life, you're going to need and want a lot of things that cost money. You won't be able to get by like Colonna does just by holding your breath. No, the new clothes you'll want to start in business, getting married. Incidentally, the professor's getting red in the face. Well, there are things to start saving for now. A good deal is GI bonds or soldiers' deposits. So think it over. Save a little each payday. Professor, how are you doing?
Where does a guy go for a retread?
Thank you very much, Professor Colonna. Our next request comes from Sergeant Russ Begg, somewhere in the South Pacific. Russ says that all the guys in the island have pictures of a certain very beautiful Hollywood glamour girl. The boys just want to hear her voice. They say the nicest things to her pinups, but naturally never get an answer. So here she is tonight to say hello in person, lovely Jane Russell. Get your good side, honey. They'll never look at me again. Well, welcome to Command Performance, Jane.
Swell to be here, Bob. What can I do for you?
Well, I'll think of something. But right now, there's something that you can do for the fellas overseas. They want to know if your voice matches the rest of you. So would you mind saying a line, any line at all? Just quote something.
Well, how about something from Shakespeare?
Swell, go ahead.
Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt.
Heaven forbid. I just want you to quote something, Jane. I don't want you to trickle down the drain. Besides, couldn't you do something more emotional? You know, something where you put your head on my shoulder and sob? Something around...
Well, what'll I sob about?
Well, come into my office. I'll think of something.
I'm afraid not, Bob. I've got to be getting home.
Well, stick around. I'll drive you home. I have my sleigh outside. We'll mush on down. How about that?
But there's no snow.
Well, just get in the sleigh. I'll think of something.
Thanks, Bob, but I think I'll just settle for a quick so long, fellas, and thanks for having me over.
Thanks, Jane. Long ago and far away, your mom and pop used to thrill to the strains of Bicycle Built for Two, Yippee-Yaddy-Yay, Silver Threads Among the Gold, and Who Threw the Mustard Gas in Mrs. Murphy's Chopped Liver Crepe Suzette. Well, a short time ago, a very charming young lady came along and blitzed the airways with her own particular treatment of the standard oldies. Gentlemen of the AEF, Miss Beatrice Kay. Say, Beatrice, how'd you happen to start singing these ballads of the bustle area?
Well, I figured they'd be popular with people from your generation.
Beatrice, I'm not so old. Matter of fact, I have to get Bing Crosby to buy my Saratan for me. But, Beatrice, what we brought you here for tonight was to have you do one of those bustle ballads.
Well, I'd like to sing one of my favorites. It's Eva Tangway's I Don't Care. And I hope all you fellas do. They say I'm crazy, got no sense, but I don't care. They sort of independent, of a clever race descendant. My star is on the ascendant. That's why I don't care. I don't care if people don't like me. Why, I'm happy-go-lucky. Men say I'm plucky, so jolly and carefree. I don't care. I don't care if I do get the mean and stony stare. My voice may sound funny, but it's getting me the money. 'Cause I don't care.
That's fine. Fellas, here's some really supernatural digit manipulating that ought to leave you swinging from the closest cloud by your thumbs. You'll probably catch her in the MGM sensation Bathing Beauty. It seems that this young lady toured the South American continent, discovered and brought back with a little song called Tico Tico. English translation, when the bees start making honey, I'll come home and have the hives with you. Regardless, I want you to meet one of the most talented artists ever to appear in command performance, assisted by the AFRS Orchestra, Miss Ethel Smith. That's a lot of talent for just plain Smith, you know. Say, maybe it's always a pleasure. It is always a pleasure to introduce your next guest. Maybe. Think I didn't throw the scotch overboard, huh? But then it's always a pleasure to introduce your next guest, a lovely young lady who spent so much time with you GIs all over the world. She's practically standard equipment, one of your all-time favorites, Frances Langford.
Embrace me, my sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, my irreplaceable you.
my heart grew tipsy in me. You and you alone bring all the gypsy in me. I love all the many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you. Don't be a naughty baby. Come to Mama, do. My sweet embrace over you. Don't be a naughty baby. Come to your mama, do. My sweet embrace over
Thank you, you tourists. Say, you know, one of the things the men talk most about overseas was their girlfriends back here. No use telling you guys how you all like to reminisce about your last date in the States. I got quite a kick out of one kid from Missouri. He was a country boy, and he told me everything that happened the last night he saw his girl. Well, not everything, but he went into great detail. He was an awfully cute guy, and if I can get Francis Langford to help me out, I think you might like to hear how he spent his evening.
All right, Bob.
Well, swell. You be the city girl, and I'll be the farmer.
Fine. You won't have to change your suit.
Well, here we are out in an open buggy all alone.
Yes. Do you really like me, Robert?
Yeah, I like you a lot.
Why?
I don't know. Guess it's because you're a girl.
Robert, you're so different from the other boys. All they ever want to do is neck. You're more the quiet, studious type.
Yeah, but do a lot of deep thinking.
What do you think about?
Necking. Gee, I wish you was Betty Grable.
Oh, Robert, why do you like Betty Grable better than me?
Oh, I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's like real estate. Some developments are more attractive than others. But Francie, you know how I like you. I even brought you a present, a necklace.
A necklace?
Yeah, here, look. It's even better than pearls.
Why, Robert, chiclet. It goes so nice with my white outfit.
Yeah, if you change the gray, you can always chew them a little. By the way, what's them things you're wearing tonight, Francie?
Slacks.
Slacks? Catalog's got them listed under long drawers.
Well, that's only when you wear them on the inside.
Oh, I see.
Robert, what's that you're wearing? What's that you're wearing, Robert?
A shirt. I found it in the Sears Roebuck catalog. What's the matter with it?
Nothing, only you're supposed to send away for one. You're not supposed to cut it out and paste it on.
Whoever thought of that? Well, anyway, honey, I'm crazy about you. You're so nice and soft, I could cuddle with you all night.
Robert, put away that rabbit and pay some attention to me. You know, you're a good catch for a girl, Robert, owning such a big farm.
Yeah, but things ain't so good in the farm, Francie. We're having a lot of trouble with Bossy. She's got too much iron in her blood.
Too much iron in her blood?
Yeah, she's the only cow in the county who can give milk and make her own pail at the same time. I was stuck between county and country. It worked out, I guess.
Well, here we are in front of the house, Robert.
Yep, we are. Let's sit in the buggy and say goodnight, huh?
All right, but be quiet. Father's asleep upstairs. Now, Robert, stop. Stop! Robert! Robert!
Gad, every night the same thing. Who is it down there?
Me, Father. I brought home one of my boyfriends.
Did you bring home one of your girlfriends, too?
No.
Selfish. Who are you with?
I'm down here with a nice young man.
Oh, are you sparking with that Smith boy?
No.
Are you sparking with that Johnson boy?
No, I'm with Robert Hope.
Old dead battery, eh?
You know, Robert, you and I have been going together for a long time. All of our friends are getting married.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, Robert, you're 28 years old now. Haven't you ever thought of children?
Yeah, but I like you better.
Hey, Hope, are you holding hands with my daughter?
Oh, no, sir.
Are you hugging her?
Oh, no, sir.
Are you kissing her?
No, sir.
What do you hear from the rest of the campfire girls?
Thanks for the memory of all those jungle aisles and all those GI smiles. All I can say, we were well repaid for all those many miles. So thank you so much. Well, men, it looks like that does it for this session. And speaking for the gang with us tonight and for all the guys and gals who come down here to Command Performance every week, I want you to know we consider it a privilege to knock out these programs and try to make life just a little brighter for you. I've talked to lots of you guys in the field, and I gather that the Armed Forces radio shows mean a lot to you. Believe me, they mean a lot to us performers, too. So just keep your requests coming by letter, postcard, V-mail, or put a note in a bottle and drop it overboard. We'll get it somehow and shoot your requests right back. If you haven't got time to write, stick your thumbprint on a friend's letter so we'll know you're all thinking of us, will you? Good night, gang.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Command Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the servicemen and women of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Command Performance sprouts wings tonight, and it speeds around the world to you with an Air Forces patch on its sleeve. In answer to requests from airmen of the United Nations in all parts of the globe, your request to Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. It's a special Winged Victory edition of your own special program. At the controls and waiting for the green light is the man you have named to pilot this command. A great guy and a favorite in every longitude and latitude, Clark Gable.
Hi, gang. And hello, Don. It's really an honor to be at the controls of this Winged Victory Command Performance.
I'm glad I'm here too, Clark, because I've always wanted to be a flyer.
Well, why not in this age of flight? Have you had any experience?
Well, every payday, Jack Benny keeps me up in the air.
No, seriously, Don. Did you ever try to get in the Air Forces?
Well, yes, Clark, I did. I just begged them to let me be a belly gunner.
What happened?
Well, they told me that even a B-29 hasn't got that big a belly.
Well, how about the tail?
Oh, I've got my trouble there, too, yeah.
Well, Dawn, the place is willing, and that's saying a lot. Meanwhile, we've just had a signal that all's clear. And the entire outfit, which thrilled audiences from coast to coast with a great Air Forces show, Winged Victory, is waiting to send some of its words and music to you overseas. There's an all-Air Forces orchestra here and 100 airmen in Lieutenant Leonard Dupar's Winged Victory Chorus. Contact, here's the chorus and the spirit of the Air Forces.
Into the air, Army Air Force, give her the gun, pilots rule. Into the air, Army Air Force, keep your nose up in the blue, and when you hear the engine sing, and the steel clock starts to whine, you can bet the Army Air Force is along the firing line. Into the air, Army Air Force, give her the gun, pilots true. Into the air, Army Air Force, keep your nose up in the blue, and when you hear the engine sing, and the steel clock starts to whine, you can bet the Army Air Force is along the firing line.
Three things keep the Air Forces flying high out where they command the command performances. Those three things are plenty of letters from home, chow, and plenty of good swing music. Well, it's a little tough to send you a letter from your girlfriend or a blue plate special from Little Joe's Diner. But we can buzz you with a few bars of swing by the Winged Victory Orchestra. We're packaging this number for the plumber's plumber, Bob Perloff at APO 33, Red, John, and Warren at Navy 311, and Corporal John Reside at APO 559. It's pianist-conductor Joe Bushkin leading the Winged Victory Orchestra in Lady Be Good. Thank you, Winged Victory Orchestra. That was swell. But moving along with this command performance, I see that we have an interesting-looking sergeant coming to the mic.
Honorary Sergeant Jenny Sims reporting.
Well, Jenny Sims. So you're an honorary sergeant, huh?
That's right.
What outfit you with, Bud?
As a matter of fact, Clark, I'm with the United States Marines, but I'm here to represent the infantry.
The infantry?
Uh-huh.
Don't look now, Jenny, but this is the Air Force's show.
Well, Clark, infantry, Air Force. Actually, it's the same American boy in a uniform with a little different insignia.
Right you are.
Whether he's walking or flying or riding, he wants the same exact thing out of life.
Yeah, but how can 13 million men marry you, Jenny? But I know what you mean, and the infantry really does resemble the Air Force in a lot of ways. Now, just to give you an idea of how close the services really are, I know one fellow in the infantry who was home on furlough when he suddenly became a member of the Air Forces.
Suddenly became a member of the Air Force? How?
Well, he let his wife drive the car.
Well, of course, Clark, I didn't come here just to talk about the infantry.
No, even if you did, we wouldn't let you get away without singing a song. And what would you like to sing?
A song for the infantry, Clark. And especially you men at APO 24. You infantry men at 729 and at 93. The very thought of you.
The very thought of you, and I forget to do the little ordinary things that everyone ought to do. I'm living in a kind of daydream. I'm happy as a king, and foolish though it may seem to me, that's everything the mere idea of you. This longing's here for you. You never know how slow the moments go till I'm near to you. I see your face in every flower, your eyes in stars above. It's just the thought of you, the very thought of you, my
Thank you, Jenny Sims. Don't get out of your singing togs because we're heading for your base of operations again before we put old command in the hangar for the night. You know, overseas I found you men are great singers. And a favorite song almost everywhere was a tune that was born a good many years ago at Yale and adopted lock, stock, and melody by the Air Forces. The words have been changed, but the idea is pretty much the same. When good fellows get together, there's music and comradeship and melodous. The Winged Victory Chorus, with Corporal Don Richards as a soloist, sums it all up in the Whiff and Puff song.
To the guys back in the barracks, to the ground crew down the line, to the planes up in the sky we love so well. Sing the air cadets assemble with their heads held proud and high, and the magic of their singing casts a spell.
Yes, the magic of their singing, all the songs we love so well. Good old Sixpence, Wild Blue Yonder, and the rest. We will serenade old Thompson while life and voice shall last. Then we'll pass and be forgotten with the rest.
Thank you, fellows. That was great. Winged Victory, in case you haven't already heard, has been playing to standing room only in New York and Los Angeles and is heading across the country to pick up the few people who didn't get to see it in San Francisco, Chicago, and many points east and west to swell its contribution to Army charities. In the cast of this memorable stage show are two young men you have heard many times on the air and in nightclubs. Those two GI happy sacks, Sergeant Peter Lind Hayes and Corporal Claude Stroud.
Thank you. Well, Claude, I must say you're not looking very chipper for this evening's performance.
Well, as a matter of fact, Pete, I don't feel very well. I had a little trouble in the mess hall today. A couple of fellas put some firecrackers in my salad.
Don't tell me you swallowed them.
Yeah, I did.
Mm-hmm. Swell. How are you doing?
I'm getting some pretty good reports. Seriously, though, Pete, I did want to look well tonight. I thought maybe I could try to get a date with Jenny Sims.
Well, I can't say that I blame you for that desire. Have you approached Miss Sims?
Approached her?
Uh-huh.
Well, I can't even get near her. Maybe if I were a romantic figure like some of those big movie stars, it would help, eh, Pete?
Oh, you mean so you could look into her baby blues like Ronald Coleman and say,
Ginny, your eyes are like limpid pools. Your teeth, my dear, your teeth are like pearls. And when I kiss you, yes, when I kiss you, milkman, keep those bottles. That sounds all right, Pete, but maybe she'd like more of the continental type of Romeo.
In that case, Claudia, you merely lower your voice, look upon her very sensuously, and say, Ginny, my dear, you're so very wonderful. You're so very beautiful.
I'm afraid you're on the wrong continent, Pete.
Well, perhaps she'd go for the little man in pictures. He'd walk up to her and say,
Ginny, you are so beautiful. Come closer, my darling. Closer, closer. Now, Ginny, look into my soft-boiled eyes. Well, that may work all right, Pete, but I think I'd probably make a better impression if I relied on good old American tactics.
Now you're on the right track, Stroudy. Approach her like Gary Cooper with that strong, repressed, silent air. Walk up to her and say, see here, Miss Ginny. I'm mighty fond. Yes, sir. That's all I can say is I'm mighty fond. And, you see, I'd tell you a lot more if I could just get my teeth unclenched.
Well, that sounds a little better, Pete. However, I think I might get along with it pretty well if I used a classical approach. You know, she sings, and I'm quite an authority on opera.
Oh, really, Claude? Mm-hmm. Well, that's a pleasant surprise. I had no idea you were interested in opera. I imagine you have your favorites.
Well, I'm partial, yes.
Mm-hmm. Tell me frankly, how do you like Tosca?
Tosca?
Yes, Tosca.
Well, she doesn't sing too well.
But leaving this discussion of music, Claude, I have noticed that as an after effect of your firecracker eating episode, you are beginning to look a little pallid.
Well, I told you before, Pete, I'm not feeling well.
Well, in that case, I have a suggestion. I advise you to try Hugo's little liver pills.
Well, as a matter of fact, they are very good. I had an uncle who took them for 40 years. He died the other day at the age of 90.
He lived to be 90 years old. You see, the pills must have helped.
Oh, they helped, yes. Mm-hmm. In fact, 2 hours after he died, they had to beat his liver to death with a stick.
Well, enough of this tomfoolery has gone far enough, Claude. Incidentally, you've been wanting, that is, to meet Ginny Sims all night. And if I'm not mistaken, she's on her way over to the microphone now. Incidentally, don't forget to address her as Sergeant Ginny Sims.
Oh, Sergeant. She outranks me already, and I'm only a corporal.
Hiya, Pete.
Hiya. Say, by the way, Ginny, there's a fellow here that's been dying to meet you. This is Corporal Claude Stroud. Claude, this is Ginny Sims.
Miss Sims, I'm fond of you. All I can say is I'm mighty fond.
Claude, I don't think you're scoring. I think you'd better try the other one.
Oh, the other one, huh? Ginny, you are beautiful. You are marvelous.
Je vous aime, mon petit dianche.
Oh, Claude, you speak French.
Oh, fluently, yes. Parlez-vous français?
Oui.
Voulez-vous, je vous pourrais montrer avec moi ce soir?
Oui.
Did you understand what I said?
Oui. What you said I like very much.
My gosh, I wonder what I said.
I didn't sing, Jenny.
When they begin the beguine, it brings back the sound of music so tender. It brings back the night of tropical splendor. It brings back a memory evergreen. To live it again is past all endeavor, except when that tune clutches my heart. And there we are, swearing to love forever, and promising never, never to part. What moments divine, what rapture serene, till clouds came along to disperse the joys we had tasted. And now when I hear people curse the chance that was wasted, I know but too well what they mean. So don't let them begin. So begin. Till the stars of there before return above you. Till you whisper to me once more, darling, I love you. And we suddenly know what heaven we're in when they begin the begin. When they begin the begin.
Jenny, that was wonderful.
Thank you, Mr. Gable.
You know, I wish I could sing. I'd like to be able to thrill an audience with a vibrant voice.
Well, I haven't heard any complaints so far. But believe it or not, we've had numerous requests for you to sing on command performance.
No.
Yes.
Well, why not? I've got a mouth, I've got a larynx, I've got a tonsil.
Mr. Gable, did I hear you say you were going to sing?
You did.
What an idea. Why, it's sensational. The commercial possibilities are out of this world.
What's commercial about me singing?
What's commercial about Einstein doing a tap dance in Minsky's burlesque? Why, with that as an attraction, there's just nothing that we couldn't sell.
Nothing?
Nothing. Have you any product in mind?
Well, yes. In the Air Force, we have a certain item called Hubba Hubba.
That's all I wanted to know. Oh, Pete Hayes.
Yes, what's up, Mr. Wilson?
I want you to help me sell Hubba Hubba.
Yikes. Are they selling that stuff now?
Well, it shouldn't be difficult with Clark Gable singing. Now, get ready, everybody. This is going to be a Don Wilson production with Ginny Simms and Pete Hayes, featuring the romantic baritone of Clark Gable. Good evening, friends. Do you have fatigue suit droop? Does your helmet liner fit different lately? Then listen to what some folks say about Hubba, Hubba, Hubba.
Thank you, and welcome to Town Hall tonight. Well, sir, nothing very exciting happened to me on the way to the studio, except that I saw a friend of mine outside who informed me that a friend of his met a mosquito who stung Frank Sinatra and lost blood on the deal. That's why current rumor has it that Frankie Sinatra will soon be taking Hubba Hubba Hubba.
And not only that, Mr. Wilson, sir. This is the Army Air Force, sir. When the going gets difficult, don't lie down. Lift your head, sir. Tote that bar. Get a little hubba hubba.
Hubba Hubba comes in 6 delicious sizes: gallon, quart, pint, dram, drip, and brute. And now, through the courtesy of our sponsors, we present the golden baritone voice of Clark Gable singing Meadowland.
Ginny, I'm getting nervous. I'm afraid I can't do it.
You've got to, Mr. Gable. Hubba Hubba is counting on you.
Oh, but it's such a difficult number. Suppose I crack up in the middle of it.
Don't even think of it.
Yeah, all right. Pete, maybe you ought to start me off just to give me the key.
Okay, Mr. Gable. Pull your skirt, pull, yeah.
Hey!
Pull your skirt, pull, yeah.
Hey!
Yeah, you get right. You get right. Pull your skirt, pull, yeah. Hey! Pull your skirt, pull, yeah. Hey! Yeah, you get right. Hack the cross, you get right.
All we can say about that is hubba hubba. Thank you, gang, and especially Peter Lind Hayes for those great impersonations. A program about the Air Forces from an all-Air Force cast to every airman in the world would hardly be complete without that certain Air Corps song. And nobody can sing it and play it quite like this winged victory gang. Take off. That's all the flying time we've been allotted, men. And so we're bringing command performance in for a landing. We've been flying high with words and music from the Big Wing Victory Company, Ginny Sims, Don Wilson, and yours truly, Clark Gable. We're all saying good night, good luck, good flying.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Fall in line, America. All out for the NBC War Bond Parade. The command is forward march. Yes, forward march to victory, listeners, with more NBC stars in this 7th consecutive War Bond Parade. Yes, more stars. For look, you can see them coming from here. There's Raymond Massey, Nora Sterling, W.W. Chaplin, Dwight Kramer from The Right to Happiness, David Harum, and The Woman of America. That's the New York division. From Washington, Dr. I.Q. And from Chicago, Josephine Antoine and Reinhold Schmidt. Wait a minute. Who's that? Why, sure, from Hollywood, it's Kay Kaiser, Red Skelton, and Ronald Coleman. And the Grand Marshal of all, the man who gives the commands to start our marching, John W. Vandercook.
Good morning and good evening. This is John W. Vandercook, your parade starter, giving the command to Henri Nosco, our orchestra leader, to strike up the band. We are honored now to present Raymond Massey, who played the leading role tonight in Cavalcade of America. He brings to our program a sense of the deep fellowship in arms and in a common destiny of our country and the British Commonwealth of Nations and all of the United Nations, which today march together under freedom's banner. Mr. Massey will read to us from the words of the great poet, whose words are the common heritage of all of us here and throughout the world who speak the English tongue. From Shakespeare's King Richard II, he brings us the soliloquy of the dying Duke of Lancaster, John of Gaunt. Raymond Massey.
Oh, but they say the tongues of dying men
enforce attention like deep harmony. Where words are scarce, they are seldom spent in vain, for they breathe truth who breathe their words in pain. Though Richard my life's counsel would not hear, my death's sad tale may yet undeaf his ear. Methinks I am a prophet new inspired, and thus, expiring, do foretell of him. His rash, fierce blaze of riot cannot last, for violent fires soon burn out themselves. This royal throne of kings, this sceptred isle, this earth of majesty, this seat of Mars, this other Eden, demi-paradise, this fortress built by nature for herself against infection and the hand of war, this happy breed of men, this little world, this precious stone set in the silver sea, which serves it in the office of a wall or as a moat defensive to a house against the envy of less happier lands. This blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England, this nurse, this teeming womb of royal kings, feared by their breed and famous by their birth, renowned for their deeds as far from home, for Christian service and true chivalry, this land of such dear souls, this dear, dear land, dear for her reputation throughout the world, is now leased out. I die pronouncing it, like to a tenement or pelting farm. England, bound in with a triumphant sea, whose rocky shore beats back the envious siege of watery Neptune, is now bound in with shame.
Long ago, by an embittered and a dying man, were such prophecies of disaster mouthed. Yet they did not see fulfillment. Then, long ago, England survived a violent fever of internal strife, just as today she has met and repelled threats of ruin and disaster from without. Then, as today, a nation of free men clung stubbornly to freedom and won victory in her cause. Thank you, Raymond Massey, for your distinguished interpretation of the John of Gaunt great soliloquy from Shakespeare's King Richard II. And now to continue NBC's War Bond Parade, we sweep across country to Chicago, where Josephine Antoine, star of opera and of NBC's Contented Hour, is waiting with Percy Faith's orchestra to sing the jewel song from Faust.
Jury, je me vois si belle au ce miroir. Jury, je me vois si belle au ce miroir. Est-ce toi, Marguerite? Est-ce toi? Réponds-moi, réponds-moi, réponds, réponds vite. Non, non, ce n'est plus toi. Non, non, ce n'est plus ton visage. C'est la fille d'Arvois. C'est la fille d'Arvois. Ce n'est plus toi. Ce j'aurai encore d'essayer le bracelet et le collier. Dieu, c'est comme une main qui sur vos bras se pose. Julie, je me vois si belle ce miroir. Julie, je me vois si belle ce miroir. Est-ce toi, Marguerite? Est-ce toi, réponds-moi, réponds-moi, réponds vite. Ah, s'il était ici, s'il me voyait assis comme une demoiselle, il me trouverait belle. Comme une demoiselle, il me trouverait belle. Comme une demoiselle, il me trouverait belle. Marguerite, ce n'est plus toi, ce n'est plus ton visage. Non, c'est le roi. Oh, salut, oh, ma
Thank you, Josephine Antoine, for bringing us the beautiful Jewel song from Faust. We rejoin the parade with John W. Vandercook in New York.
This is John W. Vandercook again. Our parade keeps marching onward. And coming past the reviewing stand now is Lieutenant Dwight Kramer from The Right to Happiness, that popular NBC drama heard every afternoon. A few short weeks ago, on a desolate, uninhabited island in the vast expanse of the Pacific, two tanned and bearded men. After an eternity on this island, they had reached with three other men after their ship was torpedoed, were rescued by an American submarine. Now the sub is nearing home. Tomorrow she reaches her West Coast base. She moves easily, majestically along the darkened surface of the Pacific. Every hour, every minute, carrying her crew and the two rescued men closer to America. Lieutenant Dwight Kramer is standing on the sub deck tonight, peering ahead into the darkness. The eternity of the desolate island, during which it seemed that God and man alike had forgotten, is now behind him. He is looking ahead, hoping to see the lights of his beloved country. Braced beside the conning tower, he is joined by Commander Babcock, the ship's captain.
Hello, Kramer. Is that you, Kramer? Captain. See here, what's wrong? Not crying, are you? No, sir. No, I was just thinking. It's a little hard to talk tonight. I'm all choked up. I know. I get the same feeling myself whenever we come into port. The whole crew does. They don't cheer, they don't laugh, they hardly even smile. They're just quiet. It's hard to realize we're almost home. All that time on the island, there wasn't much hope. Now, tomorrow, I'll be seeing my wife, my baby, Mother and Dad. I want to cheer and throw my hat in the air, yet somehow I can't. I keep thinking of the other three who were with us on the island. The three that aren't coming back. I know, old man. Larry. He had a wife and a baby, too. He was so darn young. And Scotty. There was a girl waiting for him. And Timmy. A rough, tough little cockney from the docks of Liverpool. The Japs took all three of those fellows. The Lord knows what's happened to them. It's tough to see your friends go. Tough. They let themselves be taken prisoners when the Japanese put ashore at our island to try and save us. My friend below deck and me. They may have died to save us. That's what gets me, Captain. How do people go about repaying the fellows that give up their lives for them?
Only by keeping up the fight, Kramer. All of us. In the services and the people at home.
Yes, I suppose. But it sounds like so little.
It needn't be only a little.
Shouldn't be. You've been home several times since I was there, Captain. How are the people taking it?
They're keeping up the fight, Kramer.
They are?
I'll stake everything I own. They aren't letting down. When you left home, some people were complacent. You won't find that now. They used to feel the war could be won easily. They know that isn't so now. Men and women don't just shrug their shoulders and let someone else do the whole job when their brothers in arms are dying. Men don't stand by and let other men bleed to death without lifting a finger to help. No, Kramer. People at home aren't letting down. I think you'll be proud of your country. They'll keep up their part of this fight until this thing is over.
Washington division of our parade is coming into the picture now. The man with the questions and the answers has both the questions and the answers for you tonight. You know him well. Dr. I.Q., the command is to proceed with the business at hand.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't take a high IQ to understand what I have to say this evening. It needs only one qualification to understand this, and we all have that qualification. We're Americans. Suppose somebody stopped you on the street and said, "How about it, Joe? Would you like to have this war last a couple of years longer?" You'd think the man was insane. You'd say, "Listen, I have a son over there and a brother and a lot of friends I've known a long time. The longer this war lasts, the less chance they have of coming back. Every day this war lasts, the less chance they've got." Well, now, how about it? If that's the way you feel, how about doing something to help get them back? Yes, you can shorten this war. Everyone today has that power. It's a little hard to believe, of course, but it's true. It's a little hard to believe that buying another war bond will shorten the war. But figure it this way. If everybody buys another, millions and millions of dollars more will be available for more planes and ships and munitions and supplies of every description. Extra muscle for the final smashing blow. Yes, that's if everybody buys another war bond. And remember, everybody starts with you. There it is, on the line. Do you want to help shorten this war? Sure you do. Then go to it. Buy that extra bond.
Back to John W. Vandercook in Manhattan now, and the more to come of this War Bond Parade.
The spotlight of our parade shines now on the kindly country philosopher, so beloved to so many of you who listen to him daily over NBC. Need I say that his name is David Harum? He has a few serious words to say to you.
Hello, everybody. You know that this country of ours had plenty of growing pains. Well, maybe not so many as other countries I can think of. And you know, it happens that these growing pains sometimes result in war. It seems as though even the wisest leaders and the highest ideals just can't prevent it. I've been thinking a bit about that. And I find myself back in a year when this great country of ours is fighting another war. Not the one we're fighting now, but the one between the states. Well, there was a battle going on in that war. It's still going on in this one. A battle against disease and infection. In them days, disease and plague just ran rampant through the armies. There wasn't no medicine then to prevent soldiers from getting sick. No medicine to cure them. You see, it wasn't just bullets that killed the boys in that war. It was disease. Well, that could be true today, too. Because our boys are fighting in the jungles, where it seems as though every little mosquito carries a special, dreaded disease of his own. The heat on some of the fighting fronts is unbearable. Just the cold is so awful on others. But the difference is, we at least can do something about it. Yes, we can lend our money to the government so that they can go about buying the medicines that are needed, so that our boys are given the best of care, so that they at least have a chance against his old enemy, disease and infection. Yes, this way, if we keep our boys safe from those enemies, they can concentrate on fighting the enemies who would destroy them with fire and shells. You know we can't never do enough for these men who are dying on the battlefields. What they're doing for us is so great we could never repay them. But doggone it, we can help them while they're doing it. And every American has got to do all that he possibly can. Because if he don't, he ain't an American.
Back to the shores of Lake Michigan. The NBC War Bond Parade continues from Chicago.
Reinhold Schmidt, basso, another Contented Hour star, joins NBC's War Bond Parade with Percy Faith and the orchestra to sing My Journey's End.
Ain't this a terrible world, oh Lord? Ain't this a terrible world, oh Lord? Where's the quiet? Where's the peace, oh Lord? There's moaning and sighing and hating and lying. There's shouting and crying and shooting and dying. Where's the pity? Where's the love, oh You say there's a place called Journey's End, a place called heaven too, where we are all each other's friend, and there ain't no work to do. Why, thank you, Lord, thank you. That's very encouraging. Oh, Lord, show me that place that you're telling me of, where there ain't no creed or race, and all is brotherly love. What's that you say, Lord? I's got to spread the brotherly love down here to the poor sinners before I get the call. Yes, sir, Lord. You's the boss. Maybe this world ain't bad at all. I'll patiently wait till I gets the call. I'll find quiet. I'll find peace, oh And when for the last time I lay
thank you, Reinhold Schmidt. And now back to John W. Vandercook and the late news.
This is John W. Vandercook once again, but this time not giving the commands, but bringing you the news. The news of the men on the fighting fronts for whom we are buying bonds. The Russian army has smashed into the suburbs of the manganese-rich city of Nikopol in the lower Dnieper River and has 5 more of Adolf Hitler's crack divisions apparently caught in a trap. The Red Army is in control of the only railroad by which the Nazis might escape. Only 200 miles to the northwest, another Soviet army is wiping out whole regiments in the Cherkasy pocket, that other circle where 175,000 more Germans are being tightly pressed in a red vice. In Italy, American and British troops have today thrown back 2 more German counterattacks. But the Allies now admit that they were minor assaults. And there is this admission tonight from Washington. A member of the Allied High Command, an unnamed British officer, says that to a certain extent, the Germans are now taking the initiative south of Rome. Everything has not gone according to the book, he added. But it's not all lost either, although there has been some disappointment on the part of the Allies. The sharing of Paramashiro Island last Friday seems to have caught the enemy when his Japanese slant eyes were turned in another direction. This was the first visit our naval task forces have ever paid to one of the islands that form a chain, or perhaps a road that runs directly down to Japanese home islands. Perhaps the enemy garrisons believed that our first visit was long overdue, and hence they were lulled into some sense of false security. They were not caught off guard exactly, but quite literally when they had their eyes turned in another direction. That direction was toward the skies. For we have been fairly regular in our aerial operations against that most northern base of the Japanese home empire. It seems that when the star shells began to illuminate our targets, Jap gunners naturally turned their guns skyward to seek out the flights of bombers. And before they could train their sights down again to the level of the sea, from whence the ocean-borne attack had really come, the naval shells were already dropping among them. Some of the American warships dashed up to within 5 miles of the shoreline, which is close enough for very accurate fire, and also for a certain amount of direct visual observation by men aboard ship. They saw our shells hit one Japanese ship in harbor, type unknown, and they observed flames spurt up from burning buildings, the pyrotechnic display that ammunition and fuel dumps comes when they blow up. And then this American operation upon the Japs became even more distressing to the enemy. For after their sights were trained upon the ships at sea on the split second, our planes then did show up. We can be duly thankful that everyone's watches were set exactly. For by this brilliant bit of calculation, both the ships and the planes got away scot-free. There were no losses of American ships or American planes. The only comment at hand from Tokyo is this understatement, that this raid upon Paramashiro must, I quote, not be regarded lightly. Indeed, it must not. Linked with the establishment of our forces upon the Kwajalein Atoll, it is proof that although do we not know just where the Japanese main fleet may be, our own fleet is now large enough and strong enough to be in at least 2 places in the Pacific at once. And that's all just now.
The NBC War Bond Parade continues in just a moment. This is the National Broadcasting Company. War Bond. This is NBC's War Bond Parade.
If you've been listening to Serenade to America these nights, you'll recognize one of NBC's newest and brightest personalities.
I'd like to tell you a little story. Last summer, during the third war loan drive, there was a big rally at a baseball park near New York, and a little boy, let's call him Tucky Riley, had slipped in to watch the game. Tucky Riley, age 7, was the runt of his class. Nobody ever noticed Tucky somehow. Some of the boys had fathers and brothers in the service to brag about. One had a knife with 8 blades. One had a picture of Dizzy Dean. Only Tucky had nothing. And when the boys played games, mostly he just stood off a little way and watched. Today, after the game was over, there was a great excitement. All the balls that had been knocked into the bleachers were given back by the people that had caught them. The pitcher, one of the greatest in the league, autographed them, and then they were auctioned off. In that way, the bond quota was nearly reached. Nearly, but not quite. When everything had been sold, there was a lull. The crowd was waiting for something new to start the bidding again. But Tucky wasn't waiting. That thing in his pocket was a baseball signed by the great pitcher himself. And now, just wait till he showed that to the boys. As he ran out into the street, he bumped into a man. He was in a Marine's uniform, and he was tapping on the curb with his cane. Tucky knew about blind people, and so he steered him across the street. And as they walked, he told him about the ball, running the man's finger over the place where the name was. Say, that's great, said the Marine. Where'd you get it? Oh, there's some kind of a thing going on over in the ballpark, said Tucky. Something to get money for guns and stuff for the soldiers. The other folks gave their balls back, but I'm going to keep mine to... He stopped, looked up at the Marine. Say, he said finally, you got like that, your eyes, in the war, didn't you? The Marine nodded. Tucky was silent again, and then he said, can you wait here for me, mister? I got to go and do something a minute. He walked back into the ballpark. The crowd was getting restless and beginning to break up, and the auctioneer out in the field was looking a little disappointed. Tucky walked out to him. His face was dirty and wet. Even the baseball was a little wet. But he handed it up to the man and said, here, mister. The man grabbed it and shouted, hey, folks, here's another autographed ball presented by... What's your name, kid? Tucky Riley, said Tucky. Presented by Tucky Riley. What am I bid? And the shouting. It seemed as if everybody in the park wanted to own that ball. 1,000, 5,000, 15,000. The bids were coming from everywhere. Tucky walked away slowly. He supposed they were making a lot of money, and he was glad about that. But what he was really thinking of, he'd given away the only thing he'd ever had to brag about. He wasn't quite sure how he felt. But then, when he got outside, there was the Marine waiting for him. He took him by the hand and led him down the street. Then he knew how he felt. He felt wonderful.
Down the line of march now comes a woman of history, a woman of America. You hear Prudence Dane every day over NBC in A Woman of America, the story of a woman whose courage and faith are the glorious heritage of all women of America today. I present Ann Seymour as Prudence Dane.
Tomorrow morning, or perhaps sometime later during the day or the week, most of you will have a very special caller drop by at your home. I want to tell you something about him. I want to explain why he's coming to see you. He'll be a boy in his early or middle teens, this caller of yours. Nice American boy. He'll be friendly and courteous. I know you'll be the same with him. The chances are he'll be a little insistent, too, but there's a good reason. This caller of yours will be a Boy Scout. His assignment is to take your order for a war bond. All over this country, in almost every state and community in America, 1,600,000 Boy Scouts will be doing the same thing. These scouts are pitching in to help Uncle Sam put his 4th war loan drive over the top. They're going to help their country meet the quota and beat the quota. We can be proud of the spirit with which these scouts have volunteered to do this job, and of the way they're going about it, too. It's the same spirit which blessed their great-grandfathers who rode the wagon trains, curving westward across the plains and the lonely, hostile prairies. It's the spirit of courage, of enterprise, of pioneering. May I tell you what to expect when this Boy Scout drops by tomorrow or the next day? He'll bring with him an order blank for war bonds. He'll have spent hours, maybe days, walking from house to house. He will be seeking us out. He'll be delivering at our doorstep a very wonderful gift, an opportunity for us to help our men overseas, to save lives, to shorten this terrible war. From then on, it's up to us. Will we welcome him as a friend and send him away with thanks and with our order for another bond? Or will we close the door saying, let somebody else buy another war bond? Let George do it, or Jack, or Joe. I hope there's only one answer to that question. I know there's only one right answer. Give him your order for that extra bond. Get in step with that Boy Scout and make his march a parade to victory.
This is John W. Vandercook again, starting the mechanics of a network, rolling by ordering the switch to Hollywood, and the command to Kay Kaiser, Red Skelton, and Ronald Coleman to take over this portion of our war bond parade. How about it, Hollywood? Are you ready?
Well, hello, children. Hi-yo. This is Kay Kaiser speaking from Hollywood. And right off the bat, the boys are all tuned up, ready to play that outstanding song for you, that really jumping and jiving arrangement we have of the Pagan Love Song. A 1 and 2. Let's do it. Thank you very much, children. Now we're going to hear a few words from someone well known to both movie and radio fans, that very fine actor and fine gentleman, Mr. Ronald Coleman. Ronald?
Thank you, Kay Kaiser. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an extra war bond in my coat pocket because, well, even though you may have your weekly quota at home, when you're talking bonds, it's a mighty good feeling to have an extra one with you. By now, most of us know all the facts about war bonds. Long months ago, we learned their arithmetic. How many 50 caliber bullets go into a $25 bond? How many hand grenades go into a $50 bond? And the amount of life-saving and fighting weapons that go into a $100 bond. But as a nation, we won't even be knee-deep in this war until every last one of us with a few dollars jingling in his pocket walks up to Uncle Sam and says, "Here, Uncle, better use this money now so my family will be able to use it in the future." Honestly, we know that we owe this money, For we know that day after day and month after month of a long, vicious war, our men overseas have been piling up a debt we can never quite pay in full. Tarawa and Salerno and the little towns south of Rome are building a charge account upon America, where some men make part payment in something more precious than cash and leave the balance for us to pay in easy installments of $18.75 up. In Italy and the South Pacific, in the sky over Germany this very night, men are spending their lives so we may walk into our bank and buy a little chunk of freedom that, like our bonds, will still be good 10 years from tonight. When we buy a war bond, we're paying the price of admission to the biggest show on earth and buying a seat in the section marked Reserved for Free People. This war bond in my pocket is the finest bargain in the world. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce to you one of our most popular comedians, a young man whose amusing expressions have become a part of our everyday talk. One of them was headlined on a very important occasion, the bombing of Tokyo, when Doolittle doed it. This versatile young man has a number of interesting aliases: Clem, Junior, Jane Newton Numbskull, Willie Lump Lump, and more recently, Bolivar Shagnasty. I refer, of course, to Red Skelton.
Hello, children. How are you all? So many people have requested that we do the Save and Sew sketch. I think tonight would be a swell time to do it, and to point out that the finest tailoring in the world is done by mothers at home. They make something over for the youngsters. So, Harriet Hilliard, you be my mother, and I'll be the mean little kid who needs a new suit. Sliding down the bandage store, I came across a sliver. With me pants and did a dance, cause the cold breeze made me shiver. Later, her by town, Mom. Later, her by town. Hey, Mommy. Hey, Pop's going to knock on take me cowbell off?
Yes, dear.
Oh, boy, I feel good to get that cowbell off. Hey, Mommy, why does I have to wear a cowbell when Pop is home?
Well, because we like to talk freely. And you know too much already.
Oh. Hey, Mom, can I go down to the candy store and get me a jawbreaker before they sell their quota for the day?
I'm sorry, dear. Mother doesn't have a penny to give you.
No, I'm in the chips. Look, 50 cents. Look.
Where did you get that?
Well, it's one you didn't find when you was going through Pop's pockets when he was asleep.
Junior. I don't go through your father's pockets when he's asleep.
Okay, boy, you better be careful, though. Pop says he's going to put a mousetrap on his pants, you know. Hey, Mummy, what you finger bandaged up for?
Stop asking silly questions.
Oh, did you get you little finger caught in a mousetrap?
No, I didn't. It was a bear trap.
Whoa, look like Pop took me suggestion after all.
Well, I still don't see how I missed that $50.
Well, it wasn't in the suit he was wearing. It was one hanging in the closet, you know. Look how black the fire made it. Look.
What fire?
Well, Pop says I found $50 in his suit. I could have it, you know.
What fire, Junior?
Well, I'm going to tell you. Good enough. Don't yell at me. Put that shillelagh down, girl. I was in too big a hurry to look through the pockets, so I burned up all the suits and then scraped the ashes for the $50.
Oh, Junior, you're kidding me.
Oh, you just keep laughing, that's all. Why don't you put in an order with that doctor who sold me to you, and you could pay for him in 10 years with the war bond money? You know, it seems a shame that all these clothes you're making for me go to waste around here.
Oh, Junior, please.
We could use another baby, you know. Heaven knows there's enough spankings around here for two kids. Hey, can I get down now? Can I get down?
Don't be so fidgety.
Well, I'm tired standing here. I sit on the back of the church till you was ready.
Don't do that. It'll tip over with you.
No! Oh, it broke me, little skull. It broke me, little skull.
You didn't break your skull.
I better put a dent in it.
Stop putting dents in your head. It's hard enough now to get hats to fit you.
Yeah.
Now stand still and you won't get hurt.
Okay.
Where's my needle?
I saw it in the basket. It's here somewhere. Oh, I found it here. Well, pull it out of me finger.
Didn't draw blood.
Well, maybe I ain't got none. Maybe let me finger hurt.
Oh, all right. Here, let me kiss it. There now.
It's
all well.
It's all well.
It's dark in here. I can't see to thread the needle.
Okay.
Junior, your fingers are smaller than mine. Pull the thread through the needle, will you?
Okay, well, hold it down. Where is it?
Don't look at it so close. You'll get cross-eyed.
Cross-eyed? Is that why there's two needles instead of one?
Junior, stop that.
I ain't doing nothing.
Well, look
at your eyes.
I can't. My nose is in the way. Hey, look, Mummy, your sister is here.
Oh, well, the only way to straighten them is to tap you on the back of the head.
Okay, good. Yeah, straighten them. Don't knock them out.
Now, here, hold this material around your waist while I sew it together.
Here, like this, like this?
No, no, not up under your chin.
That's the way I like me pants. And then when I eat, I don't need a bib. I just tuck me pants in my collar.
Stand still. If I accidentally stick you with a pin, you'll listen to me.
You stick me with a pin, you listen to me.
Then I'll stand still while I trim the legs.
Oh, no, don't trim me legs. I'm short enough now.
Not your legs, the pants legs.
Oh, boy, for a minute I could see myself sitting on a cigarette paper, swinging me feet. Pick your brand, you know. Pick your brand. Pick your brand.
You silly. There. Now the other leg.
No, not the other leg. No.
There.
Here.
That's funny. They're longer in the back than they are in the front.
Maybe I shouldn't have leaned over to watch you, huh?
Now, if I even them up, they're going to be too short.
No, well, leave them like that. Leave them like that. I can walk over around, stooped over like that. Anybody say, what's the matter, kid? I say, just looking for something, kid. Just looking for something.
Well, maybe they won't be too short. I'll try it.
Okay.
And don't bend over.
I won't. I wouldn't do that, boy. You knock my head off.
There. Now the back part's higher than the front. Junior, I told you not to bend
don't
over.
You hit me. I didn't bend over. I leaned back that time.
Oh, I give up. I'm not going to try again.
Oh, why are you closing the sewing machine? Ain't you going to make me something to wear?
Yes, darling. I'll make you something to wear just as soon as I fold the material.
I don't like that gleam.
Here, now, lie down on the library table.
No.
There, now. Lie down. Hold your feet up in the air.
No.
Now, 1, 2, 3. Now, get down. Now, maybe that'll teach you to stand up straight. Well, what's the matter? Don't you like your new pants?
Yes, I do. Yes. They're very nice. But don't you think I'm a little big for the diaper style?
Thank you, Red. Thank you, Harriet. And now, here's a melody which has been voted most likely to endure along Musician's Row. It's a bit of sweetness and light put together by Sergeant Davy Rose, a story of a group of violins who went off on a spree. And without any strings at all, we'll play Holiday for Strings.
And now we wheel this parade 3,000 miles back to John W. Vandercook in New York.
The news is all important these days, but how the news is interpreted is even more important. The man of your morning world news roundup, W. Chaplin.
Good morning. To the east, anyway. Good evening to the west. That hasty Jap report that our fighting men had actually landed on Paramashiro in the North Pacific Kurils was apparently a phony. The Japs seemingly didn't know just what had happened there, so they took a flyer. They went on a fishing expedition. They announced that we had actually landed in the Kurils, hoping that we'd be startled into giving them the real news. Well, by now, I guess they've found out from their own rattled folks that it wasn't invasion, just preparation for invasion. That will come, but only when we're ready. Then it's reasonable to believe we'll take Paramashiro the way we took Kwajalein and the Marshalls. And Paramashiro is only a little more than half as far from Tokyo as is Kwajalein, within the range of our big bombers. While we're mentioning the Marshalls, Kwajalein, the Navy told the story of the cost of that invasion today. It cost the lives of 286 American men. A heavy loss. The life of one American, one Allied fighting man, would be a heavy loss. But against that loss of 286 Americans, the Navy tells us, against that is the fact that 8,122 Japanese were killed. 29 Japs died on that palm-covered coral island for every American killed in the battle there. In Russia tonight, one of the worst disasters of the war stares the Nazi high command right smack in the face. It isn't only the threatened encirclement of tens of thousands of troops, the annihilation of those troops in the Dnieper Bend. Rather, it's the report by the Russian army tonight that in this same operation in the Ukraine, it's entered the city of Nikopol. For from that city and its suburbs, the Nazis have been getting a vital supply of manganese. Half of all the manganese used to build the German war machines. And without that vital alloy, German production of high-grade steel will be seriously crippled. In Italy today, Allied troops repulsed 2 more German counter-assaults on the invasion beachhead south of Rome. Dispatches say that the attacks were relatively minor. The Germans are apparently just practicing up for their Sunday punch, the all-out attempt to drive our troops back into the sea. In Washington, that member of the Allied High Command that Mr. Vandercook told us about had some sobering words to say about the situation. They are on that beachhead below Rome. This man, whom I'm permitted to identify only as a British officer, says the Anglo-American forces on the bridgehead, to a certain extent, have been losing the initiative. He says everything has not gone by the book, according to plan. But there's this consolation, that all is not lost either. And that's the news as of right now.
Unfortunately, the command now is to halt. Yes, our war bond parade is over. But before we leave, I'd like to tell you about tomorrow night's war bond show. It's not a parade, but an attack. Yes, an attack on all the enemies of this war bond drive. The stars of this broadcast, well, ladies and gentlemen, the stars are the greatest stars ever to be heard on the radio. For they are you. Yes, the stars are the people of these United States. And you'll hear them from all over the country. Don't miss it.
Thank you, John. Tonight's parade included from Chicago, Josephine Antoine and Reinhold Schmidt. From Washington, Jim McClain, our Dr. IQ. From Hollywood, Kay Kaiser, Red Skelton, and Ronald Coleman. Our New York stars were Raymond Massey, Nora Sterling, W. Chaplin, David Gothard as Dwight Kramer from The Right to Happiness, Craig MacDonald as David Harem, and Ann Seymour as Prudence Dane from Woman of America. Your master of ceremonies, John Vandercook. We'd like to thank all who made tonight's broadcast possible. The artists, the sponsors, their advertising agencies, the American Federation of Radio Artists, and the American Federation of Musicians. NBC and its independent affiliated stations are proud to have participated. Don't forget, tomorrow night at the same time, an hour and a half war bond show. Until then, Ben Grauer, your announcer, makes this suggestion. Buy a bond, strike a blow for freedom. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The following program will be interrupted to bring you any late news developments.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles.
Instead of our regular program at this time, the makers of Mobile Gas and Mobile Oil and the Mercury Theater bring you a special broadcast.
My dearest son, I guess June 6th and 7th will be always remembered in history. I know that none of us will ever forget those days, even we who live at home. Your father will have more to remember about these 2 days and more to tell you. I don't know where he is now as I write this. Somewhere in the north of France it must be. But when he comes back, and oh, my dear little son, I pray to God he will come back. When he comes back, I know he'll have a better story to tell than this. Anyway, here's our side of it, here on the home front. That's what the papers call it, the home front. Sometimes I feel kind of ashamed of that expression. It really isn't much of a front. We do have trouble getting houses, and there isn't much room on the streetcars. And sometimes the steak is a little tough, but there aren't any of us living on K rations, and altogether the war is pretty easy to fight here in sunny California. We work hard, and don't let anybody tell you we've let down because we haven't. And we won't. And our work is important. But nobody out here sleeps in a bomb shelter. And for the last 2 days, everybody's started to realize that again. And I think that's part of the reason why the whole city's been so quiet ever since Monday night. You know, even the people out here who don't have anybody to worry about, even those people are telling themselves again how lucky they are. And sometimes luck can be sort of embarrassing. We first heard the news at 12:35 a.m. I work on the P-38 Center Section Assembly over at Lockheed, and I was having trouble fixing the air hose.
I just hope I can get Josie, that's all. She's the only one who knows how to do my hair. Hand me that, will you, please?
Why don't you go where I go, Lillian?
Well, I hate to change.
I tell you what, we'll meet for lunch tomorrow, and I'll take you. I used to have a lot of trouble. They always left it too flat at the sides. It made my face look too hard.
Attention, everybody. We have just heard the following news on the radio. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France.
That's funny. I've been waiting for this, and I don't know.
What do you mean?
I always thought it was going to be different. I thought maybe everybody would cheer.
It's too early to cheer.
Here is the text of the order of the day from General Dwight D. Eisenhower announcing invasion of Europe. You are about to embark upon a great crusade. The eyes of the world are upon you, and the hopes and prayers of all liberty-loving peoples go with you. You go with superior arms, security from the air, and incontestable right on your side. Let us all observe a minute's silence for prayer.
My shift was over then. Lil and I walked to the parking lot together, neither one of us talking. Nobody around was talking much. I said goodnight to Lil. I wanted to get to a radio, and I don't have one in my little 39 Chevy. So I stopped off at Joe Fernatti's. That's a greasy spoon not far away from Lockheed. A lot of the kids hang out there. Only I'd forgotten Mr. Fernatti doesn't have a radio.
A radio?
Yes, I want to hear the news.
Why should I keep one of them? Who's going to play my jukebox?
But Mr. Fernatti,
You want to hear the news? I want they captured Rome yesterday. Good, huh?
Hold the potatoes,
Mr. Fernatti, haven't you heard? The invasion started.
Oh, sure, I know.
Yes, the invasion. They just announced it.
All the time to make announcement yesterday. Invasion. The day before the telegraph.
That's a fake.
Sure, it's a fake. The day before telegraph goes.
Yeah,
You
that
make a
telegraph
mistake,
girl,
eh?
sure, that's a mistake.
About an hour ago, some fella come in here. He said the German. He sent over news. That's a fake, too. Gonna be lots of that. You watch. They don't go over till September.
You're crazy.
But, Joe, we heard it at the plant. They made an announcement on the loudspeaker.
Did you hear that, Flo?
Yeah, is that right, Glenn? Yes, it came over the loudspeaker at the plant.
What was that?
Yes. Well, I got a radio in my car. Let's go out and listen. Hey, she's got a radio in the car. I don't know. All I heard was that Allied troops landed on the northern coast of
Hey,
France.
mister, what about the eggs you ordered? You eggs, mister?
You know what Churchill
Hold
said.
it.
We'll be back.
I still think it's a fake.
Well, come on, let's go find out.
I hope nobody steals that drink.
Oh, Wally, how you carry on. Well, here it is. We'll get it in a minute.
For headaches caused by hyperacidity.
Hey, what's going on?
Listen
to the radio. It's about the invasion.
Effective civil administration of France.
I'll bet you
provided
$17,
by
honey.
Frenchmen. All persons must continue in their present duties unless otherwise instructed.
Henry!
Those
It's
who have
General
common
Eisenhower.
ties with the enemy
It's General
or disgrace
Eisenhower.
their country will be removed.
They should be.
As France is liberated from her oppressors, you yourselves
He's talking to the
choose your
underground.
representatives and the government under which you wish to live. In the course of this campaign, with the final defeat of the enemy, you may sustain further loss and damage. Tragic though they may be, they are part of the price of victory. I assure you that I will do all in my power to mitigate your hardship. I know that I can count on your steadfastness now. The heroic deeds of Frenchmen who have continued their struggle against their Nazi and their fishy satellites.
All right. Turn that thing down, will you please? Wake up the whole neighborhood.
Yeah, but officer,
You heard
we're
me.
trying
You
to-
got it on too loud.
Officer, it's the invasion.
What?
This
Invasion, they can't say it.
Hey,
This is the
quiet,
invasion.
quiet.
In Western
I want to
Europe.
hear this.
Great battles lie ahead. I call upon all who love freedom to stand with us. Keep your faith strong. Our arms are resolute. Together, we shall achieve victory. We send you now to New York.
This is Bob Trout in the Columbia
Wait a
Navy.
minute.
You have just heard General Eisenhower.
Hey, mister,
deliver
what
a
about the
special
eggs you ordered? They
message
got
each
nice
of the-
clothes. What about the eggs?
While we're waiting for more bulletins, which are coming in now, here's an item from a South England embarkation port. An officer explaining to a private who asked where he was going said, "You're going to have a nice holiday by the sea. You won't have any KP or fatigue details or training or anything. Just relax."
Some relaxing.
Columbia Network will be on the air 24 hours a day, ready with complete news
We
bulletins.
stood there in the middle of the
every
street.
aspect of the
A
invasion.
whole crowd of us standing around the car, all of us listening.
Warning the French people.
After a while, I think a lot of us felt like getting home. I know I did. So then when the King of Norway went on the air and started speaking Norwegian, I went back over to my car and drove as fast as I could go to the apartment. Oh, it looked so strange. The apartment building, I mean. Everybody's lights were on all over the place. Even old Mrs. Borgeson, who's never up after 8. Her little dog was barking, and Levinson's little baby was crying. And, of course, everybody was playing their radios.
Hello, dear. You heard the news?
Good evening, Miss Borgeson. Yes, I've been listening.
It's wonderful, isn't it? Just wonderful.
You heard about it?
What's that, Mr. Levinson?
Airborne troops, they landed there. Thousands, he said, already in parachutes.
Mr. Levinson, I keep telling you, he said airborne. That's something different than paratroopers.
Look like I'm telling you, airborne is paratroopers, paratroopers is airborne. It's all the same to me. What do you think they got? Maybe jet propulsion?
Look what we got now around here. Mr. Major George Fielding Elliott already.
Excuse me, what's he saying now?
French. Yeah. Before that, they had on the fellow from Holland. But by me, the main news is the paratroopers. This looks to me very strategic.
Quentin Reynolds we got. So, Mr. Big Mouth, now you got up the baby already.
The baby is up, so leave him be up. A night like this is going to hurt him. Besides, we can't ask everybody they should turn down their radio, so the baby is up, all right.
Like I tell you, Mr. Levinson, if airborne troops and paratroopers were all the same, the man wouldn't talk about both of them.
Wait a minute. Who should know better? Ask Helen. Her husband is a paratrooper.
Max, sha-sha.
What's this sha-sha business? So what did I say? The lady's husband's a paratrooper? So I would...
Max.
Excuse me. I didn't think.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Levinson.
Just tuned in, but I can see we're not going to have time. We're going to switch you now to a live correspondent, Wright Bryant, in London. Come in, London.
Hello, New York. In the first hour of D-Day, the first spearhead of Allied forces for the liberation of Europe landed by parachute in northern France. In the navigator's dome in the flight deck of C-47, I rode across the English Channel with the first group of planes from Troop Carrier to command to take our fighting men into Europe. All day Monday, we watched the weather, and then, there was a tenseness in the air that nobody talked about. In the early evening, Major Richardson came into the enclosure. He stood for a moment watching the men in the small recreation area, and then he called them into the briefing room. And the pilots, co-pilots, navigators, and radio men clustered around the major in the briefing room. There was a large-scale map on the wall showing the course to be followed.
Men, I think this is it. All I want to know now is there anyone who doesn't know exactly what to do? Okay. Get your stuff and report to the operations room immediately. I'm going down to the colonel to get the weather report. You all want to get back, don't you?
You can say that again, sir.
Then, damn it, get in there and fight.
The crews piled into their trucks to go first to the operations office and then to the line where their planes were drawn up ready to go. As they moved toward the airport, the vast, long columns of airborne troops appeared, trudging slowly under their full loads of battle equipment. General Eisenhower visited them during the afternoon, quietly passing among the men and chatting with them, asking their names about their homes and their jobs. Outside the door of each C-47, the soldiers assembled, checked their equipment. Ground crews and combat crews gave the planes a final tuning up. Heavily laden transport planes began taxiing along in a long procession toward the runway. The paratroopers adjusted their packs, donned their Mae Wests and chutes, and climbed into the planes. Each was so heavily loaded that he had to be pushed from behind and pulled from above to get up to the steps and on into the plane. As the men settled in their bucket seats on the plane I was to fly in, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Cole, a commanding officer aboard, came up to them.
There's a doc coming over to give you some pills that'll keep you from getting airsick. Sure. Make yourselves as comfortable as you can. Better try to sleep a little.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I know one thing. My parachute's okay. My mother checked it.
His mother checked it.
No kidding. She works in the Pioneer Parachute Company in our town. And her job's giving the once-over to all the chutes that come out of there. Well, I'm okay.
Almost before we knew it, we were trundling past the operation buildings and the control tower, and then, foot by foot, almost inch by inch, we began to rise above the fields and trees of southern England. All about us and below us was such a glimmering fabric of light as I had not seen in the 8 months I had been in blackout England. 4 times we circled the field, its runways and perimeter outlined in sparkling white lights. Through the sky, formation lights of the planes strung almost to the limit of vision. Looked for all the world like holiday decorations. As the long procession straightened out in its pre-established course, signal lights blinked and navigators checked their speed and direction of the pilots, began their continuous plotting of position. We were right on course and 1 minute early. I went back to see how the paratroopers were riding. More than half of them had taken the colonel's advice and were dozing with their heads back against the wall and their feet stretched out in front of them. The rear door was open, and down below I saw more signal lights blink, and then we crossed the coast of England and pushed out over the channel. The sea was calm, and soon the moon brightened the water, made the ripples below us twinkle.
Hey, Tiny, tell the colonel it's 30 minutes till jump time. Yeah.
I looked straight ahead, and I caught my first glimpse of the coast of France. Navigation had been perfect. We could see the beach ahead precisely at the point we'd studied it on the maps and aerial photographs. The moon was almost full. And as our strong ship crossed above the breakers into the air of France, we plunged into a bank of cloud or fog and lost sight of the plains around us. a matter of 2 or 3 minutes, we were flying formation on instruments. Then we emerged into clear moonlight. The small fields looked peaceful with their orderly hedgerows. Now the paratroopers were on their feet, each adjusting his pack, snapping his ripcord over the static line. That's a cable which ran along the center of the cabin ceiling, so that each chute would open automatically as each paratrooper jumped through the door.
Are you all set? Everybody get everything? Here, get this thing hooked for me, and let's get going.
That was Colonel Cole taking his place with his men. The jump lights, a small bank of signal lamps, were gleaming beside the door. They blinked, and then, before I could get ready to watch, the paratroopers started jumping. I wanted to know how long it would take the 18 men to jump. I tried to count. 101, 102, 103, to the estimate of number of seconds. You know, it may have been 11 or 12, but no more, and then our passengers were gone. All except one. They jumped so swiftly, one had been pushed against the door frame and was thrown back into the cabin so violently that he was dazed. The men behind him had shoved him aside and gone on. After a moment, he climbed to his feet and started for the door. Staff Sergeant Eberle stopped him.
I'm okay, Tiny. Let me go.
Easy, soldier. Past the drop zone.
I don't care. I'll find him. I'll get back.
It's too late.
You gotta let me, Tiny. The guys will think I'm yellow. Please, Tiny, I'm all right, I tell you.
Relax, soldier. Nobody's gonna think you're yellow. You can't jump now. We'll be over the channel in a minute. Sit down and take it easy. You'll get another chance.
I went back to the front of the ship and looked out the glass dome. Tiny streams of tracer bullets were curling upward from the ground behind us. One of the pilots in our squadron had unwittingly left all of his formation lights on. The tracers came close to his wingtips, but we saw nothing that looked like heavy ack-ack, except in the far distance. We'd been over France only 11 minutes. Behind us, we could still see an occasional flare, and below a few more ships, but we couldn't tell what they were. The Battle of Europe had begun, and our squadron had delivered the first Allied soldiers to their scene of action. This is Bright Bryant in London, returning you now to New York.
Yes? Come in.
Excuse me. I got here a little soup. I thought maybe you was hungry, huh?
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Levinson.
You've been listening?
Yeah.
We've been listening. Who hasn't? You know that one fellow, something went wrong, who didn't jump? You shouldn't worry too much. Maybe that fellow, he could be your husband, huh? Could be.
Oh, it wasn't his fault. He wanted to jump. I hope it wasn't my Ned.
You hope it wasn't?
Or maybe I shouldn't say that. I know Ned wouldn't want that to be him. He'd want to get there first. That's why he's a paratrooper. Whoever it was, he wanted to jump. It wasn't his fault. He'll go the next time. Let's see what they're saying.
We don't know where the next blow may fall. Prepare yourself for all eventualities. Today, tomorrow, or at any time.
Before we knew it, it was daylight. Mrs. Levinson and Miss Jameson made coffee for us all and fixed a little breakfast.
Come on, honey. Have a little toast at least. Do you good.
Thanks, no, but I will have some more coffee.
Eat something, darling. Look how you look.
I'm going to take a shower. I've got to get to work pretty soon. Look, already they're 10 miles in. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, Mr. Herman.
Already they're 10 miles in. Wait and see, Mama. It's going to be quicker than we thought.
Don't be so sure. They got into Italy all right. But after that, look how long it took. It ain't easy.
You never can tell what'll happen. One little thing goes wrong. Look at Dieppe.
But that was a different thing. That was 2 years ago. From this, we learned a lesson. Yeah. The way it turns out, the fellows that died there wasn't wasted.
I like what the king said. He said the spirit of the people burned up like a bright flame. And he said now is the time when we don't fight to keep the Nazis away, but to win the war. He said everybody should pray. Keep on praying.
Yeah, that's what he said.
And the Queen said so, too. Of course, they said it better.
I tried to get a little sleep, and then about 1 o'clock I went over to Lillian's and we sat by her radio for a while. She phoned the beauty parlor and canceled our appointments. And then we got to talking and decided to go and sign up for nurse's aid. You can do that on a part-time basis. And then we went to work. Listen, there's going to be an announcement.
Attention, everybody. Attention, please. During this last shift, the President made a special broadcast. For the benefit of all of you who've been working and couldn't hear it, we're now going to read you his message. My fellow Americans, in this poignant hour, I ask you to join me in prayer. Almighty God, our sons, pride of our nation, this day has set upon a mighty endeavor, a struggle to preserve our republic, our religion, and our civilization, and to set free a suffering humanity. Prevail over the unholy forces of our enemy. Help us to conquer the apostles of greed and racial arrogances. Lead us to the saving of our country, and with our sister nations into a world unity that will spell a sure peace. A peace invulnerable to the schemings of unworthy men, and a peace that will let all men live in freedom, reaping the just rewards of their honest toil. Thy will be done, Almighty God. Amen.
Lillian slept in my apartment Tuesday night. Of course, we didn't really sleep. We listened and read and listened. We heard today from our headquarters that we're making progress on the whole front. We heard all kinds of things. Rumors and facts and more rumors. Some things were important and some weren't, but I don't know. Somehow these last few days, everything seems important. One little story made a big impression on me for some reason. It was about a Brooklyn G.I. Joe in Rome. Papers didn't give his name. He got up on the balcony where Mussolini used to stand. We've all seen it in the newsreels. And then he made a speech like Mussolini used to make. Oh, it must have been funny. That Brooklyn boy making faces and shouting double talk and the crowd below him loving it. I got the idea. They'd heard double talk from that balcony before. Only now, this time they could laugh at it. Out loud. And speaking of double talk, the first official Japanese statement about the invasion was pretty funny, too, in its own peculiar Japanese way.
The anti-Axis landing operations on the European continent must be highly welcome to the Germans. We can well imagine the jubilation in the German High Command on the receipt of the news of the invasion. Thank you.
And then this afternoon we heard from Switzerland that a large Allied fleet was seen off the French-Italian coast. That about takes it up to now. I'm going to put this letter away for you to read later on. Maybe your father will enjoy reading it when he comes back. And when you're old enough, my dearest little Robert, I think you'll like to know about these last 2 days. I know I haven't had anything special to say. I've been a long way off from where things have been happening. I've just been one of the millions and millions waiting at home and listening to the radio and reading all the papers. That's all. But I've tried to show you what it was like here, and what we felt like, and what we thought about. When you're old enough, little Robert, I hope you'll read very carefully the words of General Eisenhower. They'll probably teach them to you in school. But I'm putting them down here in this letter anyway.
Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force, you are about to embark upon the great crusade toward which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you. The hopes and prayers of liberty-loving peoples everywhere march with you. You'll bring about the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed peoples of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world. Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy's well-trained, well-equipped, and battle-hardened. You'll fight savagely. But this is the year 1944. Much has happened since the Nazi triumphs of 1940-41. The United Nations have inflicted upon the Germans great defeat in open battle, man to man. Our air offensive has seriously reduced their strength in the air and their capacity to wage war on the ground. Our home fronts have given us overwhelming superiority in weapons and munitions of war, and placed at our disposal great reserves of trained fighting men. The tide has turned. The free men of the world are marching together to victory. I have full confidence in your courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We'll accept nothing less than full victory. Good luck, and let us beseech of Almighty God His blessing upon this great and noble undertaking.
That was his order of the day, General Eisenhower's. They say it went to every man who had a part in the invasion. I guess maybe I shouldn't use that word. The president wants us to call it the liberation. I'm sure that's the way your father thinks of it. And now, my little Robert, this is the end of the first letter anybody ever wrote to you. It has to be ended now because your mother has a lot of work to do. A whole lot of planes to help build. And she hasn't got much more time for work. And even if by any chance your name shouldn't be Robert, if it should turn out to be Dorothy, I know you'll want to hear about these last 2 days. June 6th and 7th, 1944. Your loving mother.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard Agnes Moorehead and the Mercury Theater in a special broadcast brought to you by the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil instead of our regular Wednesday night program. Please join us again next week. Till then, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
So they've given up. They're finally done in, and the rat is dead in an alley back of the Wilhelmstrasse. Take a bow, G.I. Take a bow, little guy. The Superman of tomorrow lies dead at the feet of you common men of this afternoon. This is it, kid. This is the day, all the way from Newburyport to Vladivostok. You had what it took, and you gave it, and each of you has a hunk of rainbow round your helmet. Seems like free men have done it again.
By popular request, the Columbia Broadcasting System presents a repeat performance of On a Note of Triumph, a special broadcast written, directed, and produced by Norman Corwin for the Day of Victory. Martin Gable is narrator, and the music is by Bernard Herrmann. Martin Gable in Norman Corwin's On a Note of Triumph.
Is victory a sweet dish, or isn't it? And how do you think those lights look in Europe after 5 years of blackout going on to 6? Brother, pretty good. Pretty good, sister. The kids of Poland soon will know what an orange tastes like. And the smell of honest-to-God bread, freshly made and sawdust-free, will create a stir in the streets of Athens. There's a hot time in the old town of Dnipropetrovsk tonight. And it is reasonable to assume the same goes for 1,000 other cities, including some Scandinavian. It can at last be said without jinxing the campaign. Somehow, the decadent democracies, the bungling Bolsheviks, the saps and softies, were tougher in the end than the brown-shirt bully boys, and smarter, too, for without whipping a priest, burning a book, or slugging a Jew, without corralling a girl in a brothel or bleeding a child for plasma, far-flung, ordinary men, unspectacular but free, rousing out of their habits in their homes, got up early one morning, flexed their muscles, learned as amateurs the manual of arms, and set out across perilous plains and oceans to whop the bejeepers out of the professionals. This they did. For confirmation, see the last communique bearing the mark of the Allied High Command. Clip it out of the morning paper and hand it over to your children for safekeeping.
We're gonna tell the postman next time he comes around that Mr. Hitler's new address is the Berlin burying ground. Round and around Hitler's grave, round and around we go. Gonna lay that feller down so he won't get up no more. Hitler went to the Russian front where every bullet missed him, but he caused a dose of Stalingrad that spread all through his system. Round and around Hitler's grave, round and around we go. Gonna lay that feller down, he won't get up no more.
There are many variations on this melody tonight, many a different tongue and tune saying the same thing. The Serbs would refer to it as and the Danes, the Greeks have a word for it. Obviously, the occasion calls for a round of cheers and a toast with the very best you have in the house, and it is entirely appropriate to make a joke and laugh at it. But fix your eyes on the horizons. Swing your ears about. Size up the day and date. Look in on prayer and thanksgiving, song and laughter. Dated planet Earth, May 1945. You, mother, in St. Louis on the Mississippi, whose firstborn is a visitor in Magdeburg on the Elbe.
Thank God I'll get my boy back instead of a telegram.
You patient wife of Bridgeport, whose husband sat it out inside a Nazi camp.
Now he'll be home for longer than a furlough. Now he can see our daughter for the first time. She's 2 years old, and it seems strange to think they've never met.
You minister in congregation in a wooden church. having come in from your farms through the nippy night air of New Hampshire, meeting together to thank the God of wrath for justice done.
Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song.
Let the congregation of saints praise him.
Let the praises of God be in their mouth,
and a two-edged sword in their hands,
to be avenged of the nations,
and to rebuke the peoples,
to bind their kings in chains.
And you, Rabbi, in the synagogue, by the light of the menorah, by the light of the proud candelabra descended from the tabernacle in the wilderness, from Egypt to the Oklahoma prairie town, you, Rabbi, entering another Red Sea crossing in the ancient scroll.
No great tyranny has ever lasted. The empires of Pharaoh, Caesar, Philip, Napoleon, Hitler, each flourished and held sway and was destroyed. They were powerful, but all of them forgot one thing, that the only civilization which can endure is a free one.
And you, Bishop in the cathedral, singing Te Deums to him who has again delivered man.
Te Deum laudamus,
Te Dominum confitemur,
Te Aeternum Patrem,
omnis terra veneratur,
Tibi omnes angeli.
Have you time right now, listener, to stop in at 100 million homes? Some of them with plaster loose from the last bombing. Some in towns where townsmen's blood mixed lately with rainwater in the gutters. In farmhouses of steppe and upland. In mining villages with regimented chimneys. In apartments of executives where decor is impeccable and genuine utrillos hang. In tenements where L trains go by every 7 minutes with a rack and roar. It's top of the evening. Hip, hip, hooray. How about another drink out? And a very good time's being had by all. Meanwhile, the crowds gather. Crowds in Times Square, Piccadilly, Nevsky Prospect. Crowds in the Loop, crowds on the Boulevard. Gaiety and neon, laughter and the blare of horns. Headlines cheerful as a Christmas poster. Noise and glitter. This is it, kid. This is the day. This is what we've been waiting for. But through the din, the clamor, you hear a voice. In the hearing of your conscience, don't you get a whisper? Listen. Listen. Nothing yet. Just crowd. But listen close. Take your good ear out of low range. Whisk it high. Hoist it up to Ciro's Stratus country. Up to where a B-29 has wing room. Flash across a dark Atlantic heaving under the sway of a victor's moon. Listen for intimations of wind and water in a rush of fog eastward of the Grand Banks. Below these waters, strewn beneath the lanes of porpoise and whale, the bones of how many good men lie. But never mind, running as we are eastward against the grain of time, we are over the isles and a hop and a jump. We're established now on the continent. So listen closely. In just a moment now. Don't expect to hear metallic speech from a rosette of amplifying horns on the high poles of the public address system. But listen for a modest voice, as sensible and intimate to you as the quiet turning of your own considered judgment. Now we're ready. The voice you hear will be that of the conqueror, the man of the hour, the man of the year, of the past 10 years and the next 20.
I'm a private first class in an army of one of the United Nations. If you don't mind, there's some things I'd like to ask.
Just a man in uniform you've met somewhere or seen in the newsreels, loading a truck, or marching, or read about in the dispatches. A fighting man, glad to be alive, a little tired but in good shape, a dozen battles notched in his gun stock and dug in his memory. Who is he? Well, his name and rank and nationality don't matter much. Just picture him where he may be tonight in Europe. Perhaps in his cot in a barracks, his hands behind his head, thinking things over. Perhaps he's standing on a village green before a monument to the dead of World War I. Perhaps he's strolling in a history-weary valley under the same stars which 2,500 years ago watched a Persian brand of Nazi take a beating in the hills of Marathon. Close your eyes, and it could reasonably be this boy, that boy, any boy at all with war still thumping in his ears. Close your eyes and concentrate and listen.
If you don't mind, there's some things we guys would like to ask. First of all, who did we beat?
How much did it cost to beat him? What have we learned? What do we know now that we didn't know before?
What do we do now? Is it all going to happen again?
Can it be? In the interim between the making of a toast and the drinking of it, such questions on the lips of fighting men tonight? Questions from areas of truce, insistent, footnoting the surrender?
Who have we beaten?
Who have you beaten? Well, let's get hold of him and see. Lead him in and prop him up before our microphone. Now, look at this rubble of a man. Ragged, broken, blonde Nordic hair matted with pure Aryan blood, deaf from blast and blind from smoke, chin down, tail between his legs. Pity the poor beggar?
I was ordered to do it.
You hear? He was ordered to do it.
I'm a soldier. I'm a little man. I merely obeyed orders.
Whose orders?
The party's.
Who elected the party?
I did.
Who supported the party?
I did.
When you saw where the party was taking Germany, whose job was it to overthrow the party?
Mine.
And did you?
No. I was a member of the party.
He's meek. Now. He answers questions. He stands before you gun-reft, palms empty, steel whip confiscated, wounded, defenseless, thrown upon your tender mercies, the quality of which he trusts shall not be strained. Observe him. Note him well. Now, if you wait until we spin the mic about so that it picks up the winter of a not long bygone year. It was the year Broker's Tip won the Kentucky Derby, and 3.2% beer was proclaimed morally fit for Americans to drink. It was 1933. The mic, reversible, goes back to it. German now. Fat and sassy, swastika on his armband, cobblestone in hand, ready to advance the cause. Another Jewish store window is broken. The stock will presently be looted, and the state is happy. Hey, nani, nani, achtung, and well-a-day. This has been a good week for the little man who obeys orders, and prosperity fills his jowls and biceps. For his Fuhrer was appointed Chancellor last Monday, and on Wednesday...
Open the door! Open!
Raids on the homes of leaders of the opposition parties, and on Thursday...
This is what we think of your newspaper. You're forbidden by decree to publish any further editions as of today.
Suppression of the opposition newspapers, and on Sunday...
Attention! An official government decree. Henceforth it shall be deemed a crime against the state, punishable by law, to make any criticisms whatever of Reichschancellor Hitler. Heil Hitler!
All this in the first week they were in the saddle. Every week then after for 12 inbreeding years of 52 weeks each year, week in, week out. The looking around carefully before speaking. The leather heels on the door stoop and the bell ringing insistently at 3 in the morning. The stormtrooper, authority dangling from the holster on his hip, smugness fitting him like tights. The new decree even worse than the one published last week. The dream of escape. The pillowful of border where kind people wait just across, just beyond, on the other side. So near they see you and have pity for you. And then the awakening in the room in Dusseldorf.
You're under arrest. Put your clothes on. Come with me.
Violence beyond the fitful dreams of the straitjacketed maniac in the asylum.
Tear out his beard by the roots. If his face comes off with it, all the better.
Arrogance enough to dwarf an Alp.
God has manifested himself not in Jesus Christ, but in Adolf Hitler.
Last week pillage, this week murder, next week burn the books and don't forget the Bible. 4th week in April, trial of 1,000 priests and nuns. The men who were masterless but free now have a master but no freedom. However, they have discipline and a scapegoat, and one can go far on that. Hunger and poverty and a couple of big contributions from a couple of big industrialists were enough to get them started. And fancy treasons, foreign and domestic, kept them going. Also cruelties to make skin creep on the sweating scalp. The fat and hairy fist against the fragile mouth.
Now spit out your teeth, pretty one, and tell us, who else was in your trade union?
The conscript children, putrescence in the classroom, scum injected into the growing arm.
My father last night said to my mother that he hates der Führer.
Good boy. Where do you live, hon?
Last week purge, this week putsch, next week break a treaty, form an axis, give a hitch to Franco. Meanwhile, the small businessman who didn't kick into the party is framed on a trumped-up charge of listening to the British radio and is thrust protesting on a table for the guillotine.
No, I'm innocent. I have no radio. I'm innocent, I tell you. No,
This week and every week, the staggering lie. Nations stripped and tortured like a captive girl, while sidewalk superintendents stand by around the world and look on, fascinated. Even as they watch, of course, death warrants issued to themselves and to their sons. Extra, double feature, Austria and Anschluss, and the corpses of the suicides of gay Vienna are sanitarily disposed of. Darkness rising, pageants and parades, drapes and flags and searchlights in the goose step. Next week, umbrella dance at Munich. Salome bearing the head of John the Czech. And coming soon, too soon, lavish spectacle, millions in the cast, curtain going up, Poland devoured by lightning and locusts in 18 days. Eastward look. The land is bright. You can read an occupational order by the flare of the burning church. 1,600 of the townspeople are locked in there, but their screams have sizzled out. The children's being the first to cease. In the ruddy-complexioned evening of Bydgoszcz, study, if you will, the reflected glow on the face of the little man who obeys orders. He hasn't had as much fun as this since the day he split open the professor's head in the well-planned scuffle on Freubelstrasse. Now, if you will permit us to move the mic along, being careful not to trip either over the rubble of treaties or the ruins of Rotterdam, we'll have a word with the same little man who last month pasted Denmark and Norway in his scrapbook.
Heil!
Will you explain why Rotterdam was bombed and thousands of its people killed after the city had surrendered?
Yeah, sure. Schrecklichkeit.
What's that?
Frightfulness, it means.
Frightfulness?
Yeah. That was our plan.
You mean Schrecklichkeit is an official policy of the German High Command?
Yeah.
You seem to be feeling pretty chipper.
Holland fell to us in 4 days. Denmark in 1.
And France?
We will be in Paris before the end of June.
Scene: a clearing in the forest of Compiègne before the end of June. Occasion: unconditional surrender of liberté, égalité, fraternité. Cast in order of appearance: Hitler, the sunshine boy; Goering, of the splendid Nordic belly; von Brauchitsch, the man who looks like a rat; Ribbentrop, the rat who looks like a man; assorted admirals, generals, flunkies, plenipotentiary. Shirer, the reporter, stands at the edge of the clearing, watching the party advance to the armistice car. His eyes are on the face of the Fuhrer, who the other day did a little dance for the newsreel cameras when he learned the good news of the death of France.
He glances slowly around the clearing, and now, as his eyes meet ours, you grasp the depth of his hatred, revengeful, triumphant hate. Suddenly, as though his face were not giving quite complete expression to his feelings, he throws his whole body into harmony with his mood. He swiftly snaps his hands on his hips, arches his shoulders, plants his feet wide apart. It is a magnificent gesture of burning contempt of this place.
The gloating hour is to be remembered. File it away in a bomb-proof corner, if such there be, against a better time, if such can possibly arrive. Meanwhile, other gestures of contempt soon fill the night skies over London. The cocky pilot, little man with wings, smiles in German, and the bombardier spits on his punctual hands, in forewarning of which below the news is published on the blacked-out air. And the workers of Britain, in bed with the aches of a long day at the factory, overtime, no Sundays off, roused now from their body-warm blankets in the cold room, shuffle along to the damp shelter, bleary, pooped out, hoping not to catch a direct hit or a sore throat. And, inevitably, in some postal zone or other, the hit is a direct hit. And the kid with the bright blonde hair and the turned-up nose moans all night among the rubble because his left leg hangs in blackened tatters. And he cries to his mother, who is dead. The siren is a musician of no value, knowing only one tune, which each time played is a disturbance of the peace. Oh, in the prime of the Luftwaffe, when there was nothing west of Dunkirk save prospects of invasion, the tenor of life in London was considerably beneath that of Berlin. For whereas the pubs of Westminster burned like books in synagogues, and the waters of the estuary blazed with oil, the warm cafes of Kurfürstendamm were busy and gay, and there was boating in the Tiergarten. The waltzes of J. Strauss of Austria, now part of the Reich, were especially lilting in the ballroom of the Adlon. The dances of A. Dvorak of Bohemia lately absorbed by the greater Germany, were gay as could be, and the contralto and the rathskeller, abrim with charm, sang feelingly the leader of E. Grieg of Norway, Reich Protectorate. And war was glorious, and the best champagnes of France were poured on the tables of the Schutzstaffel. The finest grades of Danish bacon sputtered in the skillets of loyal party workers. Paintings from the Louvre hung tastefully on the walls of Berchtesgaden, and the iron ore of Sweden alloyed well with the bauxite of Spain. The music was but stimulating, and the performance but continuous, with a minor fanfare for the pushovers in the Balkans in the month of April. A flourish for the Isle of Crete in May. And in June, summer coming in with the sound of another broken treaty. Yea, on the dawn of the second day of summer, the little man who could be relied on to take orders took yet another order. Proudly, he advanced chin up, Stuka high, chest out, tanks pointed east into the Soviet Union. And it was a great morning, and war was glorious, and it was exulting to kill and destroy for der Führer, as always. And the fanfares soon came every hour on the Reichssender radio. Smolensk, Kiev, and Oryel falling to the accompaniment of pronouncements from Lord Haw-Haw.
It will be futile to hope that one day the Soviets may rise again. They will never rise again. They are being smashed once and for all. When their defeat is completed, Britain will stand alone without one single barrier between her and the foe.
Bryansk, Odessa, Rostov, encirclement of Leningrad, siege of Moscow, Russia staggering under the bulletins of DNB, and the sale of Russian-German dictionaries boomed in Leipzig, city of books and culture. At about which time the little man took another swig of captured vodka, stripped another car-loaded Lublin, herded naked men, women, and children into hot showers to open their pores for the gas chamber, and then sat back in his barracks and listened to waltzes on the loudspeaker in the prison yard. Later, in conformity with the predictions of seasoned military observers, the Russians were crushed at Stalingrad, and that was the deciding blow. Hitler, the giver of orders, said so himself, said no power on earth could push the Wehrmacht back from Stalingrad, and who could doubt the word of him in whom God hath manifested himself? What Hitler hath put asunder, no man could join, and that was that. And the wave of the future swept all before it, and the century of the uncommon Aryan opened up ahead, and Germany was promises. The little man no longer was a little man. He was a colossus who stood with one foot in Rhodes and the other in Finland. He clapped his hands and a tanker went down off Atlantic City aflame. He blinked his eyes and there ensued mighty thunder, and Tobruk was his in a day. He inhaled and 1,000,000 slaves trembled in his galleys. Nothing like him ever was. He was organized from the womb, often illegitimate with state approval, to the grave of his enemy. His brand was on the soul of his victims, and the planet fitted in his palm. This is the man you have beaten.
German Army General Staff, I guess they missed connections. They went 100 miles a day, but in the wrong direction. Round and around Hitler's grave, round and around we go. Gonna lay that feller down so he won't get up no more.
We return you to the conqueror, to the boy with the questions on his mind, to the man of the hour, the man of the year, the man of the next 20 years.
So that is the man we're beating. How much did it cost to beat him?
How much did it cost? Well, the gun, the half-track, and the fuselage come to a figure resembling mileages between two stars. Impressive, but not to be grasped by any single imagination. High octane is high, and K rations in the aggregate mount up, also mosquito netting and battleships. But these costs are calculable and have no nerve endings, and will eventually be taken care of by the federal taxes on antique cigarettes and excess profits. However, in the matter of the kid who used to deliver folded newspapers to your doorstep, flipping them sideways from his bicycle, and who died on a jeep in the Ruhr, there is no fixed price, and no amount of taxes can restore him to his mother. His mother sits in her room with a picture tonight and listens to a clock ticking on the mantelpiece and remembers, among other things, how he struggled with the barber when he was getting his first haircut, and how she tried to calm him. And the upstairs tenant, in consideration of the news outdoors, says to his wife,
Shall we invite Mrs. Fish to come up? She's all alone tonight and seems sort of a shame.
Well, I have a hunch she'd rather be alone tonight.
Think so?
I don't think she's in a mood to talk or carry on. She probably just wants to be with her thoughts.
Maybe you're right.
And the thoughts of the mother are tall, straight thoughts. And they burn like candles, quietly and slowly. And they trail into smoke and are lost in shadows.
He was a good boy. My grief, I'll take with me to my grave. But also my pride, for he died in the service of his country. It's a good country, and he was worthy of living in it. Pray God it'll always be worthy of his having died for it.
And most of the fallen young leave mothers and fathers alive and awake tonight. And if you wish to assess the cost of beating the fascists, you must multiply the closed files in the departments of war by the exchange value of sorrow, which is infinite and has no decimals. Not to be overlooked either in such reckonings tonight is the international character of the love of human beings, since this phenomenon never has been bounded on the East by Eastport. Elsewise, what is a notice like this doing in the busy pages of the London Times?
To my dearly beloved boy, Donald H. Collins, fighter pilot RAF, on this your 21st birthday, reported killed in action, September 6, 1941. Sadly missed, Mother.
Elsewise, why the young mother in Baranovici, Poland, writing to relatives in Orange, New Jersey?
My dear Moishkele, and all my dear ones. On the 25th, there was a massacre here. People were thrown like dogs into privies. Children were thrown alive down wells. We are still among those who have been able to survive. But for how long? We expect death every day. Moishkele, your family is no more. Not one of them was left alive. But I envy them. Must close this letter now. It is impossible to describe our torments. The one thing that you can do for us is to revenge yourselves on our murderers someday. Alas, even a little revenge.
Shall the balance sheet be balanced? By whom? How?
No combination of savants and learned cogs, holes punched in cards and electric motors. No brow containing Euclid could be else than baffled by the simplest problem of the cost of hunger in a baby's bones. Have you paid something of the cost? Well, you're not through paying, and the bill's not settled. For in this way and that for the rest of your days, the cost will appear. It will present itself in the form of deductions from the paycheck, in a surplus of widows and fatherless children, in the remembering eyes of the sweetheart, in the tubercular lung of the stunted girl, in the stammering speech of the shell-shocked boy, in babies never to be conceived on love beds never lain in. Shall the balance sheet be balanced? By whom? How? Again, we return you to the conqueror, man of the textbooks of millenniums ahead.
But what do we know now that we didn't know before? What have we learned out of this war?
What have we learned? For one thing, evil is not always as insidious as advertised, but will upon occasion give fair warning, just as smoke announces the intention of flame to follow. Never has disaster had so many heralds as this war. Cassandra spoke from every lecture platform, and the notices were posted high and low. A cabinet minister resigned at Downing Street protesting. A president cried quarantine. Moscow sent food and guns to Barcelona. A housewife of Duluth boycotted German goods. An emperor of Ethiopia said in good French before the statesman of Geneva,
Je suis venu pour avertir l'Europe de la catastrophe qui l'attend.
I came to give Europe warning of the doom that awaits it.
Je suis venu pour défendre la cause de toutes les petites nations menacées d'agression.
I came defending the cause of all small people who were threatened with aggression.
Aujourd'hui, le problème a une portée beaucoup plus étendue que l'agression italienne en elle-même. C'est la sécurité collective.
The problem today is much wider than merely a question of Italian aggression. It is collective security.
La moralité internationale est en jeu.
It is international morality which is at stake.
Dieu et l'histoire se rappelleront de votre jugement.
God and history will remember your judgment.
signs and portents. It was no furtive tapping on the windowsill at night, but clamorous pounding in the public square, blow after blow like a monstrous drop forge, beating into shape the time to come. And the time came, and the prophecies matured. The storm arrived and was no surprise to the barometer, the Jew who had cautioned.
The Nazis are not against the Jews alone. That's just a sham. If you let them carry on this way, there'll be the death of Christians, too.
He saw Gentiles die as well and sighed, and foraged for bullets in the cellars of the Warsaw Ghetto. Yea, and the time came, and it developed that Cassandra and the Jew were right, and that the Cliveden set was wrong. Fire and brimstone dropping from the sky were educational. There were tongues and torpedoes, sermons in bombs, books in the running battles. Whatever was learned the hard way, between blood transfusions and last rites. Each lesson fell trip-hammer hard, with a bang that killed a citizen or two somewhere.
We've learned out of World War II that we'd learned nothing out of World War I.
We've learned that nations don't know what they want will get what they don't want.
We've learned that our east coast is the west bank of the Rhine, and the defenses of Portland begin in Shanghai.
Soft answer doesn't turn away wrath. And if you offer your other cheek to a fascist, you'll get your head blown off.
We've learned that a newspaper with a big circulation right at home can lie with a straight face 7 days a week and be as filthy and fascist as a handout in Berlin.
We've learned that those most concerned with saving the world from communism usually turn up making it safe for fascists.
We've learned that women can work and fight as well as look pretty and cook.
We've learned the Germans came close to winning the first time, even closer the second time, and might damn well win if we give them a third time.
We've learned the value of allies in a world where any war is sooner or later a world war.
We've learned that some men will fight for power, but that most men will fight to be free.
We've learned that freedom isn't something to be won and then forgotten. It must be renewed like soil after yielding good crops, must be rewound like a faithful clock, exercised like a healthy muscle. Free men who forget that lose their freedom.
These and many more. These are the lessons our sons and brothers have turned to dust to teach us. And whether victory will stick and the dead be not made fools of depends on whether what we learn is held as close and constant as a catechism. Come summer and prosperity, come winter and the wolf, come ebb tide and come flood. Again the Conqueror, where he patrols in Germany tonight under a streetlight. Again GI triumphant, by whose dint the lamps are going on all over Europe. We return you to the Conqueror.
Here's another thing I'd like to know. What do we do now?
What do we do now? Why, the war goes on. And you yourself, man of the hour, start out upon old worlds to conquer. For though the swastika comes down and is trampled under shoes made in Massachusetts and Lancashire, though the ovens of Lublin are avenged, the war goes on. And peace stands off stage waiting for a cue at the end of a Japanese drama. Meanwhile, unfinished business in Asia, killing to be done among the archipelagos. The cruiser turns about and makes for wider waters. The garrisons of China check the hour. Shall those of us who never quite believed that war could come now hasten to believe it over? We here at home, who safely tidied battles into books, spliced the counteroffensive into a feature film, and went to see it together with an Andy Hardy picture at the Orpheum, shall we who followed the bloody tracks on maps and took assurances from pins that tanks had gotten through, shall any of us celebrate beyond the compounds of this night? Look here. We hoist our microphone again, 50 feet higher than Everest, and listen to items blowing toward us on the west wind over unpacific oceans. Listen. Do you hear it? The report of young men from Nebraska dying. Yes, this night. Word that Kentuckians are navigating coral seas. Texas Rangers bombing in pagoda country. Run with us westward now in pursuit of a sun last seen on this continent an hour back. Westward with the grain of time over an afternoon of ocean. Over humid isles where the situation is in hand. And into tropic skies to overtake a young American on vigil.
Ahoy there! Hey! Have you heard the news? Yeah, pretty wonderful, ain't it?
Run on among the Indies. Look below you now, sunlight fretting the surface of the sea, horizons tentative in haze, islands a-lee, and the smell of vegetation mixing with ocean air. In a flicker, banks of cumulus ahead now fall behind. Leagues rush past. Noonday is caught up with. Straight below, like beetles in a pond, warships out of Newport News, destroyers on patrol. We plummet to the leader, and through a ventilator on the port side aft, lower our microphone until it touches bottom in the engine room.
Ahoy there,
engineer! Hi! Have you heard the good news?
We sure have.
What do you think of it?
2 down and 1 to go.
Now, hoist you up and overboard and dive with your equipment well in hand into the sea and under it. 5 fathoms down we go. And steady now. Look up. The roof of ocean lifts and settles slowly. Tufts of seaweed pinned against the ceiling. This is the boundless green estate of upper ocean, where the mine and the submersible perform, where tin fish swim among the fauna. Unreel the cable of this mic and light your headlamp, for we're diving deeper. Past schools of angler fish and sail fins, down to zones where greenness goes to blue and blue to black. Careful now. Look sharp. Push hard against the crushing water. Can you make it out? A shape, long and slender, lying on a hummock of the bottom, almost covered by a drift of mud. Alas, it's not an ancient hulk. It is a submarine made in Wisconsin. The Scorpion, perhaps. The Amberjack. The Argonaut. We beat upon her hull.
Ahoy there! Have you heard the news? Listen! Can you hear us? Listen! It's all over with the Nazis! We've beaten them! Can you make that out?
You who are these long months unreported. You who have been out of touch of any but the deep-sea angels of the Lord's Leviathan reserves. You who are resting. Rest assured of this. Over your heads and above the sea, victory has risen like a sun and moves west as we tell these things to you. Your brothers going down to sea in ships sail toward the settling of a score. Here with you on this ocean bed lie fighting comrades, men of the Cisco and the Perch, the Yorktown, the Chicago, and the Liscombe Bay. Each shall be vindicated in good time. The names of Hornet and of Wasp have been fitted with new stingers, and on trim battle wagons, sailors from Northampton, Houston, Helena, and Lexington set out to resurrect the glory of proud sunken ships who bore those names. The Japs in conference tonight may well consider the latest news from Europe, and while they're at it, please to note the weather forecast for tomorrow. Dawn coming up like thunder.
Let me tell you, Hirohito, now that Hitler's down, better buy a black kimono, 'cause you're on your last go-round. Round and around Hitler's grave, round and around we go. Gone later.
We return you to the Conqueror.
Yeah, the war goes on, that's understood all right. But when we've finished with the Japs and the whole thing's over, well, what then? Is it gonna happen again?
Soldier, when the sweet morning comes and you're mustered out, when you get paid off and there's a ticket in your wallet that guarantees delivery to street and number and the faces that you've dreamed about in foxholes, you must not forget to take along your homework in the barracks bag. For there's no discharge in the war. You're on probation only. You and the faces you've dreamed about, and all the rest of us. Henceforward, we must do a little civil thinking every day, and not pass up the front page for the sports page as we did before. Vigilance pays interest and compounds into peace. Whereas bland unconcern and the appeasing cheek draw blitzkrieg as a lightning rod attracts a thunderbolt. A little civil thinking every day. That is the homework. Yes, shooting your mouth off against the bad appointment and the shoddy referendum, storming the redoubts of the local schickelgruber, voting in season, and demanding of your representative that he be representative. Is it going to happen again? Listen. Peace is never granted outright. It is lent and leased. You can win a war today and lose a peace tomorrow. Win in the field and lose in the forum. Peace has a mind of its own and doesn't follow victory around. What is 2/3 finished in Germany won't be 3/3 finished in Japan. There's a homely maxim out of London says it better.
The duration's going to be a lot longer than the war, Governor.
You can make war quickly, but you make peace slowly. It takes a second to break a peace, but a long time to put it together again. There are some records in Washington say it better.
Congress took only 8 minutes to declare war on Germany. And in the same session, it took only 5 minutes to declare war on Japan. But between this war and the last one, the world took 25 years trying to declare peace, and then couldn't do it.
Listen, to win is great. To learn from winning greater. But to put the lessons learned from winning hard to work, that is the neatest trick of all. Shall we live alone this time and like it?
We tried that before, and it didn't work.
Shall we sit with the rest of the world in common council or stand apart in splendid isolation?
We stood apart last time, and it didn't work.
Shall we merely assume it will happen again in the course of human nature and make up our minds not to make up our minds about anything really important?
We tried the ostrich routine last time, and it didn't work.
Soldier, don't you feel in your bones that we can keep it from happening again? That we're smarter now we've learned some lessons, and stronger now we've made some friends. For has it not been shown what free, united peoples can accomplish? Wonders staggering the naked mind.
We came from behind and we came up fast.
We got together and spotted them, aces and spades, and beat them at their own game.
Showed them how to pull off what Napoleon and Hitler never even dared to try.
Invasion across the channel. Showed them how to flank a flank and blitz a blitz.
Showed them that when you get together and conquer, it works out better than divide and conquer.
Showed them how to wage a war and work and plan and sing songs all at once.
We're gonna tell the postman next time he comes around that Mr. Hitler's new address is the Berlin burying ground. Round and around Hitler's grave, round and around we go. Gonna lay that feller down, he won't get up no more. Adolf Hitler started hot, he was mighty big and bold, but the Allies slapped him down so hard he caught his death of cold. Round and around Hitler's grave, round and around we go. Gonna lay that feller down, he won't get up no more. Round and around Hitler's grave, round and around we go. Gonna lay that feller down, he won't get up no more.
The singing fades. The celebrants go home. The bowl is drained and emptied, and the toasts are drunk. The guns are still, the tanks garaged. The plane rests in the hangar. Only the night remains, and the armed camps. The boy with questions on his mind turns on his cot in the barracks, stares at the ceiling, says to himself,
I hope to God it's not going to happen again. I hope they planned better this time.
Outside, the dew of morning glistens like a hope, and light of day is just beyond the local curve of earth. The plan gets ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow is ready for the plan. Lord God of trajectory and blast, whose terrible sword has laid open the serpent, so it withers in the sun for the just to see. Sheathe now the swift avenging blade with the names of nations writ on it, and assist in the preparation of the plowshare. Lord God of fresh bread and tranquil mornings, who walks in the circuit of heaven among the worthy, deliver notice to the fallen young men. The tokens of orange juice and a whole egg appear now before the hungry children. that night again falls cooling on the earth as quietly as when it leaves your hand, that freedom hath withstood the tyrant like a Malta in a hostile sea, and that the soul of man is surely a Sevastopol which goes down hard and leaps from ruins quickly. Lord God of the topcoat and the living wage, who has furred the fox against the time of winter and stored provender of bees in summer's brightest places, do bring sweet influences to bear upon the assembly line. Accept the smoke of the mill town among the accredited clouds of the sky. Fend from the wind with a house and a hedge him whom you made in your image, and permit him to pick of the tree and the flock, that he may eat today without fear of tomorrow, and clothe himself with dignity in December. Lord God of test tube and blueprint, who jointed molecules of dust and shook them till their name was atom, who taught worms and stars how they could live together, appear now among the parliaments of conquerors and give instruction to their schemes. Measure out new liberties, so none shall suffer for his father's color or the credo of his choice. Post proofs that brotherhood is not so wild a dream as those who profit by postponing it pretend. Sit at the treaty table and convoy the hopes of little peoples through expected straits, and press into the final seal a sign that peace will come for longer than posterities can see ahead, that man unto his fellow man shall be a friend forever.
You have been listening to Columbia's presentation of On a Note of Triumph, a special broadcast written, directed, and produced by Norman Corwin for the Day of Victory in Europe. Martin Gable starred as narrator. The musical score was composed by Bernard Herrmann and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The text of tonight's broadcast will be for sale at bookstores throughout the country tomorrow. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
O God, our Heavenly Father, grant us peace, thy most precious gift, O thou eternal source of peace, and enable us to be a messenger of peace unto the peoples of the earth. Bless our country, that it may ever be a stronghold of peace and the advocate of peace in the Council of Nations. May contentment reign within its borders, health and happiness within its homes. Strengthen the bond of friendship and fellowship between all the inhabitants of our land. Plant virtue in every soul, and may the love of thy name hallow every home and every heart. Praise be thou, O Lord, giver of peace.
Performance USA, Victory Extra, the greatest entertainers in America, is requested by you, the men and women in the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, commemorating Allied victory throughout the world.
Well, it looks like this is it. And this is Crosby. They put me up front here tonight. Hope is over annoying the English, and they asked me to say something. Tough duty. What can you say at a time like this? You can't throw your skimmer in the air. That's for run-of-the-mill holidays. I guess all anybody can do is thank God it's over. You know, Command Performance has been rolling along overseas for a couple of 100 weeks now. But we're giving it a triple distilled airing tonight. And a lot of people you know are going to be passing through here before this meeting is over. There's going to be a lot of happiness in the air, but along with it, a lot of prayers in all our hearts. Thank you, Risa Stevens. Tonight on this special Victory edition of the Servicemen's Own radio program, Command Performance, we're going to paste together sort of a scrapbook about the past few years. This show has sent a lot of music and a lot of laughter around the world. Today, though our deep down feeling is one of humility, we're going to include some of the laughs and some of the songs that might have helped out in the dark days. In March of 1942, on Command Performance number 1, when this day of victory seemed a long way off, a young lady stepped to the microphone and she said,
"Hello, fellas. This is Dinah Shore, and you're awfully sweet to order me to sing on your very own show, Command Performance. I think a gal should be very proud to be ordered around by the United States Army, the Navy, the Marines, and the Coast Guard."
Dinah, I think this is the night for you to repeat the song that you've had the most requests for during the 3.5 years of Command number 1 since then.
Roger, it's coming at you, man. I'll walk alone because to tell you the truth, I'll be lonely. but send your love and your kisses to guide me till you're walking beside me. I'll walk alone, darling, all by myself. I'll walk
Oh, that was great, Donna. That was a collector's item if ever I heard one. You know, 4 days after D-Day on the French coast, when the issue was very much in doubt on Omaha Beach and when Yanks in the Pacific were making a big push on VIAC, a broadcast went out on the series called Mail Call. I think you'll agree we think it deserves a permanent place in our scrapbook of radio war memories. To Americans overseas and at home, we present a return command performance from Miss Betty Davis.
Thank you, Bing. I don't have to tell you how wonderful it is to be here tonight of all nights.
What class, what refinement, what a cultured tomato.
For cook, Jimmy Durante.
Miss Davis, this is indeed a pleasure. I've been looking high and low in this town for a person of your ilk.
Jimmy, you're trying to turn my head.
Au contraire, ma petite. You notice that my Spanish is impeccable.
Oh, flawless. But you still haven't explained why you've been looking for a person of my ilk.
Because you, my dear lady, are a member of Hollywood's social set, and I wish to mingle with the blue bloods. You know, the hoi polloi.
I see. In other words, you're a social climber.
At last, someone who understands. You see, Miss Davis, I'm not acceptable to the upper strata because of the company I keep.
What sort of company do you keep?
I go around with my family.
Well, how can I help solve your social problem?
I have a sensational idea, Miss Davis. In order to introduce myself to society, I'm planning an exclusive lawn party at my palatial motel. It'll be the biggest lawn party ever held.
The biggest lawn party ever held?
Yes, it will extend right into the gutter. Miss Davis, it will indeed be a gala affair. Do say you'll come.
Oh, delighted, Mr. Durante. Shall I dress?
Naturally, we don't want the cops.
No. I meant, will it be formal?
Very formal. Wear your slacks.
All right, I shall.
Pray do. You know, Miss Davis, you'll love the people at the party. They're just your set. You know Barbara Hutton, of course.
Yes, will she be there?
No, but there'll be several girls from her store. Naturally from the 10-cent counters only.
Oh, yes, naturally. Tea will be served, no doubt.
If you care for that sort of thing. Of course, for the more discriminating guests, there's straight gin.
This is beginning to sound like a delightful brawl. What about entertainment?
There will, of course, be a multiplicity of collateral divertisement for the ensemble.
What does that mean?
I don't know what it means. I did well enough to say it. But to tell the truth, Miss Davis, I'm a little short on talent for the party. I thought I'd come here and sniff around for some.
Well, you have the equipment for it.
A delightful quib, Miss Davis.
Well, Jimmy, I think I have just the man for you. He meets your requirements to a T.
What does he do?
He plays the piano. Perhaps you should talk to him yourself. Here he is, and his name, Jose Iturbe.
Get away from that piano. That's my piano.
Jose Iturbe, I'd like you to meet Jimmy Durante.
Jimmy Durante. Hiya, hose.
Higher nose.
He's speaking pure Castile. So this kid is a piano player, huh, Miss Davis? Who did he play with?
Well, he's played with the Moscow Symphony, the Paris Conservatory, the New York Philharmonic, with Leopold Stokowski, Sir Thomas Beecham, and Kusevitsky.
Can't hold the job very long, huh?
Are you looking for a pianist, Mr. Durante?
Yeah, but I don't think you'll do. I gotta have a guy who can read music.
But I do read music.
For your information, Jimmy, Mr. Turby happens to be a musician of some renown.
Well, how much do you get for a night, Jose?
Oh, well, about $3,000.
I see you work over scale. Well, I'm not making any rash promises till I see what you can do.
Oh, Jimmy, I think you'd be fairly safe without auditioning, Mr. Turby.
I can't take a chance, Josie. I got the music. I can't take a chance, Josie. I get worse as I go along. I got the music here for a piano duet.
A duet?
Yeah, that's what they call it when two people play. Here's your part. Them little black things, they're what you call notes.
This one is moving.
That's something else again. Brush it off. Now, Jose, you just wait a minute, and I'll play the piano, and I'll take the beginning. Wait a minute. I play the preliminaries. You know, you can easily be replaced. Just a minute, I said. Soft. Wait a minute, I wouldn't do that if I was you, stranger. It might lead to a fruit. We'll start again, Mr. Joseph. Soft. Wait a minute. I suppose if there were a little more notes, you'd have went a little further. Just what did you accomplish by that, Jose?
I was merely trying to please.
Everybody wants to get into the act.
Jimmy, possibly Mr. Turby felt a little uncomfortable playing a duet with such a great artist. Maybe he'd rather play a solo.
Okay, let the big show-off play. All I can say is I face these next few minutes with foreboding. That must have been written by George Bernard Schwartz. While you play Mr. Turby, I'm going to go look for foreboding.
Excuse me. This is Lionel Barrymore. I have a mail bag full of concert hall requests here for Mr. Turby to play. And now that Mr. Durante is off looking for Mr. Foreboding, I think he said, we can turn to some good music. It's been gratifying that our programs of the world's really fine music have reached you servicemen on battle wagons and Nissen huts and on Coral Islands. The music of victory reaches its crescendo tonight. Let's listen to Jose Turby playing the Polonaise in A-flat of Chopin.
show business has been sending a lot of traveling salesmen over the pond. Quite a few over there right now. Salesmen of show business. Over the seas, peddling their wares, there's the old Professor K. Kaiser and the amiable Jack Carson. There's that widely esteemed character actor, Jay Benny, not to mention a certain golf hustler who goes by the name of Hope. And heading toward this microphone right now is a gal who spent plenty of months with the GIs in Europe. Ask any ETO dogface and he'll tell you about her with whistles and cheers. Marlena Dietrich.
Thank you, Bing. This is a happy day for every American. I have a pretty good idea how the boys in the ETO feel. You know, it's almost impossible for anybody who hasn't been up in the thick of it to imagine what this business of war is like firsthand. One man helped give the world the necessary imagination. His name was Ernie Pyle. Anybody, civilian, soldier, who has spent any time overseas knows how the GIs feel about Ernie. Not long ago, he wrote some good words about this day of victory. There's a great actor, a man who has my admiration, Burgess Meredith. He's going to read them to you.
It'll seem odd when at some given hour the shooting stops and everything changes again. It'll be odd to drive down an unknown road without that little knot of fear in your stomach. Odd not to listen with animal-like alertness for the meaning of every distant sound. Odd to have your spirit released from the perpetual weight that is compounded of fear and death and dirt and anguish. We've won this war because our men are brave, because of many other things, because of Russia and England and China, and the passage of time, and the gift of nature's materials. We did not win it because destiny created us better than all other peoples. I hope that in victory we are more grateful than we are proud. All of us together will have to learn how to reassemble our broken world into a pattern so firm and so fair that another great war cannot soon be possible. Most of us don't pretend to know the right answer. All we can do is fumble and try once more, try out of the memory of our anguish, and be as tolerant with each other as we can.
How can anybody begin to do any kind of celebrating, loud or soft, jubilant or humble, without including Jenny Sims, the gal who sweetened up the airwaves of the planet ever since the war began? Jenny, what is it going to be tonight?
Well, Bing, this is a song I've been wanting to sing on a day like this for an awful long time. You'd be so nice to come home to.
You'd be so nice by the fire while the breeze on high sang a lullaby. You'd be all that I could desire. Under stars, chilled by the winter, be so nice. You'll be paradise to come home to. And
I have just been handed a card here with the name of an added starter in this Command Performance Victory show. I don't really know what to say about him since I'm not familiar with his work. But his name may ring a bell with some of you. Sinatra, Frank Sinatra. Yeah. Hey, my boy. Here you are, my boy, right over here next to me now. If you feel yourself falling, just grab.
Thank you very much, sir.
Now, let me see here. Your name is Frank Sinatra?
That's right, sir.
I seem to have heard that name before.
Too often, perhaps, sir?
Far too often. You're a singer, I believe, Mr. Sinatra?
Yes, sir. And you?
Oh! I have cut a disc here and there, made a platter or two. I understand that your singing has won you wide acclaim, Mr. Sinatra. That is, with children under 13.
That's absolutely right, Mr. Crosby. Tell me, what do you hear from the ear trumpet crowd?
Now, see here. Just a minute now, short, dark, and transparent. You have no business to talk to me like that. You cut me when you do that. You really cut me, you do. Because I love you, Frankie boy. You're my pal.
Am I, Bing?
Sure you are, Frankie. I may take a little dig at you every now and then, but it hurts me more than it does you. It really hurts me, as it does. I hate to do it, Frankie.
Well, then why do you keep doing it?
Well, I feel that suffering is good for me. Really, I'm crazy about you, Frankie. I admire all your wonderful qualities.
Gee, would you like your sons to be like me?
Well, no, I want them to grow up.
But, Bing, I'm your pal. I'm your chum.
You mean it, Frankie?
Of course I do. Why, it's us against the world, Bing. We'll stick together through thick and thin.
Yes, we will, Finn.
You said it, Thick. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, Frank, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. Have no fears, Bing, I never will. But someday, if they do take your sunshine away and there are gray skies, don't you mind, old man. You still have me, Bingy boy. Climb upon my knee, Bingy boy. Oh, Bingy boy. Though you're 63, Bingy boy. I have been stabbed. There's no way of knowing. There's no way of showing what you mean to me, Bingy boy, boy.
A little high for you. Come, no blood. Really, you don't know what you mean to me.
Well, inform me, Dad.
Stand by. You're the top. You're the boy who hustles. Hey. You're the top. Though you've got no muscle. You're the guarantee that a chickadee will move. You're a high school thriller, Bobby Sox killer, the voice of swoon.
Rank exaggeration, Bingo. As a matter of fact, it's the other way around. You're the top. You're the head canary. You're the top. Though your top ain't hairy.
Oh! That's my name, though, Harry. That's my name.
You're the baritone who has held the throne with ease. You're the choice of sages, the rock of ages. You're the voice of cheese.
Velveeta.
I'm not the top. Ask my doctor, he knows.
Well, I'm not the top.
Why not?
I'm just a stooge for Skino.
Say I'm a total wreck.
I'm a worthless check of flop. So I guess that leaves Lombardo on the top. Frank, that was jolly fun. I enjoyed every minute of it. But let us hear one of your winners, huh? Are you in good, boys? Pump yourself up. Sing.
What is America to me? A name, a map, or a flag I see. A certain word, democracy. What is America to me? The house I live in, a plot of earth, the street, the grocer and the butcher, and the people that I meet, the children in the playground, the faces that I see, all races and religions. That's America to me. The place I work in, the worker by my side, the little town or city where my people lived and died, the howdy and the handshake, the air of feeling free, and the right to speak my mind out. That's America to me. The things I see about me, the big things and the small, the little corner newsstand and the house a mile tall, the wedding and the churchyard, the laughter and the tears, and the dream that's been a-growing for 150 years. The town I live in, the street, the house, the room, the pavement of the city, or a garden all in bloom, the church, the school, the clubhouse, the million lights I see, but especially the people. That's America.
I won't wash my face for days, Practically everybody who's seen the business end of a microphone or motion picture has appeared on the Armed Forces radio program. Such programs as Command Performance, Mail Call, Words with Music, Concert Hall, and the dozens of others. Every person in the entertainment industry has pitched in on this gigantic radio job. Great performers, all of them. They could each have done a highlight spot on this or any show. If they know that time is short, troopers that they are here, if only to say a word by way of signing their names to this Victory Command Performance.
My
name's Rita Hayworth. This is a great day. You've cleaned things up for better days to come.
Stop, Sergeant. This yarn has lots of none. 3 down and none to go.
This is Ernie Bubbles Whitman. We've been waiting a long time to say this. Hallelujah!
I should like to add my name in this hour of victory. Gratefully, Ida Lupino.
This is Ginger Rogers. Today, the final seal goes on the charter. Freedom from fear and want. Freedom of speech and religion.
This is Ruth Huzzy. This is a big day here, but the biggest day of all is when you out there come home. Claire Trevor speaking. This is a day none of us will ever forget. A gift to history from the fighting men and women of the United Nations.
This is Don Wilson. Look for the 7 big letters on the package. V-I-C-T-O-R-Y.
This is Bill Malden, gents. Joe and Willie are tying one on tonight with the rest of the poor frustrated civilian.
This is Corporal George Montgomery. The world's rejoicing tonight. We've built a victory. Now we can build a peace.
This is Private John Conte. Victory opens the door. The new world lies ahead.
This is Jing Falkenberg. 5 years ago, the United Nations were merely 2 words. Now you've made them the bond which unites one world.
Diana Lewis speaking. Tonight we celebrate a military victory, but in years to come we shall recognize that it's a victory of humanity.
This is Ronald Coleman. This is the great day for the free people of the world.
You know, practically any scrapbook has to have a little GI cheesecake, a little Quonset mural, as it were, sort of a pyramidal petty. And the gal who didn't run second to anybody in the Pin-Up League, who also has done many a sweet clef job on command, personal album, and many other GI shows in the past, is right here now. Janet Blair to sing, what is this thing called love? Ay, ay, ay.
What is this thing called love? This funny thing called love. Just who can know its mystery? Why
This is Bill Powell. Seems that Bing Crosby has been doing a really yeoman job as master of ceremonies on this Victory Command performance. So it's time to give him a breather. Now, Bing, you just sit back there and relax and take it easy.
Thank you, Bill.
You've been doing a grand job, Bing.
You're grand to say so.
I want you just to slow down and kind of enjoy this next number.
I'd love to, Bill. What's it going to be?
Bing Crosby singing San Fernando Valley.
Oh, I'm trapped. I'm trapped. I'm trapped and I love it. 'Cause I'm packing my grip and I'm leaving today. And I'm taking a trip California way. I'm fixing to settle down and never more roam and make the San Fernando Valley my home. I'll forget my sins. I'll be making new friends where the west begins and the sunset ends. I'm gonna settle down and never more roam and make the San Fernando Valley my home. I think that old Reverend Thomas made us a solemn promise, said he'd make the two of us one. And I think that I'm safe in stating my tomato will be waiting. I'm coming home on the run, so I'm hitting the trail for the cow country. You can forward my mail, care of RFD. I'm gonna settle down and never more roam and make the San Fernando Valley my home and make the San Fernando Valley my home.
I don't know. Those wolf calls and whistles can't be for me. This is Harry Von Zell. One of the command performance's great departments during the past few years has been sounds from home. The train whistling at a crossing, the rattle of a milk wagon at 6 a.m., the yelp of somebody's mother-in-law getting a hot foot. Tonight we're going to repeat some of the sounds we've been asked for in the past. For instance, there's a memorable request we got from a sailor. It says, "Dear command performance, could you possibly have Lucille Ball sigh for me?" That's all, brother. Just have her sigh. Well, since request is never too big or too small hereabouts, how about it, Lucille? Let's have that sigh, Ain't that? Well, that's all, brother. Just pick him up, man. Pick him up.
Now there's a sound effect that you can do for the boys, Harry.
Oh?
We've had 84,209 requests for the same thing.
Well, what is it, Lucille?
The sound of a bugler getting shot.
Oh, boy. Well, now there's something they've wanted to do for a long time. Somebody hand me an M1 and let's go.
There you are, Harry. When the bugler starts to play, let him have it.
Okay. I got him that time. Well, now for another important sound effect, Lucille. I have a letter here which reads, "Dear Command Performance, the sound I would love to hear most is Harry Von Zell kissing Lucille Ball."
Well, I don't know.
Now, don't forget anything for the boys, Lucille.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah. Ah.
There. By the way, who sent in that request?
Me.
I imagine that there must be a few fathers out there on the listening end tonight, and I imagine some of them have sons or daughters that they haven't seen yet. Of course, I'm sort of a Johnny-come-lately on this father business. New racket for me, but I've got a feeling Victory Day means something extra to you guys who are looking forward to seeing your kids for the first time. And we pray it'll be soon. Meanwhile, the King sisters are tossing off a lullaby to keep that kid of yours happy until you hit stateside again. King.
Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Bye, 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 baby. Papa's off to the 7 seas. Don't cry, baby. Don't sigh, baby. Bye, 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 baby. When I get back, we'll live a life of ease. Seems kind of tough now to say goodbye this way. But Papa's gotta be rough now, so he can be sweet to you another day. Bye, 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 baby. Don't cry, baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Papa's off to the 7 seas. Shoo, shoo, baby. Shoo, shoo, baby. Bye, 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 baby. Papa's on a journey to the 7 seas. So don't cry, baby. Don't cry, boo. Bye, 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 baby. I get back, live a life of ease. Seems kind of tough now to say goodbye this way. But Papa's gotta be rough now, so he can be so sweet to you another day. Bye, 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 baby. Don't cry, baby. Shoo, shoo, baby, your Papa's gone off to the 7 seas. Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, shoo, baby. Bye, bye, baby. Bye, 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 baby. Don't cry, baby. Oh, don't cry. Shoo, 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 doo, shoo. Bye, bye. Don't cry. My. Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo-doo.
This is Cary Grant. In the next few moments, you will hear some words which were first spoken by a great American. He said them nearly 2 years ago, but the day for which they were written is today, the day of Allied victory, final and complete. Robert Montgomery reads them to you.
We now face the enormous and complex problem of building, with our allies, a strong world structure of peace. In doing that historic job, we shall be standing before a mighty bar of judgment, the judgment of all those who have fought and died in this war, the judgment of generations yet unborn, the very judgment of God. Peace, no less than war, must offer a spirit of comradeship, a spirit of achievement, a spirit of unselfishness, and indomitable will to victory. Around us, we see an unfinished world, a world of awakened people struggling to set themselves on the path of civilization. People struggling everywhere to achieve a higher cultural and material standard of life. I say we must wage the coming battle for America and for civilization on a scale worthy of the way we have unitedly waged it in association with the United Nations, with whom we have stood and fought, and with the association ever growing. I say we must wage a peace to attract the highest hearts and the most competent hands and brains. That, my friends, is the conception I have of the meaning of total victory. And the conception is founded upon faith. Faith in the unlimited destiny, the unconquerable spirit of America.
Thank you, Bob Montgomery, for bringing us the words of a man who would have given so much to see this day of victory, Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
You're listening to a special victory edition of Command Performance, broadcast from Hollywood especially for the servicemen and women overseas. We pause for station identification. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
We continue the special Victory Day Command Performance.
A lot of people have worked long and hard for this day. Soldiers and civilians, men of war, men of God. Here now is Loretta Young with a prayer composed by a man of God as he lay wounded in an evacuation hospital on the Burma Road. It is a common man's simple, heartfelt prayer for tomorrow, born of the rich nobility of a great soul.
Please, God, give us the strength to accept with serenity the things that cannot be changed. Give us the courage to change the things that can and should be changed. And give us the wisdom to distinguish the one from the other.
The next young lady on this Victory Command performance has made a major pitch to keep the gangs at the APOs from going hut-happy. I'm talking about Lena Horne, who's been rolling out some sweet music across both oceans toward the audiences that have made this Victory Day a reality. Along with the AFRS Orchestra, under the direction of the mighty Major Meredith Wilson, Lena's going to sing the song that she's had more commands to perform than any other, The Man I Love.
When the mellow moon begins to beam, every night I dream a little dream. And of course, Prince Charming is the theme, the he. For me, although I realize as well as you that it's seldom that a dream comes true, to me it's clear that he'll appear. Someday he'll come along, the man I love, and he'll be big and strong, the man I love. And when he comes my way, I'll do my best to make him stay. He'll look at me and smile, I'll understand. Then in a little while, he'll take my hand. And though it seems absurd, I know we both won't say a word. Maybe I shall meet him Sunday, maybe Monday, maybe not. Still I'm sure to meet him one day. Maybe Tuesday will be my good news day. He'll build a little home just meant for two, from which I'll never roam. Would you? And soil else above, I'm waiting for the man I love. Maybe I shall meet him Sunday, maybe Monday, maybe not. Still I'm sure to meet him one day. Maybe Tuesday will be my good news day. He'll build a home just meant for two, from which I'll never roam. Would you? And soil else above, I'm waiting for the man I love.
You men and women of the armed forces have written many thousands of letters expressing your gratitude for the radio service that has followed you where wartime needs have taken you. This gratitude rightfully belongs to the broadcasting and entertainment industry of the United States. For the armed forces radio service would not have been possible without their continued and complete cooperation. At the inception of AFRS, these industries told us, both by word and by action, The best of American radio must be given to our armed forces in whatever volume is needed. So we here tonight convey your gratitude to the 4 great radio networks and the independent radio stations of your country, the commercial advertisers and their agencies, the musicians' unions, copyright owners and publishers, the recording and transcription companies, the unions and representatives of all talent appearing on these programs, the artists of stage, screen, and radio, and the Hollywood Victory Committee, which has scheduled their appearances. Such a united, single-purpose effort for the welfare of the men and women of our armed forces is a tribute not only to the industries concerned, but to the fine democratic principles of free competitive enterprise upon which these industries were founded and developed.
You have just heard Colonel Thomas H.A. Lewis, Commandant, Armed Forces Radio Service. And talking about AFRS...
Hi, fellas. This is G.I. Jill. A few weeks ago, we sent you program number 1000 of G.I. Jive. It was sort of a celebration, hitting the all-time high mark on one of your own special shows. But this is a day we've really been waiting for. G.I. Jive wants to latch on to the proceedings and join the beam with our own theme man, Mr. G.I. Jive himself, Johnny Mercer.
This is a G.I. Jive, man alive. It starts with the bugler blowing reveille over your bed when you arrive. Jack, that's a G.I. Jive. Roodle-de-toot, jump in your suit, make a salute. Voot. After you wash and dress, more or less, you go get your breakfast in a beautiful little cafe they call the Mess. Jack, when you convalesce out of your seat into the street, make with the feet. Reach! If you're a PVT, your duty is to salute the L-I-E-U-T. But if you brush the L-I-E-U-T, the NP makes you KP on the QT. This is a G.I. Jive, man alive. They give you a private tank that features a little device called fluid drive. Jack, after you revive, chunk all your junk back in the trunk, fall on your bunk. Clunk. Your duty is to salute the L-I-E-U-T. But if you brush the L-I-E-U-T, hey, the MP makes you KP on the QT. This is the G.I. Jive, man alive. They give you a private tank that features a little device called fluid drive. Hey, Jack, after you revive, chunk all your junk back in the trunk, fall on your bunk. Lunk. Soon you're counting G, but before you count to 5, you'll be right back digging at G.I. Jive.
radio scrapbook of this war must contain more than the memories of music and entertainment. Memorable words have passed through microphones into the ether these past 5 years. Edward G. Robinson and Orson Welles are here to recreate some of these words.
Edward G. Robinson speaking. Well, this is the payoff. This is the time to reflect on the events and deeds which have brought this victory into being. We've had some great military leaders in this conflict. Their words have rallied us at times when the outlook was pretty black. A few months after Pearl Harbor, when our hopelessly outnumbered forces had to evacuate the Philippines, General of the Armies Douglas MacArthur spoke these words.
Corregidor needs no comment from me. It has sounded its own story at the mouth of its guns. It has scrolled its own epitaph on enemy tablets. But through the bloody haze of its last reverberating shot, I shall always seem to see the vision of its grim, gaunt, and ghostly men, still unafraid.
As the march toward Tokyo quickened its pace, Admiral of the Fleet, Chester W. Nimitz, spoke these words about the victory to come.
Our entrenched enemy, and the long road we must travel to get at him, are the barriers to victory. They will not be overcome until much hard work has been done. But we know that any aggressor nation choosing to test the fiber of the American people in war will be given an object lesson in what it means to work and what it means to fight. With faith in the justice of our cause and confidence in our ability to see it through, we will not fail.
The men and women of the United States Navy have proved the rightness of the Admiral's words. Another great military leader, General of the Army's Dwight D. Eisenhower, has spoken out with conviction about the ways of peace.
The soldier knows that in war, the threat of separate annihilation tends to hold allies together. He hopes we can find in peace a nobler incentive to produce the same unity. He passionately believes that with the same determination, the same optimistic resolution, and the same mutual consideration among allies, the problems of peace can and must be met. He sees the United Nations, strong but considerate, humane and understanding leaders in the world to preserve the peace he is winning.
The will of the world's people is united behind General Eisenhower's prophecy. By the grace of God, the peace that begins today will be a peace that endures.
Yes, this is certainly a great day. To us here, there's only one fellow missing. He's busy elsewhere. That grand old man of comedy, Mr. Bob Hope. I know that Bob and I have said many disparaging things about one another. He's way in front. But actually, there's a pretty deep bond between us. There's nothing in the world I wouldn't do for Bob Hope. There's nothing in the world he wouldn't do for me. That's the way we go through life, doing nothing for each other. We sure miss him. You know, when you get to assembling a scrapbook of command performance memories, you just can't help remembering the bright spots of color supplied by a gal named Lena Romay. Lena's song is Choo Choo.
Choo, 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 choo. Choo, 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 choo. Mira que la vida es triste, que tu cantar me alegra el corazón. Choo, 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 choo. Choo, 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 choo. Canta, canta, pajarito, que tu cantar me alegra el corazón. Con tus gorjeos, con tu trinar, despierta el alba, la noche ya se va. Con tus gorjeos, con tu trinar, despierta el alba, la noche ya se va. Choo, 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 choo. My heart singing just for two. Choo, 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 choo. And when you're near, I hear an angel sing. Choo, 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 choo. Means my heart is on the wing. Choo, 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 choo. And when you're near, I hear an angel sing. My love is soaring, I'm flying high. You're so adoring, my heart is in the sky. The bird that's singing will soon be through. Then I'll be winging my song of love to you.
Chio, 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 chio.
Chio, chio, chio.
Chio, 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 chio.
Chichiucho, mira que la vida es triste, que tu cantar me alegra el corazón.
Chio, 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 chio.
Chio, chio, chio.
Chio, 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 chio.
Chichiucho, canta, canta, pajarito, que tu cantar me alegra el corazón. Chiu, 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 chiu.
To you men with radios and Quonsets and tents and foxholes, here's a spot that'll take you back to the Christmas command of 1944. Listen, lads, and remember. Now, folks, we bring you one of the brightest young stars ever to flash across the entertainment world. Loads of charm, bursting with talent, a really thrilling personality, effervescent, magnetic, dynamic, Danny Kaye. Well, how are you tonight, Danny? Pretty good, huh? Uh-huh. Oh, I bet you have something really sensational for our show tonight. Uh-huh. Something that'll really rock 'em, sock 'em, lay 'em in the aisles, eh? Uh-huh. What personality, what magnetism this boy has. He's loaded. Uh-huh. Is uh-huh all you can say? Uh-uh. Well, say something else, for goodness sake.
Bing, my dear little boy. Здравствуйте, кужись из лесняжи, состросняец, марквандо ли сорто и снеж, брасвачи, жолькят, марч.
What does that mean?
Uh-huh.
Oh, now, this is ridiculous. I thought you were supposed to be a comedian, Danny.
Well, I am after a fashion, Bingy boy, but there's no sense trying to top you, the great Bing Crosby. You know, you've got loads of charm. You're bursting with talent, a really thrilling personality. Effervescent, magnetic, dynamic Bing Crosby.
Uh-huh.
And besides, Bingy, my files only go back to 1937.
Well, yes, that is a disadvantage. My ad libs go clear back to Bob Hope.
That's just what I figured, so if you don't mind, Bing, I'll just sing.
That'll be grand, Danny. What's it going to be?
Well, I'd like to do a little thing we did in a picture called Up in Arms. It was in the scene of a lobby theater. This, if you remember, took place in the lobby of a movie house, and we were all standing on line, and I was complaining very bitterly to some people standing with me and that we were going in to see a musical picture. And I said, if you see musical pictures, you've seen them all. If you've seen one, you've seen them all. So I said, supposing you do get in the theater, and supposing you do get a seat, and suppose the woman in front does take her hat off, what do you see?
Manic Depressive Pictures present Roll. Hello, Fresno, goodbye. Produced by our Humanic and directed by Depressive.
Now you know the name of the picture and you'd like to see it. But no. Screenplay by Gluck, from a stage play by Motz, from a story by Blip, from a chapter by Runk, from a sentence by Dokes, from a comma by Stokes, from an idea by Groks, based on a Joe Miller's a joke. Now you know the name of the picture and who wrote it. And you'd still like to see it. But now. Art direction, Finkel Puffantery is Minerva Buff Photography, Alonzo Tech recorded sound as Needlebeck Upholstery by Zachary, Knickknackery by Thackeray, Terpsichore by Dickory, and Dickory by Doc. Now, finally, at last, comes the picture. And what do we see? The same old beautiful chorus girls. The opening scene is a ranch in Fresno, California. So what are they singing? When it's cherry blossom time in Orange, New Jersey, we'll make a peach of our pear. I know we can't elope, so honey, do be mine. And dip. Up from the gulch rides a hunk of man. He is our hero, Cowboy Dan, the galloping, yodeling buckaroo. His horse, of course, is a baritone, too. I've got that wagon wheels inside of me. I've got that old cactus in the hide of me. I've got that. The girls are delighted to hear this. But where is our heroine? As the bell rings for lunch, we find our heroine in the corral eating her heart out. She is Mary Swan, tap-dancing daughter of an American juggling act who left her on the doorstep of an old English castle where she was found by Sir Basil Metabolism, who said, "By Jove, girl, baby, I shall raise her as me own daughter." Which he did. But she wants to tap dance, and Cowboy Dan, who she met on this trip and who was love at first sight, wants to marry her so she can tap dance, but she knows Sir Basil will never permit this. Never, never, never! That's why she's eating her heart out. Because she wants to tap dance. But through her tears, she is singing a happy little song because she is also a coloratura soprano. See, boy, see, see, boy, see, She is beside herself. Her favorite position.
Oh, Father, you must let me marry Cowboy Dan. He owns the biggest ranch in Texas.
Bar none. Bar none? Well, that's the password of the FBI. It can't be. No, no, yes, yes. No, no, yes, yes. No, no, yes, yes. No, no, yes, yes. It can't be. But it was. He rushes to Mary Swan. Mary Swan, can you help me? You must step out a message in code. This is her big chance. Now she can tap dance, which she does. But what has she done? She has betrayed her own father. But he isn't her father. He is Heinrich von Schlupenbank Rodesblum, home in the Rodesblum, hide in the Bing Crosby, Hoden, Poden, the Hoden. The dangerous German spy. Stick up your hands, you dirty rat, and Gaud is flirting, Eitenblatt. So, the FBI finally captured the German spy. Dan and Mary are about to blend. You think the picture's about to end? But no. Who ever heard of a musical picture without Carmelita Pepita, the Bolivian Bombshell? I wish you could come with me to my little village in Bolivia. So peaceful there are the purple mountains with the lovely mist and the shining stars. And the little people who live so simple and quiet. And all they want to do is sing. When it's cherry blossom time in Orange, New Jersey, we'll make a peach of our pear.
You fellas have heard this young lady sing on 100 assorted shows heading overseas. My one-time arpeggio associate, the lovely Marilyn Maxwell, singing I Got Rhythm.
Everything's got to have a beat, even Mr. Porter's tom-toms in the verse of night and day. Had to have a rhythm, had to have something to say. Even Tommy Dorsey, when he's playing awfully sweet, has to have a beat. I am no exception to the rule. When I hear a guy like Krupa, I just seem to melt away. Well, something stirs within me, and something tries to say, lady, you gotta be. I got rhythm, I got music, I got my man who could ask for anything more. I got daisies in green pastures, I got my man who could ask for anything more. Oh, man, trouble, I don't mind him. You won't find him hanging around my door. Oh, I'm with sweet dreams. I've got starlight. I got my man who could ask for anything more. Who could ask for anything more? I've got rhythm, I've got music, and I've got my man. I've got daisies in green pastures, and I've got my man. Oh, man, trouble ain't hanging round no more. Ain't gonna show his face round this lovely place. He's gone for good, 'cause I've got my man, and I've got a feeling that I've got love.
This is Herbert Marshall. A great poem came out of this war. It was written by a 19-year-old American boy named John McGee. He wrote it while serving in England as a fighter pilot in the Royal Canadian Air Force. May I read it on this day of victory? Oh, I have slipped the surly bonds of earth and danced the skies on laughter-silvered wings. Sunward I've climbed and joined the tumbling mirth of sun-split clouds, and done 100 things you have not dreamed of. Wheeled and soared and swung high in the sunlit silence. Hovering there, I've chased the shouting wind along and flung my eager craft through footless halls of air. Up, up the long, delirious, burning blue, I've topped the wind-swept heights with easy grace, where never lark nor even eagle flew. And while with silent lifting mind I've trod the high untrespassed sanctity of space, put out my hand and touched the face of God.
I guess when you're whipping up a scrapbook of memories, you're missing the boat a nautical mile if you don't include the items that brought the most pleasure. During these war years, we've never been short on musical imports from South America to beam to you wherever you are. One of the chief purveyors of l'amour latin from the Rhine to the Yangtze is La Carmen Miranda, who's going to sing Tico Tico.
Tico-tico tá outra vez aqui, o tico-tico tá comendo meu fubá. Se o tico-tico tem que se alimentar, que vai comer umas minhocas no pomar. Tico-tico tá outra vez aqui, o tico-tico tá comendo
meu fubá. Se o tico-tico tem que se alimentar, que vai comer umas minhocas no fumar. Oh, mas por favor, tira esse bicho do celeiro, porque ele acaba comendo o fubá inteiro. Tira esse tipo de canto, se mata o meu fubá. Tem tanta coisa que ele pode pinicar. Eu já fiz tudo para ver se conseguia. Botei alpiste para ver se ele comia. Botei um gato com espatalinha na sapão, mas ele acha que o fubá é que é boa alimentação. E tico-tico tá outra vez aqui. O tico-tico tá comendo meu fubá. O tico-tico tem que se alimentar, que vai comer umas minhocas no fumar. O tico-tico tá outra vez aqui. O tico-tico tá comendo meu fubá. Se o tico-tico tem que se alimentar, que vai comer umas minhocas no fumar. Oh, mas por favor, tira esse bicho do celeiro, porque ele acaba comendo o fubá inteiro. Tira esse tipo de canto, se mata o meu fubá. Tem tanta coisa que ele pode pinicar. Eu já fiz tudo para ver se conseguia. Botei alpiste para ver se ele comia. Botei um gato com espatalinha na sapão, mas ele acha que fubá é que é boa alimentação. Tico-tico tá outra vez aqui. O tico-tico tá comendo meu fubá. Se o tico-tico tem que se alimentar, que vai comer umas minhocas no fumar. O tico-tico tá outra vez aqui. O tico-tico tá comendo meu fubá. Se o tico-tico tem que se alimentar, que vai comer umas minhocas no fumar.
This is Claudette Colbert. When you men sailed away, thousands of you remembered radio guests at a beer and soda club known as Duffy's Tavern. Through its swinging doors have passed some of our most interesting people. Helen Hayes, George Jean Nathan, Oscar Levant, and scores more, to discuss science, literature, and the arts with Archie, the erudite bartender. Archie, the master of the bon mot, doctor of the faux pas, and butcher of the King's English. So without further ado, Command Performance presents the lovable and unpredictable bartender of Duffy's Tavern, Archie, Ed Gardner.
Well, thank you, and I'm much obliged to meet you, too, Miss Colbert.
Well, thank you, Archie.
Yeah, it ain't every day I meet a high-class tomato like yourself.
Well, that's very flattering, I think.
Yeah.
Tell me, Archie, I've heard so much about Duffy's Tavern. What sort of a place is it?
Well, it's only one of the most exclusive joints in New York, you know.
Exclusive, huh?
Very risque. Yeah, we cater to nothing but the hoi polloi. As a matter of fact, you can't get into the place without a card, you know.
Yeah, and how do you get a card?
We got a kid in the street handing them out.
Well, that's a very fresh idea.
Yeah, well, it's a fresh kid. Yeah, yeah, it's a great place, Duffy's. You know, when you say what's it like, it's hard to describe, but it has that certain something, you know.
Je ne sais quoi?
What?
Je ne sais quoi?
Yeah. Got a little of that, too.
I mean, it has that air of distinction.
Distinction? Oh, well, it did have at first, but the health department took care of that.
I see. Well, tell me, how's the cuisine?
The cuisine? Oh, the best. Practically as good as the food. Oh, what food, Miss Colbert? The next time you get a sucker, you know, to take you to dinner, bring him down to the joint. Try a 25-cent 7-course dinner. That's the one with the laminated herring. You'll never forget it.
7 courses for 25 cents.
Well, it might not seem like much to you, but it's a lot of money to the bums that come into the joint. Yeah, and it's worth it when you consider the service, you know.
The service is the best, too, huh?
Je ne sais point. Yeah. Yeah, we make it personal, you know. A private napkin to each customer. Individual knives and forks. The tablecloth changed every fortnight. Sometimes even every third night. And, of course, you know, we wouldn't dream of putting a spittoon on the table unless it had a doily under it. So, you see, it's worth 25 cents when you consider the floor show.
A floor show?
Yeah, a one-man band, a guy known as the Lone Arranger. Terrific guy. He plays the harmonica with his mouth, the drums with his feet, and the cymbals with his elbows.
What does he do with his hands?
He holds them over his ears. The guy can't stand it.
And you... Oh, I can't believe it. You left such a charming establishment to come here to Hollywood.
Yeah, but there's madness in me method. Miss Colbert, how would you like to be co-starred with one of the greatest living movie actors?
Who?
Me.
You?
Yeah, me. Miss Colbert, you don't happen to know it, but actor's blood curses through me clubsuckles.
But you've never acted.
Don't make no difference. The smell of the grease ball is in me nostrils. Yeah, you and me will make a great team, Claudie.
Well, I'm sorry, Archie, But I sort of promised Bill Shakespeare I'd go back to Broadway and do one of his plays next season.
You promised Shakespeare? Ain't he dead?
Yeah, I promised it to him on his deathbed.
Well, a promise is a promise. Leave us forget pictures. You and me'll do Shakespeare on the stage together. Yep, and mayhap we'll even win the Putzler Prize. That never died like that. Yeah? Together we'll march onward, Claudie. We'll be a team like Alfred Lint and Lunt Fontaine. Like that Schildkraut and Le Gallion. Like Abbott and Costello.
But, Archie, you and Shakespeare.
Why not? I bet that Shakespeare with me eye teeth. William Randolph Shakespeare. The Bard of Stratford Avenue. What a writer he was. To be or not to be. Only 3 words, but 4 with what meaning?
What do they mean?
Who cares? It was beautiful. And that other sock expression of his, Juliet. Wherefore art thou, Juliet?
Oh, please, leave me get out of here.
Now, wait a minute. You can't walk out on me. What about the team? What about this Putzler Prize?
No, Archie, yours is a great talent. It belongs to the world. You don't need me.
No?
No.
Maybe not.
No. Archie, you must go on alone to great heights. Oh, I can see it now, your name in lights. Archie in King Lear. Archie in Macbeth.
Archie in Hamlet.
Archie in Twelfth Night.
Archie in Tobacco Road.
Yes, you go on. And all I ask is that someday when you're striding about the stage in your long black tights, you will look up toward the balcony, and there in the very last row will be a little old lady, and I will be saying to the people around me, that's Archie. I knew him when.
You think you ought to be talking while I'm acting?
I don't know, but I'm sure of one thing. I oughtn't to be acting while you're talking.
Well, anyways, good night, and I bid you a fond adieu.
This is Greer Garson. For Americans, there have been 4 Christmases at war. The first was the darkest one, Christmas 1941. The smoke of treachery at Pearl Harbor had barely lifted. By Christmas 1942, a glimmer of hope appeared. The giant weapons began to come out of the forge, to take shape, and to move into striking position, with others united. Christmas 1943, and the crossing of the Atlantic, and signs even then that the Pacific might again someday hold title to its name. Christmas 1944, with victory in Europe in sight, and a tidal wave moving toward the east. Christmas 1945. This will be the Christmas that we and all the world have prayed so earnestly for. A Christmas of peace and hope. A white Christmas.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your day be merry and bright, and may all your Christmas
An enlisted man, Yeoman Third Class William Welch, has written a prayer for this day of victory. Orson Welles will read it. We join in spirit around the world as these words are spoken.
O God of battle and of peace, for the blessings of this day, for the lives that have been spared, for the prayers that have been answered, thank you from a full and humble heart. In this, the hour of peace, remember those, O God, who gave so much and asked so little. Hear the voices of these men, rising from the jungles of New Guinea and the Solomons, from the blood-soaked soil of Iwo Jima and the flame-scorched caves of Okinawa. Hear the chorus of their thanks, from the mass of wreckage at Salerno and the twisted rubble that was once a German town. Across the length and breadth of every continent, from the hell-scarred places where they fell, their voices in thanksgiving rise. In memory of these and all the other men and women of the world who bled and died, that we might see this day, men of myriad tongues, of myriad faiths, and many races, men who had in common the love of dignity and freedom. To these, the citizens of Earth, we dedicate our future and our lives. Give us strength, O God, and wisdom to use the gift that was so dearly bought with blood and toil and tears. Amen.
The Armed Forces Radio Service has brought you this special broadcast commemorating Victory Day. This is Ken Carpenter signing off on behalf of all who appeared on Command Performance on this, the first day of world peace. Our national anthem.